police tonight.
Steven, go to the hospital now. What the hell?
I would never miss this show. I could
just
never
in
miss
labor.
this show.
It's not that important.
It's okay. You can have like 20 kids. Okay, you're fine.
We committed to your stream, Adam.
That's true. There's only one 200th episode. You could have another kid, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This is why people always ask, like, would you protect your wife or your kid if somebody came to kill you guys? Like, well, I only have one wife. I can have a lot of kids. Like, of course I'll protect my wife, right? They're replaceable.
You're like,
I guess wives are replaceable too, actually. You know what? Fuck them all. Never mind.
Kids,
That's right.
Kids,
Okay.
protect mom.
Good moral philosophy. Glad we got this topic out of the way. What are we doing after morality?
I was a bit worried that you weren't going to be misogynistic there, Destiny. Christ.
Oh, you missed the misogyny arc. We hate women here now.
Oh, base.
Hey now, everybody. It's your boy PSA Sitch here with everyone's favorite who should live or die, your wife or your child, for our 200th stream. How's everyone doing today?
I'm great. Yeah.
And
I'm great.
Awesome. Let's big thanks to, we're going to have 1 million people on today. Maybe it'll get a little ridiculous later in the show, depending on who wants to stick around. But for right now, we have Destiny and Carl.
Yes, and Lauren Southern has been sent the link. She might jump in. I invited her like an hour ago, and she so she was a big maybe. I tried to invite just about everybody that's been on the show, and we've kind of scheduled it so 2 to 3 new people or 3 to 4 new people are going to come in every single hour. So people can stick around as long as they want, or go as a deemed necessary. So, but I wanted to, we were talking a little bit before the stream, and I wanted to start off with a very basic topic here. I wanted to ask Destiny a question about morality. As you know, Sargon comes on all the time to debate morality with us. Sitch and I talk about objective morality virtually every other stream. Destiny on his stream always does this thing that confuses me as someone who has a kind of a different way of looking at morality. He asks his guests, is that morally wrong? And my brain just kind of skips a beat. So I want to ask Destiny, what do you mean when you say, is an action morally wrong? What does that mean?
I mean, it's going to depend on the context of the conversation. So sometimes when we have talks about like things that are illegal, if we're having like a conversation on morality, like maybe it can be like immigration, right? Should people be allowed to come, into the United States unfettered by the government or something? And like, we'll be going back and forth, like, well, you could change the culture, you could bring crime, will you help the economy, will you do this or that? And inevitably, at some point in the conversation, they're like, well, they can't do that, that's illegal. And it's like, well, hold on, we're not having a question of what is the law. We all know what the law is. The question is like one of morality. So or do you want to have like a moral conversation, or do you want to talk about like what the law should be, or do you want to like have a different type of conversation? So in that context, it'll usually be with reference to, well, what are we talking about? Because sometimes when you're having like moral conversations, which is usually when you're saying, like, what should we do as people will sometimes like make these odd statements where they go, well, that's illegal or not. It's like, okay, but that's not really what we're talking about.
But isn't legal immoral too? Isn't legality just morality codified into law and enforced by law enforcement?
Yeah, and I mean, like, the legal system is downstream from an ethical system, but I mean, that doesn't mean they're the same thing. They're two different things, right?
Well,
like,
I don't know that they are, because
okay, hold on. Let me make a stronger statement. They are different things. It is irrefutable that they're different things, if for no other reason, because we're using different words to refer to two different things. Like, you can have many different types of moralities in a certain country in one law. Arguably, that's every country. In the United States, many different people believe in many different religions, but they all follow the same law. We have to, in order to make a country coherent, right?
Right. But I'm saying the law is obviously dictates behavior, right? It's the rules of behavior, and morality is rules of behavior as well. But we're taking those rules of behavior, which are informal rules when we're talking about morality, and we're making them formal rules when we're talking about law. So they still fall under the umbrella of permissible behavior, correct?
Yeah, if you want to say that morality and legality are underneath this category that we call rules. We can say that, but just because two things exist under the same category doesn't mean they're the same thing. If I was a programmer, I can make any number of programs or video games or board games that have a number of rules, permissible actions or behaviors, but that doesn't make those rules either moral rules or legal rules. They're just all different types of rules, but they're still different things.
No, and I understand. The reason why I'm asking you is because it comes up so much on your streams. And when you say, is that moral behavior, you're talking about a rule. And when I think of morality, I think of the rules being structured to create a good society, a prosperous society. And if you don't think of it in that context, you're just asking yourself, what is my personal morality is. And I don't believe in a personal morality. Morality is the rules that we all follow together to foster a healthy society.
How can you say morality is the rules that we all follow together when all of us have different moralities? Because
different moralities compete to become the norm, and whichever morality fosters the most, the best system for people personally is adopted by more people because it's successful.
Yeah, but the law right now in the United States doesn't reflect any single morality. It's an amalgamation of a ton of different moral beliefs, depending on where you are.
Well, no, this is why the moral system that you're talking about is a testing ground for what will become legal. And legal has this barrier that it needs to cross that all the moral systems basically have to abide by. Like murder is
hold on, real quick. That's
prohibition.
Not true. All moral systems don't have to abide by the legal system. Again, these are because they are fundamentally different things and they inhabit different areas. There's going to be some crossover, but so for instance, in most religions that I've heard of, at least in Catholicism, lying is considered immoral. Lying isn't illegal though.
Right, but but in the case of like murder is a prohibition.
I said there is some overlap. So you can find me some behaviors that are both illegal and immoral, but I can find you plenty of things that are illegal and not immoral. And I can find you plenty of things that are immoral, but not illegal. So for instance, a lot of the law that exists in the United States might be procedural, right? Like there might be a certain way to start a business in the United States, and maybe I file the wrong paperwork. So that's kind of, in a way, that's illegal. I do something that is against the law, but it's not like immoral, right? Like if I file paperwork a different way or whatever, I don't know if we'd say that rise to the level of immorality. And there's a lot of personal things like thou shalt obey thy mother and father, don't covet thy neighbors.
You're doing
whatever.
It again. You're doing the thing again.
Wait, I'm not doing it. What I'm demonstrating. I'm not doing it. What I'm demonstrating to you is that morality and legality, there might be some overlap, but a lot of the area is completely unrelated. And I can give you moral prescriptions that you can't give to me legally. So to say that the two are the same means that you're going to necessarily miss something for both things. They're fundamentally different things.
The only point that I want to make here is that when you say something is, let's take smoking marijuana, for instance, which is technically illegal, but a lot of people would say it's not immoral. It's one of those things that you talked about and said, some things are illegal and people would say, but they aren't immoral. What you're saying when you're saying this isn't immoral, you're kind of making a declaration that this behavior is not going to bring down the downfall of society. This is a moral prohibition that is actually damaging society more than it's helping society. And that's the connection that I don't see being made. And if you don't make that connection, I don't necessarily know how you can have a talk about morality, because you're basically just consulting your gut and saying, this is how I feel, but not necessarily. You can't bring in an evidentiary argument that society would be better if we got rid of this moral prohibition against smoking marijuana until you start looking at evidence and acknowledge that that's what you're saying.
I mean, for that to be true, that's going to depend where the moral statement comes from. Mm-hmm. Because different people have different ways of arriving. So for normative ethics, different people have different ways of figuring out if an action is right or wrong. So if you are of the mind that smoking a substance is wrong because, we shouldn't be putting those types of things into our body just by virtue, it's just a wrong thing to do, then appealing to like some data-driven argument isn't going to convince somebody like that, right? They're gonna be like, I don't care if it makes people happy or whatever. Like, there's a lot of hedonistic things that might be able to make somebody temporarily happier, but the spiritual damage to yourself doesn't make it worth it. So for that type of person, a data-driven argument probably would never work because they're arguing on virtues, not on the outcomes of everything, right?
Well, I'm not talking about convincing somebody. I'm talking about coming to some scientific conclusion on whether or not a prohibition should be moral or immoral.
Yeah, but when you say coming to a scientific conclusion on whether something should be moral or immoral, you can't come to a scientific conclusion on whether things should be moral or immoral.
Well, you can. It depends upon the measurement.
Wait, hold on. You absolutely cannot.
Why
There's
not?
no way to do it. Because what should happen in society is a question of philosophy. Science will never tell us what should happen. Science might tell you that if you eat something, you'll die. But for you to say that dying is bad, that's a moral question. It's fundamentally outside the realm of science.
Isn't science about measurement, though?
Yes, but not measuring morality.
So, but what? Like this is why I brought it up to begin with, and I'm being terrible to our guests. I'll say one more thing, and then we'll let Carl jump in.
Just to say, Destiny has just so fucking demolished you here.
Damn, don't be mean about it, Jesus.
Yeah, but
Holy shit.
Wait, real quick. I understand why, because this happens a lot. This is a big like Sam Harris thing, okay?
I can't.
Just real quick.
Wow.
So we have something. We've got a substance. Okay,
I take it back, Carl. You don't get to talk next.
Okay, you have a thing called normativity. Okay, the thing called normativity. This is like where we make choices for what should be moral, right? So we might say something like it's good for people to be healthy. Now
we're having two different conversations.
No, we're not. I promise it.
I understand all of that. Yeah.
Okay, then let me just walk to the next part because I promise we're in the same conversation.
Okay.
From normativity, I'm going to walk over to science now, and now I'm going to measure which foods make us the healthiest and what makes us really unhealthy. Now, I might be tempted to say, well, look, science is answering moral questions because it's showing us which foods are healthy or unhealthy. That's not science is only telling you what's healthy or unhealthy. The moral question was, should we value things that make us healthy or unhealthy? That's a question of normativity. That's over in the realm of ethics. It's fundamentally detached from the world of science. Science will never tell us what is right or wrong or what is good or bad. It'll only tell us like what you said, it measures things.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you. But if you want to pick some metrics for society, then you are measuring things. Like if you're judging a society based on, income equality, if you're measuring things on the suicide rate, if you're measuring things on unemployment or employment, you're literally measuring things. So when we take these metrics, we're saying, a good society is one that has a low unemployment rate. A good society is one that has a low suicide rate.
The science part doesn't do anything there for you. The science can help you. Wait. Hold on. I'm telling you. The science can help you measure it, but the thing you said in the beginning, we pick those things. The picking is the moral part. You're choosing to value unemployment. You're choosing to value wages. You're choosing to value these things. The choice is the moral part. Science can help you measure things after, but like we could choose other things. Maybe the healthiest society is the one with the longest type of hair. Whoever has more long hair in society, that's the most moral one. We can use science to measure who has the longest hair, but like the moral choice was in the beginning where we chose to value having long hair, like choosing to value the other things that you mentioned.
Just I understand what you're saying. You're saying that we need philosophy to choose what a thriving society is. Never mind the fact that we have all of these metrics that we measure all the time.
No. Hold on. The metrics. Okay, people. This is called scientism. I'm sorry. The idea that
this is not scientism at all.
Wait, no. It is because you're making this.
Hold on. Look up somebody. Sitch, can you look up scientism because this is not. This is not scientism.
Scientism is this idea that like we can throw ethics and spirituality and philosophy. We can throw all that shit away because science.
That's not what I'm. That is not what I'm saying. Remotely, you're completely straw manning my argument.
Okay, I might be straw manning it.
As soon as you say scientism, you're straw manning my argument. I've already conceded. I already agree with you that the values that a society strives for cannot be determined by science. I agree with you.
What I'm telling you is you keep appealing these words like metrics. The metrics are arbitrary. You have to choose which metrics to value.
So if the suicide rate is arbitrary.
Yes.
Why are we so focused on the suicide rate in the trans debate? Why are we focused on that? I thought it was arbitrary.
Because we've made the moral decision to value that thing. Yes.
Really?
Yes, we don't want people to. Hold on. Okay, let me ask you this.
How did we do that?
Let me ask you this, okay? Where does science tell you to care about a person killing themselves?
Where does science tell me?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I could give you a scientific reason why people do care about killing themselves.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking you, tell me where in science does it say, like, we ought to be concerned about the suicide rate? Tell me where you find that answer scientifically.
What is the origin of the injunction, Adam?
Well, would it be in science or where in nature?
Either one. If you say in nature, now you're getting back to
now we have
I'm asking you.
Now we have an argument.
No, there is no argument. I promise you. Okay, because
in nature there is an
answer.
argument. What are you talking about?
No, but
you can't give me an ought from an is. You just can't do this. It's impossible.
Yes, thank you, Hume.
Adam,
I understand.
I'm lost, Adam. On what is the overall point you're trying to make? I guess
the overall point that I'm trying to make is I'm trying to avoid people getting into a conversation and asking, is that something that we should do morally? Is that morally right? Is that morally justified? And just consulting their gut and going, my gut says, yes, that's a good thing to do. Therefore, this is how I'm going to behave.
But isn't, that's the only way people can answer these moral questions. Really.
What's wrong with me consulting my gut?
Well, your gut could be wrong, Carl. I know it's difficult for you to believe
because this is a question of values. My gut values the things.
There was a long time.
There's no right or wrong in the things that it values. It just likes these things.
Right,
yeah, but it's hard. Yeah, but then it makes it difficult to articulate good reasons. Like,
what you want to say is it makes it difficult to resolve moral disagreements.
Yes,
exactly. It is difficult, but that's because moral disagreements and moral fact exist squarely outside the realm of science. If moral fact existed within the realm of science, we could just argue with each other like, oh, you disagree with me morally about this? Well, look at my measurement here. You're wrong.
This is
somebody
great.
A measurement that they ought to care about trans people or gay people or whatever. There's no way I can do that.
Destiny, how do we resolve moral disagreements? So how do they resolve over time?
We resolve them in philosophical discussions. We can't appeal to science.
I disagree, but go ahead.
Wait, hold on. You can't disagree with that. It is just by virtue of what I'm saying, it is correct.
It's not though. It's not.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Let's do an example then, because that's
it's fundamentally incorrect. If you can have your philosophical arguments all day long, the society that adopts moral ethics perpetuates that society to outlive another society.
Let's just do examples so we can actually be on the ground. Okay, example. Okay, somebody says, I think that trans people and doing any type of like conversion therapy, whatever, I think that is immoral because transness is unnatural. And I think that transness is just like a trick that like the devil plays on people that kind of corrupts their minds. And we need spiritual treatment for them, not medical treatment.
It's a naturalistic fallacy for one, but
hold on. What do you mean naturalistic fallacy?
It's a moral problem because it's unnatural is a naturalistic fallacy.
Well, hold on. What if I believe in naturalism? It's no longer a fallacy. Now that's my guiding moral principle. Why shouldn't I believe that the function of our bodies ought to be the case?
Because it's a naturalistic fallacy.
No, hold on. The naturalistic fallacy is only a fallacy insofar as you don't believe in naturalism. If I am naturalistic, if I think that we ought to do what our bodies are designed to do, and that is what is morally righteous for us, you can't just say that that's a fallacy. That'd be like me saying, well, I think God told me to. And you're like, well, that's a God fallacy. No, it's not. I believe in God. What do you mean?
I've talked, Carl, you want to jump in here? I feel like you do, but.
Honestly, there's not really much to say. Like, I just want to beg Destiny to stop beating you. Just please, Destiny, stop hurting him. Like, no, not even joking around. So, the point, Adam, is that science can't give you a prescriptive decision about what you should do. Right? This is not. Destiny's completely right. All it can be.
I've already agreed to that. You're strawmanning my position. You're completely strawmanning my position.
Your position, right?
Yes, you are. Listen.
Okay, go on. How am I strawmanning?
Well, because I've already agreed that science doesn't choose the measurements that we pick for society. The fact that we as a society pick a low suicide rate as something that we would like to strive for isn't picked by science. It's picked by...
I don't value that at all. Yeah. I think in, say, pedophiles, a high suicide rate's really good.
Well, I agree. But the reason that we...
you don't value a low suicide rate then, do you?
Well, but only in a certain demographic that abuses children.
Though,
like a low abuse of children is something that we do strive for, but we don't pick that. Science doesn't pick that.
Like the problem, right, is that there are a bunch of values that have been presupposed by any metric that you decide to use, right? Any metric that you pick up and say, this will be a metric that will prove my point, that comes on top of a bunch of presupposed, prepackaged value judgments. And that's what Destiny's saying. Science can't choose those for you. They have to be chosen through philosophical discussion.
Like I said, we're having to...
And he's
look,
right.
You guys seem to be completely incapable of understanding my position.
Okay, can you restate your position where you think the
I completely agree with you that science doesn't pick the things that society strives for. When we say we want a low suicide rate, science doesn't pick that, okay? Morality picks that, you know. This nebulous thing that we call morality picks that. But as soon as it does pick it, we as a society start saying, okay, in order to have a low suicide rate, we have to adopt certain behavioral prescriptions to achieve that. And then we start saying things like, okay, well, if we want a low suicide rate and people who have gender dysphoria are more likely to commit suicide, we have to adopt a moral prescription that we will give them some sort of treatment to avoid the high suicide rate that will result. Do you understand?
That's totally the wrong way of looking at things, right? I don't agree that suicide rate is based on people's behavior. Like suicide rate seems to be based on the way that they feel about the way their lives have gone, right? And so I
just use that as an example, but the example is immaterial. I understand that you're zooming in on the suicide rate.
I don't think it is immaterial, right? It's like normatively, it doesn't really matter if you're against suicide, because I don't think it's one of those things where morality is a set of principles that decide on right and wrong conduct, right?
Correct. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I know that's correct. And so when someone's like, I'm going to kill myself, is that even a moral question? Because all normative conduct, all ethical conduct requires two people. And if someone is thinking, I'm going to kill myself, that doesn't require a second person.
Well, it's arguable what your meta ethics are at that point. Because like a religious person might argue that, like, for instance, like masturbation is immoral because it's an improper use of your body. So that could just be, there probably are some immoral things that only
suicide itself, obviously.
Right. Or
suicide is illegal, by the way.
That's so many ridiculous steps removed from this conversation that we don't care.
But the point is, all of these things are up for debate, right? And this is where science just has absolutely nothing to say about any of these discussions.
This is where I completely disagree, because how can you say how do you have a debate and look for an answer, a truth-based answer on questions, if you don't use empiricism, science?
Stop. We're not talking about truth. We're talking about values.
Well, hold on. So there are, here, let's see if I can.
No. Put simply, no. I don't see why anyone, no one does.
Well, there
outsource their moral decision-making capacity to scientists.
Well, hold on. There are truth values that Adam is looking for here. Okay, but the truth values you're looking for,
it's not what we're talking.
These are like normative statements that aren't moral statements. So, for instance, we might make the moral statement that we ought to avoid having as many people as possible commit suicide. Right? That's our moral statement. Now we're going to use science to measure how do we reduce the number of people committing suicide. But there is, insofar as we've made the moral statement, now science is just answering normative questions that aren't moral questions, right? So if we do this thing, less people will commit suicide. That's not a moral statement. That's not even a moral claim. There's nothing moral about that. That's just a description. Like, if we do this, less people will commit suicide. If we do that, more people commit suicide. The moral question has already been answered. Now when we want to go on what Adam is calling like fact finding, or when we want to find these truth values, the truth values we're looking for are no longer moral questions, right? The question of like, how do we reduce suicide in society is not a moral question. The question was, why should we reduce suicide in society?
That's the moral question.
Morality, but once we figured that out, that's a question that can only be answered philosophically. And then once we figure that out, we begin our scientific investigations, but there's no morality involved in it at that point. Now
Thank you. Really amoral. Yes, success. I have been fully understood.
Saying since the beginning of this.
But that's what we've been saying since the very beginning of this. So there is no morality involved in the scientific part. Science is only investigating the values that you've chosen to value morally before you begin any scientific work.
But do you understand
of your value judgments?
So what and back to the original question then. What is happening here when a guest comes on and you say, you're talking about whether or not doing LSD is moral? Is that moral? Is that immoral?
Well, I need an example, because it's going to depend why they're asking the question. We might be having a legal debate. We might be having a debate where I'm just trying to figure out what they believe is moral or immoral. We might be having I would need like an example of this, I guess. Yeah.
So you're just asking at the base level, is this a a thing that everyone should do or not do? Because for me, a moral prescription is something you're saying, this is something nobody should do.
I mean, generally, yeah. But again, this is going to depend on the conversation we're talking about. I think I need examples for this. I don't know what, because like that question of like, well, is that moral? I could be asking that for like 20 different reasons. It's just going to depend on the type of conversation.
Well, how do you even do this if it's like that imprecise what you're even asking?
Hold on. It is absolutely not imprecise. I'm very precise with my language, but it's going to depend on the context of what we're talking about, right?
Okay.
Like I might ask somebody, how fast are you going? Because I'm interested in, I don't know, how fast you're traveling on a boat or a plane or whatever. Maybe you're texting. Or I might say, how fast are you going? Because I'm in a car and I feel like you're about to fucking kill us. Right. Just because I'm uttering the same words doesn't mean I have to have the exact same meaning every single time. So if I ask somebody like, is this a moral statement to you? I might be having an argument with somebody over what they think the law should be. Or maybe we were talking about family values and now they seem to say like, nobody should do this. I'm like, well, hold on. Is that like a moral statement or like a legal statement? Or what do you mean? I might just be trying to clarify their position. So that's why I'm saying I need an example to work off of, not just one sentence that is really devoid of meaning without like greater context surrounding why the question was asked.
I'll look for it. I think
generally
example.
When you ask those questions in these kind of conversations, unless you're having a philosophical conversation or debate, it's generally to separate the moral question from some other issue that's
usually
kind of
like legally
together.
Like if somebody says some shit like, I would never ever let my kid do any drug, even once he turns 20, I'm never going to do it. Like I might ask afterwards, like, do you think that like drugs are immoral? Like I might ask that question because I'm curious like afterwards. And maybe it's like, no, it's not about drugs being immoral. I just think they could hurt you and I have a duty to protect my kid. It's like, oh, okay, maybe that's what we were. Like I might ask a question like that there just to see like what value they're getting at. But it's totally going to depend on the context that it comes up as.
Cool.
So, related to that, and I guess this is a moral question. When it comes to bringing kids to drag shows, which was, dominating the discourse during Pride Month, it seems like a lot of people have a innate moral disgust at something like that, but then have a difficulty actually arguing the point, bringing to words why they think kids should not be at drag shows, non-sexualized, if that's even possible, non-sexualized drag shows. So I was wondering, I don't think I've ever heard you talk about this, Destiny, where your position is on this.
If it's non-sexualized, I don't think it matters. If people are against it and they're having a hard time articulating it, what they probably want to say is that they're kind of opposed to that whole culture in general, and exposing children to it is a bit irresponsible because they think it'll turn them gay or get them interested in something that they consider immoral. But it might be hard for them they won't want to enunciate that, but that would be my guess.
Isn't it wrong to just pervert children though?
Well, but pervert is begging the the like again. If you think that LGBT stuff is perverse,
I was about to finish.
Oh yeah, sorry, go for it.
I was saying, if you'd be quiet for a second, you pervert children by introducing them to explicitly sexual content as
well. But the whole what he said was that it was a non-sexual drag show, right?
If that's possible.
Like, yeah, it's possible.
If that's possible. But
no, I mean, like,
probable.
Some people consider drag inherently sexual, like impossible to separate.
I mean, many of the examples that we see very obviously are sexual.
That is true.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a sexual thing, then it's probably not appropriate for children. If it's not sexual, then it's probably is.
It's not even probably. It's definitely not appropriate because what it does is it violates the sanctity of their innocence.
Okay, so no one cares about this. If it's going to be inherently,
they absolutely do.
If it's an inherently sexual thing, then the answer would be,
you should care about this as a father, frankly.
No, what I'm saying is that if you're playing games with the definitions of things, then obviously my answer is going to change. So the initial question... my
definition has been completely concrete here.
That's fine, but you didn't ask the question. Sitch did. Sitch's initial question said non-sexual drag shows. Insofar as there's a non-sexual drag show, it would appear to me that it would be basically the same as any costume party thing that you might take kids to, pageants or whatever the fuck. But if it was an inherently sexual thing, well, now it's a fundamentally different question. You probably shouldn't be taking children to sexual things like that. That'd be my guess. But it's
probable though.
That's the problem is like if you or other people view that drag can be separated from sexuality, then you say, oh, it's just guys dressed up in costumes. But if Carl and other people say, no, all drag is inherently sexual, then obviously that's where they're coming from.
I mean, what drag isn't sexual?
I mean, do you think that all of dancing is inherently sexual?
No.
I didn't ask that question. What drag isn't sexual?
I don't know if men just wearing women's clothing is inherently sexual.
Yeah, but that's not what drag is. Isn't it? Drag is a whole performance, right?
Yeah, I thought the performance is that some like men
Well, can
will
you
wear
give me
like
an example? Like, send me a link to.
I
some
haven't
drag that's
been
not
to a
sexual.
drag show. I don't go to drag shows. I haven't seen any of that
No,
shit
but
since I was in fucking
I
high
haven't
school.
either, but you see
My
clips of it all over the internet, right? So
no, I don't see it. What I'm probably going to
clips
see on
that
the
you can
internet is
send
going to be the most hyper crazy shit that conservatives can find to get riled up over.
I should
My
hope you
understanding,
find all sorts of things.
sure. My understanding is that a drag show is just men that wear hyper exaggerated, hyper feminine clothing. So it'll be insane makeup, huge wigs, huge high heels, big billowy dresses, or like really sexy shit or whatever. That's my understanding for what like a drag show is. Now, if they maybe some these days, or maybe it's different, or maybe people disagree that they also involve some sexual element, that might be it too. But I haven't heard that. I thought the drag shows were just men that like kind of like do the thing where they're wearing like the hyper ultra feminist or female clothing.
I don't know, man. They always seem to be sexualized to me.
Well, of course, if you hold on, you must understand that if you're on conservative parts of the internet seeing clips of drag shows, you're like the selection bias there is, of course, you're only going to be seeing the most hypersexualized ones.
Feel free to send me the non-sexualized ones.
Wait, do you recognize that? Or are you actually totally blind to that?
Feel free to send me the non-sexualized ones.
Wait, do you recognize that you're totally
You're the one
blind
who
to
said
that?
he couldn't find any. Tell me.
Okay, if I hang out on all of leftist internet and I'm looking at like clips of people like in churches or whatever, and then I come to you saying this is what everybody acts like in a church.
I'm not interested in answering your hypothetical. Show me the non-sexualized drag.
Okay, do you want me to look for?
Yeah. If you think it exists, show me it, and I'll say, okay, if that's not sexualized and it's obviously not sexual.
Okay, sure. So
because that's
Twitch,
not violating.
Just send him a screenshot of Mrs. Doubtfire.
So TwitchCon Amsterdam. You guys tell me right or wrong. I only turned it for a little bit. So TwitchCon Amsterdam just had people doing drag for the intro thing, and I don't think they did anything sexual for that. Would that
I don't know.
qualify?
You have to send me it. I haven't seen it.
Well, but
I'm not saying
hypothetically,
it can't happen.
right? But
I'm saying I've never seen an
Carl,
example.
if you had a drag show where it's just guys wearing, not dresses that are not, sexualized, they're covering everything or whatever, they're still just they're walking down the runway and people are applauding or cheering or whatever, you would say that that's fine as long as it's not.
The question is of intent, right? What's the purpose of this? And I don't know what the purpose of it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here I'm sending, this is an America's Got Talent show. Tell me if you consider any part of this sexual. I'm scrolling through it and it doesn't seem to be.
Guys, I just want to say thank you for coming on the show today. And this is PSA Sitch and this is my work wife and my anniversary. So let's keep it civil today.
First of all, you're my work wife.
Well, we're
I don't know if this is what I would call drag. Like, I'm not sure if this is drag, but this is definitely non-sexual.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least I'm scrubbing through it. The guy's dressed as like a clown and stuff. So like, this doesn't look inappropriate. But then I don't know if I call this drag. This just seems like, dress up.
In female stuff, he's got hyper pink, like 6-inch heels, the pink wig. None of this is.
Well, at 226, that's like Renaissance French costumes. And another point, he's wearing a clown outfit. I mean, this is like obviously there's obviously a queer aesthetic being hit here, but I don't know if I'd call this straight up drag. Let's say that these
I'll look for more drag examples.
No,
I'm happy to say
let's just assume that it would look like this.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. This is non-sexual, and let's assume that French clothes are in fact women's clothes. That's fine. Okay, we have an example of non-sexualized drag. That's fine.
Okay, but
then does that like change your whole opinion on it, or?
It doesn't change my opinion on sexualized performances being shown to children, but this doesn't appear to be a sexualized performance, and it doesn't appear to be shown to children, even if it was, because it's not a sexualized performance. I don't see a problem with it.
So you would agree with Destiny? You have the same position. You're fine with drag shows as long as they're not sexualized.
I don't know if I would call this drag though.
Well, I'm just saying if there's a hypothetical one
if this is drag, and I don't know that it is.
What about this RuPaul shit? Most watched drag race performance 2021, where it looks like they're doing like song and dance and shit like this. I think we would probably consider this drag, or
it's RuPaul, so yeah, I mean, definitionally.
Sure.
Now, we might consider it drag because some of the dancing is like they might do hip thrusts or whatever. I don't know. People dance crazy these days.
Well, there's
the general quality of our culture these days.
There's a topless guy in a tutu gyrating, getting dollar bills thrown on stage. So
so this seems to be lurching into that sort of dodgy territory, doesn't it?
Sure, but it's not doing so in a way that's unique to drag. It's just where the culture is for dancing, right? Like people freak out with Miley Cyrus and all that shit in the past because it was like getting sexualized or shit like that, right?
To be fair, do you really want like a 5-year-old watching Miley Cyrus?
Sure,
what
but
was the one that wouldn't let the one who did Wet Ass Pussy, who was doing like an Instagram video and had the song on, and her kid came in and she made the kid leave the room when her song was on.
Nicki Minaj.
Sure, maybe, yeah. I'm just saying that, like, when we're talking about
the author of the thing themselves thinks that's not inappropriate for children.
Sure. What I'm saying though is that, like, it seems like the issue then isn't intrinsically tied to drag. It's just sexual performances in front of children, right? Which I think we probably all agree is probably not an okay thing. Insofar as if a drag show exists that isn't sexualized, if we can even conceive of one, then it's probably okay if there's nothing sexual. I love everyone in chat is saying to bring up pantomime drag as a UK thing. I don't know what the fuck that means, but
again, well, yeah, I mean, if that's drag, the thing is, I only ever see the word drag being applied in the context of, like, you know, parades and things like this. So it's always in an innately sexualized context. Like pantomime isn't sexualized, obviously, but then it's never called drag; it's called pantomime. So,
okay.
But I mean,
I don't know. I have no idea.
A man dresses up as a fat woman for comic effect, right?
Sure.
But it's obviously not sexualized because it's for kids.
Okay.
I'm kind of surprised, Carl, because I thought you would have taken a hard stance against kids at drag shows, regardless of the sexual content.
I don't know whether we actually are defining drag as something that's intrinsically or not necessarily sexualized. Like, it might well be.
Well, like, what is happening at a drag show, I guess is the question.
Yeah,
like, what is the actual, like, why are people standing there applauding? What is actually going on?
Yeah, I thought the more fundamental question for usually the conservative, I don't know where Carl is politically right now, but, like,
I'm happy
usually
to own the conservative position.
Sure. The conservative position would usually be that drag is like men wearing women's clothing is kind of an abomination of, like, what a man ought to be or what a man should be.
Right.
So why would we expose our children to get them confused about their sexuality or the appropriate gender roles by taking them to places where men are confused about their gender roles or their sexuality? That's what it's
that seems a little bit hard line. I mean, that, in fact, bringing the...
What is hard line, but it's conservative. Right?
Will that affect the suicide rate? I don't know.
That's like saying everyone who leans left is a communist, Destiny.
But I'm saying, like, conservatives will have hard line, like, moral stances on things related to LGBT issues. Not that they're hard.
That's a very extreme position for a conservative, for anyone, really. But, like, I mean, this is why pantomime is funny, right? This is making light of men who dress as women. So, you know, this is not inappropriate for children, and it is just a figure of fun.
Okay.
Banger.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like even from a non-conservative position, that if you're taking young kids to drag shows, even if they're not sexualized, it seems to me that it's going to be very confusing to children and would or potentially could cause further gender identity confusion in children, which, I mean, if that should be like the opposite of what we should be striving for as society. We don't want more kids with, you know, either false positives on gender dysphoria going forward.
To be honest, I think it takes more than a drag show.
Yeah, I don't think that just seeing people dressed in different ways should, like, confuse you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I go over too many, like, Revolutionary War documentaries and I see people dressed up in wigs and shit.
But you're not. That's a little different, though, because if you have, like, say you have a 5-year-old kid at a drag show and you have a bunch of guys wearing women's clothing and all these people are cheering and applauding them, like, what does the 5-year-old perceive is happening here? Like, why are their parents cheering just this guy wearing a dress or whatever?
Because it's part of the performance.
But what is going? Why is that a good thing?
What is happening at drag shows exactly?
I usually it's like part of, like, the performance of whatever they're doing at drag shows. It might be, like, ridiculously crazy outfits. I don't think that the child is having the mental process of, like, oh my God, my parents are clapping because this person is subverting gender roles by wearing the most.
No, exactly. They're obviously not having that.
Yeah, so they're probably just like I might be poisoned against this because my fucking sister did dance growing up, and I had to go to all these horrible goddamn fucking 3-hour performances and shit. But, like, you sit there, you watch people dance, people clap, and you're like, oh cool, I guess it looked cool. Like, that's probably the extent to what the child process is like. Oh, I guess this looks cool. Maybe once they're like 14 or 15, maybe they're gonna have, like, a better idea of kind of, like, what's going on, like, mentally. But
I think that's a real question there. Like, what I just don't see the appeal of drag. I don't understand what people are getting out of it.
It's a celebration of the LGBT community.
So,
yeah, I mean, I think that basically
a celebration of sexualities.
What
are we doing?
I don't think it has anything to do with celebrating necessarily, like, LGBT community stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are some men that like to cross dress, and then I think it actually started in the UK, the drag stuff.
Why do they like to cross dress though?
Possibly.
Men like to cross dress for a variety of reasons. The one that I've heard the most commonly is that women's clothing is a lot of fun. That like it's just there's just like way more that women can wear that men can wear, different types of fabrics or whatever. And then some people like it's the same thing as like video games. People will take like one thing and then they will hyper exaggerate it and then make like a thing out of it, right? Like people that speed run games from 2001. Like how fast can I beat The Legend of Zelda? Well, drag shows are like how ultra feminine can I like cross dress and then like make a show out of it. Basically.
Yeah, but there seems to be something that underpins that, right?
Like what?
That's not just like a casual.
Yeah, is it fun like Disneyland or is it fun like pornographic films?
Yeah,
is it fun like adult
I know that a lot of it
entertainment?
gets like. I know the perception is that a lot of it is sexual, but my understanding is that like drag is not supposed to be like an inherently like ultra sexual thing. Like it's guys cross-dressing, but they're not all there. Like I'm sure that a lot of these parties probably turn sexual. They might have like those crowds the same way that like dances or clubs could be, but in and of itself, I don't think drag is supposed to be like an inherently sexual thing.
I mean, what's the point of cross-dressing though? If you're not transgender,
I don't know what's the point of speed running video games.
Yeah, but I don't think it's the same thing.
It is the same thing. People find a thing that they enjoy doing. They like the clothes. They like the aspect of taking out like
reductive. I think there's some motive that underpins it.
Okay, you should talk to somebody that does drag. If you think there's like this insidious underbelly, like, oh, I think they're doing drag for these reasons.
I didn't say it was insidious.
Sure, but like you're making this. Yeah, there might not be though. It might just be that they enjoy doing it for the reasons that we could like clearly see why they enjoy doing it. Maybe there might be some people that are like using it as like a testing ground for being trans or something. But
very few speed runs turn into orgies, right? Whereas you're saying that there's a lot of sexual content.
I would be careful with that one because gaming communities are super degenerate when it comes to sexual shit. If anything is comes up, but
tell us some stories, Destiny.
There seems to be something underneath it.
I mean, I disagree, but there's no way for us to resolve this without getting somebody into drag here. There could be something underneath it, or it could just be somebody that enjoys doing drag. I don't think there has to be anything underneath it.
Well, but it seems like the person doing the drag and the audience that consumes, the watching of the drag would have completely different motivations. I mean, the individual person could be doing it for, I don't know, they have a weird fetish, or they just makes them feel empowering. But it seems like that the audience watching it, I'm assuming it has something to do with wanting to see gender roles subverted to some context or to some extent.
I feel like it's really weird to have a huge conversation about like why people do drag and why people watch drag when none of us in here either do or watch drag.
Well,
sure, I don't know. Yeah.
I can't answer these questions. I think it's boring as fuck. I also think fucking F1 and NASCAR is boring as fuck. I have no idea why the fuck people watch that. And I feel the same way about basketball and football, not soccer or whatever. What I mean. So like, I wouldn't be able to answer those questions either.
You don't know why people watch NASCAR? I mean, I feel like you know why people play video games. Like there is a level of games. Yeah, there's a level of testing your skill and competency at doing a difficult task. Same with NASCAR. A lot of people watch NASCAR.
Don't drive NASCAR.
Well, a lot of people watch NASCAR for the wrecks, though. They want to see, like, inherently, people are doing something extremely dangerous,
They
living on the edge.
I can go on YouTube later and watch
people.
Wrecks,
like a guy dressing up in a dress is not living on the edge, doing something dangerous. I mean, there's just it's difficult.
Why do people watch people dance? Why do people go to dance recitals?
Because it shows
kids are in them,
a level of competency in doing difficult things. The whole idea behind ballet is that it is difficult.
Yeah, and that's the same thing with drag. People watch drag for the same reason that people probably watch people cosplay.
Is drag difficult? I don't think necessarily.
It can be.
It absolutely is.
Okay, so there's competitive drag shows.
Something.
No, hold on. Well, no, it's like saying like it's cosplay.
I mean, there is competitive drag. Okay, so never mind.
No, but there's something underlying all these things, like with cosplaying. Okay, I mean, people go to them because they like anime, or they like video games. They like the characters that the people are dressing up as. With dance, maybe they're like, oh, I like seeing women and men moving around the stage in what they consider feminine or masculine ways. So there's some underlying idea behind all this stuff. I mean, same with someone who likes to watch, people play football, even if they don't play football themselves. I think we can generally understand what's going on there. I guess I'm not sure what's going on with people watching drag shows.
You should.
And also, I find it rather uncomfortable to kind of reduce everything to this I don't know, therefore nothing position. I don't think that's correct.
No, stop. Hold on. I'm not trying to reduce everything to an I don't know, therefore nothing.
Well,
what I'm saying is if we're
actually reduce it to that position.
What I'm not. What I'm saying is that if we're having a very if we're having a very specific conversation on why do these people do this thing, that seems like one of the few times where it'd probably be a good idea to just bring one of these people on. I'm not saying you can't have an opinion about anything if you have an experience. You can't. I'm just saying it's weird for all of us to be like to try to like massively speculate. Like, why do they do this? Like, I don't know. Let's find somebody that does it and then bring them on. You probably have someone in your audience, at least.
This
one
is
person.
the philosophical inquiry you were suggesting earlier.
No, hold on. This is not absolutely not the philosophical inquiry I was suggesting earlier. And secondly, if this was a true philosophical inquiry, I'd probably want to bring in people with those experiences.
Why do they value it? That's the question.
Yeah, but a question of value could be related to the individual experiences that somebody has. And if I know anything about philosophy, I'll know those experiences are fundamentally inaccessible without talking to those people. Right? Yes, necessarily.
No, not necessarily, Destiny.
Experiences
that would require a complete lack of empathy for other human beings.
No, but empathy in and of itself is not me reaching into somebody's mind to get their feeling. Empathy,
it's an inference,
Carl,
and it's okay.
It is an inference based on my own experiences, and if I don't have those experiences, then I have to talk to somebody else with those experiences.
Sure, but like you're acting like you've only just opened up an encyclopedia and learned the word.
No, what I'm acting like is I don't watch drag. I have no fucking idea why people would watch drag. It seems like all of us in here feel the exact same way. So it seems silly for all of us to guess why people watch drag instead of just bringing somebody that does.
I'm not guessing. I've seen lots of people who are drag queens who are excessively sexual and who do it for a fetish.
Right? Yeah, but up until like 10 minutes ago, it sounds like you had no idea that drag shows could exist in a non-sexual manner. So it seems like there's
I don't know if they can now. Okay. I don't think you've proven that they can. And frankly, I think that honestly, the majority of times where it seems to be referenced, the people who are engaging in it are doing it as some kind of fetish.
The people, when you say the times referenced, you mean the times it's referenced on conservative media where they're specifically attacking.
No, the RuPaul thing you just sent me with the person dancing topless with dollar bills in their belt.
Sure, but if this is
that's not a non-sexual instant, right?
It depends. Do you consider all pop dances and all of like dancing today that's done performatively to be sexual?
Stripper dance is a form of sexuality, yes.
So you didn't answer my question.
Even ballet?
So like any female pop star that goes up and dances and sings on stage is probably going to be doing things that in your mind you might consider sexual. If you consider it all sexual the same way, that's fine. No,
let's stop there, right? I think that we can actually make a distinction here because there are, of course, dances that are not sexual, although you might even be able to extend the argument to say that actually underpinning dance is some sort of sexual element, at least between men and women. But think if we're talking about like modern pop, yeah, it's all sexualized. I mean, look at it, it's gross.
Okay, so then then in that case, I don't know what your standards are for like sexualization, and then I don't. We have to like figure out where the bar is for that.
Gyrating hips, people wearing as little
so somebody like Michael Jackson or Elvis Presley, you would consider their performances to be sexual performances.
Well, I notice you have to go back quite a few years to give your example of non-sexualized, and I did say that.
Wait, hold on, no. I'm going back quite a few years to prove that even then, those
Elvis
in your
was
mind,
very
those would be
sexualized.
considered, be considered sexual, which is fine. I'm not attacking you for your definition. I'm just trying to figure out what your definition is.
I think you could, but I think it's becoming. Like I think there's a level of tolerance to these things that has gone way beyond the pale. I mean, the wet ass pussy thing really is pretty fucking gross.
Sure, people said the same about Elvis and Michael Jackson. There's nothing wrong with that either. Yeah, I'm not attacking your opinion. I'm just curious where the line is.
I'm not saying you're not.
Okay, I don't think people realize how sexual a lot of Michael Jackson's dances were. I think people haven't watched a lot of it.
I agree with you. But what you're asking for is a hard line on something that is necessarily vague.
So no. Hold on. Okay, let me just explain my thought first. I'm sorry, Jesus. I'm not asking you for a hard line to attack you on the hard line or whatever. I'm just trying to figure out like what is your line on what you consider sexual? Because it might be that you answer in such a way that I'm like, oh, okay. Well, if you consider that sexual, then I would actually say for your world, I think all drag shows are probably somewhat sexual, and for sure. And then we'd agree, and then we just move on, rather than you and I arguing over what we consider sexual. When your bar for sexuality is way different than my bar, because then it's like, oh, well, now we're arguing like apples and oranges, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to figure out. Because if you consider like average normal pop sexual, then I might be like, yeah. Or some people would say that, I've heard this said before. I don't know how many people believe it, but I've heard some people in dance say all dance is sexual. All of it is based on human sexuality. You see it the most in like certain forms of dance or whatever. But I don't know how much.
I don't know.
I think like an intimate dance between men and women, you could argue that, but then you get like collective dances between groups of people, which obviously aren't. So.
Maypole dance? I guess Maypole is really about hooking up. So, hey, I want to invite Mauler to the stream. What's up, Mauler? He runs a little show called EFAP.
Happy anniversary. Yeah. You did it. You reached 200 episodes.
We beat you handily by 5 episodes, too.
Thanks for coming on, Mom.
You're going way faster than EFAP. We can't keep up. Like, we got to do it weekly, all right? What's this shit where you do more than 1 episode per week? It's cheating.
We don't even count those episodes.
We don't count those, though.
All right. Well, I don't know. How did you beat me then?
I don't know. You've been slacking. Skipping weeks.
Keep it up one
groove moment right
every time.
How did we get here?
Yeah, I was just gonna say congratulations.
Thank
Adorable,
you.
wonderful, good stuff. And seriously, thank you so much for inviting me on. This is just the subject I was hoping to
I was
jump
gonna
in.
ask how you felt about
Give
your
us your
drag
take
shows,
on the
Mauler.
morality of drag shows, Mauler.
Well, see, I promised my audience when it came from EFAP, I was like, I'll find ways to deviate into like movie talks. So I should be like, Star Wars and drag. There's got to be a way to
Tell us about the
connection there.
morality of the scene in Batman where he chases the Joker and kills like 10,000 people on the freeway
Wait,
and,
you know what, Dark Knight?
and doesn't even apprehend. Yeah,
You mean the
it's not
penguin.
the Joker, the penguin. And he doesn't
This
even
is-
apprehend the
okay.
penguin.
This is every superhero movie ever. How many Avengers movies are
No,
there just
it's
like
not.
buildings getting fucking destroyed everywhere? And nobody ever seems to care. You ever notice
well,
that?
if it's made by Zack Snyder, fair enough. But that's
Right.
like, different than a lot of them.
Well, like
what's-
in Avengers, the heroes are generally not causing the mayhem. Like there's enemies or bad guys causing them, and the heroes are trying to stop them. But
Right.
in the
yes.
Batman, by him chasing the penguin, which turns out to be for no reason, he's causing him to flee, which is causing him to go and drive recklessly, which is causing all these people to crash and die on the freeway. And then he
Yeah.
doesn't
like
even arrest them at the end.
Dude, if that happened like IRL and there was cameras everywhere at Destiny, your coverage of it would be great. Cause you'd be like, this fucker, he's just crashing through the whole city because he's after this one
To
guy.
catch one dude, yeah.
Yeah.
Who he doesn't even want at the end. He lets him go.
Yeah.
It's kind
He
of like
almost
there's a bit of
killed him.
irony. I didn't play the game, unfortunately, but I've read enough about it. But like it's kind of like The Last of Us 2, where I think the morality of the game was at the end, like it's better to like forgive and move on because if you live a life of vengeance, it's bad. And it feels a little bit shitty that like she realized that at the last person after killing however many hundreds or thousands of people to get to that last person.
Which is pretty hollow considering if Abby had killed Ellie, then loads of people would be alive right now.
Potentially,
if she had finished her off instead of sparing her.
But the moral is that if she would have killed Ellie, then maybe somebody else who was friends with Ellie would have sought vengeance and blah blah blah.
I don't know,
go on
man. From what
forever.
we're shown, I think it would have been fine. I think it would have worked out. They would have given the fuck up. Ellie is aggressive, right? She killed a PSP player. Can you believe it? A gamer in the game.
Not good.
It's horrifying.
That's because they're trying to send a message that they hate gamers.
That's what I think.
Not
Sargon,
good.
is there a reason you're quiet? Don't you play video games?
Not very often these days. I've
He's
got
an
a question
adult,
for you,
Mauler.
actually.
Okay.
And this is a question that I really want an answer to.
Uh-oh.
What is the purpose behind the fucking superhero movies in the modern
The
era?
purpose.
What
Yeah,
a sacrilegious
why-
question.
No,
Fuck you.
seriously.
That's actually the worst take Sargon's ever had.
We need gods,
That's not a take,
okay,
it's a
for the
question.
secular era.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
not a
to
take. I
worship.
honestly
Okay.
like every fucking day it feels like, oh, here, new superhero movie, and I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, and they're awesome.
I think
They
it's
are
big.
awesome.
Okay, first
That
of all,
Batman
that's-
scene is
that's
amazing. I don't care how many
Sometimes-
people died.
sometimes they're awesome.
Okay, I actually think it's a fine question. I just want to ask, like, why are you separating it out? Why are you saying it for superhero movies opposed to all movies? Why?
'Cause he hates fun.
What's the beef?
Yeah, it's fun. No, Destiny's
Sargon's
right.
like, I just came back from this art house film that's about a cup of tea getting cold, and the camera sits on it for an hour and a half, and it's in
Hey.
black and white with no sound, and there's just one title card at the end that says "fuck you," but it's
No,
spelled
no,
in
he's
French.
actually he's
There's
exactly
no
right.
fucking way.
That's my
Sargon
idea of a
likes
great
those kinds of
film.
movies.
Oh, I
No
love
way.
them all. I love them. No, the point though, real question, seriously, like, because like they don't seem to be prestigious, right? They seem to be fucking turds, honestly, every
Sure,
single one of
alright.
them.
I'm following
And
you, yeah.
everyone, like, I don't watch the films themselves. I just watch literally your and Drinker and everyone else talking about them, and they just all
It's
seem
your
like
fault,
total
Mauler.
fucking shit. Why do they keep getting made?
Oh, they make loads of money. That's the opposite.
Do they
answer,
actually?
right?
That's always the answer. Yeah.
Well,
I
I
didn't
mean,
think they did.
yeah, they
Oh
are.
my god, they do.
Doctor Strange and Thor, they've both made. They're going to make over $1 billion, both of them. Obviously, the
Fucking
Batman
hell.
only made. Was the Batman up to 700 million? It was like, oh shit, that one doesn't do as well now as like B tier superheroes from Marvel. DC's in trouble.
Really?
You know, that sort of shit.
Wow.
Yeah, but the thing
Batman's
is, like,
kind of
we,
oversaturated at this point, though.
but what I'm suggesting is that like we see Batman as being in trouble when it makes that kind of money, which is insane money. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
you
that's true.
fucking you're dominating with it still. But yeah, I don't know. People will go out to see superheroes blow things up.
Jesus.
Unfortunately, no matter
That's like
what.
if you ever
Our
see any of
House
those
Cup
like
tea movie sounds pretty good now, doesn't it?
have you ever seen any of those
Sounds
like Disney remakes that you're like, why the fuck would they make a live action like fucking Lion King or whatever?
King, yeah.
Oh,
You're
did you
ever
guys see
curious?
Adam's?
If you're ever curious, you
Adam-
just have to go and look up what they gross, and then you'll understand
Yep,
immediately
yep.
why they make those types of movies.
Kids
But did you
movies.
guys see Adam's breakdown of it?
I watched some of
I
it. I
like-
watched the music part.
Oh, it's so good. It's
on
so
my
good.
screen, fucking Adam Fred his camera activated when you said that, as if he was the one.
I know. I was like, what? I did a breakdown of something?
No. I can't remember the name of his fucking channel. Yeah, YMS. Yeah. His breakdown of it. If anyone is watching hasn't watched it, go
Your
watch
movie
it.
sucks, guy.
Yeah,
phenomenal.
It's so thorough. It's so good, and it's only part 1.
He's doing everything he can to not, suggest violence against the people who make it. Poor guy. He's just trying to get through the video.
I just love how detailed he is about it. It's like, look, we're literally like halfway through the movie, and like the people who made it should probably have hung themselves by now. So it's just like, okay, what next? I can't wait.
Yeah, they just get everything wrong. Like all the shit that works about the original, they fuck it up. It's
and the
kind
small
of amazing
things, the small details you didn't notice at the time. He really teases it out brilliantly.
Like the music, the way they inflect like sentences and the voice acting, well beyond just the writing. YMS is doing the whole thing. It's gonna take him a while. I love like the video ends and he's like, next part, in like 2 years. It's like, all right then.
If superheroes movies are such a problem, Carl, are musicals okay? Is that acceptable?
Not shitty ones.
Yeah, not shitty. The problem is all superhero movies just seem to be trash these days, right? So
true.
Yeah, but it seemed like you were criticizing something deeper than just, oh, these are bad. Like the recent spate of them have been bad. You're saying that there's some deeper ideological thing underpinning these superhero movies that's
I don't
attacking our society.
I don't follow the box office or anything, so I had no idea how they were making money. Like, I don't know what their numbers are like. But I'm just like watching the continual trash that's coming out, and I'm like, who's going to watch this fucking new Thor movie where he's like in a t-shirt?
Like, I don't know. Dude, it's made more than the Batman already.
The broader critique is that, like, as with all things art in a capitalist society, arguably, everything has become so like hyper commercialized and formulaic that it's getting to be a bit much, right? Like if you want to make money today in an art realm, when we're talking music or whether we're talking film, there is a very hyper specific formula that one ought to stick to. And it's kind of, at least for mainstream releases, kind of eliminating the variance that we would see in art otherwise. And it's causing people to fall into these very narrow paradigms of like how to make money.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much, this has been said a million times, there's so much to distract you, video games, streaming, that movies have to fall back on these very big name things that everyone knows in order to.
Well, even streaming and everything else is also like hyper, like formulaic, like the thing.
Right, but like everything has to be based on a known product that already has a built-in audience to it.
Because the longer the answers, the more detailed you get. It's just iteration. It's basically exclusively. And it's funny you bring up streaming because that is actually a perfect representation when you have streamers are getting successful from broadcasting other streamers' content that other people already like so they can react to it. And then people react to that.
Just name the name. Just name the name.
I would never target anyone, Sargon. How rude. But yeah, the movies, they are formulaic now down to like a science that's unrecognizable. They'll have stuff in it that I don't even think they know what they're doing. The thing that we highlighted about the new Thor movie is that he's like trying to tell the girl of his dreams he loves her, and then she has to reveal she has cancer. Like, and it's supposed to be a sad moment, but people in the audience laugh because they're so broken at this point as to what the tone even is. Like, Marvel doesn't know themselves. They're just like, I don't know, laugh, scream, run.
That could also just be fucking stupid audiences. I remember it was really awkward watching Joker in the theater because a lot of the times when he was laughing, the audience would just laugh because he was laughing. I'm like, guys, he's got like a disease. This is not supposed to be a funny
he's
part.
Losing his fucking mind.
Like, that's just not supposed to be funny. So who knows?
That's I would even say, as much as that is true, like they're not helping because they're like training people to not remain in any particular emotion for longer than like 30 seconds. It's especially Marvel films, because a lot of people can be like, do you watch anything else? I'm like, well, I'm talking about mainstream hyper success stuff that most people are seeing and influences their taste on movies then. And we're getting fucked over right now because Marvel and Star Wars, they're both pissed basically.
Hey, they're making stacks of cash.
Just 1 second. I sent out a link to 3 more guests. If you guys need to dip out, will you drop a chat in the live chat and I'll step in so you can say a proper goodbye?
No.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Sargon. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, wow. Doesn't this worry people about the state of our civilization though? Because it feels like
oh no,
I don't know if I got that.
No. Really, you're not.
Bring in the quartering, get him in here. It's all over.
Are you not concerned about it? Because I'm actually kind of concerned about it.
I think that you can draw lines that would result in a civilization fall down just from how shitty art is getting. But you could do the reverse, I think. You could be like, we're heading for a revolution of art soon, where great artists are going to get great success because of how shit everything is currently. And it's going to make them want to get, like, there's a lot of YouTubers that like great content creators that come from the fact that they're so pissed off that everything's gotten so shit. Then you're like, oh, well, does that not count as good art, Sargon, in any way?
Maybe. I'm just concerned that
like
we're in a civilization where literally millions upon millions upon millions of retards will literally spend their money on retarded films, the same retarded film over and over and over forever.
I think
it bothers me.
The problem we have is that like we have a very basic human physiology that serves us really well in nature, but in society, it might be possible that some of those systems have become a bit corrupted, where like the most obvious answer is like sugar. We should be wired to find fucking sugar, because when you find it naturally, it's incredibly rare. And when you do find it, you want to eat it to conserve calories, et cetera, et cetera. But now when we live in a society where we have like farming and agriculture, like we don't need to worry about that. But it's still easy to capitalize on that reward system. It's probably true for all sorts of other reward systems in our brain as well. Like we can't engage responsibly with certain forms of entertainment and shit. It's way too easy for us to get addicted because of the way that our reward systems work. That's probably the issue, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're in an epidemic of people being obsessed with video games or addicted to video games. And I don't think anyone's really talking about it.
Well, not even video games, but shitty video games.
That's the real problem.
I was about to say that. It's the same problem with the films. Like, and if I couldn't remember and like give you examples of either technically or artistically proficient games that actually have depth and meaning and movies as well, where you actually have to think about what has happened to get the experience out of it. And everyone, like, it used to be common that an audience in general would be able to think about the problems and the conundrum raised in the film. Like Jurassic Park is a great example, right? The original Jurassic Park actually has a philosophical message that underpins it, and everyone could see that. That was a part of why people liked it, right? That was what made it a massive success. But now there are no great philosophical conundrums. Now it's just the sort of simulacra of Jurassic Park that everyone's going to watch, and no one.
You're telling me that a movie that has dinosaurs in it isn't automatically a Jurassic Park movie? That reminds me of the
that's exactly right. That's exactly
I know, I'm joking. Yeah, it reminds me of like the Star Wars prequels or whatever. Like, there's a really big red letter media review of it where it totally loses. It essentially is a simulacrum of what Star Wars is. You have because you're watching, so they have lightsabers and there's Jedi, but it's absolutely nothing to do with, like, episodes 1, 2, and 3 thematically have nothing to do with episodes 4, 5, and 6. They're totally different movies. They just happen to be in the same universe with the same types of characters.
And the same with these brand new ones, right? And it's just
I think accentuates this actually is that new feature YouTube implemented where you can see what people scan to in the timeline most often.
Yeah.
When you have like a movie that's made up of components 1 through 25, and then people who are the bean counters are like, I don't know, people like 3, 17, 18, and 19 the most. What are they? It's like action scene and sex scene and comedy bits. It's like, okay, we'll just make a movie of those. Fuck the rest of it. Without realizing that the rest of it is the build up to the parts people love.
Or maybe it's not even actually.
Those things with meaning.
Well, no, so I think it actually is, but people can go long enough where they're getting given like shallow and hollow action or
and then it's good enough for them.
It is for a while, but we're already reaching like a bubble popping at this point. Like the sentiment for big budget mainstream movies is like falling apart. Like people, instead of just all of us having a bit of a back and forth about whether or not that one was good, everyone's agreed pretty much that Thor: Love and Thunder was absolute shit.
I 1
but
million
still
percent
making stacks of cash.
I totally disagree with you. The only reason I'm saying this is because I've heard this conversation happening for years. I heard it in the gaming community. How many times have we all heard, oh, another Call of Duty, oh, another Battlefield? Oh, like people say this shit, and then, oh my God, EA, Activision, highest selling game of all time. It's like people keep complaining.
Dude, what are you talking about? COD and Battlefield go up and down in quality. They
might go up and down in quality, but people are still buying sequels like crazy.
Of course, no,
and it's the same thing.
People aren't going to stop buying them. The films have gone up and down as well. We're at an all-time low as far as I'm concerned for writing quality right now for films, and I think it will go back up because it's got nowhere else to go.
Oh, maybe, sure. But like, even if we're at an all-time low in writing quality, I bet we're like, well, fuck. I was going to say we're probably like an all-time high for revenue, but probably not because of the coronavirus. But like, otherwise, we probably would be, right? Even if it's still like a bunch of derivative movies and everything.
But that's the thing. All you need is something like Maverick to come out where people are like, hang on, how did that make more than twice all of our tentpole mainstream superhero movies? It's like, well, because it's not just a tentpole mainstream action movie, it's also got strong writing in it.
Fucking Tom Cruise. That's why he's a god. Okay?
Hey, Tom Cruise is a great action star who can draw a crowd.
Big muscular mass.
Every time I drive by the Church of Scientology down here in Miami, I'm like, you know what, dude? They got to be doing something right. I'm close to going in. I'm about to go in and sign up, man. If Tom Cruise can do this much shit this late in his life, I don't know, man. Maybe they're on something.
You've seen them. They're fucking giant temple. It's enormous. They've got a lot of money for some reason, apparently.
Yeah, doesn't Will Smith support that shit? Tom Cruise, all these celebrities. Like, yeah, man. There's
they got Maverick
it's a
money,
giant
so.
fucking temple. It's all gold and it's huge. And don't go anywhere near with a camera, or people will chase you away.
Aydin Paladin and
Welcome,
Doomer
Aydin.
have joined the stream now. So.
Oh, why did you get Doomer in here? Oh, I'm disgusted.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Doomer got a shout out in Destiny's manifesto. Destiny, how come I didn't get a shout out in your manifesto?
Yeah,
Jeez,
wow.
what the hell?
Because you didn't make a Vosh.
I introduced you to Doomer. You should shout me out for that.
Well, good for you. Nice.
Oof. Ouch.
I think it's funny that the example you have to bring to fight superhero movies is a remake or a sequel to a movie from like 20 years ago.
Well, if I could
Wait,
to
I think
seal
actually
off.
it is fine to bring up the Top Gun film.
Just to be quick, right? The sequel trilogy, everyone would cite Rise of Skywalker. Everyone thought it was shit. Yeah, but it made over $1 billion. So what are you talking about?
Yep.
It's like, yeah, it could have made over $2 billion, but it
There you
didn't
go.
because it was so shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Like,
is that
you
are
should
there
look at
actually
it, what
people that like it, or is it just everyone has to go see it? Kind of.
No, they like it. They like it.
There are people who
think-
like it, sure, but like
Be afraid.
The point
That
I'm trying
is-
to make is that, like, yeah, put out a Star Wars film. It's gonna make money, except Solo. That was pretty.
Someone
funny,
in
but-
here right now. It might be Sargon. It might be Doomer. It might be Adam. Some motherfucker in here right now is too scared to say it, but they actually think like Episode 3 was a pretty good Star Wars movie. Someone in here believes it.
You mean
I know
Episode
you-
9?
Revenge of the
I
Sith?
know you're too scared to say
Wait,
it.
episode 9 or episode 3?
Episode 3, the one with the fucking lava lightsaber bullshit.
Oh.
One of you
Okay,
motherfuckers in here.
No,
hands up,
hated it.
hands up.
Isn't that Mauler?
No,
Yeah,
I'll-
Is
I-
it Mauler?
It'll be me. I'll hands up say.
Are you trying to fuck me
it's a
over?
shitty fucking
Oh,
movie.
wait.
Hang on.
That's
I'll
one of the
say it.
prequels, right?
It's a shitty fucking movie, but comparatively to the sequels,
Yeah, that's true.
I'd much prefer the prequels. So
I don't
Okay.
know if that's actually true. The new
Also-
ones are actually even
Oh,
at least they're
fuck,
rumors.
you're so wrong.
Who's wrong? Who's wrong, Mueller?
You don't understand that this has been a
I
climactic
challenge
fight.
anybody. Hold on. I challenge anybody. You should go back and watch 1, 2, 3. I didn't realize it is
Dude,
like
I have
a
to watch them
clinic
regularly. It's my job.
on how to make a dog shit movie. There are so many scenes where it's just like a whole empty thing of shit CGI with 2 characters. It is actually unbelievable.
Oh,
The
of
sequels
course
are
it's
way
fucking
worse for
terrible.
that exact same
But-
trait.
but
What are you talking about?
Precisely. That's the problem. Is that like the sequels take the problems with the prequels and take them to 11. Like the sequels, or excuse me, the prequels are not good. But comparatively to the sequels, they make the sequels make the prequels look like Kino. It's
I'm not
bizarre.
even close. I think
No, I
the
don't know.
sequels
No.
are like dog shit movies because they're just whatever. No, actually, you know what? The sequels aren't even dog shit movies. They're just soulless. They're soulless movies. But the
No.
prequels are actually a clinic on how to make a dog shit, horrible film where the writing doesn't make sense, the characters don't make sense, some of the casting can be questionable, the
You're describing
CGI
the
is
sequels.
just used so arbitrarily and horrendously. Shots are cut together to make this dog shit fucking line work. Like,
Dude.
it's just the prequels are just a testament to the arrogance of man, and it's just
somehow
unbelievable.
Palpatine returned.
I mean,
Somehow
true, to be
Palpatine
honest,
returned.
but-
We really like not gonna. All the worst shit is in Rise of Skywalker. Anti-LJ, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's not. The prequels don't even have a chance. I'm sorry. They don't even compare to the absolute crap.
The
that
whole
is the
okay,
sequels.
here's this. The whole point of the prequel. Do you know what the point of the prequels are? Do you know what the point of any prequel is?
Money. Oh wait.
What,
Well, yeah.
the point,
yeah. I
in
don't know
my
which
opinion,
angle you're going for.
yeah, okay, yeah. 'cause
Ego?
there's a lot of, so here, in my opinion, I think that the point of a prequel generally is to take something that you once knew and then show it in a new light. That's the point of a prequel. It's like, oh, we know this thing, but now you're going to see the prequel. So in my opinion, the goal of the entire prequel was to give you a somewhat, oh God, there's a word I'm looking for, where you feel bad for something because of what happened for Darth Vader. It was supposed to make you feel bad. Not empathy. There's a word for it. Oh, sympathetic. It's supposed to make you sympathetic towards Darth Vader because Darth Vader is the big bad evil guy until Episode 6, where you see his father. Blah blah. But arguably, he's yeah. What? Yes, Darth Vader.
I
for 4,
was
5,
Team
and
Darth
6.
Vader. What's going on here?
For 4, 5,
Seeing
6.
him as a kid was not helping in that empathizing
No,
thing.
exactly. And,
supposed to be,
and
yeah.
all of
Yes,
the
I really did
prequels.
go right wing. I don't know.
But now-
What to say.
All of the prequels failed horribly. That at no point in anything did you ever feel sympathetic for Anakin.
No.
He was a spoiled, rotten little piece of shit kid. You
You're
never
right,
felt
though.
no.
Asshole again. Like
So we
really,
just-
it
wasn't
was
sport
horribly
well.
We've
mishandled.
decided what the purpose of the
Hey, he's the
prequels are and
person.
said they failed at it. Now let's
Yeah.
talk about the purpose of the sequels and see if they failed.
The purpose
at
of the
that.
sequels
Right.
is they just give you random superhero movies and like
And
in
they
that sense they
failed to
did
do
no
that.
they did fine. You had
They
superheroes,
totally
they ran
fucking
around with
failed.
lightsabers. It's whatever.
That's-
Yeah.
You go, girl. is the
So
purpose.
what is that even?
That's
Like, oh,
super
this guy has
fucking
this
stinky.
challenge and fails. It's like a difficult challenge. This guy has to walk around waving a light, and he did it well.
Yeah,
so
welcome
therefore
to
he's better.
life. If you're an artist
What
and
the
you
fuck does that
engage,
mean?
if you're an artist and you engage in a really ambitious project, the payoff is potentially way
Bro.
greater. But if you fail, it sucks.
I-
Or you
I-
can play it safe and
If
make a
you need to
superhero
do a
movie and do
finger
okay.
painting, you do a
I
thing
think-
I think
well,
Destiny's
that's
hit.
really
Correct.
nice.
I
It
think
doesn't
Mauler's
compare to
completely
like
correct. That at least
only
there
a
was an
half
attempt.
good life drawing versus a finger painting. Like that's
No, this
fucking
is like this
dumb.
is the way like you can listen to like a 3-minute song and it's like, wow, this is a really good song. It's not very ambitious at all, but it's pretty good. Or you can take like a 10-minute song and it's like, ooh, this has a lot of problems, but
That's
at least it
not
was like
the
really
sequels,
ambitious.
mate.
No,
the
the
sequels
sequels-
aren't okay.
The sequels are superhero movies. That's what they are. They're just like a
They're
movie.
shitty.
Somebody gets
They're
superpowers and they do shit.
genuinely don't know what you mean when you say that.
When I say that, what I mean is the sequels are just like they're trying to show you cool fights and people that become like superheroes. That's it. That's
prequels
what the
do
sequels
that.
are. No, they don't. The prequels are boring and horrible. They don't give you
Oh
any
yes,
like.
yes, Destiny. The prequels, known for their reference to the Darth Maul fight, literally considered the coolest fight in all of Star Wars by most people.
First of all, if that is
That
the
was 3,
reference
right?
for the coolest fight, that is the saddest thing I've ever heard in my entire
Uh,
life. But it
it
wouldn't
is-
even surprise me
Wait,
if that was the
think-
case.
Think before you speak. Cool does not mean meaningful.
Well, it kind of. What does cool mean to you then? Does it just mean
No.
good choreography? What does cool mean to you?
You've been describing that there's cool fights in the sequels. I didn't think you meant meaningful.
Okay, hang on. Should we define cool?
Cool
from
is
a-
meaningful, right?
From a clinical perspective, what is cool from a clinical
I guess like
perspective?
when I think of the Darth here, I actually think of this for all of the episode 3 fights. I'm stealing so much from the Red Letter Media review, but like it's
Yeah.
basically just people walking around going like for like 20 minutes. That's every single fucking
I
fight
didn't
in the first
say-
3 movies. That's all of it. How can you be like, that's cool? Even if you thought The Last Jedi or all these other movies were cringe, which I agree they were cringe, at least you had like fun moments where they're pulling the lightsaber from the fucking snow and all these like random
Have you seen
you
the
had the
choreography
Luke,
That's the go-to
films?
moment.
you had
Wait a
you had the
minute,
Luke
wait a minute.
Skywalker standing in front of all the big
Destiny.
machines that were shooting at him. You can
But I-
say that it's cringe or whatever, and that's
Destiny,
fine.
Your
But it's
brain
way
has been rotted by Red Letter Media. Look
Okay.
at
How
choreography
dare
comparisons.
you?
Could I
Sorry,
first-
it's
Okay,
Red Letter
you know what?
Media.
I'm pulling out the opposite thing. Your brain's been rotted because you're all on some anti-SJW shit. That's why you think the sequels are worse than the prequels.
Oh,
That's actually, that is the
Swing and a
truth.
miss, pal.
All of you guys
Swing
been
and a
watching the
miss.
quartering way too much, and you're like, the
I
sequels are
never
way worse.
watched the
Well,
quartering.
prequels
What
are
are you
so
talking-
dog
did you know?
shit, dude.
Hey,
They are
did
the
you know the
indefensible.
This
They are
is that-
indefensible.
How
Can I
dare
come in
you?
and ask
Okay,
an
wait,
actual
wait,
fucking goddamn
How
question?
dare you?
Adam and
Okay,
Sitch's
sorry, go ahead.
chat. Adam and Sitch's chat. Do you want to let Destiny know how many times I use the word fucking SJW, anti-SJW, any of that shit in my videos? Is it? Oh yes, that's what
It's
everyone comes
implicit.
to
I
me
mean,
with.
Mauler
It's
is
implicit.
Mauler. You are
You're
Mauler-
running from the inside, Mauler. I can
Mauler.
see
You're
it.
an
Nazis.
anti-SJW. I don't
No,
like.
it's just
The
funny
dark
because
side
that's
is
just-
taking over in your
it's not
mind.
even-
I'd like to ask a question.
Listen.
Everybody could answer.
Dark side was
Yes.
What
Aydin.
is cool? What makes something
Wait,
cool
well,
in a movie?
No, we were on to
Well,
something.
before
I swear
before
to
we
God,
make
I was-
before we move off of cool
Cleavage.
to cool, I think part of the problem with the prequel sequel conversation is that the prequels they're so bad in a way that makes them not feel like they're even real movies
True.
from like a technical
Yes.
aspect.
Yes.
Christ,
But
okay,
wait,
look,
I feel like I'm
wait,
watching
wait,
something
wait, let me
uploaded to
finish. Wait,
YouTube in
wait,
2008.
hold
you
on,
brought
hold on,
up
let me
you
finish,
brought
let
up that
me
the
finish.
prequels are waving
Wait,
their swords
Mauler,
back and
Mauler,
forth.
let
When
me
the
finish.
sequels,
Mauler,
Sitch, why are you
pause,
even letting
pause,
this? You
pause
made
for
the
1
video,
second.
Sitch. You made the video,
Wait,
Sitch. You made the video. You went over it yourself. I
know,
watched
but
you
wait.
do it.
Let me finish what I'm gonna say. Okay, the sequels are dog shit, but they at least appear to people to be
Oh
real
my
movies.
God.
True. Absolutely
I
true.
think
Yes,
that's what
true.
Sitch is
Okay.
reacting to.
Can I just say real
refuse
quick,
to
the
allow
show
that
should be
because
called
the
Sitch and
prequels-
Adam. Okay,
The
that's it. Go ahead.
prequels actually
Thank you.
have choreography in them.
Fuck
You know the show
Understand?
is called Sitch and Adam, right? I
The
mean,
Wait, is it?
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
wrong.
yeah, it literally is.
Oh my god, did that
Should
just
be
happen?
in fact.
I thought you were just
Change
trolling
the-
when you said Adam and
To
Sitch.
be
and-
fair,
No,
God,
no,
I'm sorry.
Destiny,
My
I
bad.
had that exact
From
feeling
From
like
Sitch and Adam
3
to
days
Sitch
ago.
and Adam.
yeah.
Yeah, if you ever look at whenever I'm looking for your guys' channel, I'm always typing Adam and Sitch. I
Right.
Same.
Sort of-
That's the problem.
Literally
Because
everybody does.
you know a true alpha when you see
Oh,
one.
I even have it in my stream title, Adam and Sitch Show.
I know it's great. Destiny,
Okay.
don't change it.
It's actually a
No,
big
no, we're
stream
about it,
name
yeah,
who's named
you're all
first,
right.
but
Anyway,
but so
back to the
first time.
the
argument.
sequels. Then that's the problem with the sequels are utter dog shit, and the writing is like horrifically bad. But it just feels to people like a real movie where the
Man, what a
people
great
don't.
argument. I'm totally convinced.
That's so true.
No,
That is a
Oh,
great
but
argument,
we
look
had-
Sitch.
at this.
We had this
Oh,
conversation.
you know, all the things we can test and prove and actually argue over, the sequels lose. But you know, feels the sequels win.
No,
That's-
but wait, we've had this conversation, Morris, because
Are wrong?
in your mind, the thing that stands out the most is the story and the writing. And yeah, the story and the writing, the sequels is awful.
Right.
But like the acting in the
it's
sequels
terrible.
is better than the acting. in the
wait.
prequels.
Here's the reality.
a million
in
times
15 years, nobody's going to remember any of the sequels. In 150 years, kids are still going to be outside playing with each other saying, I've got the high ground. That's how fucking horrible and stupid everything about the prequels
Dude,
was.
you had everything right up until your
No,
conclusion.
you're
Everything was
completely
correct up
fucking
until you
correct.
said it's a bad thing.
I think Destiny's completely fucking correct that the sequels, for as terrible as they may be, are going to have more longitudinal fucking impact on society than the fucking prequels, which no one will remember 20 years from now.
No, but that's the
But
wrong
Destiny
way.
like
He's
is
saying
there.
that the prequels will be remembered.
It's
Yeah.
horrible.
Yeah.
That's right.
Like,
I-
the
I- I-
sequels-
I'm sorry.
No.
But the sequels won't be remembered
Move my
at
shit back
all. I
around.
agree.
Not the sequels. I meant the prequels, not the sequels. My bad.
Just like it triggers everybody, but it's just like I just like triggering you guys. It's just like that all-female Ghostbusters
You
movie.
triggered us.
It wasn't that bad of a movie. It was just a meh movie, but
Oh,
people were
God.
so mad about the ghost ship. But the reality is, in like 5 or 10 years, everybody's forgot about it because it was so forgettable. The prequels are too bad to be forgotten. You will never forget the
Wow.
prequels.
That
Destiny,
is-
They're that
how good is The
horrible.
Room?
They are
What?
horrible.
The Room. The Room
What about-
can never be forgotten because
The
of
Room
how
is a
bad and
legend. That's a
horrible it
different
is.
type of movie. Okay,
Yeah.
that exists on another
Isn't that the
spiritual
argument they're
plane.
making for the
I can't
prequels?
even
Standards,
believe
they're
you
all
would
over
bring
the
up The
place.
Room in the same breath as you'd bring up
That's
the
the
fucking
same argument
prequels.
you're making for the prequels.
Yeah.
But I think it's. I think
You're
it's a
saying that
correct
it's such a
statement.
legendary pile of shit that people
Okay,
will be
so
laughing
guess
about
what?
it until the end
What-
of time.
what is-
Okay, if
Ed
you want to
Wood-
like the prequels
what is
ironically,
Ed
I'll
Wood?
accept that. Okay.
What is Ed Wood's
yeah.
most remembered film? Is it Glenn or Glenda, or is it Plan 9 from Outer Space?
There's none. Glenn, I mean,
Plan
who-
9. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know either of those.
Plan 9
Yeah.
from Outer
Plan
Space.
9.
Plan 9 was the room before.
I remember Johnny Depp as Ed Wood, and that was great.
Yeah.
I
That's
know,
like
it's a
amazing
fantastic
movie.
film.
Yeah.
The movie Ed Wood that's about Ed Wood is great, but people remembered that film for being terrible because they would quote lines from it the same way that they would quote lines from the prequels of "I have the high ground." So I think that as a mimetic property, the prequels are going to be remembered longer than
Oh,
the sequels
definitely.
that have
Dude, the
no
prequels are
mimetic
one of the
properties
greatest
to them.
powers in
Because
that department.
because they're so
of all time.
horrible. Now
but
that's
no,
what
this
I
is-
call pod
no, see,
racing,
this
right?
is the real problem. This is the real problem. On 4chan, it became a meme since the prequels were so awful and accepted to be so awful. You had middle school, high school kids from like 5-10 years ago were quoting these awful Star Wars prequel lines as a joke. And you had all these young kids on 4chan who didn't understand that they were quoting these lines because they're terrible. So now we have a next generation of kids
They
who
think it was
the
actually
Star Wars
good.
prequels are
Yeah, you
good.
guys
Someone that
actually are
experts.
defending the prequels.
That's
It's true.
hilarious. They're
Yeah,
defending
you're
it
getting
based
all
on the
confused
meme.
again. It's not defending the prequels; it's attacking the sequels as being worse.
I don't think there was enough. I don't think there was enough soul in the sequels to hate them that much. There
Definitely.
just wasn't even enough there to hate them.
Precisely.
They
I
were
don't know
just
if you
like,
saw
Exactly.
Rise of Skywalker. The bad guys didn't know which way up was. That was a plot point.
okay,
Luke
and in every
Skywalker
and in
threw his lightsaber over his fucking shoulder.
Didn't know
yeah,
what the
in
up
every
was.
single Star Wars
Like-
movie, the Starship Trooper guys who are supposed to be the most trained shooter dudes can never fucking hit anything. I mean, like, what do you want to
Oh,
say? I mean,
God,
like,
you're one of
I
those
think
people.
Disney's
well, I'm saying if you want to
Hang
be
on, hang on.
pedantic about
I
it.
think he's completely correct because
Dude, if you've got a free few hours, I can argue out of
absurdity
that.
and the wrongness of the sequels it's all very corporate. It's not funny. The things that made Plan 9 from Outer Space a funny, mockable film, which is why everyone knows it today, is because of its accidental funniness, because it was so stupid. The same stupid shit that makes the prequels quotable and funny.
Mauler, how can you say you're not an anti-SJW? I feel like
Yes.
I feel
Oh,
like
100%. I
Hang
feel
on,
it
hang on,
radiating up.
before we-
So wait,
before we
wait,
get off
wait,
this topic,
wait.
right, I think
wait,
there's
wait,
actually something
hang on.
relevant.
I am from Adam's perspective. I'm not from Destiny's.
well,
Oh,
is Destiny? Would you classify yourself as an SJW still? It's kind of
I hate
strange.
women
'cause-
too much to be an SJW. Unfortunately.
well, no, I feel like you're moving closer to
The thing is-
Sitch in my position, and Carl is moving like further away from us. It's really
Well,
strange.
what's actually
Yeah.
happening is the SJWs are actually moving to my position via intersectionality because it's okay now to hate women as long as you hate white women. So it's actually they're coming around to me. That's kind of
Very
the
true.
where we're
It
at.
was always
They're
okay.
pulling the room strategy. They're getting so crazy that it's actually good.
Who among us can claim we don't hate white women?
Yeah,
Come on, be honest.
Oh no, I feel
Adam, the reason
singled
I-
out and called out.
The reason I brought it up is because I'm assuming there would be an assumption like my child's like, oh, I hate it, like this plot point because they put the woman in charge or something like that. It's like my videos have nothing to do with it. I'm way more nerdy than that.
No,
That's
no,
the whole
I
point.
I
Mauler's
get
too
it. I get
masculine.
it. But you're against. I mean, they are forcing certain things into movies that are completely
Well-
inappropriate based on based on progressive ideology.
No,
Why are you trying to ruin?
We all know that a Force user would never be able to pick up something that heavy if they had the wrong chromosomes. Wait, really? Is that the argument we're going for the Star Wars universe?
Let me help you out, right? Destiny, I'm gonna give you a little olive branch, all right? I'm assuming you'd concede this one's fair, okay? So WandaVision's a show where this girl does a bunch of witchy stuff and destroys everything. There's a guy in the MCU called Doctor Strange. Everyone's expecting him to turn up. Where is he? Why isn't he there? Makes sense that he would. Kevin Feige comes out and says, I don't want some white man turning up at the end of this show to tell the woman what to do. Fuck that.
Oh, he said that?
Oh my God, that's so base. I'm getting rock hard. I gotta watch this show now.
See, to me, I'm like, oh, so you've got shitty writing because you have a political thing you want to push. That's, whatever. I'm just saying, you can push whatever you want. I want you to get it in there properly, not shittily. And that's what he did.
Oh, dude, they did that in the fucking Batman movie too, where they were on that rooftop.
And
They avoided it kind of in the Batman, though. A lot of the things that people complain about.
She explicitly said it at the top. She was like, I don't need another rich billionaire white guy or whatever. I think they said that explicitly.
It reads completely ironically, and it does go in the scene. When the quote-unquote SJWs were freaking out about that, I thought it was kind of misplaced.
I mean, does she immediately fail? Because that would make it fine.
No, it's funny because she's talking straight to a guy who's like a rich white billionaire. That's why it's hilarious when she says that.
But that's actually fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I thought she was aware of that, though. I thought doesn't she like say that to him? Like, what did you like? She questions how rich he is because he makes other.
She doesn't. Qualities. I don't think she calls him a male. She says he's rich white people or whatever.
I don't know. It sounds a little copy to me.
I think you could be. You could be right incidentally, Adam, but I don't think that was the intention because in the weird thing about the Batman.
Don't ruin it for me. Stop ruining movies.
The weird thing about the Batman is that it seems like the whole message of the movie is that the Batman is useless. I mean, he doesn't stop any crimes. The city gets flooded. He doesn't really stop the Riddler from doing anything.
What a great message.
Yeah, he's useless.
I love it.
Wait, hang on a minute.
The Catwoman actually at least saves her friend. Well, almost saves her friend.
No, I do not like the Batman. Well, I like the aesthetic of it. I like the darkness and the grittiness and the noir feeling, but the writing I think is terrible.
But
Destiny, what's your Batman take?
I haven't seen this, but the message of that film, then, according to you, Sitch, I haven't seen it, is that Batman is irrelevant.
That kind of is the message of the movie.
Don't let him ruin it for you. The movie's amazing. Destiny, what's your take?
Adam likes it. Sitch doesn't.
I thought that the overall the atmosphere of the movie, everybody agrees, was amazing, right? I think we all agree that the atmosphere is really cool. I could be wrong. I felt like you could have cut an hour out of that movie and had it be essentially the same.
I heard that as a.
It felt like there was a lot of repetition. Yeah, in the middle parts or whatever.
The crazy part is like I'm very split on it. I like loads of it. I don't like loads of it. So I don't know.
Did you see the car coming out of the fire?
How dare you have a nuanced opinion?
I don't know what the whole point. What was the whole point of the Batman car scene? I didn't get that at all.
It was amazing.
It looked really cool. It did look really cool, but it seemed really fucking pointless.
It's called a movie.
Wait, Adam, why does he get in the car and he revs it, and then the penguin's like staring at the car, and he just sits in the car revving the car for like 5 minutes.
First of all,
staring at it.
First of all, it's amazing.
Why do you just run him over and grab him?
It's to spook the bad guys, to make them run away, to hopefully protect
grab him. He's right there.
He steps on the gas and the car stalls.
No, he steps on the gas. He lurches forward and then stops.
He stalls. The car stalls.
The car stalls.
The car stalls, which is hilarious.
That is true because it turns. Yeah, but there was like no reason for it, right?
He's working on the car himself, and then the car stalls. Like
I don't think that was.
I don't think
that's the point. I don't think the car was supposed to stall at that moment.
Listen, the reason why the car stalls, the reason why he fucks up when he hits the bridge and falls down and limps away, is to get away with the fact that, like, this incredible car chase scene takes place where a tractor trailer wrecks and a perfect ramp lines up and there's a fireball. It's the luckiest thing ever. If he didn't have other mishaps, this lucky thing.
Adam, are you defending the movie or attacking it right now?
The movie is amazing. Yes. I am completely defending it. Like I'm saying that there are other setups where the Batman doesn't get lucky, that without those setups, you would never
the car doesn't stall.
The car chasing
just stops it. He just lurches forward for a second, stops. There's no like moment where it stalls and then you see Batman go, "Oh no!" Like there's no indication that the car messes up.
The car literally stalls.
You were asking why do they make so many superhero movies, and apparently you've seen all of them.
I
That's
don't
why
watch
they
it.
mean, listen,
People
Gilman, why you
say-
gotta
Go
be
watch
like this, okay?
Look, I'm a giant comic book fan. I don't watch these movies anymore because they make me angry. So
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
fair.
watch
Wait,
them
why do they
anymore
make you angry?
because I hate them. Because
I think she explained it when she said she's a comic book fan.
The movie, the
comic
movies.
books. I like
True.
comic books.
So
Fair
Mauler,
Like
did
the
you
way
like
that
the
they
movie or
teach
what? The
me
Batman.
the
Is
characters
it
that
your?
I care about?
I
Yeah.
just
I understand.
said I like some of it, don't like some of it. All right.
Well,
I'm
like
Well, that's
Split.
that's
Don't
not
have
an
a
We
name.
call that a
answer.
fence sitter. Yeah,
Yeah,
not
that's
even
not an
an
answer.
Literally
So it's like a
sitting on
5 out of
Batman's
10 or
fence.
what? I mean, I
Wait,
give
what,
it
you
a
asking for a
10. I
number?
give it a
5?
10 out of 10. I say it's the best
You give it
Batman
a
You give it
ever
a
made.
5, and you say you like something. That sounds
Yeah.
like you hated it. Then
Yeah, that's
Five?
Because you're a
ridiculous.
fucking idiot and you
A
think
5
5
means
isn't
I didn't-
mid
I
when it
didn't-
should
Oh
be.
my god, you're the
5 is
kind of guy
never
that
really
you're the
good.
kind of guy that goes on a first date with a girl and you're like, you know what? I think you're pretty average. I give you a 5 out of 10. That's
would-
what you're gonna say. You know what? That's right in the middle. Or you'd be like, I give you a 6 out of 10. You're above average. You should be happy with that.
a 5 is I didn't send it back to the kitchen. You know what I mean?
The only
Unbelievable.
the only
Listen,
thing
So,
missing.
all you guys
Mahler.
are telling me is that 1, 2, 3, and 4 are useless. You should just start at 5.
50% is a failing grade, okay?
Yeah, I was gonna say
don't
you like
care
you
what the
get your
faded
you get your
grade is.
calc paper back. It's like, yeah, I mastered the material. And she's like, mastered? You get a 55%. Yeah, if you
So-
ask me a calc question, I'm gonna get it right more
So
than
I
half
did
the
this
time.
crazy
Like,
thing
come on,
where
what do you?
I took the scale of 0 to 100, split it
Uh-huh.
into 100, and then placed things based on how good they were from lowest to highest. I didn't give a fuck about what grading systems you have in America at the time.
Uh-huh.
Mahler, did you
what
see the-
country? Wait, what kind of grading systems do you guys have?
Yeah, you don't use 1 to 0 to 100 in school.
Where 1 to 5 is
Wait,
acceptable on a
They
1
don't
to
even
10
know how to spell
scale.
color.
Wait,
okay?
wait.
Oh, I
Where
got
just
am I
some problems
I
over
just
there
got
in
out of a
profiling.
conversation with a bunch of psychologists. We
Destiny, guess what country I'm from
my
my
accent
accent.
because it allows people to pick the middle option of 3. You have to be. You have to.
It has to be an
choose.
even scale.
Is it?
yeah.
Yes. Is it good or bad? 5 is not on a 5-point scale or any point that allows you to pick the middle point. Not good. Is it good? Is it bad? That's better.
Fuck
Well,
that.
but-
I make my own rules, bitch.
Well, wait a minute, Mahler. In school in Britbong land, do they not use like 0 to 100 on your?
Wait, I thought isn't he Australian? Am I wrong?
Who cares? Let's talk
different
about the
banger.
Batman more. That movie was amazing.
I didn't see it. So
Come on, can I give
can't
Destiny
give any
5 guesses, see
information
if you
about
can get where I'm from?
Australia? No.
No.
South Africa?
No.
I mean, like, would you like me to bring like
The UK?
I bring on.
I'll
the
give you,
Australians.
yeah, I'll allow that. But you
Generally
gotta get more
speaking,
specific
the UK,
now.
yeah.
Where's okay? I don't know.
The
Scotland?
Isle of Man.
No.
Wales?
Ireland?
No.
England?
It's the Isle of Man. It's not Wales. It's the Isle of Man.
England is the UK, right? I
Wait,
mean,
there's more
Yeah.
places inside the UK than England. I
There's
didn't-
like 7
England.
places.
Wait, there's like
There's
you
a
have
whole
4
CJP
you have 4
Grey video
states,
about it.
don't you? There's not anything more than that, is
4
there?
states. How
It's the-
cute.
Yeah,
Jesus.
it's the Isle of Man. Trust me.
Wait, what is the Isle of Man a part of?
The Isle of Man.
England.
Don't worry, she's memeing.
Oh, it's part of so it's England.
Everything's England.
Okay, if I say
England.
I say the UK,
I'm
that's
English
basically
for a
England. So
reason.
you should just you should.
Hey, what is Mahler's accent and Carl's accent? How do they stack up?
Uh,
Carl
What
has
is
the
it?
one that every British person fakes when they come to YouTube to sound smarter.
Oh.
100%.
Well, what's mine then?
I'll do it.
Called received pronunciation.
It's true. I was friends with a Total Biscuit guy, and he told me all the time he faked his English accent to sound smarter online. I know you
Total
Brit fuckers
Biscuit?
do this. Yeah, you do it.
Okay.
Well,
I didn't
to be
know-
fair, he made it like
hang
more
on,
intense
hang
in
on,
his
right.
videos.
So just to explain to the foreigners, Total Biscuit did not have a posh accent. He had a northern accent.
They don't know that. So
Is
What does
yours
that even mean?
They
accent
don't know
posh?
that, but no.
Well, like, it's funny that people think that you have.
No.
You
You
wouldn't
particularly,
fake a
like,
northern
fucking-
accent for kudos over here.
It's bizarre that people think you have a particularly posh accent, Carl. Because like I
Yeah, I
don't know,
know.
it must be like it's a total. I've lived in the UK now for.
Well, it just shows they don't
Yeah.
know who.
Yeah, they all sound the same to us.
They
Yeah.
do all sound the same. Dirty
So-
proto-Americans.
yeah, because me and Sargon can always tell the difference with American accents every time.
Do your
Yeah, can you-
American
can you tell if
accent,
I'm from
Mahler.
Florida or Illinois or Texas?
It could. No. Again, I think I might be the only one who's lived in both worlds. So.
I've lived online. That counts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but wait, what is your
Carl's
what,
been to America, so I mean, he's seen
Carl
it.
What
has
is-
been to America. I
what
met him
is
in
your
America,
accent
so-
classified as, Carl?
Mine, it's a
Yeah.
forces accent.
Forces?
Yeah, you know, you've got a military in America, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're like a military brat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mine doesn't have a classification.
Huh.
It's
Oh, it
Welsh.
does not sound like he's Welsh.
Mine
by
is
the way.
Californian.
If people,
Yeah,
if people think
mine's
that Mauler sounds Welsh, he does not at all.
I got 3 major
So-
influences, which made my voice fucked, basically.
Yeah.
Colors you can get from a
One is Anakin Skywalker. What's it? 2 and 3. Since you love those movies so much.
Mauler, what's the opposite of over there?
Opposite of over there, here.
There we go. You're a Welshman.
Oh, there we go. There it was.
He just found you out, boy.
Oh,
well, yeah.
he
To be
did.
fair, I can like speak more like a Welsh accent and stuff, but I just don't.
I
usually
love it.
Use it. No, the Welsh accent is pretty awesome sometimes.
It's
But you
cute.
get those
It's
people
adorable.
who you can't
Holy
fucking
shit.
understand things they're saying. innit?
Yeah. It's a good accent. Can I resolve the issue with the prequels and the sequels? 'Cause
Yes, please do. We want to hear your take.
In there.
You're a big
Resolve
prequel defender.
Which one is more degenerate,
No, I'm
the
not a
sequels or
defender
the
of any of
prequels?
them.
Oh no, you're a defender of the Sith. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm a defender of the Sith because they're obviously based. And Palpatine, I actually really like the Red Letter Media summary, which is Palpatine's the only person having a good time, and that's the only reason to watch any of the films. Really, at this point.
True.
But the thing I noticed when I was watching the Red Letter Media breakdowns of the prequels is that the complaint wasn't that the story itself was bad intentioned. It was that the execution of the story was shit because George Lucas was like 70 and unbelievable. Not even that. He's old and fat, right? And he's got access to unlimited amount. No, he is. And he's got access to unlimited amount of resources, and he's got an amazing reputation. And now he's concerned about his reputation. Whereas when he made the original Star Wars films, he had very limited resources, nothing to lose. And so he's like, right, I'm just going to tell this fucking blazing story, and we're going to, ham fist it as much as we can, live within the constraints of the technological capacity of what we have, blah, 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 blah. And so he ends up, art from adversity, making it a work of genius, or so people seem to take it. I'm not really a Star Wars fan, but so with the prequels, it's not that there was a lack of sincerity in care for the story. It's that George Lucas was fat, old, and stupid, right? And so he.
That is immoral. Carl.
This analysis is top notch. I don't even disagree with it.
Well, no, I know, I'm right. That's
Either,
why.
by the way.
But the point is, he was incompetent, not malevolent, right? He wasn't trying to harm his own franchise, and he was actually trying to expand the canon of the universe, even though he did it in a really bad way. And like the midichlorians are just the worst idea ever.
I know.
But it sounded like a good idea at the time. If you're a fat, stupid, rich twat, right, who doesn't understand the value of his own property. Then midichlorians sound like a great idea, but actually you fucking retard. They're a terrible idea, right?
That is scientism right there.
But yeah, exactly. Yeah,
That's totally scientism.
That's a great example of it, right? But the difference is with the sequels, this is over because George Lucas, what you could have described him as in his youth, if not in his dotage, was an artist. He was a struggling artist. He was trying to create a work of art that would instill in people a certain kind of feeling after watching and experiencing his film, that he wanted to tell them a message through this medium. Whereas now, this is not what is happening in Hollywood now. Hollywood appears to be totally devoid of artists.
Yeah.
There's no one there who's trying to tell a story. What they're trying to do is follow a formula. What they're trying to do, they've distilled like the formula to make a movie. And it's like, right, so you have this happened then, and that happened then, and that happened then, and you have to have these things there, and we've got huge budget, massive CGI, and so it's like machines making movies to like trigger the retard
SJWs.
centers of your brain, right? The sort of like the lizard centers that respond to these things. And
What
so,
happened with TLJ.
sorry.
The Last Jedi.
Well, so
no, but-
Sargon has explained The Force Awakens. I don't think this explains the next two, though.
Well,
He's talking about the
hang on a
prequels,
second.
though.
No, he's not.
No, he's talking about the prequels and the sequels.
That's the prequels.
I mean, Lucas wasn't
And then
involved
the
in the
sequels-
sequels, though.
Oh my God,
Yeah, I
Adam,
know.
pay attention.
Right, the sequels, obviously, after he'd sold it to Disney, now we're outside of the realm of anyone who has any kind of artistic talent. J.J. Abrams is not an artist.
Right.
He's
Oh,
like
Ooh.
No, he's
careful
like a
on that one.
Hot
he's
take.
like he's
Oh no, we're making big statements
got-
on art now.
he's got
the
the
conservative
same-
takes are coming out.
Shit
Here
on
we
lock.
He's
go.
got the
Ma-
same
Mauler-
set of
Mauler, how
tools
am I-
for
how am I
every
wrong, though? The
project he
prequels-
works on.
Wait, just wait.
J.J. Abrams has got the
Wait,
same
let's-
set of
Sargon,
tools
finish
for
this,
every
yeah.
project he works on, which is why lens flare is just his trademark, and everyone mocks him for it, right?
Lots
He
of
always
people
makes-
have Kubrick has trademarks for what
I
he
didn't
does.
say they don't, but Kubrick is an
Wes
artist, and
Anderson.
J.J. Abrams.
You're saying that the lens flare is a bad trademark.
Wait,
That's
let's-
not
I'm not
fair
saying
even,
please
though.
finish his-
I'm not saying that, but the point is
Statement.
now no one is like struggling to tell and reveal an insight into the human condition. What they're trying to do is make money using the brand. and now it's about the brand. And so now it's a technical endeavor. Now it's about making sure that X amount of people sit in the cinema, and therefore you have to have member berries. The canon can't really be expanded. And if you're going to try and expand the canon, well, you've got to start inventing stuff. And it's like, okay, but you've got no artists who have a vision to invent anything. And so, okay, well, who have we got? We've got a bunch of fucking SJWs. They're gonna bring shit in, and it's bollocks. It's awful, and it's malevolent. And this is how you end up with fucking Rian Johnson chucking Luke Skywalker's lightsaber over his shoulder and being like, oh, well, you know, kill the past and stuff like this. It's like, it doesn't make any sense unless it's being done malevolently. It's not that,
wait, Mauler. Wait.
It's not that these films are incompetent, although in many ways they are.
Let's have
hold on a second here. Mauler,
I'm making a lot of big statements.
No, yes, I agree with what Carl's saying, but Carl is comparing young George Lucas with the original trilogy versus the prequels, older George Lucas. Like how am I
making them now?
How am I wrong? How am I wrong by taking out? Hey, let me 1 second here, Aydin. I'm trying to make a point here. I just want to get an answer out of Mauler. Okay.
Do it. I'm ready.
I'm paying attention because I want to know. I mean,
no, because
let me.
Was George because they Hey, one at a time. One at a time, please.
Let me put a cap on this because I'm right at the end, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Basically, what I'm saying is, George Lucas, the reason that the prequels are incompetent and laughably produced, but still have some cultural relevance, is because George Lucas was trying to, in good faith, contribute something to the Star Wars universe, right?
I disagree with that, but go ahead.
Sure, but I think that is the case, and I think that's why there are still mimetic things that come out of it because it fits into the universe. Whereas now, everything about the sequels is total shit because they're being used cynically as a vehicle for other things. The Star Wars universe is being exploited, not added to.
But the prequels suffer from the same problem that the sequels do, in that Lucas was totally caught up in Iraqi war politics and like forced them into the movie. The same problem with the new movies now is politics or taking a front seat when it should be art and story taking a front seat.
But wait a minute. There's two different things going on here because I think generally your point is correct, Carl, that a lot of movies are made kind of soulless, try to create the formula or whatever. And that's definitely true for The Force Awakens. And it's probably true for whatever the name of the last sequel was.
Definitely true for the second one. And the third one
The second one, it doesn't apply to it at all. The second one was they gave this to Rian Johnson. They gave this to Rian Johnson, and they said, "Use your here, Rian. We're going to give you as much control over this movie as possible." And that was his artistic vision, and that's why it's so weird, and that's why it betrays so much of everything wrong with Star Wars. Because there was no oversight. There was no bean counter saying, "You can't have Luke Skywalker throw away his lightsaber. What's wrong with you?"
Yeah, but someone should have said that.
Right? As soon as they give it to an artist, the artist is profane. He is deliberately
why are you guys so
the property?
Okay, can somebody just answer? I'm just curious. Why are you guys so triggered? I didn't know people were so mad about the lightsaber throwaway scene.
Because you're in a bubble. There's other bubbles on the internet.
Destiny.
Wait, can somebody explain why we're so triggered about that? Was that
I can explain this, right? And I can explain
how much time
he doesn't like Star Wars at all.
Studio producer.
I don't care about Star Wars whatsoever.
And even
I, as a non-fan of Star Wars,
explain why the throwing away
it can see that that's terrible. It's an awful thing. Like Luke Skywalker throwing away.
It was out of character, I think. Yeah,
it shows that there's no concern for the property.
It is.
There are ways to explain this, and you're gonna make it weird.
It's not that it's out of character. It's that it.
Go ahead, Aydin.
This is a cultural phenomenon, right? And the lightsaber represents something that the people respect as a symbol of.
Okay, I disagree. Mauler, come on in here.
You cut.
Give us the quick version.
I don't know, but there's not a quick version for Destiny's.
There is. It's out of character.
This is like the 3-second explanation that I understood for why it was okay, and then you tell me why this is so horrible, right? My understanding was that
I'm trying to just say that my quick explanation is that it's a symbol of respect. It's a symbol of trust and authority. It's a symbol of honor. And then when he throws it away off his back, that it doesn't mean anything, that causes people to react negatively because they see it as throwing away the past, and by that, because that was past that they have to, and I'm not saying it's correct, but that's what people perceive that as meaning of I throw away the past.
Well, that was the meaning, but that was the entire point of the last movie. right? That's why Luke didn't care that the archives were burning or that the sacred text is because the whole point was to throw off the past.
Yeah,
and say, like, well, anybody in the future can be a
Yes,
Jedi or anything.
but for people
there's
who
so
like
much
Star Wars,
to
when I say
explain.
I'm throwing away the history, that causes psychological discomfort for them.
It's a
Well, it's
complete
supposed to be a little bit
character
discomforting. No, it's not a complete character. Well, in a way it was, but that was the evolution of his character.
Yeah,
Because
from good to bad. That's not normally the way characters go.
Oh my God!
Listen,
hold on! Holy shit! That's so wrong. The whole point was
in a
that
movie. Doesn't a character usually grow, or do they get worse?
He was growing. That was growth for the character. Luke basically became detached from everything that happened in the past. He was a grumpy piece of shit, and then he was stuck on some island adhering to the old traditions.
Right.
But when a new enemy presented themselves, the old ways of the Jedi weren't good enough. So the point was that they were supposed to like cast aside the history, refocus on what the important part of being a Jedi was, and he realized that like, oh, a bunch of sacred texts and an old lightsaber aren't what that's about. It's about the people of the future. That was the whole point of that.
True,
No, right. The problem with that, though, wait, well, hold on. The problem with that is that
let's Sitch go.
Wait. The problem, what you're saying, Destiny, that's what they were trying to go for. The problem is that doesn't work when you have main characters who people don't like, especially when they don't like them compared to the old characters.
Sure, but then you just you criticize. You say the new characters are unlikable. Not like Luke throwing away his lightsaber was bad. That sounds like a weird.
Well, no, because it compounds because basically people perceived it as Disney or Kathleen Kennedy or Rian Johnson shitting on quote unquote the legacy of the fictional character of Luke Skywalker, and it triggers all the fanboys.
The problem is the way that you guys are explaining.
Destiny, should you be allowed to shit on hallowed characters?
Making him believe that the film is challenging you and you don't like it. That's all he's going to come away with.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It feels like you want it to be all about the past, and that's why you're upset about it because you just wanted like a remake, basically.
But that's about continuity.
That's not what it's about. That's not what it's about. It's about carrying on a legacy of something that is so important.
It's about family.
What's so powerful about it?
Is that most people have abandoned a lot of things like religion, but they do hold on to these beliefs in things like media. So of media sort of mythos. And when Luke Skywalker throws away his lightsaber, people who have placed some degree of belief in that mythos are feeling betrayed when they see Luke toss it, over his shoulder.
Do you at least respect that, Destiny, that a bunch of people who grew up playing with Luke Skywalker action figures now are remembering that guy turned out to be a total loser hermit who sucks?
These media takes are actually making me want to kill myself. It's not about him being a loser.
Don't, Destiny, please.
Wait, what are we talking
No,
about
don't kill yourself. Not on our stream.
Wait, what are we even talking?
Let's think of the suicide rate.
Wait, he's sitting on an island eating alien fucking jizz. What are you talking about?
He is a loser.
That was the loser part.
He's a big loser.
But no,
Look, Destiny,
but the reason why he was the
guy?
loser. The reason why he was the loser was because of that like staunch attachment to the past and tradition. No, that was the reason.
No.
Because
he decided to kill his nephew for no fucking reason.
Everything you peel back, there's like 1,000 more things.
Wait, what do you mean for no
I
reason?
know.
He's like, I have a feeling that my nephew's going to be evil, so let me just try to assassinate him while he's sleeping.
When you say have a feeling, they're fucking magicians that can see the future. It's not just a feeling like we have a feeling, bro. These guys literally see into the future. What are you talking about?
It's almost wait. We have Luke Skywalker at the end of Return of Jedi, who's going to his fucking father, who's blowing up planets and slaughtering entire civilizations. He's like, I can still feel the good in you. You can come back to the light side. We can do this. And then he has like a premonition about his nephew, and he's like, well, I guess I should just kill him now. Like, it just seems so
he didn't kill him though, did he?
He ignited the fucking
I think
lightsaber
he
over
wasn't
his
going for the
sleeping,
last
dude.
moment. Yeah.
It's close enough to be like, this is something Luke would never do.
Yes.
But he didn't do it. To be fair, he didn't do it.
No, you're right. He didn't.
He did go that
Because he
far.
failed.
This is why Mark Hamill, whenever he's asked about this,
going to do it. So
this is why Mark Hamill, whenever he's asked about this, freaks out and he's like,
okay, I'm not going to defend. I'm not defending.
Change the character of Luke Skywalker.
I'm not defending every aspect of the story, but I feel like there are like two meme things that get passed around for why people hate this film so much. And then when I try to ask, I don't feel like the defenses are that great.
What are the meme
Luke
things?
Trying to kill his thing and then the throwing away the lightsaber. I always feel like these are like the two.
The meme is that
these are like the two meme criticisms that I always hear thrown around. I was like, were they bad movies? Yeah, I think they were pretty bad movies, but like I think that these are easily defensible in the context of like the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, but you got 5 people
Luke could
throwing
be
hot
walking
potato
over.
around trying to create the same defense. There's way more clear ways to do it if you actually want the arguments.
And yes, and real quickly, like if we're actually trying to fucking like put this into like a realistic context, if you were about to go fucking behead your fucking nephew and you're about to do it, how will we decide whether or not that's a crime, right? You know,
based on a premonition is always what I look to.
Oh,
you know,
do we want to discuss Minority Report now? Is that where we're going?
If he had a premonition.
But wait, Mauler, did you want to give your attack or defense?
No, yeah, Mauler, please.
Begins to play his 6-hour video breaking down. Just
give us.
Let's hear it.
Don't take 6 hours, but Mauler, take a good 5 minutes here. Let us know.
The first thing I've got to figure out is what Destiny cares about with stories, and then I'll be able to explain it. So I got to dig first. I got to ask him questions, and he's got to keep answering.
Dig.
Because all of your fucking answers don't mean anything to him. That's he doesn't look the same way as you do. He'll just be like, "Oh, you guys just have trouble with the film trying to give you a different idea."
I know.
Which is what TLJ does. My argument is that it does it horribly bad.
Probably, yeah. I think that's fair.
Funnily enough, I'd like to bolster what Sargon was saying because, in a sense, right, what I want to do is take what Sargon said and make it a bit more digestible. When he says JJ's not an artist, I would rather call JJ a bad artist, but at the same time, I would happily actually categorize the difference to get this across quickly as JJ isn't, while Ryan is. Ryan, I think, is an artist. He's just
an evil
really
artist.
Shit. I don't call him evil for fuck's sake.
No, he is evil.
No,
he's evil.
Wait, hasn't he done some pretty commendable movies? Am I crazy?
Yes, he's evil.
Please don't say you like Knives Out.
No, you don't like Knives Out? I gotta make sure.
Hang on,
bro, just give me an
Ryan
hour. I
Johnson
swear to
clearly
God.
went into the new Star Wars films with the intent of perverting them, right?
Why does everyone like Knives Out? That movie, I turned it off.
It's
fucking
garbage.
It's so bad. It got like universally
It fails
positive
at like the
reviews.
one job it has. It's embarrassing. It's
I've
supposed to
never
be like
seen
accurate
it, so.
with the details. It fucks all of them up.
If you like horror films at all, I would say Knives Out is a complete fucking flop.
Horror films?
Did you guys like Looper?
Well, it's not horror. It's suspense.
It's detective mystery.
I thought
Isn't it
Looper was
whodunit
okay. Looper was
whodunit.
okay.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Looper, that's his other famous movie. It's kind of
Looper
it's kind of whatever.
It's a good movie, but if you have one win, I don't know if that means that. You
Well, I mean, I thought Brick is a little better. I think that's his best movie, and that's not saying a lot.
That's not a high bar.
I know.
That probably is his best movie. I swear to Looper was Jesus Christ, YMS's video. I'll just fucking send people there.
Yeah, Looper's fine. It's not a fantastic film. It's got
not fine.
fucking issues.
Looper would be better. I mean, not Looper.
It's
not fucking fine.
Brick would be better.
Dude,
Brick should have been
Looper-
like a full-on parody. I think it would have
Looper
been better.
shits itself in its first selection of minutes. It gives you a definitive rule. We've
really?
invented a way to kill people by sending them back in time because we cannot kill people in the
Well, I
present.
haven't seen
and
it
then
in
they
6
kill
years,
Bruce Willis's
so.
fucking wife. Like that's what starts the drama in the future. It's like nice.
Hey-
You completely forgot your own fucking rules immediately.
Hey, everybody, we got about 10 more minutes before I'm bringing new people in. Mauler, I want to give Mauler the floor here because I feel like Destiny is completely straw manning the argument for why.
Can you stop saying straw man?
Well,
You say
he-
straw man
you-
whenever somebody disagrees with you.
Destiny's straw manning Adam right now.
Well, listen, your argument kind of amounts to like you people just don't like that
hold
the
on.
character sucks.
You're right.
No. Wait. Okay, I'll summarize this like 2 seconds using another example. So
Well,
I feel like there are a lot of
Mauler,
things.
let Mauler rebut.
Because this will give Mauler more insight into what I care about, right? And then Mauler can go on his whole thing. Okay. I think sometimes there are good criticisms of film to make, but I think that people make either the right criticisms for the wrong reasons or the wrong criticisms for the wrong reasons. So, for instance, a really good example is you guys all saw the Death Note remake film, right?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
Did you see it, Mauler?
We've talked about this.
It was great.
Okay, yeah, okay, fuck. I think I brought up this exact point. The Death Note remake film I thought was horrible, but not because it didn't stay true to the original, not because it changed light, not because it changed. I think it's fine if you want to make a remake and reimagine things. It was bad because it was a bad film on its own merits. That was my issue with the film. But yeah. Okay. Go on.
Well, let me pause here before Mauler comes in. Is that you're
God damn it.
wait?
Well,
but you're,
can I have like 5
wait.
seconds because
Wait.
Destiny fucking forgot.
Can
our
you
Just
stop
let-
straw manning
just-
Destiny?
Let
I went
Mauler
over that with
go.
him.
Come
Okay,
on.
Mauler. Okay, Mauler.
Mauler, I
Destiny,
think
you
is
brought
about
all
to
that
go
stuff
off.
up to me in our conversation.
Silence.
And I added to it the mistake.
Go,
The
Mauler.
mistake that I felt you made with ER was thinking that when he said they didn't adapt this properly, therefore bad. What he was actually saying is they didn't adapt this properly, therefore this plot line won't make sense. The
Yeah, I
character
remember you
needs
saying this.
straight.
Yeah.
So like it depends because
Sure.
I'm a big fan of ER's work when he breaks down storytelling specifically because he actually has a lot of good ways to connect things, break things apart. When it comes to something like Star Wars, right? A lot of what you said defending Luke would actually be something that I would be interested in if it were in the fucking movie. A lot of it is stuff that we have to add in because they don't give you enough references. They don't show you the journey. They just tell you Luke fucked up. He tried to kill his, or he considered killing his nephew because he sensed that he might be bad in the future. That's something a character could do. It is not something Luke Skywalker would do, at least without giving us a hell of a lot more information about his journey, how he gets there from A to B. Instead of just presenting to us, he fucked up. He got old and he just fucked up. That's it. That's all we've got. But he gets back on the horse several decades later after you get to see him moping around an island, drinking titty milk while the whole universe is falling apart and his family being killed. That's ridiculous. That's not him.
But I mean, like,
Loser.
Sure, Mauler, and that might be the case, and maybe we have a more in-depth conversation on this later. But like the last time the universe was falling apart and people wanted to bring balance to the Force, that involved that ended up with Darth Vader being created, right? So maybe he thinks that the Jedi's was a more of an offhand role. I'd have to go back and rewatch it now.
Well,
I can't believe you're making me defend these garbage fucking movies that I don't like. Fuck you, piece of shit.
I just
Don't
like there was.
Mauler.
I feel like there was enough there, okay? And you're strawmanning Luke Skywalker right now, Mauler, okay? So I feel like there was enough there in the film. That it seemed like Luke tried to do some training shit. Seems like it ended up not working out, and then he lost faith in the old ways of the Force or the Jedi, or some shit didn't work, and he thought about killing his nephew because he had a premonition that his nephew was going to become like the next fucking Darth Vader ship, some shit, which he kind of sort of did.
He had a premonition that his nephew was going to kill him, which he did end up actually trying to do.
Destiny,
yeah, but premonitions aren't like illegitimate in a world where people are magical space wizards. Those premonitions are pretty important.
Premonitions do matter in a world where you're a magical space wizard, and your premonitions do come true, as they did in that case, wherein absolutely Kylo did try to kill Luke. So his premonition did actually make sense, and it did have it was not just a fucking fantasy, right? It's a real thing.
Destiny, would you be cool if there was a character that you absolutely loved, like you grew up with? This was like your favorite character in the world.
Oh my god!
And then they
this
decided,
is such the lamest, weakest.
But I mean, I empathize with the people. I understand.
If you're like fucking, hold on, no, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna use the O word, which
Go
you should
ahead.
never use when talking about art. This is objectively a dog shit take. Okay, this reminds me when people would get so mad about The Last of Us.
First of all,
people would get so mad about The Last of Us, and their criticism was like, "Well, I really like Joel. It's bullshit that you would kill off a character that I like so much. Grow the fuck up. If you don't like that he killed off, then don't watch the second movie. Don't watch the sequel. Go just watch the prequels."
Let me make a point. Let me make a point here.
Appealed to emotion, Adam. Why did you do that? It ruined everything.
It strengthened my argument. Thank you, Adam.
I'm gonna have to mute everyone. Okay, I want to make a point here. First of all, I'm not appealing to the art. I'm appealing to the audience. I'm making a completely different argument here. I'm saying there are a bunch of people that grew up with Luke Skywalker as a badass. They wanted to be Luke Skywalker. They modeled their lives after Luke Skywalker, and then they shit on the character. Now, if they shit on the character and they made fucking the next 2001 A Space Odyssey, like the best movie ever made, like amazing, wins all kinds of Academy Awards, then we're having a conversation. I'm saying, listen, I'm sorry they shit on your childhood hero, but some better art came out of it. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about they shit on your fucking childhood hero and they made a bad fucking movie that nobody likes. Okay? So it's a completely different thing. I'm an artist. I'm an artist to the core. If it was good art, we'd be having a completely different conversation here. But the problem is now in Hollywood is serving two masters. It's serving the political master first and the art master second, maybe third, maybe fourth. You know, maybe if we can make something artistic,
without getting into the So first of all, I'm glad that you finally concede that it is an anti-SJW thing is driving a lot of the sentiment here because it's political. Okay, we can analyze every part of this movie without ever having to get into like.
I said the same thing about the prequels, though.
Sure,
the prequels. Are you saying the prequels are anti-SJW? Because I think the Bush politics fucked those up.
I'm saying that whether or not something is bad or good has nothing to do with the fact that it's political. Okay, in some ways, everything is political.
God, we're so far away from.
In some ways, everything is political. Things aren't wrong just because they're political. Okay, that is a dog shit. Number one. And number two, you keep saying that they ruined Luke Skywalker.
One of my favorite movies is The Contender. It's a political movie. You're completely strawmanning my argument again, Destiny. Destiny.
Second. Let me strawman everyone.
Oh, no. Please don't kill your Destiny. Do not commit suicide on this stream.
He's going to get a barrel of straw so he can build Adam.
Let's let Sitch try to put this together, okay?
Well, I needed to yell at Destiny.
Okay. I thought you were going to try
Guys,
to
I actually
put
got
this together.
somewhere.
I can't listen. Listen,
if you
I
just
can't
give
put
me more time.
Mauler,
I can
wait,
sort it out.
Wait, please, God, let me. Okay, I can put this together. I made a literal video comparing The Last Jedi to Into the Spider-Verse, and they both have the exact same thing.
Yes.
They both have a beloved main character who has now become shitty, and then he has to find his way. And guess what? There's a minority SJW new character that's the main character that's in the story. And yet, everyone loved Into the Spider-Verse. Everyone hated The Last Jedi.
10 out of 10. End of the Spider-Verse is my favorite movie ever made.
This is what happens. If you have a movie that's really bad, or even if it's really good, but especially if it's really bad, people don't generally understand exactly why it's bad. They just say, oh, I feel like this is bad. So then they latch on to arguments like, well, it must be bad because it ruined a character I like. It must be bad because it's not like the original. It must be bad because it's woke. So they don't necessarily know what's making it bad. They just sense that it's bad, and they kind of latch on to these other arguments. Yeah. So I agree, yes, if Last Jedi was actually good, sure, they could have deconstructed Luke Skywalker's character, made him shitty, and then have him redeem himself at the end. Unfortunately, they did it in one of the worst ways possible.
Yeah. All right.
Wait, why do you think it was one of the worst ways possible? Just
because
curious.
The problem is, as Mauler said,
they did it all without developing it properly. They just
dropped
because it on us.
You have Luke is basically isolating himself on an island, betraying everything that he used to stand for, while his family and everything he fought for is being destroyed, and it's all just because he made a bad decision to kill his nephew, which doesn't even really make sense.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Let me ask one question. No, wait, can you just answer one question about that? I'm so confused.
He doesn't even really redeem himself. All he does is buy them like a couple seconds of time.
Wait, am I right or am I wrong? He's not. The reason why he stepped back from all of that, it wasn't because he almost killed his nephew. I thought it was because he fucked the training up so bad that the nephew was going to become evil.
No,
it's because
he had a dream.
By almost killing his nephew, his nephew goes crazy and kills everyone else.
He had a dream.
His training was fine up to that point.
You have to stop saying he had a dream like it's a bad thing. They're space wizards. Their dreams are different than our dreams.
If he's a Jedi master,
please, I swear to God, this is exactly what I needed before. I gave you stop. I love you, okay? I made the whole argument. Destiny's comeback involved. Don't they have this like they see stuff, they premonitions, like it's different than it's a feeling. Blah 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 blah. It's like great. So the reason why I like that, and this is why I want to have a one-on-one because it's much better, is I know now that you've put a personal stake in the idea that the mechanics behind the premonitions, it's something we have to follow. I like this a lot. If you remember in Empire, when he's talking to Yoda and he thinks that Han, Luke, and Leia are going to die, he says, Are they going to die? And Yoda's like, I mean, the future's always in motion. You can never, it's impossible to see it definitively. So when Luke fucking Skywalker sees that his nephew may attack and hurt people he loves, he does not kill them. He does everything he can to get away from that future in any way that keeps the nephew alive because he loves his family. It's one of the most fundamental traits of Luke Skywalker.
Right, and that's literally
follows
exactly what
gets your damn rules in place. It's like that should be it.
Precisely.
That's exactly what I was going to say and bring up. That yes, they set out originally in Star Wars that the future is not certain, and I would hope that a Jedi Master would know that, and also know that the whole classic Oedipal. If you try to prevent the future by doing something based on the premonition, you could end up causing it. And it seems really ridiculous that Luke would fall into that pitfall, especially one that involves like trying to kill his nephew.
Because he's a loser, okay? He's a loser.
Or maybe it's because he's got a pretty fucked life, okay? He watched his dad fucking die, who was like the most evil fucking dude in the whole galaxy, all right?
Don't make excuses for him.
Right?
Can we please put Destiny back in the corner? He was in a corner. I want to see how he gets out of it.
His uncle. The person who knew as his father was Uncle Owen, not
letting him get right out.
Okay,
letting him ladders.
Okay, there's no ladders, Destiny. You have to respond to Mauler's devastating criticism.
Okay, can you summarize that again? There's like 20 people.
He said the rules show. Yoda explicitly told Luke Skywalker that the future can change. So Luke should have known that.
Always in motion. So seeing a premonition that his nephew might go evil is nowhere near enough for Luke Skywalker to consider killing him.
It's canon.
First of all, I want to explicitly say I hate that you're making me defend these dog shit movies. Number one, okay? Number two, I can agree with you that they could have done a better job setting this stuff up on screen. But number three, I can also say I think there's enough there to justify it, okay? There have been...
None of those are arguments, by the way.
That's what I was about to make, okay? There have been premonitions that have come true in the Star Wars galaxy, right? Like Padme dying and shit. So obviously some do come true, okay?
That was never a question.
Okay, so don't make the
Wait
anti.
a minute. Wait.
Oh my God! I thought. Oh no! I'm gonna keep talking. I'm gonna keep talking.
Just prove.
I haven't even. Let me finish my fucking sentence.
Okay.
Let him finish his argument at least. Come on.
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ. So there are premonitions that can come true, right? So if Luke is starting to have a premonition, that this training is going bad, that it's going fucked up, he has 2 or maybe arguably 3 choices to make. 1, he can continue the training and try to move him in the right direction, which could end up catastrophic because he could be making the second Darth Vader. 2, seems really out of character. He could kill him, which was out of character, which is why he didn't kill him. And then 3, he could just like abandon him and say, fuck off, go on. This isn't my responsibility. I'm not going to be involved in this because he couldn't bring himself to kill him. I think that internal conflict, which I think you saw on screen, it could have been set up better, sure. But I think there's enough there to be like, okay, that's believable. He didn't want to just fucking kill him because that would be a fucked up thing to do. But also, like, there are a lot of premonitions that come true, and he doesn't know that if he keeps training, he might be making an even stronger future Darth Vader. That is a possibility. Can you acknowledge it's at least a possibility? Just because the future is changeable doesn't mean you can 100% change it, right? Yoda had premonitions the entire time in episodes 1, 2, and 3 that there was darkness coming and all the shit is going to come into us and blah, blah, blah. And he wasn't able to predict the entire fucking empire turning on him when Palpatine turned over and everything, right? So yeah, premonitions can come true. They can be spooky. Maybe things change. Maybe they don't. Maybe he just didn't want to risk training the future Darth Vader. He thought he should kill him, he did, and then he set him free. I don't think that's that outrageous.
I think you're desperately appealing to the muddiness of whether or not he would be stressed out enough to consider killing him, as opposed to the obvious Luke Skywalker in-character move, which would be, I gotta talk to this kid. Instantly. There's not even a chance.
If he has a feeling that this guy is turning over to the fucking dark side.
Yeah.
And you've got the whole spooky Jedi bullshit going in the background. I don't know if just having a simple talk with the dude is able to turn him out of being Darth Vader.
If only we had a reference for this. If only that was the climax of the original fucking movies, was talking to a guy who's the most dark side motherfucker there is and talking him down. What are you talking about?
You mean the guy that he talked down at the end of his fucking life after he already tortured and murdered millions of fucking rebels? Maybe Luke didn't want to have to wait to that point for him to kill fucking thousands or millions or billions of people to get to that point.
You gotta put it in the movie, baby, because it's not there.
Yes.
It is there. Darth Vader was a guy. Darth Vader was a guy who tried to get talked down by, holy shit, maybe what Luke Skywalker saw. Oh my God, hold on. My synapses are connecting. I might have just done fucking a microdose of mushrooms. They're all firing now. Maybe Luke Skywalker saw himself as a potential another like Obi-Wan or whatever to a new Darth Vader. And what happened there? Darth Vader killed Obi-Wan.
How much of the script do you want to write?
Wait,
what do you mean? Want to write? This happened. It was in the past movies. What do you mean? Hold on.
It's not. You're inferring this. I'm
inferring that Obi-Wan trained Anakin Skywalker until he turned on him and became
states of mind that aren't present.
You're inferring that Luke saw all these, that he saw Kylo as the next Vader and him as Obi-Wan and all this.
Obi-Wan literally spoke to him about all of this shit. And he watched Darth Vader kill him.
For what you're doing, because you're trying to make the story better, which I wish.
I'm not trying to make it better. What I'm saying is, I think there's enough. I think there's enough there. I agree it was done shittily, but I think there's enough there for me. Like, okay, yeah, this could be what's going on.
Wait, so what is done shittily, like in a 10 scale?
What is done shittily is that they probably could have done a lot more to flesh out.
No. I'm saying, where does that slot? Like, you saying like a 3 out of 10? Because if you are, I would agree. I'm fine with that.
I don't know, probably down there, like a 3 to 5 out of 10. But I use 5 a lot differently.
We don't have a problem. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
They could have listened. They could have removed all that part about them going to Casino Planet and
that whole section was a waste of screen time.
Have Luke Skywalker watch Kylo Ren slowly become darker and darker. He keeps seeing him as becoming Darth Vader and wanting to prevent that.
Which is, by the way, that is the story of Anakin Skywalker. And Anakin had a whole council of Jedi there trying to keep him from turning dark.
And they knew that's why they want to make him a Jedi in the first place. It was like
do you think that Anakin? Do you think it would have been wrong if Obi-Wan killed Anakin in his crib?
Well, okay. First of all, the prequels characterization is so bafflingly awful. It's kind of hard to even comment on whether anyone can affect anyone's behavior. But the problem is that, like, even the most famous premonition that you brought up in the third prequel movie is that he keeps viewing Padme as gonna die, but he ends up creating that future because he's acting on the premonition.
You're making my argument,
No,
and
I'm
Luke
not. I'm saying that
Luke by trying
Luke Skywalker not aware of that potential.
Luke by continuing to train him and talk him out of being in the dark side might make him even more dark, just like what happened before with Vader, right?
A quantum paradigm or quantum paradox, right? Is that by engaging in some action, you cause the outcome to be the case, right? It's a quantum paradox. So
right, but if you this is what I'm saying. If you have a character who is faced with this, okay, I have a premonition, and I don't know, I could keep going the path I would normally go on, or I could do something radically different, and either one could actually be the thing that creates the future. I would assume that generally people are going to try to go down the path that fits their character. They're not going to just have a radical, I'm going to murder someone while they're sleeping. I'm going to actually try to help this person and turn them back to the light side.
Okay, and maybe he does that, and then he makes a new Darth Vader.
Well, hang on a sec. So I think Sitch has really hit on what the actual spurgery is all about, is the character of Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, people that just have this attention that Luke is this like holy good fucking Pope walking around, and then him doing anything questionable.
Hang on.
You guys want...
Hang on a second. I haven't said anything for a while, so give me a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, that is Mark Hamill's view of Luke Skywalker.
I don't care what Mark Hamill's view is. He's not even fucking... He's not one of the
might be an
writers.
authority on what
He's
Luke
not an
is
authority. By definition, he's not an authority. He absolutely is not.
The guy who plays Luke Skywalker and has done for like 50 years actually does know something.
It would actually be the guy that writes Luke Skywalker, not the guy that's just
unfortunately,
the line.
because it's not purely about that.
No, the actor. This is the worst argument ever.
This is so incongruent with everything about Luke Skywalker's character up until this point. I mean, like even the quitting, trying to help people. Okay, fine. You can actually you can make an argument for that. But murdering his nephew or whatever it is in his sleep, that seems so dramatically out of character for Luke Skywalker that you would have to write that if you hated the character of Luke Skywalker, right?
No,
you wouldn't.
I disagree about it.
Actually, you know what? Here's what Rian should have done. He should. This is actually baffling that
you guys are straw manning Mark Hamill now.
No. Listen. Have Luke Skywalker do what all people expect him to do. He has this sense that Kylo Ren's going to become evil. He tries to save him. He tries to do all the nice Luke Skywalker's a Pope shit, and it completely backfires. And that's what causes Kylo Ren to kill everyone. That would actually make sense then why Luke Skywalker would lose faith in the Force and being a Jedi and then segregate himself. Because he followed his path and it led to failure. Not he radically diverted from his path and it led to failure.
It's not just that though. It's a question of good and evil. Luke Skywalker isn't the sort of person, supposedly, who murders young men in their sleep. Like that's just not what Luke Skywalker should do.
Yeah, he's not anywhere near.
Yeah, obviously. That's not what he's supposed to do.
Obviously, but Rian
as
Johnson
a figure,
that's what he went to do, and therefore Rian Johnson must hate or like literally hate the concept of the character of Luke Skywalker.
They can't just have a different interpretation on it.
No,
well, I would say this.
Okay,
like,
my bad.
Okay,
all right,
okay.
gotcha.
Well, I'm not even saying that's not a different interpretation. That is a different interpretation. But that's a malevolent interpretation.
I guess the irony behind this is you guys didn't actually want character development. You wanted Luke to be a completed character.
If I may,
let me finish. You wanted Luke to be a completed character from episode 6, and then for that completed character to kind of carry through between 7 and 9. Because Luke wasn't a completed character by 7. He had other things that he had to deal with. And that was part of the evolution of his character.
We're talking about Joseph Campbellian ideas. Joseph Campbellian ideas as to why it was important for who Luke Skywalker was as an idea under a Campbellian kind of paradigm as the hero in the hero's journey. Because first of all, the people who wrote Star Wars in the first place looked at Joseph Campbell's writing of the hero myth, and they based it off of that.
Wait, hold on. This has nothing to do with this. Luke was done with his. No, Luke was done with his hero's journey. The hero's journey wasn't about him. It was about Rey.
Destiny. Luke can change, but you need to have a catalyst for him to change. You can't just change.
Sure, and the catalyst, and the reason why it was dog shit is because the catalyst happened off screen, which is always dog shit.
The hero's journey always is cyclical.
Hold on.
It can still stop. It can continue to go. So like in terms of Earthsea cycle, for example, Ursula Le Guin, she also writes about how the hero's journey works in cycles, so that then there is another hero that comes out of the original hero's cycle, right?
Carl, there can be, but I'm saying that like the main hero's journey part of the 6 or 7, 8, and 9 was more relating to Rey than Luke.
Carl, did you finish your point?
Well, yeah, I mean the point is just it's wrong to have Luke Skywalker attempt to murder what is essentially a teenager in his sleep. That's just this is one of the reasons why people hated this. And the throwing the lightsaber thing. I think
Mauler, don't kill yourself.
Doing a disservice on this, right? I think you're totally doing a disservice on this. Because if I read Rian Johnson's justification for this, and his justification is obviously bullshit because he's like, well, look, he's been trying to pull himself out of this war for however many years, and so he's gone to this secluded planet, and then this girl turns up and she's got his lightsaber and just, I hate this, but that's not what it was. It was indifference, it was just like casual. But
because he was just saying from it.
horror.
But like,
hang on, Destiny. He didn't react in horror like a person who doesn't, who's deeply emotionally traumatized by this, he reacted with flippancy. And
that's how every single movie where you've got some old character that used to be a grizzly war vet, when somebody approaches them later, it's the trope on TV is never like, oh, I'm so traumatized. It's always like, that ain't my problem no more. That's not my fight. I'm done with that. Like that's always, even if they are traumatized, that's always the response. Also, thematically, it even makes sense thematically for him to think about killing his nephew and then not do it, because it's the exact same thing that played out with Darth Vader, where he almost killed his father and then he stops doing it. Same thing with his nephew.
It's not that he stopped; it's that Kylo Ren defended himself.
No, that's not true.
No, Luke would have won and killed him 100%.
He woke up and blocked it.
He woke up and noticed, but Luke could have killed him for sure.
Right,
it's Luke's fucking Skywalker.
I mean, it's been a while since I've watched it, and I'm no expert. But
listen, you guys went way too far off this whole lightsaber toss thing.
Sean.
The reason the lightsaber toss
is the podcast has ever been.
The reason the lightsaber thing is a problem is because they do it for a cheap comedic bit. If he would have just refused the lightsaber, it conveys the same message, and it's not like a look, Star Wars has Marvel comedy now kind of moment.
Well,
like it's really that simple.
The comedy part or whatever, that's fine too, but it's fundamentally a different type of argument than like when he threw away the lightsaber, all of my toys became less fun to play with.
No, the lightsaber has mythic significance, and Luke Skywalker is treating
That's exactly why he throws it away, is because of the significance. The significance was the tie into the old ways.
There's no emotional connection between Luke and the lightsaber and the discarding
mythic
of the
significance. And the mythic significance, I would say, is actually kind of like totally broken.
Would you feel like
away.
Do you think there's a mythos broken when Maverick throws away the dog tags of Goose at the end of Top Gun 2? How disrespectful!
No,
Why didn't he give it to the family?
There's emotional investment in that.
There's emotional
but
investment.
He throws it away into the ocean. He throws it away.
Investment in the act of throwing it away.
But isn't there an emotional investment in the lack of emotions that Luke has? That he's so tired and turned off by everything that he's like, fucking get rid of it?
It's callous and flippant and done to subvert your expectations. That's why it happened.
Yeah,
anyway,
he should have just...
It's half or a quarter past.
You communicate the same information by having him just refuse to take the lightsaber without it being a cheap comedic joke.
Like, exactly. Thank you, Sean. Exactly. He could just have he could just left it in its fucking place and not have fucking taken it. The fact that he throws it into the water. No, I'm saying I know Destiny that seems.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing that we're doing like a 2-hour debate on fucking Star Wars. I don't know how this happened.
But it is actually important. It is actually important as a
is it important?
As a method of conveying cultural information, right? That the fact that he throws the lightsaber away is an important way of conveying cultural information, that he throws away this symbol.
What's
of the
the cultural information?
That
he's a loser.
With the past.
That he's a total fucking loser.
I want to bring this, and what I wanted to say is I wanted to convey that in terms of an analysis to
listen,
analogize
the
it.
Batman killed like 200 people in the car chase, and I'm totally in favor of it because it looked badass.
To compare it to the new Lord of the Rings fucking trailer that says the past, who fuck the past, essentially is what they're saying. Anyone who cares about the past.
You know what? The reality is that art imitates life, and if Luke is dumb enough to do the same mistakes twice, I'm dumb enough to have a second huge fucking debate on fucking Star Wars. Why are we doing this? We need. I'm extricating myself from this debate. You guys can have your points, but I'm not going to argue more Star Wars again.
All right, I'm going to help you though.
Let's move on. Let's get Mauler to talk about January 6th.
I'm going to help Destiny and stay on this topic.
I want Mauler to talk about January 6th.
I'm still waiting for the opportunity.
Oh God!
There's nothing wrong with throwing away the lightsaber. It's the way in which he did it that was the problem.
Listen,
there was an emotional investment in the lightsaber itself, and he threw it with anger.
Mark Hamill has no say in the character.
As if this lightsaber meant nothing.
That's the whole point. The difference is that it didn't matter anymore. He's like, fuck all this shit.
It does matter.
But it does matter.
To him. That was the point.
It should have, but it should.
That's what Ray was there for. It was the catalyst to make him care about that shit again. And
Destiny,
he did it.
you already said you weren't going to argue.
You're right. You're right.
I'm welcoming NuanceBro. No, hey, Sean, 1 second. I'm welcoming NuanceBro to the stream. What's up, NuanceBro? How you doing?
Hey.
What's going on? I've seen one Star Wars movie, and that was recently. And
you're exactly who we need for this conversation.
Anything about any of this?
And Sean Fitzgerald is actually actual Justice Warrior. What's up? Sean.
What's up? What's up? Happy anniversary or
Yeah.
whatever. 200th episode.
Hello,
Thanks for joining,
NuanceBro and
yeah.
Sean. Nice to see you guys.
And Reed, nice one, runs a channel called Cordial Curiosity, does a street epistemology. He's been doing a bunch of videos recently with, now I'm spacing. What's his name?
Peter Boghossian.
Peter Boghossian, yeah, exactly. What's up, Reed? How you doing?
Hey, everybody. Glad to be here. Thanks.
Do you have a Star Wars take? Do you prequels or sequels?
Prequels.
Okay. That's safe.
Oh wow!
Wait.
So Mauler, real quick. Mauler,
Wait, what was it? What was the question? Which do you like more or hate more?
Like more, I assume.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh God! All right.
You're a sequels.
Okay.
You're a sequels over prequels guy, Destiny. I guess. I mean, I'm
out of this combo. I'm
we're
done.
moving on to January 6th, Mauler, just so you can weigh.
Mauler,
Wait, are you asking me to leave? Like,
No,
what's happening?
actually, I have a question though, Destiny. Out of the three general kind of choices, the original trilogy, sequels, or prequels, which of the three do you choose? And let's just should we remove the original trilogy?
The real answer is I would choose the sequels. They have the best graphics because all of Star Wars actually sucks, and anybody that jerks off those movies, any trilogy is a fucking loser. Because even the original three movies are mid as fuck. Okay, that's the real answer. Okay.
Let me ask you a question, Destiny. Do you like Star Trek?
I co-sign that.
I haven't watched any Star Trek, so I can't even say.
Okay. All right. Don't worry about that one then. I was going to ask a question, but don't worry about it.
Right, I'm going to have to dip out, lads. But congratulations on 200 shows, Adam and Sitch.
Thanks for coming in, man.
Hey, nice to talk to you.
Wow, you know what?
You too,
Get the fuck out of here.
What did he say?
Thank you
I
for
didn't.
coming.
18
Thank you
for
for
life.
coming.
What do you want from me?
Hey.
Base, fuck off, Sitch.
And thanks for Sargon has been with the show since like the very beginning.
He really
he jumps in randomly from the chat. He's had us on his channel to promote our show. So I mean, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Carl.
Also, Sargon, real quick, I think you lost your social psychologist. You're a social scientist. Hire me to write articles for your website. That's all.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm kind of anti-science at this point. So I mean, I don't know.
I'm memeing.
But yeah, we'll see. Anyway.
Well, we'll see, man.
Well, we you can always apply, but you got to work.
I would apply. I would not expect to be hired, but.
Well, you got to work from the office.
Yeah, they don't hire women.
Well, we'll let you guys conduct this job interview.
Wait,
off
why
stream.
wouldn't you hire her? Can't you pay her 85% what you pay a man? That sounds like the best person to hire for research ever.
85%. 75%. Thank you very much.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, this has been great fun.
Take care, man. Thanks for coming on. So January 6th.
Oh, great.
Were there even any Jedi in that?
No, I have a ton of topics. Star Wars wasn't one of the topics that I had selected.
It
so
is
I mean,
now, baby.
But
when you brought Mauler on, you knew it was going to come up.
Well,
like I said, I could leave if you guys want. I don't mind.
No,
Mauler. No. Mauler, how about this? Why don't we talk about the Isle of Man flag?
Wait, was Mauler at January 6th?
Yeah.
No, Mauler tries to avoid politics. So we try to make him talk about politics whenever possible.
I mean, why don't we
Mauler,
just look at the Isle of Man flag and see what that looks like? That always works.
Mauler, where were you January 6th?
Making a video about how Star Wars is shit now. That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
So I have a bunch of discussion questions or whatever. Do you guys? I mean, we've obviously been doing free form up until now. Sitch, you asked me this morning what I want to talk about first.
Well, does anyone want? Is there
what about Interstellar? Yeah, Interstellar.
Morality.
Is there some gripe anyone wants to levy at anyone else here before we?
Gripe. Oh, are you talking about Sean getting butthurt about the title or something? Or?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh shit! Wait, is there drama here that I don't know about? Can somebody fill us in for those that don't know?
Oh, Destiny's all in on trying to figure out the drama. I see.
Yeah, I am. Hold on, August. Get ready to title the next YouTube video. Okay, go ahead.
All I'm saying is you shouldn't put my mortal enemy in the title and not me. I mean, it was so disrespectful.
Wait, who's your mortal enemy, Sean?
NuanceBro. I hate this guy.
Oh, I see.
NuanceBro came on the show once, and we actually ended up arguing over who was a bigger. Oh yeah. But I'm just the one time you came on and we ended up arguing over like who was a bigger Elon Musk fan, I think, which was
to be
kind
fair,
of funny.
I think I also blocked you at some point on Twitter, NuanceBro, because I didn't know who you were.
Everyone's blocked me at some point on
no,
Twitter,
I didn't know who you were,
much,
so like
yeah.
I was like, "Fuck you, dude!" like 4 years ago, and I was like, "Oh shit, all right."
NuanceBro
Wait,
also
why are you
go
guys
ahead.
feuding? NuanceBro and AJW. I thought you were both like Nazis or whatever. What happened?
Yeah, I've never even been in the same room as him. That's all fake news.
Let's see. Let's look at the photographic evidence.
It's all right. When I think of NuanceBro, I just think of Discount Glink. So
Discount Glink. Oh, okay.
Why?
Why? That's the first time
Destiny,
I've gotten
why
that
are you
one
so
before.
mean?
I'm just kidding.
You're just saying that because they're both brown. Like,
Glink.
Whoa!
Oh my god,
Oh,
Destiny! Wow.
I
yeah.
can't believe you'd say
Wow.
that, Destiny.
Absolutely not true.
Hey, have you heard what Destiny said about BLM?
What do you...
Which one? Which ones?
Yeah, which statement? Bro, could I bring up a really quick aside point that's related because Destiny's here? Have you seen that JonTron's being canceled again today?
What do you do?
He went on. He just literally made a video with Internet Historian. He just talked to the guy.
Jim?
And that's
I don't
it.
know. People
Really?
are like
No,
trying to cancel each other all the time for all sorts of
I know,
shit.
What did Internet Historian do?
Nothing. No one did anything.
I thought
But they're
JonTron was
screaming about
more
they're like, oh,
controversial.
JonTron's a fucking massive fucking racist, so we have to. No one can watch this fucking video, which is just a fucking funny, and it is very funny comedy video. And I was like, I said on Twitter about it, I was like, it's fucking cute that you're
Aydin.
saying all this stuff about shit about JonTron. It's like, well, what?
Aydin,
One
you've
of the
gotta
things
get
that
off
John
Twitter.
said that were so cancelable, he said in relationship in a context of talking to Destiny, who also has been canceled by the far
Well,
left.
wait a second. Didn't
That's all
Destiny
Destiny's
try to
fault.
cancel JonTron though? I thought Destiny.
Destiny-
Hold on.
Cancel John.
Let's be clear. Not only did I
Yeah.
not try to cancel him, I explicitly tweeted out when he was getting canceled that like, hey, I don't think it's a good idea to kick people because he got kicked out of some voice acting project. So no, I did not.
You
You
try to
said that?
cancel him.
You tried to
Ukulele,
save him
yeah.
after
Yes.
you
I
after you
literally tweeted out, I think it's a bad idea to kick them off a project. If you want to make people like other types of people more, the best thing to do is usually include them in more things and work with them, not try to kick them out of everything.
Why did
I
they
tweeted that almost
why
verbatim.
were they trying to kick him out of everything though? I'm curious.
Because when he talked to me, he was saying some-
happened?
He said some crazy shit in our conversation and people got really uncomfortable.
He did say some
remember?
crazy shit, to be fair. So,
Right.
but
yeah.
still,
I do remember that. Yeah.
but
He
it was
did.
I
it was
remember it
6
too.
years ago.
I think
Destiny,
like,
what was
quite an
some of the
event.
crazy shit that he said? Why did you
Why
have
would
anything
you-
to
Don't
do
bring
with
it
that?
back up. Don't do it.
No, I was
about
trying to throw him
genetic-
lifelines. You can go back.
people with militias. to
No,
go out and fight
Destiny
rioters
really
and
did try to
crazy.
throw him lifelines. Honestly,
There were like I was asking questions like, if all the Mexicans came, but they were like chill with our culture and stuff, you'd be cool with them, right? And he's like, well, maybe if they'd like genetically assimilated. I was
No
like, John,
way.
What the fuck are you?
No.
Yes. I was like, John, what are you saying?
You're like, that was a softball. What are you doing? Please stop.
John's
Dude, that was a bizarre
Persian, so
fucking
you know
thing
you
to have
can't trust
happen.
him.
Guy reviews like
Wow.
You can always
video
count.
games jumping on.
It's always Sean saying the racist shit on the stream. You
Now
can
we know
always
why
ca-
he doesn't like NuanceBro.
You can always count on it.
but it's just some crazy ass, dumbass shit always going on Twitter.
So people want to know
Get
what you
off
guys
that
think.
shit. It's cancer.
Yeah.
Sitch, I'm.
Yep.
I mean, do you want to? I mean, I want to talk about January 6th, but it doesn't seem like anybody.
I'll talk
let's-
about
let's
It
do
doesn't
that.
seem like
We can
anybody
talk
else
about January
does.
6th.
I'm down to talk
I
about
mean, we
January
did.
6th.
I don't know you guys. Listen, and this for Destiny here, who thinks of us as anti-SJWs. We came
Only when
out.
it comes to Star Wars.
we did a talk. Destiny was
enough.
on. Destiny was on, and I defended a phone call that Trump made in the context of the January 6th hearings, and I've come to regret defending Trump on that stream
Yeah, but
after the
let's
after the
put it this way.
January 6th hearings. Aydin, I'm in the middle of talking here. I'm like
I'm
saying
sorry.
something. Okay,
I'm sorry.
I have.
Did you just talk over a woman?
Yeah, I
No,
told her. I said, "Shut the
She's
fuck
white, so
up."
it's okay.
Tell
Listen,
me to shut the
I
fuck
wouldn't.
up,
I
honestly.
wouldn't tell one of you guys to shut the fuck up because I understand you all have Y chromosomes, and you know when to shut the fuck up.
I bet.
I'm sorry. Anyway, I am the resident sexist on the show, but anyway, so January 6th hearings happen, and now it's like a completely different context for that phone call, Destiny. So I'm curious if you've listened to any of the January 6th hearings or what your take. When you were on before, you were basically saying Trump is a fascist, the total SJW bubble line. So I guess maybe
based. Yeah, I mean, I think Trump was doing everything he could
But-
to hold on to power. That's like anything, like extra process or whatever, like outside of the normal legal
Real quick,
process.
Well,
if you don't
I
mind-
agree with that, but I think that he was doing it in the context of like legal things. And I still think he is doing it in the context of legal things, but also some things that are like probably immoral, like maybe
Yeah, but like
legal.
even in
but-
the even in
Can
the
I throw in really quickly? Can I throw in the claim that he grabbed the wheel of the fucking limo to like turn it
Well,
around?
it wasn't
I mean,
it wasn't the Beast, even though the woman said it was the Beast. It was the SUV.
So I'm just saying.
Just so
if you
listen,
throw in that,
it's an important thing.
I say like to put that part into perspective. Those claims as well should be taken into consideration.
But I don't know.
yeah,
I
we
don't
should.
necessarily
And
know
here's
if I
the
buy
challenge-
that claim.
Here's
though.
the challenge that I always give the Trumples, and they'll always like, ooh, they don't say shit about it. I don't give a fuck if somebody wants to contradict testimony in the media. If you want to go and contradict testimony under oath, you go give testimony under oath. Otherwise, fuck you. I don't care what people say about her lying or blah, blah, blah. If you want to go and give testimony, I'm pretty sure that the commission is still open to people coming in and doing it. So they've reached out to some people and they haven't wanted to. But if you want to contradict things said
How could
under
you
oath,
contradict that?
No, she's literally wrong about it being the Beast. It literally.
yeah, sure.
was.
She might have been
How would
wrong,
you
but
be
like
able
there are
to
people that are
contradict
calling a lot of her testimony into question because they're like, oh, well, I don't trust it. And I think Aiden even just implied like, well, if she was wrong about this, maybe she's lying about that, or maybe she's wrong about that. It could be the case, but I think it's really damaging to one side if they're not willing to go under oath and make these statements. Because you saw this, especially with Giuliani, the types of statements that people are willing to make to the media changes pretty significantly when it comes time to make those statements under oath. It seems like they get a lot more careful with their wording.
Well, she also said everything was like, I heard this
I
from
heard
someone
this,
else. So
yes.
it wasn't really testifying to things that she would have heard of. If it was a regular court of law, this would have all been hearsay. And inadmissible.
I do want to make clear that I moved the entire nature of this conversation from the January 6th into this particular conversation.
Yeah,
about
right.
the-
And whether or not the credibility, one of
mean
the
to do
things that
that,
bothers
but-
me is a lot of people are using the credibility of this one witness to say nothing to see here. And I don't understand how that's plausible. Even if I throw out all of her testimony, we didn't even cover the day of her testimony. We covered the day of the testimony of the head of the DOJ that Trump tried to replace with like some EPA attorney. So NuanceBro, have you covered this stuff? Maybe you're.
I was there on January 6th. I was
really?
at the Capitol. Yeah, the first guy I interviewed that day was the dude with the horns, QAnon.
Really? Holy shit!
Yeah.
Wow.
So this is you caused him to storm the Capitol, is what you're saying.
all NuanceBro's fault, clearly.
Yeah, clearly. It was so cold that day. I don't know how that dude was shirtless. Like I was freezing. I literally had to go back to the hotel just to warm up before
He's
I went
filled with
back.
the warmth of Trump's truth and love.
Of Trump.
No,
Trump's
people actually
fucking
said that. They're like, the
love.
spirit of liberty burns bright in me, and that's how I stay
Whoa.
warm
Okay.
and stuff, so.
That's interesting.
So are you
that's
supporting Trump
para-religious,
or
but okay? Yeah.
are you?
Am I supporting Trump?
Sitch and I have a bet going for $500 whether or not Trump is going to run. It looks like
he's going to announce almost certainly like
he has to make it
later
to a
this year.
primary for our bet.
It looks like I'm going to win that bet handily.
No,
Yeah, he's going to announce in a few months. We just don't know if it's going to be before the midterms or after. They're saying before, but I think it would make more sense to do so after.
After, I
Well,
agree.
I guess
it makes sense to do so.
A better question would be: is there anyone in this call right now that thinks that Trump did nothing wrong regarding the election claims or anything that's come out regarding the January 6 hearings? That Trump was just in the right?
I'll tell you what I think.
Yeah, go
tell
ahead,
us,
Sean.
Tell us.
I think that asking Luke Skywalker about the
Okay.
Sean, no.
Okay.
Give us your real
No,
take,
no, no, no.
Sean.
We have some right-leaning people on right now. No,
This is
everyone's
his
just going
real
to throw
take.
Trump under the bus.
Why do you not?
See,
let
it's just
Sean
like the under
finish
oath
his
thing. They're a lot more loud
Yeah.
about Trump on Twitter than they are.
I think the book Lucky has it right that Trump essentially signaling against the vote by mail made Democrats vote more by mail, and that's why
And
he lost the
Republicans.
election. And he has
Yes.
nobody to blame but himself for that. And this whole like I'm not going to concede or whatever. It's like, dude, it's a wrap. Like all you're doing is damaging yourself and like giving them an excuse to ban you off all the things. I wasn't on board with the fraud thing, and I just. As for the hearing, I mean, it's still like the 685th most destructive riot, in the 2020-21 cycle. So,
That is true, but the riot isn't important because of the dollar amount to destruction. It was the idea that the leader of the United States, yes, of course, it was that the leader of the United States spurred on people to go and riot there because he was fundamentally undermining our electoral process, which is pretty insane.
Well, and also the riot was in my mind, was far less egregious than him trying to replace the head of the DOJ and have the DOJ lie and tell state governments to throw out their ballots based on the fact that he wanted the DOJ to say that they had found election fraud when they hadn't.
Sure, and he turned on Pence. He turned on Pence for the same reason, right? He's done this over and over again. He's turned on Cohen. He turned on Giuliani. He turns on everybody that isn't able to live up to his idealistic dictator expectations.
Isn't there a word for a riot where you're trying to overthrow the government?
Does it begin with the letter I or the letter C?
I think, yeah.
Now, hang on. I want to be very clear about that, though.
Yes.
About the letter I and the letter C. Okay.
Hey, Mauler needs to dip out for a second. He's going to go get some drinks. He'll be back in a sec.
He's going to go rewatch some Star Wars clips. Make sure he's
he'll be back.
I think we can all be very
Don't get too drunk.
honest. That was there an attempt at insurrection that happened on January 6th? Yeah, to some degree, there probably was. But the reality is that the vast majority of those people were just showing up to support Trump and didn't really understand what they were doing to the degree that they were doing it. So and we're talking about now 2 years, and this is legitimate, 2 years of people who have been held without charge. That is unconstitutional, and it's not fair.
Wait, people have been held without charges?
You didn't know that?
No, I don't.
No, they're charged.
They're
just
charged.
not convicted.
They've
probably been charged. I don't think people are being held without charge.
Are they held without bail though? Is that the problem?
That could be the case, but it's.
I misspoke. Yeah, they're being held without bail, but
okay.
It's still it's ridiculous to be held for 2 years for this particular crime. And when the crime, and now I agree
they tried to commit a coup, an insurrection against the United States government. What do you expect?
No. The woman with the old lady with the little
Nuance.
the old lady with the little fucking American flag. Was she trying to commit a coup?
I don't think the old lady with the little flag are the types of people being held. I think it's the oath breakers and the people that are being charged with conspiracy to commit. I don't know if it's a coup, but other crimes of the Capitol. I think those are the ones that are being charged and are being held awaiting trial. It's not just people that were randomly trespassing.
The Q shaman guy, he's still.
Are we sure? Are we sure about that though? Are we positive about that? That's the people who are all being held.
If we're not, it's the U.S. justice system. You can look up who's being charged with what crime. It's all public. No, hold on. The U.S. justice system is not fucked. You can go and look up who's being charged with what. It should all be public information, right?
Am I mistaken?
It's not public information. I just think that it's ridiculous the way that people are being held, and it applies, by the way, to people who are being held under other positions as well, not just under this particular position.
Wait, why would it be ridiculous for
I
somebody
was only
being
joking about the insurrection thing.
If
Some
they've been
people
charged,
might not know that.
Wait, why would it be insane if people are being held?
Because people are being held for all kinds of crimes that are outside of this as well.
Wait, but this is literally how it works. If you get charged with a crime, then you are
for 2
put
years.
In jail. Mm-hmm. I don't know what the average wait time is for a charge like this. I don't. Have they been denied bail?
The average is not 2 years.
Typically you're not denied bail for trespassing, and what a lot of these people end up.
Yeah,
with.
but are the people that are being charged? Is it just trespassing, or are these the more high-profile offenders that are being charged with other types of?
Some of them are just trespassing charges.
I'm sure they're higher charges, but isn't the whole point of without
charges,
bail supposed to be if you think the person is either
going
to reoffend or they're a flight risk?
Yeah.
And are any of these? I mean, first of all, I don't think any of these people are going to reoffend. They're not going to re-coup.
What are they going to do?
Is any of these people actual flightless, or is it just purely political? Fuck them, basically.
And again, remember that the highest charge here was trespassing.
That is
not
absolutely
true.
Okay, stop. Hold on, stop. You're saying so many things are incorrect. That is absolutely not true.
No, I'm sorry if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong,
I think there have already been convictions that are higher than trespassing at this point.
For the longest time, the highest charges were low, but they did secure indictments against the Oath Keepers, and I think they just dropped some for the Proud Boys, the founder or whatever.
Yeah.
So for a while, the charges weren't that high, but they actually did do the work and secure the indictments on higher charges.
Mm-hmm. I think seditious conspiracy is the highest one. I don't know what that.
Yeah.
People were charged with assault on a federal officer.
Those ones too. Oh wait, didn't somebody just two people get convicted 2 years for pepper spraying officers? I think that conviction just happened.
Yes. I would say that it is interesting when they weren't convicted. Though, if nothing else, okay, so you are correct, Destiny. Obviously, that there were higher charges, but what I find very curious is that these people have been held for I would say, to be extraneous, an extremely long time comparatively to other people who have been accused of similar sort of crimes, whatever they are.
And not
wait, hold on, real quick.
What happened to Ray Epps? What happened to the pipe bomber guy?
That's the worst conspiracy ever. Wait a minute.
It's really not.
Yeah,
it's
hold
really
on.
Not the worst conspiracy.
But we'll talk about that after.
If I may finish my statement,
yes.
Real quick, that they're being held for a extraordinarily long period of time before seeing court, and I understand there's a lot of them, but they are not all being charged in the DC court. And then on top of that, the problem is that they are being charged with cases that really would have been dismissed in most other districts
I don't think any of this is true. I think that people have made a lot of general statements about this without knowing like any of the charges, without knowing who's being convicted for what, without knowing any of the evidence.
Well, I could be wrong.
Well, sure, I know, but like I'd be curious to see what are some of these charges that are like completely unfair, or what are some of these charges? Like, I'm sure there are probably a few, but it seems like given the indictments and the convictions that have come out, it seems like they are working on building cases. It seems like there is a lot of investigations that are going on in the background, and it seems to be proceeding as you would expect it to. Like, I wouldn't expect this to be done in like 1 week or even 1 month, depending on.
It's also not unusual to be
Sean, are we gonna let's just forget about the people who've been in jail forever? Okay, we're talking about a United States president trying to do anything he can to hang on to power, which goes against the norm of a peaceful transfer of power. And we're sitting here talking for 25 minutes about how long the rando mob people who were in the mob were in jail. Well, it's totally irrelevant
to get off that topic.
Well, it's totally
like that. What they'll do is they'll say immediately, they'll be like, "Oh, it's not a big deal," or like, "Yeah, that was bad," and then they fixate on everything else.
I completely disagree. I mean, I completely agree with you, Destiny. But you are playing into this by continuing to go back and forth about how long these people have been in jail, when it's completely kind of just irrelevant.
Because the issue is anytime you get them in a conversation, people they'll go immediately like, "Oh yeah, that was horrible. Trump shouldn't have done that." But then on Twitter, they never say that. Or they'll even defend him, and then they just fixate on like the smaller things. You can ask the question now, because I know there's probably a lot of people in here that would have defended the January 6th shit. That
I don't want to have a conversation about how unfair it is that these people, I mean, it's unfair that these people were even there. Were there to do the kind of thing that they were incited to do.
We know that
legally protest. What?
Well, no, I think legally
the Capitol was illegally protesting. That's
nuance, bro. Is there some level of culpability for Trump? The one thing that I'm walking away from the January 6th hearings understanding is Trump had no evidence of any kind of fraud, and there was plenty of people who were giving him information about the election to show that there was no evidence. Trump could have signal boosted that information and avoided these people thinking that the election had been stolen, but he did the opposite. So, I mean, is there some culpability there in what Trump did?
What is different? I'm talking about the actions that day of Trump. Like, he didn't tell people to storm the Capitol.
No,
he said,
I do not think
it was pre-planned, by the way. Like, that's why people were
maybe let's one at a time first of all, and maybe we should just change the subject. Maybe we should let's talk about something else, okay?
Let's go. No, wait. NuanceBro, please. Can NuanceBro please finish his statement, please?
Yeah, so it was already, like, there were flyers days before this all happened to say, like, oh, yeah, and then at this time, you know, after Trump's speech or whatever, we're going to walk, like, you know, to the Capitol, not storming the Capitol, but this was part of the schedule. And but Trump, you know, I guess he got there late, or his speech went on longer than it usually does or whatever. So people started already walking to the Capitol before Trump even said, like, walk to the Capitol peacefully and stuff like that.
How many people there, though, believed that the election was stolen?
Yeah, I think the essence of Adam's question.
I
think the essence of Adam's question is, regardless of when it was scheduled or who planned it or what had happened or what Trump's direct involvement was, the January 6th riot was definitely, indisputably spurred on by Trump's propagating of the misinformation that the election was being stolen. And should there be accountability for that? That's what the essence of the question is.
You don't think there's any...
And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that being accountability for that. But then I also ask that there be accountability for the Democrat politicians.
Please, I do not do whataboutism on the show. I will kick you so fast, okay? Any next person that does a whataboutism is out of here, okay?
Wait, what about what about when Sitch does whataboutism?
Sitch's name is on Sitch's name is on the show.
I won't do it. I won't do it. I'm just saying. Okay.
So Nuance, go ahead.
But on the claims of the election being stolen, like, you don't think there's a legitimate grievance of people who, when they see the election laws being changed or modified last minute in response to COVID and things like that in many other states, like, you don't think there's a legitimate, like, hey,
I do.
This seems a bit suspicious. All of a sudden we have like an insane amount of like mail-in ballots, and that's not like a legitimate thing where people are like, hey, maybe there's.
We knew 6 months in advance there would be an insane amount of mail-in ballots. Everybody knew that. Literally everyone knew that.
This is always the thing. People always say, like, what people will say this. How do you square? No, wait. How do you square this away? People will say the last minute mail-in ballots were insane. That, like, it was so obvious it was ringing, blah, 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 blah. Trump was talking about this 8 months in advance that this was going to happen. Bernie Sanders was literally predicting on air, yeah, the election's probably going to change as the ballots roll in. Everybody knew. Every single person in the United States knew this was going to happen. Why are we pretending that, like, we were so surprised on the night of the election?
Hang on, because
being surprised on the night of the being surprised on the night of the election is different from what NuanceBro is saying. What he's saying, and I agree with, and I think Trump handled this strategically before the election poorly, is that we had a bunch of states that changed election laws to make them totally different from how they were done in 2016. Pennsylvania did violate their constitution. The court upheld it. So there were issues, but like the fraud claims, it depends if you're like, they changed the rules and I think that's unfair, but it happened how it happened, or like this guy stuffing ballots into the box and that's why Orange Man lost. Like, I think those are two different things. One's a legitimate grievance and one is goofy.
Sean, do you know the backstory on that?
Yeah.
Sean, do you know the backstory on that? That the DOJ, Bob Barr, is it?
Yeah, Bob Barr. Or
Bob
William
Barr.
Barr.
William Barr. Yeah. So William Barr.
And he has a Bob.
William Barr, before the election, told Trump that there was all of these election laws being changed due to COVID and that they needed to get attorneys in place to fight them. And he suggested,
like a year before.
Yeah, he suggested to Trump that he should hire a bunch of attorneys to fight these laws ahead of time.
And a year before.
Right. But Trump has this bad habit of not paying attorneys. So he told him he has to put $30 million into an escrow account for attorney's fees. Otherwise, nobody's going to work on these cases. And Trump didn't want to put the $30 million into escrow. They had plenty of money. They had plenty of money. Yeah.
It was his campaign
Also, I think
so. Don't cry about all the election changes and stuff. I mean, this is normal. This is going to happen.
We're talking about why the people were angry about it.
But hold on.
Wait.
Just on this one factual claim, okay? Because I agree there's a lot to look at, but people will take so many random things. The reason why people aren't mad aren't because laws are changing, aren't because it's because somebody's telling them that they need to be mad about a particular thing. So, like, for that Pennsylvania example, for instance, my understanding is that Pennsylvania change happened in 2019 with a Republican legislature. But when you said it the way that you said it, Sean, the implication is, oh my God, the Democrats must have changed this right before the election so that they could win. That's not true. And for a lot of these laws, a lot of these have been changing for a long time. The idea that it just happened because the Democrats are trying to flip the election is not true. And I don't think the Pennsylvania Supreme Court has actually ruled yet on whether or not they violated their constitution in regards to the universal mail-in ballot thing.
The legislature didn't make the change. It was a Republican legislature, but they couldn't get it passed, so they just did it through the executive branch in Pennsylvania.
Sure, but the pass was trying to be done through a legislature in 2019 before, like, the big mail-in ballot thing or the COVID shit or the election conspiracy was even a thing. So while you might be kind of sort of factually correct, the leading implication here is that Democrats are trying to change all the rules just so they could win the election, which is incredibly misleading.
This is also not what people were talking about right after the election. There were tons of different other claims about Benford's law and fucking ballot stuffing.
Oh my God, the Benford's law shit. Yeah.
The Benford's law shit. Holy fuck. I was a data analyst at the time, and I was like going through and doing the math about how fucking stupid that shit was. Holy fuck, it'd make my fucking head explode. The bottom line is that people were pissed off because Trump told them the election was stolen.
That's the real reason.
You would go through.
Do you think that's the only reason why?
Stop. Yes, that is the only reason. You would go through and you would debunk the claims one by one, and people would just cope and cope.
Who cares?
Yeah, exactly. You could knock down fucking 5 of their claims. They'd have 10 fucking more. What the reason that people thought it was stolen is because Trump told them. it was stolen. And there was nothing that you could do to attack any particular thing. What you're doing now is you're bringing up, okay, a lot of the 1,000 fucking crazy things people said about the election was stolen. There were a couple of them that weren't complete fucking horseshit. But that is not the focus of information at the time.
And even today, you still hear people talking about like sliding ballot box under a table, which is a reference to one video that when viewed in federal court, they had already put the ballots on there in an earlier video. You still hear references to claims that have been debunked in federal courts with Republican judges.
There's also the guy.
Could I please explain why people thought that? Is because they were told for 4 years or 5 years at that point the 2016 election was stolen, right?
No,
So
that's it. You're gone.
No,
hold on.
No fucking whataboutism. That's a whataboutism. Holy shit. What about the Democrats?
What about
Okay, excuse me.
It is a whatabout. It is a whataboutism.
He's saying that they lost faith because of this other thing that happened.
I don't think it's whataboutism.
And it is a deflection.
Whataboutism, Judge.
I gotta clear something up.
What the fuck I wanted to say, which is that you created a perception in the American population that the American institutions were faulty and therefore they could be stolen and that they could be hijacked by external forces. And then you got confused.
That's
wait, hold on, real quick.
That's a ridiculous argument.
Very concise answer. It is true that Democrats have talked about stealing elections a lot, but it has never been at the ballot box. It's been through gerrymandering and voter ID laws. I have never heard credible Democrats talk about in the media constantly that the vote was rigged. The vote was rigged. Ballots were rigged. Russia rigged the election.
They talk about Russian interference.
We're talking about Russian interference, but Republicans are the ones that always say, "Oh, you said Russia rigged the ballot." Nobody says that. They said that Trump worked with Russia to get either propaganda or that the Russians were influencing the election. Not that they were actually changing votes, which is the Trump claim.
It was a direct fucking claim in 2016 that Russians actually interfered in the vote, and I had to go in and go through the. Yes, it was. Destiny, yes, it was.
Were there were there politicians making that claim?
Or just mainstream figure? Nobody mainstream was saying this. That's just
maybe not, but I saw it in a whole bunch of mainstream fucking publications.
The only time I remember,
I mean, like I don't know. Is this something that I just did? I imagine this. The Washington Post didn't make these kinds of statements.
I remember.
Your argument is literally that Democrats convinced the Republicans that the election was stolen, which is ridiculous.
And I mean, like, if we look at the behavior afterwards, like, nobody was saying that, like, Trump rigged the election. Nobody is saying that like votes were changed. Hillary conceded literally that night. Like the behavior just doesn't line up with if Democrats thought the election was actually
2020 though. She said
so there's one quote that they'll always pull out where Hillary Clinton says that Trump is an illegitimate president. That's the one quote that you guys will always
about. Is it a different one? No, I'm talking about the one where she said to Joe Biden, "Do not concede under any." And then the lady's going like this that's interviewing her. She said to not concede like under any circumstance.
Probably to not. Yeah, but what is the context? It was probably don't concede under the fact that the ballots were still being counted because Trump was trying to claim that he won the election before it was over, which is a fair statement to say. And it's nowhere near. And at that one point, under any circumstance, you're talking about Hillary Clinton who conceded the night of the election when she was there.
Her mind probably changed after
when did she say that? When did she say that? Was it in the middle of the controversy or was it like a month before the vote?
No, it was before. It was well before the election, if I remember correctly.
It was probably in regards to, because guess what? Everybody predicted it correctly. It was probably in regards to don't concede that very night because votes are going to come in and you know that Trump is going to try to claim that he won the election, which he did. He did try to claim that.
He's still claiming that.
Yeah, true. True.
You know, but I don't think that I'm incorrect that I'm misremembering this, and I know that because I made videos on it. I have the data on it somewhere in a hard drive in this hard drive actually it's plugged into my computer if I wanted to go into detail about it, which that there were claims that that everything that happened I know
the claims.
May I just please just finish my statement, which is that there were absolutely claims that that Trump was trying to subvert the election, et cetera, and that any claims of any kind of interference in the 2020 election were wrong. Now, there were all kinds of Russian hacking that happened.
Let's not go back to Russiagate, okay? I don't. It's like irrelevant.
I'm not trying to get into that. I'm not trying to. I know it's irrelevant. My point is that it was a totally acceptable kind of position to have in 2016 to say that the Russians hacked the United States election.
This is so
they didn't say that.
This is so whataboutism because you're deflecting. You're basically saying, I don't want to I don't want to say anything bad about what Trump did because the Democrats did the exact same thing in 2016. It's totally whataboutism. It's totally deflection.
The only thing that's remotely comparable, and it was a more coherent strategy, was Al Gore in 2000. Like 2016 was people saying this.
I don't condone what happened in 2016. I don't condone Russiagate. I can be against both of these things at the same time.
But I do want to clear something up. I do want to clear something up. So I was wrong. It was a law passed in the state of Pennsylvania, but their constitution explicitly prevented that from being done. And it has been adjudicated as of January of this year that law was unconstitutional because it would require a constitutional amendment for no excuse absentee ballots. So like, let's clear that up. And number one. Number two, I agree that the stupid stories about the New Jersey mailman who threw out all these, like it was like thousands of pieces of mail and there were some ballots in there. And then people were like, it was thousands of ballots. No, it was 12 ballots. And it was a guy who didn't want to do his route. And it's the state of New Jersey where Trump isn't going to win anyway. So all those ridiculous stories definitely did contribute to it. And Trump was pushing all those stories. That's part of the reason why people got angry. And that's part of the reason why they ended up storming the Capitol. But also Ray Epps did it.
Yeah, totally. Well, I mean, we can move on. It doesn't sound like
I'm being told
really
again. I don't know who's correct here, or if somebody has a source on this, but I'm being told that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court is still not decided on that. They haven't ruled. That hasn't been. They haven't finished their adjudication on that.
What did the lower court say?
Well, I don't know, but if it's waiting for an appeal in the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, then you kind of have to wait on them to see what the ultimate answer is.
Oh, the election's over, so.
Not in Trump's mind. He's still out there fighting on the front lines every day.
Can we address the Ray Epps thing really quick?
Sure.
Because this is like, to me, this is the dumbest conspiracy ever. You have a guy who was on the FBI's most wanted list for like, or not the most wanted, but on a January 6th FBI list for like 6 months. And then they take him off the list. And so that's evidence that he's
No, that's not the only thing.
Well, what else is there?
He wasn't charged for anything, despite him, like the day before January 6th, talking about we need to go into the Capitol. You see him doing the same thing on January 6th. He's going up. He's literally, the first time the gates are breached, he's right at the front of there, whispering in people's ears. And then right after he does that, boom, then the gates are breached or whatever. And he's on that most wanted list. And why would he be most wanted and then never charged? And on top of that,
because
he's not charged. He's not charged.
I want to finish this point.
One at a time. One at a time.
I want to finish this point.
NuanceBro, please.
He's the only January 6th defendant that's actually like praised by members of the actual January 6th committee, like Kinzinger, and then the New York Times writes a puff piece about him, and they don't even ask him any of like the tough questions of like, have you ever actually been affiliated with like federal law enforcement, or have you been like an informant in any way? Like,
of course not.
This was like such a it's why is he the only one that gets positive press coverage?
Let me
never charged.
This is what I think happened.
Let's hear the.
You have a guy who you have all this video of him. He seems like he's trying to incite people to riot. He's at the front of the gate when it gets breached. He's on the FBI list for 6 months before they finally take him down. But the FBI, before they took him down, they went and they talked with him. So obviously they talked to him and thought either A, this guy doesn't have any useful information, or we don't think there's enough to charge him, or B, he flipped on a bunch of people and gave them a lot of useful information. So they made a deal and didn't charge him.
Again, I think that second thing is very likely.
Yeah, but that's not what people are saying.
Maybe he was an informant to begin with.
He was an FBI agent from the beginning.
No, not necessarily
an agent, but wait. You don't think it's possible he's not an FBI informant after the fact?
Well,
no. He
after
could
the
totally
fact is
be
different.
He could totally flip on people. People at the time were saying that Ray Epps was some kind of government agent trying to incite people to riot because they really wanted to get the riot happening so that it make Donald Trump look bad.
Well, the conservative take now is that almost all of these like conservative things are basically set up by FBI informants. That's like the big take now. We're sort of saying almost every big thing is set up by FBI.
Inciting a riot.
Saying specifically about
Well,
what
are you saying? Well, what is your exact claimings then?
So I think it's suspicious that this guy who did all these things was on the most wanted list, never gets charged. All these other people get charged. And I think he was also affiliated with the Oath Keepers and stuff. And we're just supposed to pretend like, okay, he's not an informant either before or after the fact. Also, I want to know, did you guys see what AOC said? She seems to be calling all this January 6th commission.
I sure did.
Into question as well, saying like, how come they're not investigating the police that like open the doors and things like that.
Oh my God, we're
inside.
still doing
That's
these
what
same rumors?
No, that's AOC saying
No,
that.
she,
That's not
no,
me.
she
That's
said
AOC
it publicly,
saying that
just like
just
2
the
days
other
ago,
day.
Destiny.
The
She
ballots.
said it.
But
I don't care what AOC said. Like, we've all seen the same videos. The idea that it was like the 9 police officers that were sitting in the Capitol, they let them in. It's like one of the most tired conspiracies.
She seems very convinced that the police
First of all, she wasn't
against her. They wanted
she
to
wasn't
harm
at-
her, and
she
they were
wasn't-
on the side of the January 6th.
Okay,
Yeah,
good diversion. Good
whatever,
diversion.
Whatever you think, my dude. Like AOC, who is not.
I like how also right now AOC is like your queen to appeal to like matter of fact when in any other circumstance you would literally think she's a commie spy. Like you would never trust. But now when she's tweeted out dumb shit, now when she's tweeted out some dumb shit about the January 6th stuff, now it's like, oh my God.
Can I
I think
please
she
explain?
threw her party under the bus like an idiot.
If you don't mind, if I can please explain, I think that because I do think that AOC is heavily politically polarized and politicized. So when she says something like that, we listen and we go, okay, if she's saying things that align with what we're saying,
right? It
not
gives
all
it
of us,
extra weight, but it
we go,
doesn't.
okay, well that looks interesting to us, right?
Here's the
that's all.
problem.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Aiden. But here's the problem: is that AOC, and this comes into your debate with Lauren Southern about AOC and the January 6th stuff, is that AOC is a crazy person who, from the beginning, while January 6th is happening, she thought, based on nothing, that the guards were going to turn on her and give her over to the mob because she doesn't trust police or something. So it would make sense that that having that view that she would then buy into the whole
she
conspiracy.
saw it in his eyes.
Wait, this would buy into the conspiracy. Why she would also pick up they must have let them into the Capitol. Because she already believed that.
Sure, she might have, and she's also anti-police, but also the AOC claims were that on the day of, when nobody knows what the fuck is happening and tens of thousands of people are swarming in fucking DC, that she was worried that like some guy would be against her because she doesn't know if she can trust other like senators that are, because Ted Cruz and people like that were leading the charge against the election. You can argue that in retrospect it's a dumb claim, but at the heat of the moment.
Hold on, she made this claim about police like 2 days ago.
No, hold on. I'm talking about you making fun of her, saying she thought the police there were gonna like turn her over or whatever. Right? I'm saying it's
recounting. This is her recounting, and she's even talking
about recounting the feeling that she had at the time.
Okay, but she's also talking 2 days ago.
Sure,
like,
I understand that's a separate. That's a separate. Sure, that's a separate claim. What I'm saying is that like people making fun of her claims on the day
tied together, obviously.
We're getting distracted off the Ray Epps point. If you're going to talk about people that were inciting the riot, that pre-planned to enter the Capitol, this guy's on video doing that. And if he became an informant after the fact, then where's the charge that got him to flip on other people? We don't have that. It seems weird that you're convicting a bunch of people that presumably he's testifying against of trespassing, but this guy was actually inciting a riot, which is actually a felony, and we have video evidence of him doing it the day before and the day of.
And the mainstream media is not curious, and to the degree that they do interact with him, it's puff pieces actually making him a sympathetic character. They don't do that for any other January 6er.
I mean,
wait, so you think there's also so you think there's coordination between the media and the legal system in terms of how to portray this guy?
That's never happened before. Destiny.
Okay, Adam, you got to find people with actual balls to defend their takes. I hate the whole like I'm just asking questions.
No,
I've never seen it.
I'll give my.
It's actually like it is.
They won't do it. They can't. They're impossible. You can't find them.
It's the most frustrating, they don't exist. Cowardly shit in the world. It's so annoying. Oh my god.
How is that
I'm just saying. Okay, so say it. So say it then. Do you believe that there is a conspiracy between the media and then like what the DOJ to portray certain people?
And I'll tell you exactly what they defend. They defend
one at a time.
And the fucking government defended the fucking guy who killed Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah, I think that's probably what.
Nuance, can you turn your mic up a little bit?
Fucking CIA
You
killed
got
fucking MLK.
Aiden, I'm about to ask you to leave because you keep talking over everybody. Like we're all trying to take turns here, okay? That's kind of how live streaming works. So NuanceBro, can you turn your mic up a little bit and what were you saying? I want to hear your response.
It's maxed out.
Okay.
No, I think I can turn it up higher. Hold on.
Might be able to turn it up on Zoom, but
I don't think I can.
No,
I have a response.
All right, how's the mic now?
Good.
Perfect. Wonderful.
Awesome. Cool. I
so
maxed it out.
please defend the
Defend your
Epstein
balls.
take. Yeah.
The what?
Epstein.
The
Defend your
Epstein
balls.
take.
Epstein.
You thought he did nothing wrong. What were you saying about it?
No, so when it comes to Ray Epps and like this New York Times puff piece or whatever, I don't think they would go out of their way to randomly make him a sympathetic figure when they haven't done that for any other January 6er. And then Adam Kinzinger comes out and defends him and all that stuff, and he's not charged even despite being on the list and everything. Yeah, I think it's reasonable to assume that they probably know something about it, and they're probably coordinating with someone in the government, whether official or unofficial capacity. Like that I think it's not unreasonable to assume that, I think.
Well, I don't have a problem with any of that. And I don't have a problem with people asking questions about why Ray Epps wasn't charged. I only have a problem with the claim that was very strongly made. Maybe that's not your position, NuanceBro, but I saw all across Twitter, which was that Ray Epps was a secret FBI agent, and that's why they didn't charge him. Which
okay,
to me
you see all kinds of crazy
ludicrous.
shit on Twitter.
I saw, no, but it wasn't just
of
like weirdos. This
anything.
was like a lot of the big right-wing accounts were making this claim, which to me is totally insane, because why the fuck would the FBI put an FBI agent on a please find this guy list for 6 fucking months? Are they that they're so competent that they can plan the January 6th riot, but they're so incompetent that they're going to out their own agent for the world to see?
Don't they put
that's always like
informants,
videos out there of him.
Has that never happened where an informant is put on like a list when you're gathering people?
No, but there's a difference between an informant who becomes an informant after he gets pressured and saying that this guy is an agent who's trying to incite people to riot.
I'm not endorsing the agent claim. I'm talking about like informants are way more likely.
Yeah, but
what is even the claim then?
Do you mean he's an informant before or after?
I don't know. It could be either. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well, after is not interesting. Before is interesting.
Before is a lot more interesting.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense.
I feel like the biggest problem with all of these like hardcore conspiracy claims is that on one end, people are very quick to brush off anything related to Trump. People will look at like the Trump Flynn everything stuff and they'll go to bat like, well, there was definitely no conspiracy. No, you need absolute evidence. I need you to show me like text messages. I need to see a phone call. I need to see Putin's dick being sucked by Manafort or Cohen to believe in it. But then when it comes to the other side, it's like, well, they wrote an article showing one guy in a favorable light. And I actually think that means the government is working with the media to hide an FBI informant
that's not the right. That's one thing. That's not the one thing I said. I said way more stuff.
It's going to be like, it's going to be, but you have nothing to prove what you're saying. It's all just like, well, this is kind of weird and that's kind of weird. Therefore, I think there's actually
circumstantial evidence. Sure,
it's not it doesn't even rise to circumstantial. Hold on, circumstantial evidence doesn't just mean that wow, there's a coincidence. Like if I say that like
based on coincidence, it's based on circumstance. It's
yeah, but you don't have any strong circumstances.
I'm not saying it's direct evidence. I'm saying it's circumstantial.
But it's not even circumstantial evidence because there's a 50 million different other things that could explain like what's going on here. And the idea that we would jump to like asserting a very high bar conspiracy because journalists, if we've learned
really
anything,
not a high bar. The journalists, like people in the media, especially mainstream media, they coordinate with the government all the time.
If we've learned anything about the media over the past fucking 5 years, it's that them having Twitter accounts means that they open their mouth about fucking everything. The idea that there'd be some concerted effort by a bunch of journalists to keep something under wraps when they can't keep their mouth shut about fucking anything is unbelievable. That editors, that people involved in publishing, that people that are writers and reporters, all of these people would come together to keep this shit quiet at no fucking
Dude, are you
shot.
pretending like they didn't do this, for example, during the Iraq War? Like they weren't doing favorable coverage for the administration, like they weren't doing those weird things where they only like filmed like this little section to make it look like, oh, look at all these people so happy, freedom, Saddam Hussein. Like there was no
for the Iraq War and Abu Ghraib and like all these prisons. Weren't we also getting unprecedented footage of like atrocities being committed by the U.S. government, and we only have those because of that same media that you're criticizing?
Sometimes, but you're saying they don't do the propaganda aspect. That's never.
If you want to be like an embedded reporter, I'm sure it's possible, but there's a huge difference between like I'm an embedded reporter and I'm going to try to give a little bit of favorable coverage versus blowing open huge stories of abuse, which the media did, versus you saying now that the media is just wholly in bed with the government and none of these reporters are going to say anything, and they're going to sell
in bed and that they never do anything critical. It's just that, you know, both things can happen at the same time. You realize this.
I know, but you're asserting something that require a great deal of coordination.
No, it doesn't require. It doesn't
not a great deal at all.
It doesn't require almost any coordination. The conservatives are highlighting this guy. It is legitimately suspicious what is seen in the videos and what the FBI's response to it. Nobody on the left acknowledges this guy. They'll say conspiracy theory, whatever. If you're in the media that's typically on that team, that is a signal to you that maybe there's nothing to the story, so you just ignore it. And then if you're a little bit more sophisticated, a little bit better connected, then you call Adam Schiff or any of these representatives that you have a contact with, and they set you up with an interview with the guy so you could talk to him. So then it's just one reporter that's working one connection to get one side of a story of what they believe to be is the wrong side of a right-wing conspiracy theory. So it doesn't have to be anything like that. Remember, the media didn't do any scrutiny of the Gretchen Whitmore plot, and there were informants and agents all over that thing, so much so that some of the guys beat it on an entrapment defense, and the other guys got a mistrial because the jury couldn't decide.
I think that there are times when you can say that. So you're saying you don't have to allege a conspiracy because it's possible that all of these people have individual incentives to act the way that they are anyway, which could be possible. But I find it so hard to believe that when so many of these come and go that are never talked about again when they end up not being true. And when this sort of hypercritical lens is applied only to one side. For the majority of Republicans, the idea that Trump had any even concept in his mind of doing anything with Russia is unfathomable. But as soon as they spot like one or two coincidences between like media coverage of somebody and like an FBI informant, now they're like off to the fucking races. It makes me doubt the sincerity with which some of the people are alleging that there might be foul play, especially when they pick these up and they drop them off like laundry at the cleaners every single week when they hop from one conspiracy to the next.
Hey, I brought
that's completely understandable.
Aydin, I'm gonna ask you to go. Okay. Thanks for coming on, Aydin. I got 3 more people coming in, so I brought in Joe. Joe is a Trump supporter as well, and he's got a take on the Epps stuff. So
bye.
Take care.
Yeah. Bye. Thanks for coming.
So first and foremost, congratulations on 200 episodes. It's great. I didn't know you knew so many big name people. I'm very, very impressed.
We know everybody. we are like the Illuminati. That's why we use the eye as our symbol.
Sean Fitzgerald, the actual justice warrior, was one of my 2 main inspirations to actually start a channel. Wow. So I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here. I'm gonna not fanboy any more than that. But I'm just gonna tell you, I'm a big fan of your work.
That's nice. Thank you.
I'm a really big fan of your work, and I watched you from being like sort of like a stumbling, bumbling kind of like. I have a message and I want to get it out there to really being far more polished, and it's really, really impressive. I don't mean any. I'm not. There's no but to that. I'm really impressed with your work.
Thank you.
Yeah. With respect to Ray Epps, it's not, first and foremost, it's not just Ray Epps. Yeah, if there's actually a Revolver article which breaks down like half a dozen different people who were front and center, caught on tons of video, pushing the crowd, motivating the crowd to move forward, to go into the Capitol, to push their way in there, and all these people have been gone missing with respect to the committee's investigation or any talk about them by the media at all. There's actually an article from Revolver which breaks down piece by piece. And I know you'll say that Revolver is right-wing, media.
It's Darren Beatty's thing.
Yeah, but Darren Beatty's breakdown is exceptional. I mean, and if you think about it, assuming that there was a concerted effort by the DOJ or by nefarious forces at the upper echelons of government, it wouldn't be just a Ray Epps. There would be several different persons who would basically be put in place to help push the crowd towards breaching the Capitol for ultimately a political agenda here. And you have to ask yourself this. I mean, Destiny, just ask yourself this question. Assuming you're right about Ray Epps, why would they not have come forward and just said, hey, you know what? Ray Epps was someone who was, who would have been charged, but he flipped. He turned over and he went states, and that's why now he's not being charged. But instead of giving us that very simple answer, which a lot of people would be like, oh, okay, I understand why he's not charged. Instead of giving us, they're pretending that there was never anything about him at all. There's another guy who was on top. There was one guy with a loudspeaker. He had a megaphone standing on top of like this
I don't know if you would ever reveal something like that. Does the FBI ever come out and make statements about who is or isn't an informant, or who? That seems like it would be an unprecedented action. No,
I don't know why that would be unprecedented. If he's testifying against people, I think people would see him coming into court and say, hey, I think that testifying.
So I could be wrong on this, but I think in general, I think that those types of agencies are very cautious when it comes to them making statements about ongoing like political matters. Like I know that it was a huge deal when Comey came out to make his statement of Hillary Clinton. There are a lot of people who thought that he was super out of line for making those statements because traditionally those types of agencies almost have like an unwritten rule that they don't want to be like political players. That's not their job. So I don't know if it would be reasonable expectation for the FBI to step out. It's like, oh, just letting you guys know, here's like our update on this particular person.
In this context, and then I understand what you're saying, but let's think about this for a second. In this context, where the only reason that you ever have any sort of congressional hearing is for a dog and pony show, because what comes out of a congressional hearing? Nothing. There's no indictment.
Well,
there's no charges. There's nothing comes out of it. It's all about swaying the minds of the public.
Yeah, it's like a trial for the public, right? That's what you're essentially doing. When you have a trial, you're not asking questions where you're surprised to hear the answers. You just want to show the jury a particular thing. In this case, the jury is the American people.
Yeah,
you have a congressional hearing to put a story out to them. Yeah, of course.
And there's good information.
And that's all the more reason to explain to the people on the right, the people you're trying to convince, because you have people in your camp who already are in your camp and think Trump is evil and that this was all his fault. The people you're trying to convince are the people who think that Trump was innocent in all of this. So they're the ones who you would be trying to address their concerns and sway them, say, hey, look, you guys are blinded by a mega shyster who tricked you into thinking that he had nothing to do with this, and he's trying to pull at strings here and there to make you think like, oh, Ray Epps. But do you want to know why Ray Epps isn't here? Because he turned states. But there's never been any statement like that, and it's not.
I don't think for the people that are believing in the Ray Epps stuff, I'm pretty sure those people are just gone. Those people are never being convinced, because it's not about Ray Epps and it's not about any one individual thing. It's the idea that Trump sold them a story, and they're going to believe that literally to the end of the fucking earth. Like there is no particular factoid. Now the goal is to give Democrats more ammunition, to galvanize them to vote against Trump, and maybe to sway some independents that are kind of on the wall about it. Because apparently there are people that are watching this where this is new information, having it all presented coherently at one particular time and place. And maybe there might be charges recommended to the DOJ after, but we're not sure about that.
I'm gonna head out because it's crowded. Joe, I did subscribe to your channel. I'll be checking out your stuff. Adam and Sitch, congratulations on 200. You guys really deserve it.
Thank you, Sean.
I'll be attacking you on Twitter now.
You're amazing.
Thank you, Sean.
Amazing.
Bye-bye.
All right.
We have Michael Moreno is going to be joining too in a second. So, Joe, are you saying that there's no good information coming out of the January 6th hearings? I mean, I feel like the whole day with Trump trying to replace the head of the DOJ with an environmentalist attorney so that he could send out a letter saying that the election was all a fraud. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of evidence to back up that narrative.
Oh, I'll tell you this much. I think that Trump was looking to find anyone who would be sitting in his camp saying that he won. I definitely
and put that person in power regardless of whether or not it was a good idea. Like Trump's judgment was abysmal.
Oh, let me point this out. Okay, the reason I admire Trump is not because of his selection of anyone to any position ever, going all the way back to Omarosa. Okay, he's terrible at picking people. He's terrible at.
What's wrong with Omarosa?
She was a snake and just lazy.
Anyway.
But my point is, even if you look at the three justices he picked from the conservative position, he basically was 1 for 3 out of Gorsuch. Kavanaugh and Barrett are kind of useless. But he's never been great at picking people. It's his policies which are exceptional, especially when it comes to foreign policy. But let's put that aside for a second. When we're talking about Ray Epps, it's not just Ray Epps. Let me link you to an article here which talks about 6 different people who were like literally on a megaphone telling the crowd, move forward, move closer to the building. And these people had not been charged. We don't even know their names. And they've not been charged. And you would think, like, did all these people who were really the loudest voices and screaming, go forward, go into the Capitol, go all the way up to the gates, that none of them are remotely responsible for the fact that everything was breached ultimately? Because everything seems so neatly orchestrated. And I'll share the link with you. Because I only have like 20 minutes. I'm actually going down to Washington, D.C. right now because I'm going to be covering the Steve Bannon trial.
Sitch. Oh, really? Interesting. Hey, Sitch, did you get a good answer to what you wanted?
I was moving off the Ray Epps thing for a second. It's just, I'm curious, Joe, do you find it persuasive that, the Bill Barr and then the Attorney General replaced him and basically everyone in Trump's administration except for Giuliani and Sidney Powell and Flynn, basically every other professional said that there was no evidence of election fraud and Trump just ignored them essentially. I mean, is this persuasive to you at all? I don't know what you're saying, but any of this is.
When you say persuasive, you mean persuasive to say that he was acting in bad faith? It's persuasive that he was trying to
that they're either
have an insurrection? In what way do you think it was persuasive?
Well, let's do it step by step. Number one,
it was wrong for Trump to try to do what he did based on nothing.
Yeah, that he was acting in bad faith. That Trump knew that there was no reason for him to think the election was stolen.
I'm not going to say that. I mean, Trump has a narcissistic personality disorder. I don't know what he knows.
Well, no, but let's start from there. That he had no good reason to think that. It was just complete narcissism or bad faith or whatever. He had no reason to think the election was stolen.
No, I disagree with that.
What was his with every single informant around? Yeah, how could you possibly think that?
I'll tell you why. It's very simple. Because there was such concerted efforts by the left to make sure that ballot counting was behind closed doors. It was but
this is every single one of these claims is lost in court.
Yeah,
and Trump knows that.
There's credible evidence to the contrary. I mean, Trump has to be delusional.
Well, apparently this guy thinks that that's not the case.
No. When it comes to so the very first video that I made that was like a serious video. The very first video, I was addressing the 61 court cases that he lost, and I was talking about the politics involved in being a judge here. And what you have to realize is that if you are a judge, if I was a judge, as a guy who believes in Trump, if I was a judge, the last case I would ever want to have fall into my lap is a case involving that I have to look into overturning a state election, because you spend your entire life trying to get into this position, and then by some random draw of chance, all of a sudden this case comes in before you.
Okay, so then in that case,
and the way you can get rid of it without actually analyzing anything is all of a sudden you start, instead of focusing on the what, when it comes to a court case, there's the who, there's the when, there's the where, which are all not focusing on whether something bad happened, but the when is it too early or is it too late, and it's moot. The who is this the right party? Is it the wrong party? The where is on the venue. There are all these bases which have nothing to do with whether or not there actually was shenanigans being played, and much more about I can just punt this away and not have to deal with this headache. And so out of the 60 cases, roughly 50 of them were punted on those bases.
Sure. So when he says punted, what he means is that the people filing either one brought insufficient evidence to even begin a proceeding, which could be the case, or two, that the people that were pressing charges didn't have the standing to do so. The idea that you're saying that judges would just the idea that you would say that judges are just not doing this because it's a hard case and it might be politically bad for them is absolutely conspiracy driven. You have no evidence of this. You can't possibly give a single. Let me finish. Gee, hold on. You just ran it for like 20 minutes and a whole bunch of nothing. Okay. Your entire premise here is that maybe they would have ruled on these cases in a different way, but because it was politically inconvenient to them, they're going to do an underhanded process to sweep them aside so that they don't have to make any hard rulings on anything. Can you give like a single shred of evidence pointing to that, or is it only conjecture?
Yeah, the fact that 10 minutes before the election they said it's too early and you can't raise it, and then 10 minutes after the election said it's too late and you can't bring it up now. So when could you bring it up?
On the same exact case?
No, but what I'm saying is on the same
were there different cases where they brought up different things?
No, what I'm saying is you can't bring the same case before and afterwards. So that's what I'm saying is you're sitting here and it's like you read like a collective as far as saying this 61 cases, and I don't know if you actually looked at the legal bases behind what they were saying, but they literally went from 10 minutes before the election saying it's not ripe yet, you don't know if it's gonna be a problem, until 10 minutes after something was reached where they said, oh yeah.
Okay, okay. I'll concede that too. You're right. I didn't go through them. So give me one case that you feel like they did the 10 minutes before and 10 minutes after thing on, if you went through all 61 of them.
I haven't looked at this in like a year and a half.
Can you give me a general idea? But you think there are single cases where they said you couldn't do it 10 minutes before, you couldn't do it 10 minutes after?
No, I can't pull up.
Okay, I don't believe that this happened. I
got a better question. So obviously we talked about that Pennsylvania case or whatever that's still being litigated, right?
Oh my gosh, don't get me started on Texas versus
Pennsylvania. So if the court ultimately rules that it wasn't, they weren't allowed to change what they did when it came to that law, would you say then that then what do? Do you throw out all the ballots that came in mail-in based on that law change? And would that change? Like,
we can't do anything.
Do you flip the state?
No.
Well, yeah,
you flip the state.
That's the problem.
These takes time to litigate. I mean, they could be fast-tracked in the case of something like Bush v. Gore, but the court was very. They don't want to take cases like that. They really don't. It's.
That might be true, but we've kind of moved away from my original question, which
well, wait, hold on. The original question is this point is really important. And I don't know if you guys realize you're doing this intentionally or not, but you're building these worlds where you can literally never be wrong. Like if a court rules against you, it's because of a political reason. If they won't hear a case, it's because they're trying to avoid it. Like there's always a reason why either the institution is against you or the anti-institution is against you. And there's just no way to ever know anything ever, except for what some guy on like Tim Pool or Joe Rogan said. That's just like, how do you know what anything is true or false? Like, how do you even begin to figure this out? Like if it's gone so deep that like even the courts are throwing out cases, how do you know that any primary source you're reading hasn't already been doctored by like a CIA or NSA person? Like
see, now you're trying you're engaged in logical fallacy of just taking something to taking a point to ridiculous extreme.
First of all, taking a point to a ridiculous extreme is not a logical fallacy. Number one, I'm just testing your hypothesis, which is that all of the institutions are corrupt and will lie. And I'm showing you the fallacy of that train of thought, that if you think that any institution will lie to you,
absurdium. Respectfully,
but it's not absurd. You're literally giving
absurd.
me. You're giving me as a rule that a judge won't hear a case because it might be politically inconvenient to him. So now I can get rid of. So anytime a judge won't hear a case,
you just told something's not a logical fallacy. And I just told you what it is. You said, "Well, I didn't go that far." So
it's not a. I'm literally demonstrating your thinking, which I believe to be fallacious.
That's not a fallacy.
Ad absurdum bids.
That's a thought experiment.
It's a common argument.
When you're literally saying that a judge is
all
not going
these
to hear a case
philosophy
because
chads.
when you're saying that a case isn't going to be heard because it might be politically inconvenient, you've given me carte blanche.
No. That's not precisely what I said.
What did you precisely say?
What I precisely said is they have a lot of motivation to
No, that's not what you're saying. Hold on, that's not what you're saying.
What I'm saying is
you're saying they did. Not they have motivation to do something. You're saying they did do that. Be honest.
I definitely think that. I think that many of them did. Yeah.
Okay, so then don't say the. I don't know why you said the other thing because it's more easy to defend. Well, you're not saying they could do it. You're saying they did do it. But now what I'm telling you is you're saying
something that's more easy to defend. So you're ignoring the fact that I start with the basic premise, which is why is everything being blocked? Well, if you're acting above board, why is everything being blocked? Do you have any explanation for that at all? Why are the
easiest explanation is just for what the judges say, that a lot of them didn't have standing. A lot of them brought insufficient evidence for any of their charges.
No. I mean the ballot counting. Why was the ballot counting blocked? Why do you think that happened?
Why was the ballot counting changed in Pennsylvania?
No. I'm saying in Detroit. Why are they putting up cardboard around the windows? Why are they ignoring?
Doxing the people counting the votes? This happened in Florida in 2000.
Why in Philly are they?
There's all, dude. I'm not gonna have any. It's always look. This is what I'm saying. You're gonna offer like 50 million random stories. All of these random stories were brought before federal judges, and if they had standing or any evidence, they were reviewed and then they were shot down. I can't answer if you're gonna. I can't tell you why every single YouTube video you saw that was proof of election fraud isn't proof of election fraud. I can't do that. I'm never going to be able to do that.
You're getting very excited. I'm not trying to agitate you.
Courts turn away cases all the time because they don't believe, because it might be too controversial. They should turn it down because it's not the right time in the current environment to do so. I mean, Justice Breyer talks about this all the time when he looks back on the court's history when it came to ruling on things like interracial marriage. They're like, you know what? We actually think like this should probably be overturned, but this is not the right time, even though the logic is consistent with what we just ruled with. So they, delay taking a case on those grounds for like a decade or two.
But these cases don't sound like that. These cases sound almost like procedural in nature. They don't sound like controversial. Like they're asking you to rule.
No, they are controversial. It literally deals with an election. What do you think?
No, hold on. Wait.
What do you think? Destiny. What do you think is more likely to cause like great civil unrest? To just let legislatures decide what they do and let the election process play out the way it looks like it's playing out, or having a court intervene and say, actually, what you did is unconstitutional. Actually, what happened here is illegal, and then potentially overturning the results of what just happened.
I'm not saying that it's not controversial. I'm saying that if it's like a procedural thing, like could you change a law? That's a fundamentally different type of controversy than am I going to make a decision about interracial marriage or gay marriage or abortion? It would be
the outcome of an election. That's super controversial.
Okay, well, if you can show me that there are courts that are throwing away like procedural rulings because the judge doesn't want, that seems to be like, if you've given me that reason, then that's fine. But then in that case, then none of the court rulings for anything matter. And now I can believe.
By the way, it just deals with the law like every other case does, pretty much.
If we're talking about whether or not somebody could or couldn't change a law, it's in terms of like, did it adhere to their constitutional rights? Is this not just like a procedural thing, or?
When you're talking about the court, like procedural, no, this deals with, it's statutory and constitutional with what we're dealing with in these cases. It's not strictly like a procedural thing.
We're getting
if I could bring it back for 1 second.
Hold on a second, Joe. We're getting a little too far in the weeds here, because to me, the broader question, which was the original question, is I mean, we can't obviously read the judge's mind, to make these determinations about why they punted it if they didn't punt it for the stated reason. And I think if anyone, especially the president, is going to make that claim and use that to get rid of our peaceful transition of powers or to claim that the election was fake, the president has to provide strong evidence for this claim that judges were being motivated for ulterior reasons. Okay. And what I'm asking is, if all the people around Trump who are investigating the fraud claims are saying there's nothing there, and all the people that are handling the court cases are either losing or saying we can't sue on these grounds, then what, isn't it become Trump's responsibility then to just say, well, that's it, I guess I lost?
Well, and my point was this. We started this question even before we started analyzing cases as to whether or not we believe that Trump was acting in bad faith when he was saying that he felt that he had won the election. And whether that's really what the analysis is. It isn't even really whether or not, what happened in this court case or that court case. It's just whether or not it's unreasonable for him to say, you know what, I got completely screwed here and I won the election.
It's not a question of bad faith, though. He can be delusional, okay? The American people need to know that. So the January 6 hearings, I believe, are uncovering the depths of his delusion. And I think that's important.
Well, the reason I think the January 6th hearings are a joke is because they specifically chose people who were predetermined that we're going to basically say that Trump is evil. I'm saying with respect to the Republicans and Kinzinger.
I'm throwing all of those people away, and we've been covering the January 6th hearings and saying that the Democrats are reaching way too far, and they're putting up witnesses without credibility, and that completely undermines the witnesses that do have credibility. But to say that there's actually nothing there of value, I think is
I don't know
completely immaterial.
Wait, by the way,
completely
is anybody
wrong.
here claiming that there was not a single instance of voter fraud in the 2020 election?
No,
no one.
Of course not. No, that's ridiculous.
That's not even the claim, though.
I just want to make sure there's nobody making that claim.
No. It was the fairest, safest election.
Does anyone here believe?
Hold on, just one second. 1 second. We have 3 new participants. I'd like to welcome to the show. Ben Burgess, thank you for coming on. You want to say a quick hello? Maybe pitch your channel?
Sure. So I host a YouTube show and podcast called Give Them an Argument. By the way, just for fun, Joe, reductio ad absurdum is when you're saying that, what you're saying is wrong because if it were right, this absurd consequence would be true. That has nothing to do with what you were saying that Steve was doing.
I think this through for a second.
I would also be very curious about why that thing about no instances of voter fraud is a relevant question to me. Has there ever been an election where there were no instances of voter fraud?
Well, hold that for a moment. Let me introduce Michael Moreno. Michael Moreno has been on the show once before. We had a great conversation with him. He had some videos that blew up, so we invited him on. What's up, Michael?
Hey, it's going good. I feel like I'm with the big boys right now. A lot of cool faces. Destiny, NuanceBro, big fans. So very cool to be here.
Okay, yeah, he's
everyone else, but no, I'm just kidding.
Michael,
cool too, but...
Michael's a great debater. We should have him on again, so we probably will in the future. And then Hunter Avallone, who's obviously been on the show before once. What's up, Hunter?
Hey, nothing much. Thanks so much for having me on. Appreciate it.
You want to pitch your channel?
Yeah, just Hunter Avallone.
Okay, cool.
Anybody wants to watch?
So you want
to my tweet, Hunter? Come on.
Which tweet?
About the mRNA thing.
I was thinking, maybe we might get a chance to talk about that briefly while I'm here.
Well, let's not. I don't. These guys have been
vaccines too.
These guys have been.
Well, NuanceBro was saying that. What did you say?
Hold, just 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Let's stick to January 6th. These guys have been sitting quietly for a long time. So, Ben, did you want to continue with your question about the election fraud?
Sure. I was just wondering why that was a relevant question. Whether you can deny that there's a single instance anywhere in the entire country of voter fraud. I mean, I would assume that there are some in every election, but I mean, surely the question is whether it's remotely plausible to think that there were enough to change the outcome of the election, right?
I agree.
Your mic is a little low.
I just wanted to make sure
Ben.
Everybody was on the same page. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't someone claiming
questions.
there was zero, voter
Has anyone
fraud
made that
at all.
claim? I haven't really.
We were just asking questions.
Sometimes people say stupid things. So.
And yeah, Ben, your mic is a little low. I don't know if you can turn it up.
So January 6th, Sitch, did you get an answer to your?
No, but I don't think I will, so it's okay.
No, Sitch, go ahead, ask your question.
Well, no, it's just again, to me, if everyone around Trump that's credible, like I'm assuming you don't think Bill Barr is anti-Trump, right, Joe? Like if he's saying Trump is unmoored from reality when it comes to election fraud claims, like where do we just give up? Where do we say, I guess Trump's wrong here?
So you're saying that because Bill Barr has made a determination, that means that it's
well, it seems like
not just Bill Barr.
According
to yes,
Bill Barr,
to,
there's like a pretty much broad consensus at this point.
Yeah,
like according to the people that we've learned about, unless there's some secret contingency of people in the Trump administration we don't know about, every single person said that they couldn't find any evidence of election fraud, and the only people that were pushing this was Rudy Giuliani, Flynn, and Sidney Powell.
Right, and frankly, I've never had much respect for Sidney Powell, to be honest with you. And,
a good way to like rate their honesty also is try and see the difference between what they say when they're in front of the cameras on Fox News or whatever, as opposed to what they're saying in court. Because when they are actually under or they have to tell the truth, right? Suddenly it's, well, there was no election fraud. We just thought, the people should have been able to be an inch closer to see the ballots counted. Like
it's not an inch closer.
They turn into gigantic pussies as soon as they get into
it's not an inch closer. It's like they're like in a different time zone.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm saying hyperbolic.
I understand you're being hyperbolic, but it's not a joke. When
not like 10 minutes before or 10 minutes after.
I mean,
no. What I'm saying is, my point is that they were in a different time zone. It's a legitimate complaint, and you're derisively implying that it was not a legitimate complaint, and by saying we need to be an inch closer, and I'm saying that's a false way of presenting the argument, and it's ignoring the seriousness of the claim.
I mean, I was being hyperbolic about that one thing. The point of my argument was
I'm not looking to attack on a small.
No, I know. I just want to reiterate the point of my argument there was to show that the difference between how they act in front of the cameras versus how they act in court. Suddenly they say, I believe a direct quote was, "We are not alleging voter fraud. We just, we wanted this to be looked at," or I don't remember exactly.
I think that was Giuliani's direct quote once he was under oath, or once he was talking to a judge, is right. I'm not alleging voter fraud. I just have.
Yeah, that was Giuliani. You're right.
Yeah. In that particular venue, he was not alleging voter fraud. I'll tell you this much. This is what I think a lot of you are failing to realize. What happened was very, very bizarre. And if you can't admit that it at least looked shady,
what was bizarre?
Literally everything was being called months in advance. Any reasonable person looked at it as like, nothing here seems shady. Everybody was predicting this for months. Even Trump was. That's why he was trying to get ahead of it. That's how predictable it was, that it was one of the few things that even Trump predicted correctly, which was the mail-in voters.
And even if it looks shady, at some point you have to look at the evidence, Joe. Come on.
I understand that. What I'm saying is we're asking whether or not on January 6th Trump had a reasonable perspective as far as saying that he felt he was screwed. And what I'm saying is
why are you asking that though? That's the big question, because Trump can be wrong.
You're questioning his activity on January 6th.
I mean, let's be real. Did you see the quote that recently came out? Trump was at some kind of a rally and he said, "Whenever I see a poll that I don't like, I just say it's fake news." I mean, he's pretty much admitted at this point that he just writes off shit when it doesn't line up with his worldview. So I don't even think on January 6th it's relevant whether or not he was under the perception that the election was stolen. Everybody around him, the smart people that he hired to be around him, were all saying the same thing. There is no election fraud. You need to get these people out of the Capitol. And he wasn't listening.
Even Sean Hannity was saying that kind of stuff, Joe. So, I mean, if you got Sean Hannity telling you knock it off, I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah,
that's how you know you fucked up.
Oh, I don't want this. I don't want this to be like literally 6-on-1.
Yes.
No, I'm fine.
Joe is center square. Get the bat.
I wish you had two more right now, so I feel like it's an even fight.
Joe came in, which was great because he wanted to articulate that position. Do you want to move on? I mean,
my point is this: if you're talking about January 6th, to just dismiss Ray Epps as being like some crazy conspiracy theory, and because you're basically giving a pass and saying, I'm going to assume that everything there was kosher and that everything there was fine, and that you're trusting the January 6th committee that and you've admitted is there to promote a particular story.
Yeah, but
So
there's
we
I'm
know-
looking at the
That's
facts.
not really my
though.
argument, though.
No, but hold on a second. But you're all recognizing that they're biased and have a particular narrative in mind.
That doesn't change
before they
the
walk in
fact.
there. They're cherry picking what they're going to show the public
It's
and what
not
they're not
even
going to
just-
show the public. And this thing with Ray Epps is not the only thing. That's
Wait,
my point.
Can
My
I? What
point
is it? Wait, you've used for you to accuse them of cherry picking them. There must have been some testimony that you
Yeah,
feel like should have been entered. There wasn't. What was?
Tell
it?
us
Because my
that.
understanding,
Yes.
my understanding, what they've said is that they've reached out to other people who claim otherwise, but they won't come and test for anyone else. So
I
what
gave-
is
Great
being
question.
cherry-picked?
We
I
can't
gave
wait.
you
we
a
can't,
link. I gave
we
you a
can't
link.
know that. We can't know that if we don't see the full depositions and testimonies that were.
There's
taken.
no
Wait,
way.
hold on. No, somebody can literally say publicly, I offered to go to this January 6th mission. They wouldn't take me. They wouldn't take my testimony. I haven't
No,
heard
that's
that
what I'm
happen with
saying.
anybody.
Like-
Steve Bannon.
Like Bill
Steve
Barr
Bannon, they
had like
wouldn't take
2
his
hours
testimony.
or 4 hours of testimony, and they show like two 20-second clips. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say they're not cherry picking things for their own political narrative. Obviously, they are. That's not my argument. My argument, first of all, my argument with Ray Epps was just that he's not a secret FBI agent. Okay, that was my only thing. He might have turned an informant. Sure, who knows? But my argument with the January 6th thing is I don't care about Kinzinger or Cheney or any of the politicians up there. I'm only referring to the people who worked for Trump, who a lot of them still say they will vote for Trump if he runs again, who all said, I told Donald Trump that we couldn't find zero evidence of election fraud. And to me, that's pretty compelling evidence that he was completely irresponsible at the best with his election fraud claims. Not to mention, if we're really going to start
point
complaining
out to
about,
you,
if
what I
we're
would
going to start
point-
complaining about cherry picking, I mean, how many people who are trying to push for the election fraud narrative were cherry picking? How many like 480p videos did we see getting shared around where they say, look, they had secret ballots in a box, and then upon finding out the full scope of the information, it was actually just that is standard.
fair, but that is whataboutism. So Adam will get very mad.
So wait a second.
Oh, Adam, okay. Sorry.
Don't make me
guys
kick
all,
you,
guys all
Hunter.
believe Biden got 81 million votes? You guys all really believe that?
Yeah,
He
but
got
wait,
81
wait,
million?
Joe,
Let's
why does
not get into
It
that.
doesn't.
Of course,
Yes.
I believe that.
But
Like,
Joe, it doesn't matter.
It's a
if-
bizarre thing not to believe.
if the president
Wow.
doesn't have this is what I think is interesting about the January 6th stuff. When he was making claims about election fraud, most of us assumed, well, he's the president, so he has access to information that the public doesn't have, that he's making these claims based off of.
Mhm.
But from what we see so far, unless there's all this testimony that's being cherry picked out, it seems like he didn't have any information that was extra about the election being fraudulent. It was the opposite. All the people around him were saying they
that's not
couldn't
true.
find it.
That's not true because if he did have evidence to that effect, there's no way they would put that in his hearing.
No, but why wouldn't
I'm saying
why wouldn't
if there was
Rosen testify?
if there was 12 mountains of evidence that supported his position, you wouldn't know anything about that.
They tried to move all that evidence to the courts, and none of it made it anywhere.
all the wait,
Now you're fixating on what evidence was sufficient to overturn an election. That's different from saying evidence of fraud. Those are two different things, and I think these get very commonly conflated by the media and the public, and I think that's an intentional conflation.
Those
There's
are
a difference
different things. But you just said, do you believe that Biden got all those votes? And given that all of the polling, right, predicted that he would actually get even more than that. Everybody had been saying for months that there was going to be this red mirage that
not 81 million
that
not
they
81
have. I mean, like, yes, there is absolutely no reason whatsoever to think that Trump had more, Biden less votes than that. I mean, like, what's your basis for that?
What was the polling in 2016?
First and foremost, yeah. I mean, forget about what the polling was in 2016. What was the polling in Florida?
2020.
In 2020. In 2020.
The
what was
polling in
Florida?
2020 was really off, actually. Like, look at
what
I
was
think it
the
was
polling in
the numbers
Ohio
for
in
like
2020?
Wisconsin, for
But
example. Like, Trump
what's your-
outperformed that like an insane amount.
And what percentage of
what's your basis for thinking that he outperformed it more than the vote count shows? Why do you think that?
I don't even understand how so many people voted. I don't understand how that, because I'll tell you this much:
Really?
in countries where voting
Mail-in
is
ballots.
hold on a second. In countries where voting is mandatory and they make it easy as pie to get your vote, and they say you are required by law to vote, they can never cross a 90% threshold. So when you tell me that there are states that of their registered voters, they have like 94%, they have 94% voting, and you say, oh yeah, that totally makes sense.
Wait, getting 90%. Wait, getting 90% voter turnout in one county is way different than comparing that to an entire country.
To a state, to get an entire state to get over 90% is insane.
Wait, we
Do you
had
know that
states with
Ohio-
90%. We had states with 90% voter turnout.
Of the registry,
Which
of the
state was
registered
that?
voters, of the registered
Okay, hold on. Now
voters.
you're adding more and more and more
No, no,
qualifications.
no,
So of the
no, that's what it always is. No one cares about a 2-year-old. No, who's talking about?
Wait, no, hold on, wait. But when you say registered, so you're saying of all the vote, so of all the registered voters, so of all the people in the state, so
And
not
I'm
people that have like
talking-
fallen.
And I'm talking in states where they don't even bother cleaning off the registry roll, and they still get such high numbers. And you're sitting here saying, "Oh yeah, everything's totally makes total sense." Do you know that Ohio had its highest turnout ever? Had its highest turnout ever in an election because that was a battleground state. You know what? They didn't crack 80.
Okay, I'm just curious, and I admit that this could be weird.
sorry to
So
cut
I'm
in
just
here, but
looking. I'm just looking. Is this
Why
actually
would
true? Because
so
I'm
many
looking at
more
Ohio and I see like the turnout is 74% for November 3rd, 2020.
Yeah,
I have it
and
here
look
from
at
the
what the
status
Ohio.
Wait, that's not over
legislation.
90%.
That's my point.
There wasn't
Ohio-
a single state that passed 90%. The highest you had was Minnesota at 80%.
That's not true. That is definitely not true.
do you want me to
I'm
send
gonna
you the
pull up
source?
numbers. I'll pull up numbers for you. I'm gonna pull up numbers.
This
Okay,
is
but
from
again,
Statista.
Well, but then, and then also, wait, this is really key. Hold on, just on this.
Look
thing
at-
you guys
look at
got. This is really key.
Wisconsin.
If you don't think that Biden pulled his numbers legitimately, Trump wasn't that far behind. Do you think that Trump pulled his numbers legitimately?
What do you mean pulled?
Like, did he the poll like PUL?
I'm
Did
so-
he get that many? Did Trump get as many votes as they say he got?
I don't know. I mean,
Wait, but hold on. You're absolutely certain that there's no way Biden
What-
could have gotten that many, but Trump had the second most votes in
what I'll
U.S.
tell
history.
you is this. What I'll tell you is, let me ask you this. You look like you're in your 30s. How many elections have you followed?
As closely as this one, there's this one. Obviously, there was Bush. I think Gore was the hanging Chad one, right? Or was that
Really?
Bush Kerry?
You were old enough in Bush Gore? How old? You
no,
look
but
like-
my-
I was
appeal
in my 30s.
appeal to
my-
experience. This has
Hold
to
on.
be like some
Chill.
kind of
My
fallacy
parents-
here. Come
my
on, guys.
Parents, my parents were hardcore. My mom is Cuban. The Elian Gonzalez shit happened, and my parents were super invested in the outcome of the next election and all of that shit. And then obviously there was the Obama one I followed because I was a big Ron Paul fan. But in terms of how closely I followed this election, never followed an election as closely as I did this one. So if you're trying to make that point, you're absolutely right. I'm 33. I haven't followed anything as close as this one.
Okay, no, my point is this: when we look at popularity of a candidate who's running, normally that's reflected in the turnout. If people don't care about someone, they don't turn out. And that's what I'm saying. I know it was easier because mail-in voting. I know that they had the extended period of times. I understand all of that, and that definitely should bump up the numbers. 100%, I agree with you on that.
Wait, hold on. Wait, can I just ask this? Wait, can I just ask this? Yeah, can I just ask this? Because you guys you always seem to acknowledge this, and then you won't. Not you particularly, but people will say like everybody in the left have Trump derangement syndrome. Trump derangement syndrome. Why wouldn't Trump derangement syndrome send people to vote? I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, Biden, I don't give a fuck about. He's not a very exciting person, but I hated Trump, and you better fucking believe that I got my ballot and I voted just. But like, so don't you think that enough people could have voted because they really didn't like Trump? Doesn't that make it a little bit more plausible?
Historically, that just doesn't work though.
Yeah, but historically, Trump is like an ahistoric president in some ways.
That is true.
Okay. I mean, fine. You want to buy into that? That's possible. I guess.
Again, I'm just saying that like the type of president that could have the type of president that would get the second most votes in the history of all of elections is probably the type of president that would make people hate him so much that his opponent would get the most votes in all of history. That's not that hard to believe.
Can you explain to me? And because this is one thing that really bothered me, why voter turnout was so much higher in Wisconsin and Michigan than it was in Ohio? Why? Why was that? Why do you think that is?
I can't even. There could be a million reasons why. I don't know.
But they're both battleground
in
states.
Michigan, it was 73.9%, and then in Ohio, it was
much higher.
67.4%.
60. Yep, exactly.
I'm saying this. I'm pretty sure this is of all adults, like 18 and over, who are
registered
eligible
voters.
to vote.
I'm talking about registered.
I don't see those numbers
voter
anywhere.
Turnout rate in the presidential election in the United States as of December 7th, 2020, by state.
I went through these numbers back in December before even all the numbers have been totaled up.
Yeah, but usually they don't.
At that point,
They usually don't.
Point,
yeah, they usually don't
Michigan was way
report
over
voter
85.
turnout by like percentage of registered voters. Usually,
I mean, in total, there was only a 66.7% voter turnout in all of the United States. I don't remember what you said before, Joe.
And I would imagine that in a battleground state, it's that much more likely to vote because I'm here in New Jersey. Everyone knew Biden was going to win New Jersey, so there's much less incentive to turn out in New Jersey because it's like you sort of feel like your vote doesn't count, and that's why I think a battleground state is a much fairer test. Because if you feel like your vote might actually,
what do you mean? New Jersey had a higher turnout than Michigan and Ohio, and Florida
as a percentage of their. Where are you getting these numbers from?
This is from Statista right now, but you can just look them up yourself. Yeah.
NuanceBro, have you turned on Joe too now? Are you?
I'm not turning. I'm just saying the numbers. That's all.
Right.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Sometimes facts are against people.
I never want to mislead on any numbers. I'm not trying to. I don't feel like winning an argument does anything. That's not my agenda to win an argument. I'm simply looking to make sure that whenever something is being a situation is being broken down by both sides. That you're
I have a question
a fair shake
before we move on.
I love you guys is because I think you guys do that. That's
yeah,
why
we try to.
You had.
Before we move on from the January 6th stuff, I want to ask you a serious question, Joe.
Go for it.
I have a bet with PSA Sitch on whether or not Trump is going to run for re-election in 2020. And if Trump
2024
or 2024 rather, but if Trump gets in the election and he does so terribly in the polls that he pulls out before Iowa, do you think PSA Sitch should still pay me the $500? I kind of feel like he should.
If he announces, you win the bet. Like if he just announces.
Well, if he announces and takes it seriously, because an announcement could mean a few things.
No,
you could
you're
just say on Twitter, like, I'm running.
No, like an announcement's an official thing. Like that's the reason why all these candidates are like, oh, I don't know if I want to announce it. Like there's like special filings and things you can do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It
has to be an actual announcement, not just like he tweets out, like, I think I'm going to run.
Adam,
right?
I mean, it does sound like everybody is saying he should pay me.
The only two things.
Wait a minute. We made very clear rules for this bet. Okay, the rule was Trump has to make it to at least one primary election in the first state.
Ooh.
Okay, that was the rule.
The only thing that would stop Adam from winning that is one of two things. Either
Trump dies. Wait, I should still win. If Trump announces
a health issue, a health issue that, and if a health issue became public, like a terrible health issue, like literally having a stroke or something like that, that's the only thing that I think would stop him. The only other thing that could stop him from winning the nomination would be DeSantis, and I think DeSantis is going to yield to him.
Well, that's why he wants to announce early. But
wait, DeSantis has signaled that he's not. That he's.
I don't think.
Saying, fuck you.
No, that stuff doesn't mean anything.
If DeSantis were to announce he's running, I think Trump would do it anyway. Do you think Trump gives a fuck about the Republican Party? I feel like Trump would just announce anyway.
Trump
announces
anyway.
before DeSantis announces.
I would actually go so far as to say he cares so little about it that if DeSantis got the nomination,
he would run independent.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep,
you think so?
No, absolutely, he would.
I don't think he would.
You're talking to a guy that still thinks the election.
I don't think he would run into.
You're talking to a guy that thinks invisible planes are actually invisible. Of
Wait,
course.
do you guys want to?
I mean,
would you guys take a bet on that?
Donald Trump cares about the Republican Party.
Wait, would you guys take a bet on
the
that?
Republican wins?
You on the left have had 7 years to look at 7 years now to watch Donald Trump, and you still don't.
Wait, would you guys take a bet on that?
I'll bet you $50.
No clue how his mind.
You don't know his story.
I'll bet you $50 that if DeSantis were to announce first, and then Trump were to do it and lose the nomination process, that Trump would run independent. Yeah, I'd take that bet.
No, wait. Why does it matter? Why does it matter first or not? Like
this means I'm going to win either way.
What I'm saying is Trump running. Yeah, Trump is never standing aside for DeSantis, even if he wins the nomination. That's what I would do.
So you're saying he officially runs independent and tells people to vote for him?
I think he would.
Okay, wait. Let's be clear here.
Let's bet on that.
We have $50 bet
$50.
between
Let's do it.
NuanceBro and Destiny.
Oh, be recorded.
You don't nuance. You don't understand Trump at all. You don't understand him at all.
Wait. So if Trump,
and I'll tell you right now, he's a narcissist.
Joe.
I recognize as a Trump supporter.
Hold on. We have to work out the
rules Joe. Of this bet. Okay. 1 second.
Go for it.
So if Trump doesn't run, the bet's no. This is only if Trump runs and DeSantis runs.
Well, it's if Trump runs and loses the Republican nomination.
Right. And if Trump loses the nomination,
he'll still run as an
go
independent. I think
so.
Okay.
That's a great bet. I love it.
But I could be wrong. I just don't think that would happen.
Do you want to jump in? So Joe, you don't like that bet?
No, I think it's crazy to think he would ever run as an independent because he's a narcissist.
Make some money.
Then why are you telling me I don't know? What?
You don't know his story.
I think
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
I don't know where your political leanings are.
You said you don't know Nuance, bro. Like you don't understand.
No. Oh no, I was saying no. I'm sorry. I wasn't referencing you. Nuance, bro. I was saying you guys don't understand the nuance of the politics. I wasn't talking about you specifically. What's your first name, brother? What's your first name anyway?
Don't worry about it.
Joe, how do you know Trump so well? I mean, I don't
Because you just listen to him. I'll tell you something. So many times,
but it's like a parasocial relationship you got going with Trump here. Out of his mouth,
I could tell. You can almost see a perfect Rorschach test as to whether someone likes Trump or dislikes Trump based on how they read anything of his. If you read a tweet of his, if you read his conversation with Zelensky, and you sit there and you can read that conversation with Zelensky, and if you're and you can read it as him being the darkest, most evil person on earth, or you can read it as being completely reasonable, depending on which. And it's a real Rorschach test. He is a real because when in text.
Well, let's move on. I think we've got this
anyway.
Okay, so Sitch, do you want to move on to capitalism versus communism or capitalism versus socialism?
I don't know if we want to have that.
Why? We want
to have the vaccine talk. Me and Nuance, we want to go at it.
Gentlemen,
vaccine. Come on,
thank you so much.
You guys are living in the past.
6 versus 1, but.
Can I just say
no? It's just a very specific.
Well, wait, hold on. I
could
Joe
be
say,
wrong, but
so okay. Take care, Joe. Thanks for coming on.
Joe, say goodbye.
Yeah, no, I just want to say to all you guys on the left, even Destiny, who's AWOL right now, on Twitter, I'm at Nearman Joe. I urge you guys, link up with me. I will happily have you on my show. We'll have healthy discourse. I will never make you feel like you regret coming on there. I will happily. I enjoy having debates with people, and I'll tell you this much. I will defer before I go. You guys were right on absurdity, reductive amount of absurdity. I misapplied that term. There was a different logical fallacy.
No, don't leave. Don't
and
leave.
I was wrong. What?
Don't
no,
leave.
I have to go.
Pisco, make your point. Go ahead.
I want you to talk about one specific thing that gets to the heart of the procedural difficulties or errors you had in the election, sir.
Oh man.
Oh my God.
Who is this? Who am I talking to?
No, hey, why don't you just focus on the issues? Give me a case.
You're talking to your conscience, Joe. Your conscience is here, okay?
And it is an issue. Do you think that state court should follow procedure? Do you think that's a good thing that state court should follow procedure or not?
100%. Yeah.
Okay, so why do you have a problem? Why do you have a problem? Why do you have a problem? Why do you have a problem with state courts following doctrines like latches, like statute of limitations, like mootness? You think those doctrines are there for no reason?
Pisco, you got to dial it back just a second here. This is our anniversary party, okay? Pisco,
Pisco,
you haven't. You're not a lawyer. You're not a lawyer, right, Pisco?
He is a lawyer, yeah.
And you think it's so you think that when it comes to latches, that's not.
Let me ask you a question.
You think I want to ask you a question? You answer my question, counselor. Answer my question. Counselor, I am. I mean, I'm answering your question by making this point to you. Do you really not believe that latches is subjective?
Is that our test that we're not applying subjective legal rules?
No. What I'm saying is this: you're saying to me, counselor.
Murder is wrong is subjective, Joe. I mean,
reasonability is subjective.
No. What I'm saying is when you're sitting here saying as if I'm crazy for thinking that a court is able to make decisions based on political bases rather than on merit, and I say to you, Adam, is that yes or no, Pisco? Is it subjective latches as to when something is latches? Yes or no?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I'm done.
Hang on.
Thank you for coming on, Joe.
He's running away.
I'm not running away, sir.
Pisco, he's not running away, okay?
My sushi place is closing in 7 minutes.
Answer one question.
My sushi place is closing in 7 minutes.
Get that sushi, Joe.
Get the sushi. You can come back with the sushi, Joe. Take care.
Go.
Run away.
Pisco, come on.
Joe said he had to leave, and you come in here and you give him answer my 100 questions.
I'll answer one of his questions. He'll wait.
You didn't even ask your question until long after he said he had to leave.
I know, Pisco, please.
Pisco, hit me up on Twitter. And if we have a conversation that seems sufficiently engaging,
yeah, Joe will have you on.
I'll have you on by all means. I don't know how big your channel is. If you want me to come on your channel, whatever, I don't care. As long as it's a healthy dialogue, I'm fine with that.
And you were willing to wait to get me to answer your question, but you're not willing to extend the same courtesy.
That's you know what?
Dude, he already announced.
Pisco, chill.
I'm sorry. You know what? I want to apologize, Pisco.
No, never apologize. Stop. I will not allow it here.
Get your sushi, bro. Log off.
No apologies on this show, Joe.
What do you want to say, Joe?
Joe's muted.
I muted him.
Why?
No, Adam, what the fuck? Don't
Joe,
mute Joe.
you're muted. He can't hear
Adam,
you.
No,
Just go
let
get
him
the sushi.
let him
Go get the sushi.
apologize.
I apologize that I spoke too quickly and too generously because you seem like too much of a douche for me to.
Okay.
Really?
So now you're not.
Oh boy.
You don't.
No,
All right.
because you're sitting here like accusing me. I said 5 minutes before you spoke up that I have to go, and then you asked me a question. I answered your question by pointing out that your question was flawed, and now I have 4 minutes until my sushi place closes. So please,
Joe.
I withdraw. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Joe.
Happy 200th. It was wonderful being here.
Thank you
really.
so much.
Amazing.
Thanks for coming
I love
in.
you guys.
Thanks for coming in last minute. So Nuance, you don't.
Yes.
I mean, the vaccine thing, I feel like it's over.
Let's just.
like,
Can we
do
just
we
talk
need?
about
You don't even know what our specific contention
Can
is.
you
We
do
were
it in
talking
like?
about-
Are you done with the election? I can get off.
Can you wrap? I mean, let's
think
do.
we're done with the election.
I would
It's
rather
a very
do like.
specific claim. You know, I could be wrong about it. But
You
Okay.
said telling someone not to adjust something, blah blah blah. It hasn't gone through gold standards. Let's see. And is a completely new tech approved for human use for the first time, even if the
I know.
research goes back
We
decades.
can't do it. Let's not do it. Come on. Vaccines, just who
By the way,
cares?
I was first in line to get the vax. I just want to say, like,
Right,
I tried to
okay.
get it as soon as fucking possible. By
Let's
the way.
I just
talk.
wanna
Let's
clarify
talk
what
about
I meant
capitalism
also.
versus socialism, which is
Yeah, we could
a
have a-
topic. A topic
I
Ben and Michael are more versed in, and you guys can jump in as well. Hunter,
I would note if we're going to have it, at least on my end, it's going to be the shortest capitalism versus socialism discussion on record since.
because you got to go.
Because like I said in my email, our initial
Oh
before
man,
you
I
sent me
feel
the Zoom
I
link,
feel
I've got to
bad.
go. I've got to go at 8, but yeah, I mean, if you want to do 5 minutes of it, I'm down. Let's do it.
I mean, if you want, I mean, it's kind of pointless to do it. I mean, if you want to say anything, if you want to make a comment on anything that we've done here already, or I feel bad. I didn't realize you had to get out right away. So
Okay, yeah, maybe you missed the message. That's fine. It happens. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, like. I mean, in all seriousness, I assume you don't want to do 5 minutes of capitalism and socialism. We can keep talking about the election. We can talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about. You let me know. It's your 5 minutes.
do you have a take on the January 6th stuff? It sounds like you're pretty much just like.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Trump lost the election. I don't think there's really any ambiguity about it. I think, I haven't seen anything that would lead me to believe that there was like widespread enough voter fraud to actually chip the result. I actually don't think the hearings themselves are a great, like, I think it's political theater and it's probably not.
Interesting.
Like, I mean, not because it's wrong, right? But it's like, why this now, this second, right? Where is the thing we're going to have like big high profile hearings about. And, and I think that like, I think as like a political strategy, it's probably not going to work, right? Doing the hearings because I think right now most voters are going to like who could go either way are going to care more about like gas and food prices than they care about something that happened a year and a half ago. But like on the substance of it, yeah, I think that it was. I think Trump lost the election. I think I don't know. I'm a little itchy about sort of arguments about like prosecuting him for like incitement or something. I'm not crazy about that, but like, if there are things that he could be prosecuted for in terms of like sort of inciting to, like the phone call saying like, can you find me 11,000 votes and stuff like that, right? I mean, if there's a
do you
if
think
there's a
that,
criminal case to be made there, I'd like to see it because presidents are never held accountable for anything. But
I have a question
he's
about
certainly
that.
at least morally responsible for inciting people.
There is a bit of a moral hazard when you're talking about prosecuting ex-presidents or ex-politicians, depending upon, this incentivizes people like Trump to want to stay in office at any cost. We've already had a problem with Trump doing that. If you set a precedent where, you go after people after they've, or especially in a president situation, if you go after people after they've been taken out of office, then you could open this moral hazard where there is not going to be the peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah, I mean, or you could just not commit crimes while you're in office. I mean, I think.
Well,
that
first of all, I agree with you there. It's a tough situation because it's too, it's a dilemma because it's two horrible options.
Yeah, I mean, just to underscore the other half of the dilemma, at least before I go, let me say this: that I think that we probably don't think enough about the precedent that it creates to never hold ex-presidents legally accountable for their crimes. Going back to Ford pardon Nixon up through the Obama Justice Department saying they were just going to look forward, not backward, and not prosecute anybody for involvement in torture, etc. Right? That means that you've given the person in the most powerful political office in the world the message that it does not matter what you do. There are no circumstances under which you're going to have to face.
I don't think that's the case, though. We're talking about, obviously, what crime is committed is absolutely relevant, because like in the case, people wanted to lock Hillary Clinton up for the email stuff. So I mean,
what would it take, Adam? I mean, really, what would it take? What kind of conduct would Trump have to do with respect to the election for you to be like, he should be indicted for that?
Well, my point is that we're opening up a moral hazard that not many people consider. There's plenty of evidence for this in banana republics. Like
let me just rudely talk over you for a second, because I have to go in a second.
No, anyway, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. But I think just to the issue is that your argument sounds like it would apply no matter what the president did. You're creating this, you're creating this moral hazard. You're creating the danger that presidents are going to worry that they're going to be prosecuted, so they won't want to leave office when they lose elections. So I mean, that sounds to me like that's a hall pass to commit any crime, or at the very least a pretty wide range of crimes.
Do you not acknowledge that this is standard operating procedure in authoritarian dictatorships, where they hang on to power because they know as soon as they're deposed, they're going to be incarcerated or killed?
Trump's conduct is standard operating procedure for those countries.
I'd be much more worried about having standard operating procedure, I'd be much more worried about the authoritarian dangers of sending the message that presidents are above the law. And I mean, I don't even think Trump is the most egregious example of it. I think we could come up with a bunch of other examples, but I know that's kind of a ridiculous bomb to throw before leaving, but I'm going to do that anyway. Hey guys, thank you for having me on. Congratulations on 200 episodes. Talk soon.
Take care, man. Thanks for coming on.
All right, thanks.
All right, Hunter.
Vaccines, I guess. Okay, here it is.
My question, because you quote tweeted me and said, "Want to talk? Everything you said is wrong." Blah blah blah. I said there was a vax that was FDA approved for human use before the COVID vax, and I'm specifically talking about mRNA here. And you said, not a vax, but there were cancer treatments using mRNA technology for a long ass time.
Yes.
So what was the FDA approved drug that was mRNA technology?
I don't think I ever said it was FDA approved.
That's what we're talking about. That's the gold standard, FDA approval.
Wait, hold on. Let me go back to your tweet and see exactly. Because when you said that the vaccine didn't go through the gold standard, it did, right? Correct. The vaccine went through the FDA approval.
Not when it was originally mandated. It was emergency use authorization. But
yes.
Then now it's FDA approved. I asked you here in this question, there was a vax that was FDA approved for human use before COVID vax, and you said not a vax, but there were cancer treatments using mRNA technology for a long ass time. I'm talking about FDA approved here. It went through that entire process.
Okay.
That gold standard.
What I thought you were asking me right here. There was a vax that was FDA approved for human use before the COVID vax. I said not a vax, but there were cancer treatments using mRNA technology.
But they were not FDA approved. They didn't go through that whole
FDA
process.
approval thing was
That's the gold standard process.
Wait.
FDA
I
approval.
thought the contention here was that the mRNA technology hadn't been used in humans before.
I never said it wasn't used in humans. I'm talking about FDA approved for human use. It went through the gold standard process. This is the first time it's gone through the gold standard process and was approved by the FDA for human use. That's what I'm saying.
The mRNA vaccine, yes. Maybe this was just more of a misunderstanding.
Yeah, mRNA technology, FDA approved for human use, period.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I thought you were saying the
Okay,
mRNA technology had never been used in humans before.
I never. We're talking about the
Telling
gold
someone not to
standard
ingest
here. We're
something-
talking about the gold standard.
Mandating a new vax that hasn't gone through gold standard review and is completely new tech approved for human use for the first time, even if the research goes back decades. So if you seriously meant
Approved for human use.
misunderstood,
Did
but
you see the term approved for human use?
I did see the yes, I saw
And I
approved
used
for human use.
FDA.
I thought that you were talking about mRNA in human use, generally speaking.
No, of
And that's
course it's
why
been
I said
used
there
in
were
humans.
cancer
That's why I
treatments.
even said the research goes back decades.
Okay, well then I literally would just write this off then as a misunderstanding, because we would then agree. I
Yeah,
was
see?
under the impression that you were saying that this was talking about the mRNA technology had never been used in humans before.
No.
Since I saw it's a completely new tech approved for humans.
I don't know where you would. Yeah, it's completely new tech approved for human use.
Approved for human use. I guess approved is the key word there, sure. But when I saw completely new tech and human use, I was just responding to this tech is not that new, and it has been used in humans since I think a minimum of 2011. But yeah, if you meant FDA approved specifically, then no. That's why when you asked me, there was an FDA approved, I said not a vaccine. There were cancer treatments using the mRNA technology. I never said that it was approved or that it wasn't.
And not FDA approved, by the way.
No, I never said it wasn't FDA approved. I never said it was.
It
I
was
responding to a
in
different
response
question
to my tweet that talked about FDA approved asking you, and you said not vaccines, but this drug, implying that this drug for cancer treatments was FDA approved for human use. That's why I asked for you to respond to my tweet, but you never did.
Okay,
but
then this is obviously
all right.
where the misunderstanding.
Sounds like he
All right,
was
fair
running
enough.
Nuance. Is that what was happening here?
Clearly
Yeah.
the case.
I'm scared AF.
All right,
Yeah.
it looks like I think we settled that.
I think
Well,
we
see, there
settled
you
this. I think
go.
me and Nuance Bro here agree a lot more than
Here
originally
at the
thought.
Sitch and
I
Adam
was under the
Show.
impression though that you were arguing that the mRNA technology had just never been used in humans before. That was my bad. I
No.
guess I should have read more closely.
You don't
but-
have to
Well,
run.
obviously, you
Hunter.
test things before you use them on people.
Nuance is a nice guy. Okay.
Wait, what?
He's a little weird about the election, but it's okay. We're all friends here.
See,
So-
here at the Sitch and Adam Show, we can bring together mortal enemies like NuanceBro and Hunter. They can realize it was just a misunderstanding.
Mortal
Everyone is
enemies.
friends here.
So
Barely ever interacted with Hunter.
I mean, I have
Just-
I have something to move on.
Actually,
to,
you know what's funny? That all these people like knew Hunter before. I think the first time I ever saw Hunter was it was Politicon, I think 2018, and he was interviewing a black guy, and this is back when he was like, I guess still a right winger conservative or whatever, and he was arguing with him about like police brutality, and he was getting destroyed by this guy, and I was even like interrupting, trying to help him out a little bit. I didn't know who he was. I was like, who is that guy?
I was trying to help build the British Nuance, bro. You just
Oh, you know what? I
poured
remember
gasoline
that.
and fire all over.
Was this
it,
at Politicon?
Yeah,
like 3
yeah.
or 4 years ago now?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the beginning of me learning about systemic racism.
I mean, since Hunter is
Good
here,
times.
we could talk about like political polarization, that kind of thing. I mean, I do since Pisco is here, and it's
you
funny.
doing?
Yeah, it's funny that Destiny invited you, but Pisco, you've been on our show before.
I have. We had a lot
Yeah.
of fun too,
So-
talking about Destiny's other favorite topic.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Well,
Wait, the terrorist one?
I caught a stream with you guys the other day where you were
Yeah.
both doing your "Let's beat up on Lauren Southern" routine, where
Yeah,
you hold her and I'll hold the bat and hit her. And you're talking about immigration, and it's so frustrating to me because there's a conversation to be had about what the right amount of immigration is for any nation, but in the conversation that you're having, it doesn't seem like anyone is talking about the right amount of immigration. It seems like one person instinctively
taking it
takes.
back.
Wait.
Hold on.
That wasn't a broad conversation.
Let me
about
finish.
immigration.
Let me
Okay.
finish.
Jesus.
It seems like everybody gets into they're pushed into a position where one side is arguing for immigration, just like and it's hard to tell, like, is it carte blanche? Is it, what are they exactly they're arguing for? And one person is arguing against immigration, and it's hard to tell if they're like no immigration at all, or so I kind of equate it to having a debate over, we're both going to fill this glass of water and not acknowledging what the right amount, like how full is the glass already? One side is just arguing for let's fill the glass, and the other side is arguing for never fill the glass. So
I
it's
think
not
Destiny
a
will back
cogent
me up on this.
conversation.
I think Destiny will back me up on this. This
Yeah,
conversation
you think so?
wasn't strictly speaking about
this conversation had nothing to do with immigration.
Right. It was about hypocrisy.
Yeah.
Because Lauren had made a video where she bemoaned the fact that it appeared that the Australian government was doing something about her visa status with how she relates
but
with
implicit in this conversation was you trying to get Lauren Southern to say immigration is okay and you're a hypocrite.
No. Wait, hold on, real quick, because this is going to be so much wasted time on this conversation, okay? This conversation had nothing to do about immigration. The problem was that Lauren had professed a belief for what she feels like the qualifications for immigrants should have been, but that seemed to be inconsistent with her bemoaning of her current situation. Pisco doesn't care what her position is. He only cared that her position was incoherent. It could have been about alcohol, it could have been about marijuana, it could have been anything, but we weren't there to argue or talk about immigration. It had nothing to do with the conversation. It just happened to be that was the thing that she was seemingly incoherent on. Yeah.
Here's a contradiction, Adam. You tell me if there's a contradiction. Lauren Southern says, it was wrong for the Australian government to put any conditions on my visa, which was approved, by the way, and eventually she could transition to, a more stable visa. It was wrong for them to put any limitations on my speech activities and have that hanging over my head with respect to my visa. But implicit and explicit in the policies that she's advocated for in the past, or at least the positions she's taken, are that culture is something that should be taken into consideration. Well, you tell me, what is culture if not a combination of values and speech? Those are the very same activities that are sort of implicated by our
immigration came into the conversation because she said she doesn't want cultural enclaves that don't respect our national culture.
That's free speech, right? So if the U.S. government said something like this, Americans are not allowed to speak a certain language, or Americans must conform to traditional Western culture, you would agree that law would implicate First Amendment free speech.
Of course, and it would be antithetical to the American culture.
Right. So the fact that everyone sees the obvious connection between speech and culture.
But in her argument, she is saying that we are inviting people in that their culture is antithetical to the American culture and that we have to take that into consideration. And she's making an argument for what is the proper amount of immigration. I would assume, Pisco, you would say that if we decided we were going to allow immigrants to come into the United States and let's say 5 times the amount of the normal population, we would be, our culture would be over.
About amount, though. He's talking about vetting. It's like they have these certain standards.
Yeah, so these are all rules that need to be applied to individuals, right? An individual is the person who's applying for a visa, whether that's a green card, some kind of immigrant visa or non-immigrant visa. You are an individual who's coming forth and applying actively for a visa. And any kind of vetting you're going to have to do is going to be based on grounds that are particular to that individual. Mm-hmm. And so really try to make sense of this culture argument that Lauren has. It really is some kind of extra protection against dangerous or incompatible cultures that have to be applied to individuals. Now, the one objective criteria she's able to hang her hat on is language. Okay. Even if you sort of grant the language thing, okay, that's an objective thing.
Can I just make a quick point here? Because
her denial is fairly arbitrary.
In order for us to not make any kind of prohibitions on people coming in and bringing their culture in, I think America is exceptional because we do have basically a multiracial, multicultural society. We say you can be American and not say goodbye to your pre-existing culture. That's great. But the amount of immigration, in order for us to continue to do that behavior, we have to consider the amount of immigration. We can't do that behavior if we let in 500% of the population.
It's not about amount at all.
Yeah. It's about the vetting process. What do we consider when it comes time to consider an immigrant or not? That was the issue.
And your problem is
the hypocrisy problem is that Lauren seems to want to make the argument that a country ought to be able to consider the cultural implications of people coming to this country. If you're incompatible in some level, then you should be allowed to be excised. But the problem that Pisco has was that in her documentary, she, to quote Pisco, bemoaned the fact that Australia exercised that discrepancy, and they decided that they didn't want her to come in, or they did, but it had to be conditional. And she felt like that wasn't right. So Pisco wanted to turn the mirror around and go like, okay, well, what about an immigrant that wants to come in? And they say that it's not right for them. Generally, the conservative argument, no, not again, it has nothing to do with the number of immigrants. Generally, the conservative argument is, well, a country has a right to decide what values they want. And if you're incompatible, that's on you. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but she wants to be able to make
if you want to make the claim that it has nothing to do with the amount of immigrants, I mean, I don't even understand how you can even make that claim because
you're not understanding the argument, Adam.
Yeah, no, the question is just like, should a country be allowed to determine with respect to their values if somebody's allowed to come into the country or not? People like Lauren would argue, well, yeah, they have a right to determine that. But Lauren was mad when Australia determined it against her. And now it seems like she wants to appeal to some other thing.
And I want to defend
Nuance.
I think,
just one second here. I just want to make sure this is clear here. If you're saying that people can come in without doing any kind of test on the culture that they come in with,
okay,
how does the amount of immigration that you let in not apply to that? Because listen, if you don't,
they're different metrics. So
I understand, but hold on one second here. Like, we all agree that if you invite a different culture in and it overtakes your population, your culture is going to change, right?
Right.
So obviously, what we're doing, not putting any kind of prohibition on the type of culture that comes in, has limits. It does, obviously, because you can't do that and bring in 10,000 times your population without the culture changing. Like, we can do it. We can do it now because immigration is low. And if you don't have a conversation about the amount of immigration, I mean, what are we even talking about?
I know, but the
here?
conversation was literally about a point saying like, okay, Lauren, but you're a hypocrite complaining about how you can't get into this country because they have a vetting process.
My original reason for bringing it up is because the outside the matrix conversation that's really taking place here is the amount of immigration and the amount the culture is changing.
There is no outside. This was an inside. This is a personal issue. It literally didn't have anything to do with.
You got her on hypocrisy. Okay, I got it. I understand.
Yeah, that's.
I want to make a defense on that point if I can very quickly though, because she was allowed into Australia before, right? Like there's a reason she met the people she met. Like she was allowed into the country before, had all the same political opinions, was the same outspoken person, everything, but then was denied later on trying to get back in when she's already established family connections and like lived there and et cetera.
Yeah, but conditions in the country might have changed, no?
And also, it's a great point against Lauren because presumably, after having been there and after having done certain things, maybe the Australian government wants to discriminate her based on her actions in the country. Have you ever thought about that? Maybe what she was doing in that, I don't know when that was, maybe what she was doing was riling people up that the government didn't want you to rile up.
Pisco, at what point does your position change? At what point of immigration do you start putting prohibitions or you start worrying about the culture changing?
Well, hold on. If we want to do this argument, this is just it's a separate argument. Like Pisco's position is irrelevant here for the purposes of what that conversation was. If Pisco and NuanceBro want to resolve that, they can. But this is a conversation on immigration. Has nothing to do with the other.
You would agree with me, Adam, wouldn't you? If you put a total cap on all immigrants in this country at 20,000 people, that it's very unlikely that your culture is going to change. Every single immigrant, I'm talking family-based petitions, employer-based petitions, that if your policy was just only 20K immigrants a year, very unlikely to change.
Oh, of course not. No, obviously. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, we would still be having this conversation because any application that comes, let's say that the immigrant officer...
That's a question you have have to Lauren.
But that's
they were having...
We're having a conversation. Assume that the group culture effect, and it's actually bad for Lauren if she's doing the group culture argument because she, in that same argument, said everyone agrees with me.
Pisco, but what I'm saying is at some point you become Lauren. I'm just asking at what point that is.
Are you asking me what is my limit, my total limit on the people coming into the country?
Yes, at some point your position becomes Lauren's position.
I think some visa categories should not have restrictions. That's the current policy in the United States. We don't have any limits on family-based petitions.
So let's say we're going to let 5 times the population of the United States in immigrants. You're still not going to look at, like, maybe these people care about American culture?
It would depend on the circumstances, I'm sure. But if you're talking about people who want to reunite with families, in that case, unless there's some evidence that these people are incompatible, and Destiny's going to bring up this point in a second, what is American culture? If not, the basic through line of American culture is, if anything, I don't know what, the Constitution. We talked about this before, but people in this country can't agree on what American culture is.
So you're saying your position never becomes Lauren's position? Like 10 times? How many times do we have to go here?
Give me a hypothetical group of people that are, they're cannibals. They're all 99% are cannibals.
You're going to let the cannibals in? Pisco.
Actually, this was your example when we first talked. You said cannibals people would truly be incompatible with American culture.
Oh, you're right. Pisco, a callback. My man.
Great episodes on Sitch and Adam. Is that the right order? Okay.
It's the wrong name,
Sitch,
but the right order.
Stitch.
Yeah.
It's Stitch.
You're getting closer though.
My bad. So I can think of cultures that are truly incompatible with American culture. To the extent that American culture exists, it would be like cannibals. It would be like people who like, I don't know, some kind of...
I would be careful. I'd say you have a stronger argument. I wouldn't say that these are incompatible with the culture. I would say they're incompatible with the law. If somebody comes into the country and says they can't follow the law, that's probably a bad thing. If we're talking about cannibals that are going to be eating people...
But hang on a second, Des. If someone comes in and says, I disagree with America's law with respect to...
Now, hold on. It's going to be like major law things, not like I think we need tort reform or something, right? It's going to be more like if there's like some fundamental like criminal code related to like murdering, stealing, raping.
Now you're getting back into the hypocrisy, right? Because Lauren has very profound ideas about how countries should operate. And how...
Yeah, but her ideas extend way, well, I don't know what she'll admit today, but her ideas in the past extended
Lauren
way
has
beyond...
a link. Watch out. Don't talk too much shit.
Hold on, wait. I talk all the shit I want about Lauren. Fuck off. Okay. Her ideas in the past extended way beyond don't murder, don't steal, right? It was way more into like a coherent culture that was based around common values that went way beyond like the basic 10 commandments.
Look at the two concrete examples that we went through. One was, are you comfortable with a country banning Nick Fuentes by virtue of what he has to say about policies, whether, and she said immediately no, that it would be totally wrong for countries to, and I think most of us would agree that Nick Fuentes' vision for America, that's not any American culture I know. I mean,
I understand.
And like,
sure.
Okay, so like on that,
just real quick on for this argument. So this will go one of two ways. I'm sorry. So if you think that if she has a position today that you think is similar to her position before, then my argument is going to be way different than what I think. Because I think her positions in the past were way what?
I'm not talking about Lauren. I'm talking about Lauren's position on what criteria. When is it okay to discriminate?
Tell me what you think that position is now, though, so that I know what it is. Because I think
the only guideposts I have are the examples, and the examples I have were that someone who advocates as Nick Fuentes does for like essentially the end of American democracy as we know it and a theocracy, which I think most of us here would agree is incompatible with American culture. He can't be discriminated against on the basis of his views. But someone who believes female genital mutilation is an okay practice, that person is totally incompatible with American.
Didn't she say she'd have to think about that, or was it a different one?
But at least it was a harder question.
Sure,
and
okay.
So I don't like this appeal like, oh, I'm all about free speech. I'm all about free speech. But if you say female genital mutilation, that's like maybe like too crazy for me. Like what you're doing is what all countries are doing is they're drawing lines, and you didn't like the way the line was drawn when it was you. But you're the one in favor of emphasizing culture in immigration policy in the first place. That's
what was the policy that Lauren was pushing that was so egregious to Australia?
That's another big problem, Sitch, is I don't think that she can actualize any policy. Has anyone ever asked Lauren Southern, other than the language thing?
But wait, if you don't know that, how can you say she's being?
Well, I think the way my understanding is that like Australia has lists for people that like fail a character assessment, and when her character was assessed at the border or whatever, the person that was doing the review basically said that she doesn't qualify, or if she does come into the country,
America has good moral court.
There's a difference between citizenship requirements and visa requirements for work versus tourist visa. Like they just straight up wouldn't let her into the country. I'm pretty sure she would have different standards.
Hang on a second. They let her into the country. country, and eventually she was able to transfer to a stable visa where she didn't have those requirements. Same thing in the United States. In the United States, you can't work if you have a certain visa.
They literally won't let her in even on like a tourist visa.
This is highly dependent on the specifics that no one fucking knows.
Also, hold on, wait, stop. A lot of this is known. Okay, number one. But number two, like, I don't believe that tourist visas are guaranteed things. Visas are things that, in my understanding for U.S. immigration, these are extended as a these are a courtesy of the U.S. government. They're not required or obligated.
No, I never said they were guaranteed things, but I would imagine someone like Lauren would have a different standard. Like, for example, if you wanted to go to Japan, Japan will let you in fairly easily to just like visit and be around.
Yeah, generally they can.
The bar for citizenship is insanely high.
We're not talking about
high.
Sure, but even just for visas to get into a country,
a lot of people are talking about citizenship.
We're talking about immigrant visas and
a lot
about
of people are.
Immigration. We're not talking about citizenship in the moment. If we're talking about who you let into the country, I'm totally fine even with having requirements for language with respect to citizenship. I think that's totally fine. But what we're talking about here are immigrant visas and reuniting families and all that shit that Lauren seemed to care about, right? She's appealing to the reunification of her family. It was so horrible. I had to give up speech, and I did it because it was so important to get with my family that I had to give up my speech privileges. But even if you accept those facts as given, I think it's super hypocritical. In this country, we, make people inadmissible for being accused or having serious accusations with respect to marijuana. We have good moral character standards in America as well. The Attorney General has a lot of discretion to just, refuse to accept an immigrant. And I think that it's a little bit of rules for thee, not for me kind of thing. If you're talking, especially and I think Sitch was on it to a great start when he was asking, what policies specifically are you against? Well, that's my point. When Lauren Southern is talking about things like French braids or looking around and saying like, look at all these restaurants, they're not French or something like that. What policy are you asking for? Are you asking us to deny visa applications on the basis of culture, or are you not? And if you're not asking us to do this, then what policy do you want?
Pisco, do you understand why I made the comment that I did?
Hold on.
Go ahead, Sitch.
Okay. So first of all, I'll say personally, if there's some political pundit who is reasonably famous, who is in favor of overthrowing democracy and replacing it with fascism or theocracy or some crazy shit, and they're not American and they want an American citizenship or American visa, I have absolutely no problem with America saying, fuck you. That's completely antithetical. Wait, hold on. It's completely antithetical to our values.
I don't know that she necessarily would have.
I'm not saying that she believes. What about Nick Fuentes? Wait, hold on. So I'm saying this is what I believe. Okay. But that's a far cry different than someone who's, I don't know, mildly conservative or even moderate or majorly conservative who just says, I believe in democracy, I believe in free speech, but I think we should limit immigration. And that's why I'm asking you, before you can call Lauren a hypocrite, you have to understand what exactly is it that she did or said that Australia is saying she's not allowed to be there. Because if she just has a moderate Republican position by Australian standards, then that would seem to be ludicrous.
Yeah, but it seems that that's probably not the case, right?
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
But even if you accept that they're totally different, right? That she is, I think you all agree, she's very right-wing. Maybe not alt-right, maybe not all the way to the extremes. She's very right-wing.
Pisco, I don't even know what you think that means. Okay, I mean, you seem completely in the bubble.
Wait, we can do this. We can do this by an objective measure. She voted for a party in Canada that got like 2 or 3% of the vote, right? The PPC, which is a right-wing party. Okay, if you want to quantify it one way, that would be one way to do it.
I'm not saying she's a racist or anything, but she's at least right-wing. Okay, can you disagree that? She said she's
yes, right-wing, yes. Sure.
All right. She may have some differences of belief in Nick Fuentes or some crazy fascist person who wants to overturn whatever. That's fine. You can agree with that, Sitch. The question is who decides, right? And if she wants to have policies that have sort of endow discretion into immigration authorities to decide which cultures are compatible or incompatible with the West, then there are going to be people who abuse that discretion. Just like if you give discretion to deny visas on the basis of political thought, there are people who are going to abuse that. And you should expect that. And even if it's abusive as to her, and query whether or not it is abusive as to her with respect to what we don't actually know the grounds, right? We don't know if it's for something you said or it's the totality of the circumstances or if it's the boat stuff, trying to stop a refugee boat, right? I think we all agree that that's the purpose of that whole incident, right? At least Destiny does now, even if there's no flare gun involved.
I thought she was trying to sink the boat. What?
No.
She was trying to hit the gas
that was
line.
never it.
I thought she sunk multiple boats.
Yeah, she lit them on fire with fireworks. She had a Roman candle.
You want to give immigration authorities like discretion to decide which cultures are compatible and incompatible, whatever the hell that means, and you can't even decide.
We have to live
We
in
have
that
to.
world.
Yes.
Like that's what I'm saying. This argument you're making,
And the
doesn't make
amount
sense
of
to me.
immigration matters there. Go ahead, Sitch.
Yeah, because like just because if someone says I want to limit immigration on cultural grounds, and then in another country they deny them because we don't know, but we can say hypothetically whoever made the decision is like the most woke fucking leftist on Twitter. It's the squirrel from Twitter who's making the decisions about who to let in the country. That doesn't undermine Lauren's argument regarding like the rest of immigration policy.
So when she's talking about cultures as broad as Middle East, she said, why don't you get a ticket to the Middle East and find out whether or not they're incompatible or not? You know, what am I like? That sounds like a policy that's more broad than just like get the really, really, really extremists out.
Yeah, and this was my issue because when pushed for specifics, the only thing she would say, I think, was language and like I think she would say enclave one, but who knows what that even means.
The reason is, Sitch, is because she doesn't want to make the concession you do. You say, I'm fine discriminating people on the basis of their culture and speech. Of course you have to do that. But she wants to be the person who's like, no, I'm the free speech absolutist. I'm the free speech guru. But the truth really is that no. And your entire policy shows that you have preferences based on speech-related activities, culture, which absolutely involves speech. And that, in fact, is driving your immigration decisions. And so that is hypocrisy, I think.
All of this is just in the dark.
If her position is free speech absolutism, which I think is a stupid position. I don't know if that's actually her position.
It's not, but it's a focus on like very common cultural things, right?
Yeah,
things
but I understand the difference between saying like, listen, I'm for free speech because leftists are canceling people for having moderate opinions on Twitter, and I don't want people with female genital mutilation to come to my country. Like there's a gap between these two opinions.
There is a gap, but the gap, people could make that claim about Lauren in that position.
Well, that's why I'm asking, what is it that she believes?
It's also a question of citizenship. To pretend like it's not is ridiculous.
What is the question of citizenship?
What's the question of citizenship?
To say that it's only about like visas and people visiting the country and not citizenship. Like citizenship matters. The standards are different. They should be different.
Do you think countries should be allowed, do you think countries should be allowed to have different standards for like, okay, for green card holders, we're not going to put any restrictions on speech, but for tourists or for people who are transitory or like temporary jobs, maybe we'll say that you can't campaign for people.
Well, shouldn't it be the other way around?
What do you mean? You think that people
wouldn't you have stricter like ideological requirements for people who want to be citizens?
I mean, the privileges, right? The privileges. We all agree, I think, and at least the American courts have been clear that non-citizens have no substantive right to stay in a country. And as Destiny said, pure matter of even green card holders, right? You might have some procedural rights, but you don't have a substantive right. And I think that we all agree that it would make sense to have different levels of privilege for different kinds of immigrants. If you're here on a tourist visa, I think probably most of us will say you haven't gone through the checks for the employment-based visas, so you probably shouldn't be able to work. If you're here on an employment-based visa, maybe you shouldn't be able to engage in the same speech activities that green card holders do. And we already have laws that with respect to like foreign lobby and all that stuff. And so I think we all agree that different people and different types of visa categories should be treated differently. And so does it surprise me that a country like Australia says, okay, under this visa, you're not allowed to like do what you were doing when you were here last or do what you were doing with the boat? And like, we're going to just give you a warning now that if you do anything like that, we're going to like rescind your visa. That to me doesn't sound like a huge abuse of discretion.
I think the boat thing already happened before and she got approved to go into Australia. But then the second go around, then they didn't.
There might have been like conditions changed. Like, so for instance, like did Christchurch happen between the first and second time? Because that might influence the government.
Maybe.
I think so.
You're probably right. That's exactly what happened. She got hit on a list for that. And then they said, oh, we're not going to let her in.
Is Lauren coming on later?
Maybe. She's got the link. She can if she wants.
Then we should really move this conversation.
Let's introduce.
I don't know why. We have the Lauren Southern Pisco show. Like whenever Pisco comes on.
I just want to be clear. I didn't come here to talk about that. But I came here to talk against that lawyer who like was talking all kinds of shit and maybe even NuanceBro if he's still here.
Pisco, we want you to stick around though. Pisco, I just wanted to, for the record, Pisco is running from the question that would put him in the Lauren category for
his
position on immigration.
My God. Which is, would I put any limits on culture? Yeah, I'd ask, do you agree with cannibalism? And if you say yes, you can't come in the country.
There you go. We have our answer.
But it's dependent on the amount of immigration. Like I am saying, like
you'd
at a
accept
certain
one cannibal,
point,
but not 1,000.
well, at a certain point, you let the cannibals in. Like if it's 10 or 15 cannibals, you're like, okay,
he's
well,
just joking. He's just joking.
Would you let in someone who said that I think that cannibalism is good on their immigration form? Do you want someone who writes that on their immigration form in the country? Maybe
you're missing my art. My argument is that if 10 cannibals sneak into the country, it's not going to destroy the culture. It's not going to change the culture radically.
But unless, of course,
of course, they're very popular cannibals, or they become the president of the United States and they're a cannibal. So let me just say hello. Dark Matter 2525 has joined the stream. A popular YouTuber. John, you want to say hi?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, good. Yeah, thanks for inviting me on. Old has-been like me on the
You're
show.
not a has-been. Don't even.
I'm honored to enter during the cannibalism portion of the show.
Oh yeah. Christianity touches on
John.
cannibalism.
He looks like a cannibal. I believe that he's got
Christianity. Oh, this sounds fun.
So if you want to chime in on any of the immigration stuff, we'd love to hear your.
Or we can move on to a different.
Or we can move on to a different thing. Yeah.
Well, this is not my wheelhouse, obviously, but I think a lot of the immigration stuff is kind of like arguing about what kind of Band-Aid. Like, there's a reason you have certain mass migrations. A lot of it has to do with foreign policies that we can affect that would lessen the migration. Like if we're bombing countries in the Middle East and causing all kinds of upheavals over there, you're naturally going to get refugees that are going to.
Well, wait, hold on. Doesn't the vast majority of immigration to the U.S. come from Mexico that we are in good relations with?
Oh, I was talking about like
European immigration.
Like they're complaining about Muslims coming over in America. I'm thinking of South America, Central America, Mexico. When you have people trying to escape their countries, I'm wondering what kind of policies, if any, that we have affecting their countries that we can adjust to affect migration. I'm not an expert on any of that, but that's one thing I would look into.
Was there a gender question? I think either Hunter or Michael want to talk about some transgender questions.
I think Michael had a question about that.
If we were comfortable switching topics, I had that. And then I also am dying to talk to Dark Matter 20. This is very cool. I watched him when I was like an 11-year-old atheist.
See, look at that. You got a fan here, John.
Yeah.
So whichever.
Go ahead.
Anybody got a fedora here that they want to put on when they talk about atheism?
No. Hey, Hunter, be nice. Michael, go ahead. What do you want to
says
ask?
I'm the fedora atheist. Okay, that's all.
Yeah. Okay. Just give me in Dark Matter like 5 minutes. Okay. But it doesn't have to be super long. I've just always been curious about it. So I was wondering. I saw a video you posted a few years ago back about Jordan Peterson. I just Dark Matter. Dark Matter.
Did you do a Jordan Peterson video, John?
No, I don't think I've ever made a Jordan Peterson video.
Maybe it was a tweet then, maybe like a series of tweets. Yeah,
it might have been.
Okay, yeah, and I think the criticism you were making was basically that like Jordan Peterson is like a phony Christian, or maybe like a contrived, like motivated reasoner, like trying to come up for reasons to make Christianity more palatable, or maybe like a con man. It's been a long time. Do you hold any of those views?
If I remember correctly, I don't remember exactly what I said, but there was a time when I believe someone asked him if he believed in God, and he gave this really long, convoluted answer about the meaning of belief. And it seems to me that what I got from that is that he's more of a cultural Christian type that would prefer to live in a world where everyone's a Christian, but is not actually a sincere believer himself. And I see I see more and more of that recently with other atheists who are put off by leftism and associate atheism with leftism and kind of glom onto the Christian right more and associate with the Christian right more, even though they don't believe in any of the supernatural aspects of it. And they prefer that culture over what they perceive to be a secular, godless, leftist culture.
Okay, and Adam, you're pretty informed on Peterson's religious views. I think I remember.
I am, but Peterson's a tough topic now because Peterson has kind of gone off the reservation in a way that I'm not
joined forces. Daily Wire.
That I'm not comfortable really defending any of his recent videos. He had a Ukraine video that seems crazy to me. He had his Twitter ban video, which we covered, and it seemed crazy to me. So, I mean, I'm hoping Peterson dials it in, but I don't. At this point, I'm like, I wouldn't call myself a Peterson fan.
What's the quote from him? Come get me, you woke SJ. Or what's the fucking quote?
Yeah.
Up yours.
Yeah.
It seems to me that Peterson has been getting more extreme lately. Like before, it was you could give him the benefit of the doubt, but I think he just seems to be getting more like authoritarian. Like he used to like talk about being anti-authoritarian, but now he's like talking about banning elective surgeries and stuff. It's like, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, from his perspective, he thinks it's, like the mutilation of confused little girls and things like that. It's not that he's trying to limit liberty.
But I mean,
there
his
is
perspective on that matter would be just factually incorrect.
Listen,
so, I mean,
well, and more importantly, his perspective on the matter is
it was a claim about his intentions, that he's authoritarian in nature. But I mean, if he thinks a liberty violation is occurring, like children are being abused, that's not authoritarian to try to prevent.
Isn't that every single authoritarian's first baby steps to authoritarianism? Like we need to get rid of XYZ because it's hurting the children. Like it feels like you could almost make a blanket rule.
It can be, but you could say the same thing about abortion, and I don't think it's fair to say that pro-lifers are authoritarian.
Yeah,
you guys.
I don't think it's fair to call.
I just want to say I'm checking out.
Are you dipping out, Nuance? Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me
Thanks
on for the 200th episode. Big congrats. Yeah, see you guys.
We'll
later.
have to have you on again.
Thanks. I'm glad you stood up to Sean. So defeated him in battle.
There we go.
See you later, Nuance, bro.
Take care. Adios.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's true that Peterson he might have been maybe more radicalized to identify as like a conservative or right winger recently. I think what it probably would be is that he's just so worried about the culture war that he's decided the only way to stop the left is to just go full force, join forces with the Daily Wire.
Now we're talking about, I don't think it's fair to call Jordan Peterson an authoritarian just because I am not, endorsing him or would call myself a Peterson fan. I wouldn't call Jordan Peterson an authoritarian. I do think his recent videos, he's diverged from my position, and I always liked Jordan Peterson because he kind of walked the line and had a lot of centrist moderate takes. There is a nuanced conversation to have about social contagion and transgenderism and all this stuff, and I think transgenderism and gender dysphoria are real. I think at the same time you can have social contagions with these kinds of things, and the real dialogue that we want to have is we want people who have gender dysphoria to get treatment, and we want people who don't have gender dysphoria to stop being these false positives. I feel like Jordan Peterson could have been a voice for reason in that debate, and then I feel like he just joined the Daily Wire, which I don't think is a voice for reason in that debate at all.
Not even close. No,
that's my.
I mean, isn't that what was the video he did about how pride used to be a sin to try and
it was a tweet,
say
right?
Pride Month, and then meanwhile he's sold statues of his face. So I don't know. It's just I don't know. I kind of find a lot of the things he's been saying recently to be pretty cringy, especially in regards to the LGBT stuff.
Well, it just seems like before I would have imadgined, and I was never a huge Peterson fan, but I've listened to a fair bit of his stuff. I feel like 5 years ago, if Peterson were to be talking about things like elective surgeries for trans people, he would give a pretty libertarian-esque answer, well, these people ought to be able to explore whatever they want, and that's their body and blah, blah, blah. But now it's literally well, I think that we should consider what effect does it have if trans people get surgery on children when they see that. And that feels like a way more almost theologically driven conservative answer when we talk about about like social contagion of the children. This is what I would have expected like 2017 Jordan Peterson to say. Not to say that he's an authoritarian or anything now, but just that it feels way more to the right or whatever of like where he would have been at. You know, 5 years ago.
Destiny, you have to look at the scientific literature on social contagion, though. Like, he's completely right about celebrities contributing to social contagion.
Can I cut in here for a minute?
It has nothing to do with what I just said, though. It's not like
About
he's saying that he.
But
wants
you
to
said it was
ban-
theological, and it's not.
No,
It's
no.
scientifically based.
The idea that you want to ban. Okay, first of all, don't even get me started on the ridiculousness of talking about the ultra low percentage of a social contagion and how we have to actually ban people from elective surgeries to do that. But then on the other hand, we say the vaccine doesn't matter because it's not a 100% success rate. These are the most incongruent positions I've ever heard in my life. But ignoring that, he's talking about banning elective surgeries for adults.
And I'm
social contagion.
completely against that. But you've made a claim here that you know what the social contagion amount is. How do you know that? I would love to know myself.
First of all, social contagion, the idea that this is even like a well understood thing for trans people, that's not even true. There is no literature saying like, here is the XYZ values of this.
There's a ton of literature on social contagion for suicide, though.
Can I
First of all, no, hold on. That's not even true. Even suicide stuff is hotly contested. For instance, a lot of people have heard that 12 reasons or 13 reasons why, or whatever, caused a bunch of people to kill themselves. Even that claim is super contested. All of these things, when it comes to social science, there's very few things, especially social science on a broad scale. There's very few things where you're like, oh yeah, we know this thing to be true. That's pretty rare.
Hunter, you want to get in?
Yeah, the thing is I don't know about the social contagion rates in regards to suicide or transgenderism or whatnot. There is such a thing as social contagion, and where I've seen it the most clearly demonstrated is with depression, for example.
Sure.
If you have young girls that are on social media and they're surrounded by people who are all talking about how depressed they are, they themselves are more likely to feel depressed. The problem isn't, oh, is there a social contagion? Is there not? There is probably a social contagion. I don't know the exact numbers, but I would be very fine biting that bullet and say, yeah, there's definitely a social contagion thing. The problem is that you then take the social contagion, not you, but Peterson and others will take the social contagion issue, and then they will extrapolate that to, we need to crack down on trans people. We need to ban the elective surgeries for trans people. Similarly, you wouldn't say, stop giving medication to people with depression because depression can be a social contagion. We have to be able to recognize where the social contagion is, and then who are actually transgender and who are actually suffering. And my solution to this has always just been more gender clinics, because if we have better clinics and more of them available, they will continue to snuff out those who don't actually have gender dysphoria while moving forward with those who do. So the social contagion debate, I feel like, is not even worth having. Yeah,
it depends upon the gender clinics. So if the gender clinics are like a firm only model, then it could get worse.
That's the problem is that there is no trust that a lot of these gender clinics or doctors are actually doing due diligence to figure out if someone has gender dysphoria or not, and are simply rubber stamping.
I don't know if that's it would fully depend on the clinic at hand. And this is another problem with the whole trans thing is people say, oh, there weren't enough steps taken to guarantee that this person really did have gender dysphoria. Then that would be a problem of the clinic, because the clinic is no longer following the actual guidelines provided for how trans people should actually be treated. So there are certainly going to be issues with certain clinics, but you can also look at the rates of people being turned away from those clinics. A lot of the times conservatives will cite statistics saying, look at how many people are shown to not actually have gender dysphoria or whatever, when really they're talking about referrals. If you look at the referral rate, you'll see that there are massive amounts of people who are referred to these clinics and then are turned away. So should they be improved? Yeah. Do they need to be improved? Probably yes. But again, this is not an attack on trans people. This would be a problem with the actual institutions.
Well, to be clear, that's what Jordan Peterson was talking about. He wasn't attacking trans people. He was attacking the doctors.
I don't think I'm talking more broadly. I don't know what he said exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say, wouldn't a good indicator be that there isn't that many people who detransition? Like, we would expect to see a ton of people detransitioning if there was a huge social contagion factor, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if the idea is that gender serves as like a form of escapism or like pathology that's activating, or there's a social validation that occurs where people really like the aesthetic of being trans, like Destiny about it in his latest manifesto, like there's that type of gender person where they're like, I am trans, this is my identity. Like recently there is that preliminary research into rapid onset gender dysphoria, where we see like a phenomenon of parents who have kids that are completely comfortable in their gender identity their whole teenage life, and then they get in a friend group that's very like woke and terminally online, like Tumblr and like DeviantArt, and then they suddenly start getting very into like gender obsession and stuff like yeah, there's a lot of social
the rapid onset gender dysphoria thing published by, was that Brown University or something like that?
I don't remember.
Where they had to completely walk it back and take it down and say how the methodology was actually not done properly. Because
there's a lot of pressure. But
it wasn't about pressure, dude. They pulled a bunch of websites that were already anti-trans and just got parents to say, yeah, my kid suddenly became trans. Oh, look at what's going on. And then
there's disputes about the methodology. The author did a follow-up paper where she basically showed that the methods and the types of sources she used were like comparable to other pro-trans scholarship that's been accepted. Like pro-trans scholarship might pull websites that are for parents who are pro-trans children, right? So it's just usually preliminary evidence. It's nothing definitive
at the very minimum, but yeah, I mean, again, we'd have to look into the methodology of every individual study.
I mean, the point is, like,
one specifically, it was heavily discredited and it was even pulled down.
No, I think you have to look at what the study was measuring, because I don't think because I'm trying to remember, we went through it over on stream. If you actually looked at what it was supposed to be measuring, it made sense, the sources they were drawing from. It's just that other people were using that to point to conclusions that wasn't really the purpose of the study.
I think probably your strongest thing here is, my understanding is that Sweden had guidelines for how they treated trans people. And then they did like a big deep dive. I think there was a documentary that was done about this. And when they did the deep dive, they found out that the gender affirming clinics were probably too affirming. And that big investigation is what caused them to kind of like roll back on how they treated all of their trans stuff. The name of that documentary, somebody emailed, it's called Mission Investigate. But
do they not do hormone blockers anymore, or is that a different country?
I think they changed up a lot of their guidelines for how they decided to treat trans people. But
well, and to go back to Jordan Peterson, I think part of what he's reacting to too is that, like in Canada recently, they passed this law that I think he's correct on, is that they basically said that it could be interpreted, and you're a psychologist, you can't question whether they're transgender or not, the way the law is worded, which is very bizarre, and it's very one-sided.
Nazi experiments.
It was the conversion therapy bill that they passed, and it basically, if you read the language, it's basically like you can't do anything that would maybe make someone become heterosexual or cisgender. And to me, that's kind of crazy that the Canadian government passed something like that.
Sitch, well, I mean, what about like the comparison to Nazi experiments? That's unhinged, right?
I don't like those comparisons. Yeah, but that doesn't
only an unhinged person would make that comparison.
No, I understand. Okay. Well, first of all, I don't know. That has nothing to do with what I said at all about this law that they're passing in Canada. Okay, but I don't like comparisons to Nazis. I think it's too extreme. I understand what he's getting at. He's talking about in terms of,
what is he getting at? How can you?
He's getting at in terms of level of malevolence, or I guess is what he's talking about. I don't agree with it.
How about he's missing the most important factor, which is these are consensual procedures as opposed to unconsensual procedures.
If he's right, okay. If 10 years from now, it turns out, well, no, wait, hold on.
It doesn't matter if you cut your boobs off if you don't want it, but versus if you want it.
Wait. It is a factor that matters, but it's not like you can't have any criticisms just because they consent. You can still think that someone's being manipulated or misled or
right, exactly. If 10 years from now, it turns out that Jordan Peterson is right, and there's 1,000 to 1 misdiagnosis rate for transgender surgery, would that change your opinion at all?
Why should that be our prior? Why should that be?
Well, that's his prior. That's where he's coming from.
Anyone with that prior is unhinged.
Don't run, Pisco. You're not answering. Dodging.
Why is that? What is he basing it on?
What am I dodging?
You're not answering the question. He asked you a question.
Why do you think that's an unhinged position?
If your prior is that all these surgeries people are manipulating others into having these surgeries, as opposed to the vast
manipulating makes it sound like it's intentional. I don't think that's what he's saying.
Are people coercing others into having?
That's not. He's not taught. No, it's not coercion. It's that people are wrongly diagnosed.
But I don't understand. So the difference in consent, that's a meaningless difference to you in the comparison.
No, when you say coercion, you're making it sound like Jordan Peterson thinks there's a cabal of evil transers like looking to trans children because they're evil.
Let's talk about in terms of levels and degrees. I know there are people who don't like to think of things in binaries. Let's talk about in levels of degree. Compare the coerciveness of Nazi experiments versus whatever ambient coercion you think there is socially, within doctors.
It's a bad comparison. I already said that.
Well, I think the analogy wasn't severity. I don't think the analogy being drawn there was severity. The analogy, I think, was that despite it being currently legal, it's basically still like a criminal practice. Like there's something seriously morally bankrupt happening.
That was his
point. Pisco's not arguing whether the comparison was good or bad. He's just saying that in order for somebody to make the comparison, you have to be unhinged to do it.
Okay, I have no clue. I don't like the comparison. I said I don't like the comparison. But
we're not asking if you don't like the comparison.
I understand.
The claim is whether it makes you unhinged to make the comparison.
I don't think Jordan Peterson is unhinged. I don't like the direction he's going. I agree with that, but I don't think he's unhinged.
What would it take to show you that he's unhinged?
What would it take to show me that Jordan Peterson is unhinged? I don't know how to answer that.
Well, then if you can't even define what it would take to make you show that he's unhinged, then how can you say that
there's an infinite
that's a ridiculous argument?
What you're saying is ridiculous. Someone walking around in like public, all like that guy did from the Coney 2012, that would prove that he was unhinged. I mean, there are a lot of things that should show you that someone's unhinged.
I noticed how Sitch answered the question, but
it's probably hard to draw an objective guideline to what makes somebody unhinged.
What didn't I answer, Adam? What are you on about? What did I not answer?
Pisco never answered Sitch's question.
Well, he answered the question. You just changed the subject completely, but it's fine.
What question did I not answer? Can you even say what the question is?
Well, I wasn't
so
really
angry right now.
I wasn't paying that close attention, but it just
then how do you not answer the question?
I kind of got the at first you dodged, but now I can't remember what the question was.
He didn't change the question. He just dodged it.
Listen,
or he just changed the subject of something.
Someone tell me what it is.
Did
anyone tell me what I dodged?
Pisco, do you like the Canadian law about the transition, about conversion therapy?
So the law as you represented is doctors are not allowed to question the determinations of dysphoria of their patients. Is that what you're
No, they're not allowed. They're not allowed to. You can't really question if someone says that they're gay or trans. You can't really question whether they're not.
Answer the question, Pisco.
How the bill is defined, though. That's not how it defines conversion therapy here. It seems as though
not in U.S. or we talking about.
Well, no. I'm reading about it directly from the Canadian bill. It says that they prohibit anyone from promoting or advertising services related to conversion therapy, forcing persons or causing a child to undergo conversion therapy, removing a child from Canada to undergo conversion therapy, and receiving a material benefit from the provision of conversion therapy.
Do you have the bill that you can link me?
That's what I'm reading right here. Yeah.
No, I'm saying, can you link it to me so I can?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I've been
going to
read the bill.
I want to know if I missed something.
Because there's a part where they give like 6 or 7 criteria of what they consider conversion therapy, and that's where it's like,
oops, I sent it to the wrong person.
Don't make me put Hardcore Henry on, okay? We're not going to be reading legislature on this live stream here.
People talk shit about Destiny.
We are, buddy. Sorry, Adam.
People crap about Destiny, like looking at some summary on some news site of a law. I think it's really cringy. You don't need to like read these laws necessarily in depth to just get a sense of what it's about. Now, it's important to read laws. I'm a lawyer. It's important to read laws. But in terms of like getting the sense of, is this banning doctors from like even denying some reality in front of them? Like we can read articles for that. We don't need to like go through every.
We did read the law, Pisco. We read this law on stream. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're giant nerds that way.
What Sitch is talking about here, because I mean, I'm scrolling through this here looking for all the different definitions, and
that's why Sitch wanted the link, because he's like, I've read the law, I know what it says.
Okay, well, yeah, if he can point out to me where I'm seeing that, or where he saw this, because it's quite possible I'm overlooking it. I mean, I am just kind of scanning this here, but so far everything I'm seeing is just you can't force somebody. It's called
weaponized autism, Hunter. Okay, you got to understand. You're about to get hit with it. Duck.
Is the autism the social contagion here? Is that what's going on?
Let's just assume the law. I mean, what is the law that you're thinking about? Like, assume that you're giving me the correct rendition of the law. Would I agree with it? What law are you referencing?
But you can't. I think he's reading the law. But Mike, you want to say something on this?
I was just going to answer.
Go ahead.
What the law question would be just that, like, doctors aren't allowed to be incredulous or like
Yeah, they're not allowed to question.
I would be against the law that makes it illegal for doctors to be incredulous about whether or not their patients are
and express it obviously, and maybe like add some doubt to the patient.
I would be against the law that said doctors are not allowed to tell their patients what their medical diagnosis is or assessments are. I would be against that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the affirmative only care is basically telling doctors to do that.
No,
Okay,
it's making certain procedures illegal, right? And making advertising said procedures illegal and making procuring money related to those procedures illegal.
Sitch, go ahead.
I linked an easier. I think it's the same thing. It's easier to read though because it's not just a wall of text.
Okay.
So it says the way they define conversion therapy is conversion therapy means a practice, treatment, or service designed to, and then it says A, change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual. B, change a person's gender identity to cisgender. C, change a person's gender expression so that it conforms to the sex assigned to the person at birth. D, repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior. E, repress a person's non-cisgender identity, or repress or reduce a person's gender expression that does not conform to the sex assigned to the person at birth. And the problem with the way that this is worded is because it all hinges on one word or two words, designed to. Okay, it says a treatment or service designed to. So if a patient comes into your office and they say, "Doctor, I have gender dysphoria," and you're like, "Okay, well, let me like check that." And if through the course of their treatment, the doctor thinks, "I don't think this person has gender dysphoria," and they try to make them come to terms with their, cisgenderness, that a treatment or service designed to repress or reduce a person's gender expression?
No,
yes,
read the
you just
read
engaged
the
in
thing
conversion
again.
therapy. You're going to jail.
Repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction, repress or a person's non-cisgender gender identity.
Right.
This assumes that they already are that gender.
No,
so if they know
they
that, if
say
that's
they're that
established,
gender,
and then they try and convince them to reduce it, that would be the conversion.
Is that assumed in the bill that this is someone who's coming to a doctor after they've already got like another doctor saying they're transgender?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
No, it absolutely does.
No, I understand what you're saying.
I don't think that's what change a person's gender identity to cisgender based on these instructions. That assumes that the person's gender identity has already been to some point established. This isn't somebody comes to you with gender dysphoria or wants to be diagnosed and then you must diagnose them. I feel like, Sitch, you were kind of being not intentionally dishonest, but I think that you were maybe misunderstanding this.
Oh, don't make me kick you, Avallone.
First of all, I'm not. Okay.
I said
Hunter, I will
you were being
kick you.
intentionally dishonest.
Hunter, I understand exactly what your point is. Okay, but like if Mauler was here, he's saying that you're writing into the script something that's not there.
No,
is there a part in this law that specifies what you just said? Because I don't think there is.
It's
you're saying it's
says
ambiguous.
Change a person's gender identity to cisgender.
But it doesn't
For that
say
rule
that the
to even
person
make
has...
sense. You have to presuppose that the person's gender identity has already been to some degree established.
That has to be in the law. What do you mean?
Yeah,
you can't just say that. It doesn't say like defined by. You have a doctor's note that says that you're transgender.
I think the scary thing, well, you have to look at the intention behind the law, and Pisco can chime in here, but I'm pretty sure the scary thing is that if it's left vague in certain states, and you know how the courts are going to rule on things, and the law can be left kind of vague, and then there could be rulings that further solidify it later in the direction that it's obviously intended, which, depending on your legislature, could be a rule.
I've made the same criticism about the don't say gay law, so-called don't say gay law, which I agree is aptly named, because I think the ambiguity in that is a big problem, because I see that institutions will likely respond and do things that are extremely corrosive to gay and transgender communities. I don't honestly see the ambiguities in this law going against a doctor in the kind of case examples that you're setting out. And to the extent that that ambiguity exists, I would say that you make it more clear, I guess. But that's the only thing.
But how not? How is it not?
I feel like this is so clear, in my opinion, that they're saying that you cannot repress a person's non-cisgender gender identity.
If they don't have gender dysphoria, that's the whole point of the treatment. If they don't have gender dysphoria, isn't that the treatment that you want?
But
if somebody has a social
then they wouldn't be.
If somebody has the social contagion instead of the gender dysphoria, isn't the whole point to repress them identifying as transgender?
Would not be the correct word. The correct word there would be to, I don't know, bring into question maybe, to further try and understand.
But you
why
just
they
broke in the
believe themselves
law.
To be this way. No, Adam. No, I didn't. Based on what these definitions say, it is pretty clear that they're talking about trying to or profiting from repressing someone's identity if they already have established that that is their identity. Clearly, if somebody's coming in and says, I'm xenogender tree, okay, I'm a deer or some kind of dumb crap like that, and then you say, no, you're not actually, that's not repressing somebody's identity. Their identity has not even been established.
Wait, Avallone, I don't see where you're getting that the establishment has to be like legally documented or medically documented. I can easily imagine a scenario where like there's a trans woman who's never had any medical documentation, but for like 5 years has been trans, goes into the hospital, and then someone tries to convince her she's not trans. I can easily imagine that person trying to sue because I'm trans. I told them I was trans.
Okay, what's the remedy then? What happens if you do that? It's just the cause of action. Presumably, you have to show damages, right, of some kind.
Yeah, like Pisco, can you? I want to know. Am I incorrect here about this?
It would be a
Like,
criminal
people are saying
offense,
I'm reading too deeply into this. I feel that I'm reading a pretty black and white.
You're gonna have to. If this case came before a court, like obviously anyone can file a lawsuit and be like, you broke this law.
No, it's not. It's not civil. It's a criminal. It's a criminal. Offense that we're talking about.
Okay, so it's a government typically would be like charging you with violating.
You broke this law, yeah.
Or telling a trans person or telling someone who you think isn't trans that they should get over it, right? Is that
that you a doctor had a person come into your office who said that they were trans or had gender dysphoria, and over the course of your treatment, you said, I don't think they do. I think this person is cisgender. And after doing that for some months, the person gets really pissed off at you and says, fuck you, you're a bigot, you're trying to convert me. And they go to the government and say, this person broke the law. They tried to convert me.
I can't speak to what like the Canadian law is like. In the United States, we have this thing called like the rule of lenity and due process, where we're going to assume criminal laws to have like, if there's some ambiguity about what the law covers, the tie will go to the defendant. Maybe in terms of a criminal law, I would be more in favor of having some more clarity on that stuff, especially how it implicates potential like free speech values of the doctor. And so on that basis, maybe you could say that the law is super weird. Do I think it's going to be a huge problem in the future? No, I don't, because I don't think that the case.
Of course, wait. This is the argument that you and all these other people are making about the "Don't Say Gay" bill. You have this vague law that basically makes it so that you have to reaffirm someone's transgender identity, and it's going to create a chilling effect. This is the entire argument.
The ambiguity is extremely strong in cases that can come up all the time. You know, how often is it going to be the case that you have a patient who thinks that, what's the denominator of people who are transgender in the
every person that comes to a gender clinic that says I have gender dysphoria or I'm trans.
Now take the number of people who are transgender in the first place, which is you would agree is a small percentage of the population. And now the number of people who are sort of wrongfully making the self-assessment that they're transgender, and the doctor is going to say something and then the police is, then someone's going to charge them from or report them to police. I think that those kind of cases are much less likely than.
Okay, well, I completely disagree. This is completely wild speculation on your part. Okay, you're going to have, this is the problem, is that you're going to have anyone that goes to a gender clinic in Canada, which the whole point is supposed to be to determine whether this person ever actually has gender dysphoria or not. And now they're going to be afraid to tell people they don't have gender dysphoria.
And how many doctors are going to be? Yeah, there's.
Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, firstly, how many? This is a totally worthless. I don't know why we're even asking this, because
I don't either.
Even if it's like a small number overall of the percentage of doctors, we're talking about a criminal action against like a certain sector. Like I could make rules affecting cardiologists that aren't going to affect very many doctors, because it's just one, like that doesn't mean anything, right? So we should be asking about like more like the merits of the law itself.
How often will this come up is the question.
Well, I imagine if you're in like a gender clinic, probably every single day,
yeah.
Right? Because if I go to Florida, how often is the "Don't Say Gay" bill coming up? If you're not a teacher, you're never hearing about this ever, right? So
I'm not saying that the denominator should be all interactions ever in the "Don't Say Gay" law. I think I agree with you that it should be specific to whatever domain you're in. In the case of "Don't Say Gay" law, it's going to be schools and teacher interactions. In the case of law,
so in this case here, I imagine the argument is that I'm hearing from them. I haven't read the text. The argument is that anytime you've got somebody coming in with questions about being trans, that you're triggering your chilling effect about that law.
How often is it so like how often does a mistaken like dysphoria diagnosis result in harm?
Who knows? Who cares? It doesn't matter whether the diagnosis is bad or not.
No. It absolutely the ultimate evil of the law. To what extent the ambiguity matters is how much harm it's going to cause. Agree, Destiny?
No. I don't know if I do.
You do agree. If
you're shifting the argument completely.
Wait, when you say how much harm it's going to cause in terms of like quantity of people in society affected, no. But
no.
Are you trying to get us? Okay, what are you talking about?
Okay, if there's ambiguity about whether or not a food regulation requires you to have a spork versus a fork, but something mild, or whether there's ambiguity with respect to, like, I don't know, whether you serve your sandwich with newspaper or deli paper.
Okay,
that kind of ambiguity, I think, is not as much of a problem as things that are going to come up, significantly and cause big underlying problems. If you're chilling people to have newspaper wrapping instead of deli paper, maybe it's not a big deal, or maybe there's getting the
sure. But I think the chilling effect, so the negative effect here would be that you have a person that might have some mental disease that requires treatment, but instead of diagnosing them with that, you err on the side of the caution. You say, okay, maybe it's gender dysphoria. That's the harm, which I would argue is probably significand harm.
Potentially,
getting misdiagnosed.
Wait, hold on. Not potentially. That would be a significant harm. A misdiagnosis of that somebody's trans instead of seeking other treatment is going to be a significant harm.
You're also
thank you, Destiny.
Wait, you're also comparing something to nothing.
Well, wait,
Pico.
What was Pisco's response? Do you agree that it's a significant harm?
If it happens, yes, it could be a significant harm.
Yes,
that's right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. No, but see, you're comparing something to nothing. You're saying that this law doesn't matter because it affects so little people. But how many people are being converted that are trans that this law is supposed to be targeting?
When you have a law, you weigh the costs, and then what do you weigh?
The benefits.
The benefits.
So that's what I literally just asked.
Okay, then what do you think the potential benefits are that maybe outweigh
first of all, you've completely changed the topic. Okay?
Why?
Because the topic was, does this law suck? But you seem to be saying maybe the law sucks, but it doesn't matter because it harms such a small amount of people.
I'm saying, assuming that it's what you say and it's going to chill people into giving wrong diagnoses, I think before you come out against the law, don't you have to assess whether or not its benefits outweigh the cost? Do you think
you're making the Jordan Peterson argument, which is interesting. And that's why I asked you, how many people in Canada are running around doing conversion therapy on trans people to try to make them non-trans, or gay people to make them straight? That this is an issue that needs to be codified in law.
I have no earthly idea, but don't you think that matters?
Okay, well then that's the problem. Then why? No, because I'm just criticizing the bill in the way it's written, and it seems to be dog shit.
Well, and then also, hold on. I'm really curious here for Pisco. This seems like a selective criticism to some extent, because wouldn't the argument for the Don't Say Gay bill, well, hold on, maybe there might be a chilling effect. Maybe there might be private cause of action on some issues, but isn't that worth the potential harm of LGBT people, like molesting or attacking our children? Wouldn't that be their counter argument?
I think that's right. I think that's the right way to analyze it. Does the ambiguity here, first of all, does it serve a purpose? And is the ambiguity likely to ring in like more?
Sure, but I feel like the standard that you would apply there then is you need to show me that there are a lot of children being harmed by LGBT people.
If you are in favor of the Don't Say Gay law.
In favor of the Don't Say Gay law, yeah.
Right, presumably, yeah. And I think that if you have the standard with respect to this law, I'm not coming out in favor of this law. I haven't read this law, but all I'm saying is, like, it's worthwhile to consider, one, how, is this a plausible reading of the statute? And Hunter Avallone gave, the aim of the law seems to be getting at malicious actors who have a bad intent. Most criminal laws have a mens rea where you have to have some kind of intent level. And it looks like it's situated towards malicious conduct at getting rid of existing gender identities, as opposed to just diagnosing that you don't have a particular identity.
Hold on. But hold on, because I could be wrong.
Because if you look at look at the bill here, and they actually go into detail about conversations, and they say these new offenses would not criminalize private conversations in which personal views on sexual orientation, sexual feelings, or gender identity are expressed, such as where teachers, school counselors, and they also say mental health professionals provide support to persons struggling with their sexual orientation, sexual feelings, or gender identity.
But that's a private conversation. They mean not a clinic doctor situation.
No, they say mental health professionals right in the list.
The first sentence you said was in a private conversation. That means someone who's not like talking to their client, who's paying them for services.
Wait. a private conversation, you think so? This wouldn't apply to a patient client situation. Sorry, patient doctor situation. Whatever exception Hunter's talking about, you think doesn't extend to the actual professional.
That's what it sounded like he said. If read it from
you have private
conversations
conversations where you can talk about personal views on sexual orientation, sexual feelings,
right? Personal
views.
Identity. Okay, so this is,
but they list mental health professionals.
No, I understand. No, what they're saying is that a mental health professional can have a private conversation with someone and give their personal view, where they say, "I don't like trans people," and it won't be criminalized.
Oh,
they're
that's
not saying that someone can go to a doctor and say, "I think I have gender dysphoria," and the doctor says, "I don't think you do." Because that's not a private conversation about.
That's not a private conversation.
It says, as explained the legislative summary, the new offenses do not criminalize the provision of conversion therapy to a consenting adult when there is no exchange of money or other material benefit. Furthermore, the receipt of conversion therapy services is not criminalized, whether for adults or minors. And then the Department of Justice indicates these new offenses would not criminalize the private conversations, and that's where they
doesn't even criminalize conversion therapy.
Wait,
so why would it?
They have to ask for conversion therapy for it to be legal?
No, I think that you can still have consensual conversion therapy, technically speaking. I think it's the unconsensual conversion therapy.
It's weird. The law says as an adult, you can go to conversion therapy as long as you're not paying for it, essentially.
I thought it said something about consent specifically here.
Consenting adults where there's no exchange of money or other material benefit. The new offenses do not criminalize the provisions of conversion therapy to a consenting adult when there is no exchange of money or other material benefit.
Wait, it says new section 320 of the code makes it an offense of knowingly cause a person to undergo conversion therapy without the person's consent. Individuals convicted under this section, let's see, the code does not define the role consent might play. Yeah, you're right that this is kind of written pretty weird.
Yeah, it's a very vague and weirdly written law.
It's not that vague, though. I don't think it's as vague as people are trying to make it sound. No, it's not.
Victory left.
It's pretty clear about what this is saying here.
It doesn't. The truth is very nice. I do like the truth, but winning is fun too.
320.101 are you concerned about? Which subsections of 320.101? A, B, C, D, E, or F?
All of them.
Okay, you think change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual, that is ambiguous.
Yeah, what is that? What if someone comes in to the office and they say, "I think I'm gay," and then you talk to your patient for months and you say, "I don't think this guy actually is gay," and you try to talk to him about that? Is that considered conversion?
How would you change it to be less ambiguous?
That's a good question.
Can we acknowledge there's a difference between?
Can you answer that first? Can you answer that?
I have to think about it.
You haven't thought about how? I mean, you've been thinking a lot about how ambiguous it is. How ambiguous you haven't thought.
Yeah,
about
I didn't sit here and write like First of all, I didn't even know we were talking about this subject today. Okay, and I didn't write a report on like how I would fix the Sitch's fan fiction on how to fix the law in Canada. I didn't do that. I'll admit.
We're just destroying people on the fly, Pisco.
I'll think about it while John is talking.
Okay, real quick. I love you guys. I want to say congratulations on your 200th episode.
Thank you so much for spending as much time as you did with us, Destiny. You're like very, very kind, very generous of your time. Thanks.
It's been fun. Be careful, dude. I love you all very much. Okay.
Take care, man.
You be careful too.
Good night.
I'm actually going to be splitting here shortly also.
Oh, what?
Wow, it's 9:15.
Oh, as soon as Destiny
As soon as Destiny
No, you can
Hunter is out of here. Clout chaser. Look at this.
Not to mention,
total
I didn't
clout
get a chance
chaser.
to confront Adam Friended about why he became Adam Unfriended from my chat.
Wow. Okay, we can. But first, we keep interrupting John. So I want.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say, could we acknowledge there's a pretty big difference between acknowledging that someone is transgender and then actively working to detransition them, between saying, "Oh, you're not transgender in the first place." Like, if you believe that transgenderism is a legitimate concept and that this person doesn't have that, that's different than saying you are transgender and I want to change that. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I'm trying to think of how to word this, and it is a difficult thing to work out here on the fly, because I don't want, I don't have a problem if they don't want, someone to take their kid to the drop them off at Jesus camp, okay, somewhere, and then the person yells at them and tells them they're not gay, they're not trans. I don't want that stuff. I'm fine with that stuff being, illegal, at least based on for money or whatever. But I'm just saying the way that this is worded, I mean, doctors do have to try to figure out whether patients have gender dysphoria or not.
Absolutely.
You think even like sub A is ambiguous enough for a reasonable person, like change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual. How do you can, what does it mean to be heterosexual, right?
Well, I told you, I mean, even Jordan Peterson literally gives this as an example, that he had a patient who thought the patient was struggling with whether he was gay or straight. And after Jordan Peterson talked to this guy for a long time, he thought he was straight and was being pressured by someone else to think he was gay.
Huh.
Okay. And so that's what I think there does have to be a lot of leeway when it comes to psychologists to be able to probe and try to get to the bottom of things.
But I think dark matter, with the critical point Hunter's been making this whole time, which is you assume that change means establishing first that they are a particular sex, and if you gender, identity or sexuality, and if you don't have that acknowledgement, you're just saying that they're not that thing. Then I think by the plain language of the text, you don't fall within its scope. I mean, that's how I read it.
An interpretation, I guess. Are doctors going to be willing to stake their careers on that interpretation of the law and hope they don't get like a woke judge or however it works in Canada?
Okay, so to the extent that it's ambiguous, okay, I agree that they should have a specific carve out that says, to be clear, this law does not apply to people who are diagnosing, that they're not that particular thing in the first instance in good faith. And if you have that exception there, then I agree that would make the law a much better, and it would help the chilling effect.
I don't think they would have passed if it says in good faith. I mean, I don't think that people would have passed the bill under that.
You think so?
No, I mean, I agree with you. That would be better if they had that, but
maybe I had a point on this.
Sure.
Yeah, so I don't think it's just about whether or not someone isn't actually trans, and so we're just saying you're not really trans. Even if someone genuinely is trans, I think there's plausible scenarios where we'd want medical professions to maybe be critical or convince them to stop being trans. So scenarios where a physician might think that the person has become trans as a result of like sexual abuse as a child. There's high rates of that in the trans community. Or there's some like underlying pathology that's just been activated, or like a comorbidity with some other disorder. In those scenarios, it seems reasonable for physicians to consider maybe, you are genuinely trans as a result of these pathological reasons, but the proper treatment should be to undo those things. I'd want to leave the door open for physicians to have that.
Yeah, that would kind of, I can understand where you're coming from, but the problem is that conversion therapy has been something that's been used for a really long time, and it's never really been demonstrated to work. It's like, even if, let's say hypothetically, that somebody is actually transgender because they were abused as a kid. I know as far as for gay people, that's not actually the case. It's not necessarily correlated to higher rates of abuse, but or caused, by higher rates of abuse. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that was the case for trans people. Even if that was the case, I don't know if you could then talk that person out of being trans. I don't know if that's even a possibility.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's enough data on it. I'm guessing. I'm not informed on the literature, but I'd want to leave the door open. Because just anecdotally, when I look at society and I like see people on like TikTok and just people I meet, I have a strong anecdotal reaction to a lot of trans people where it really seems like it's just like a trend, like a special snowflake thing, or there's something really pathological about them.
So there's a really cringe subset of like the LGBT stuff where they have the xenogenders and the neo pronouns and all that dumb shit. But the thing is that a lot of like, I haven't actually heard, and again, I could be wrong, maybe there's an example out there somewhere, but I have not actually heard of or seen a single example of anybody who was a xenogender actually going to a psychologist, getting diagnosed with something. You might be right. There are people on Twitter and on TikTok who just want some woke points and want to get attention. So they say that, oh, my gender is anything I want it to be. Today I identify as a toilet or whatever. And that shit's dumb. But those are not the people that are going to these psychologists and clinicians to get an actual diagnosis. And if they were, well, I would hope to God that they would not be then diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
That's the hope, but that's also the worry that Jordan Peterson has.
Well, the worry is valid, but again, we also have to look at the WPATH guidelines, right? What is actually recommended? And that is, I think for kids, I think it's even longer, but I know for adults, it's a minimum of persistent gender dysphoria for 6 months. So usually if somebody's doing this thing for attention, I highly doubt someone's going to say, I have gender dysphoria because I can't be a tree or something. Like, I've already broken down how that doesn't even make sense, because gender is an internal perception. You can't have an internal perception of yourself as a tree, because that's not something that's even a gender.
Even just regular trends. Like we see teenagers going through like phases of like being communists, or like Nick Fuentes, like, Groypers for like years, right? Just like for pathological reasons, or it's like aesthetically appealing to them. So I don't think 6 months is like that's nothing. I can easily imagine.
But this is like saying that because there's a possibility of social contagion in regards to depression, we need to make sure that we're monitoring people longer before giving people that are diagnosed with depression proper medication. That there's a balance here, right? Like, I don't think anybody who is a xenogender or who is identifying this way for fun is going to an actual gender clinic. Usually people are referred there because they actually have noticeable signs and diagnosable signs of gender dysphoria.
I think
maybe. I mean, you can go.
I was just going to say, I think it would be most proper to consider what the patient wants. Like if they don't want to be what they're claiming to be, then I think we should consider helping them with an actual doctor helping them detransition or whatever. If they say I'm transgender but I don't want to be transgender anymore, that might be something interesting to consider. But it's a totally different story when someone doesn't want that conversion to occur and the doctor is encouraging that. I think that paints it in a totally different light. I think consent is what's important there.
Right. And I mean, that's another reason why it's I think such a touchy issue when people talk about kids as well, because I mean, adults are one thing, but yeah, kids, I think even obviously more steps need to be taken there to make sure that they're being properly diagnosed.
I would agree with the consent issue. In specifically like if a person is being forced to go to a doctor against their will and the doctor is trying to quote unquote convert them. Because otherwise I'd be afraid if you've, had a patient for many months and at the end of, or at some point you're like, I don't think you're transgender, or I don't think you have gender dysphoria. It just seems to me that it's just too easy for them to say, oh, you're trying to convert me. But if the law gave an exception, said, if the person makes a decision and leaves their office of your own free will and doesn't come back, then you can't say that they're breaking the law, then fine. But it doesn't.
Yeah, I definitely agree that there should be more provisions or more clear-cut explanatory or explanations as to why or what is and is not allowed. The thing that I'm not sure about is what exactly is this referring to? Is it talking about therapists? Because if you're going through a process to be diagnosed, then you need to be able to have the doctor say, we're not diagnosing you with gender dysphoria because you don't meet the criteria. Right. That shouldn't be considered gender dysphoria. And you already know my thoughts. I don't think that's what this bill is saying, but I do also understand your concerns with the vagueness of it as well. I do. I get that.
Yeah, I mean, I in the longer bill, I don't think it specifies, at least for me scanning it. So I don't know. I don't think the bill makes those.
Just out of curiosity, did any of the fears of that? It's been a few years now, so there's been
Bill
enough
C-16.
Bill C-16. Has any of those fears manifested in reality?
There was one famous one. I don't know what the count is. There's one famous one with, I think it was a divorced parent. One wanted their child to transition and one didn't.
That was not a bill.
Well, no, because the father, who I believe didn't want their child to transition, refused to use the child's pronouns in the court documents or on TV or something, and they slapped him.
This is not true. So
true?
You're talking about the person Luna, who was, I think, biologically male, identified as a girl. First of all, they'd already been confirmed gender dysphoric by multiple different doctors. So this isn't like one clinic got a little bit too excited and just said you're.
No. I'm not talking about the conversion thing. This is about Bill C-16.
No, I know,
from years ago, about the pronoun speech thing.
I know.
Okay.
And the reason that father went to jail or got in trouble was not because of violating any pronouns. It was because the court case involved a minor and he was under a court order to not speak to the media, and he didn't listen to it. He violated the court order and continued speaking to the media.
Okay. I'll have to look. I'll have to check.
Can I ask you, Couple things, Sitch. So first, this big long sentence at the end of the conversion therapy definition. For greater certainty, this definition does not include a practice, treatment, or service that relates to the exploration or development of an integrated personal identity, such as a practice, treatment, or service that relates to a person's gender transition, and that is not based on an assumption that a particular sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression is to be preferred over another. You read that as preferred for the given individual, not like preferred overall as like heterosexuality being better than homosexuality. That's how you read that protection.
The problem with that whole what you just read, that sentence that you just read, is that first of all, it is preferred from medical standpoint and from a societal standpoint for people to be cisgender, because then they don't have to transition, which is a big hassle. That would think the whole preference thing that could maybe apply to heterosexuality versus homosexuality, but I don't think it applies to, or shouldn't apply to, transgender at all.
Maybe, but maybe this is giving like a policy perspective that the doctor shouldn't be the one who's making those normative judgments about which is or is not preferred. Maybe that does that do anything to alleviate your concerns? Probably not, because I bet you think that this law would cover someone who says that you shouldn't behave like a deer if you think you're deer gender, right? You think that this law...
No, it doesn't. Well, it doesn't say anything about deer
not?
genders. I don't think that would apply to anything about this.
Aren't you scared about the chilling effect? If someone says deer gender is a gender, and doctors are scared that the courts are going to consider deer gender a gender, why wouldn't you be scared that this law is going to like...
I mean, once we cross that bridge where society recognizes deer gender, then this law would apply to that. But right now, society does not recognize deer gender, so I don't think that is relevant to this conversation.
The only point I'm making by that is that, like, it could be the case, and I think I have to read the full law. I've read as a definition and then the operative criminal conduct before I like make a determination that it's like definitively ambiguous. But even if it is ambiguous, all laws are somewhat ambiguous. You have to be just careful about like what level of ambiguity are we talking about here. And maybe this one is an unacceptable level of ambiguity, but you're never going to have the perfect law that's going to cover every circumstance. So just be aware of that. And I think
but I think in this question, it's not what I'm suggesting is not a far out possibility.
I was I wanted to correct myself. I'm sorry to interrupt, but just really quickly, I got the name of that person wrong. It was not Luna. That was a case in Texas. However, as far as it went with the Canadian issue, I'm reading right here. I'd be happy to send it to you. It says he's alleged to have revealed information about his child's mental health, medical status, or treatments, and gave information that could reveal the family's identity. Okay. So he did still violate the court order. The name Luna, though, was actually the Texas case.
Gotcha. If that was fake news and he was charged for that, then I don't know any cases that the Bill C-16 have any effect on whatsoever.
I don't think this had anything to do with Bill C-16. I could be wrong.
People were saying it did at the time, but that could have been just bullshitting.
But so you would be against the don't say gay law, right? On the same grounds.
I think it's too vague, and I say that publicly. I'm not against the idea behind it. I think it needed to be way more specific. And I think homosexuality should have been removed from it entirely. I think it should have just been about teaching gender identity concepts to young children, which is to me too confusing. But
to be clear, if you were a legislator and that bill came up, you would vote it down. You'd be against it. Even if you're in favor of the idea, implementation is half of, you might be in favor of abortion laws and restricting abortion, but maybe you wouldn't vote for an abortion law that didn't give
first of all, if I'm a legislator and that bill comes across and I'm like, listen, this is really vague, we need to add all this specifiers, and they say, fuck you, Sitch, then I'll vote against it. Sure.
Okay.
Hey guys, thanks so much for. Sorry, what?
Go ahead. Go.
I was actually going to say thanks for having me on, but I'm going to split.
Take it off, Hunter. Yeah, thanks for coming on, Hunter.
Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
Take care.
I'll see you guys later.
Take care.
Later.
Bye-bye. All right. Getting down to only the important people.
That's
like
right.
That. Yeah.
Are there still invites waiting to be sent at this moment?
Well, I want to say hi to Stephen Michael Davis, who is a fan favorite of the show. Yes. Never comes on. He's here now. I don't know if he's
because he's scared. He's too scared to debate
he's
us.
Left the room. He's muted, so maybe he's not. Maybe he's not even here. So, but
whatever.
What I did send some queries out, and Kurt has a email out. So what's up? Well, we're still going, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Steve. Yes.
How's it going?
What's up?
Last time I was on the show, I was pissed drunk, and you had to mute me like 5 times. Because
I
kept
remember.
going pee. Yeah.
Yeah, you kept. I don't know
time?
how you have your microphone set up right next to the toilet, but
I have a small apartment. First of all, thank you for having me on. Second of all,
No.
congratulations on 200 episodes.
I know I can't believe it. Yeah.
Crazy. Third of all, I just want to say that I too am a big Dark Matter 2525 fan.
Oh wow, nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, been so since college. So
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting old. Everybody's like, "Oh man, I remember from when I was a kid." You know, I'm like,
20 years ago, you were my favorite YouTuber.
I keep getting more and more of that. I guess I just have to expect it as time goes by.
Are you live streaming, John? Do you live stream regularly?
Not anymore. I did for a while, but I might get back into it. But I mean, I wouldn't want to take your guys' audience, though. I mean,
Well, I mean, I feel like there's enough audience to go around. I really do. So
yeah.
Well,
Just-
we
go
can
ahead.
talk about prayer in school if we want to go into the religion.
Yes, let's do it. Talk about the Supreme Court case.
Yeah, if you want to talk about the Supreme Court case. I mean, well, actually, I don't know. Is there anyone in this call that was on the side of the ruling? Or is everyone just against
Give
it?
us
'Cause if
the-
everyone's
give
just
us-
against it, it might be boring.
give
Oh, is
us
that-
the background because I'm not sure I know.
That was
So-
the coach who was praying at the football game after the football game. He was praying, and the school said stop it, and he said fuck you, and then the Supreme Court said he's allowed to do it. That is your one
So,
sentence
but
review.
was he praying and telling the kids come over and pray with me, or
He
were a
wasn't
bunch of
supposedly he wasn't
Oh.
telling the kids to pray,
Mhm.
but he was giving verbal guided prayer sessions to people who wanted to come.
So okay, so it was voluntary.
There are multiple like phases of
Yes?
it.
Question mark?
It started like this is a practice that's been going on for years for him, and he's been having different kinds of prayers. He had locker room prayers where it was very much involving the kids. He had halftime prayers and prayers after the game where it was involving students. He never, I believe, said you have to come or like you should come or anything like that. But after a while, the school board like sent him multiple letters, and he changed it to, instead of having all the kids around him, he was just sort of with other members of the community, but not the kids themselves at the end of the game, and did not involve children in the activities. And so every lawyer kind of concedes in the litigation, at least, that the conduct before he changed it to just be without the kids was coercive and was against the Establishment Clause of the United States. But the big question was whether or not this modified prayer, where he wasn't involving students directly, whether that constituted an Establishment Clause violation. And so that's basically what the question
Well, wasn't the last? I thought the last incident that they were talking about was like there was a shit ton of people there because he made a big deal about it to the press. So yeah, a bunch of people from the stands came there, but there were still a lot of students and other people participating.
Absolutely, yeah. I disagree with the ruling a lot. I think it was, so what they said is there are kind of multiple ways to attack it. The person who is bringing the claim is Coach Kennedy. He's the one who's suing. And his grounds are on free expression and free speech grounds, that this has violated my freedom of religion and this has violated my freedom of speech. The argument being is the speech I was giving at the half field was private speech and not government speech. And if it's private speech, right, it's going to have much more protection than if it's government speech, in which case, just the government can tell you can't teach gender theory if you're a public teacher, and that's not like a free speech violation. You take your employment, totally on conditions, and the government saying that you're not allowed to like talk about Satanism if you're on the clock doesn't necessarily mean that like they're violating your freedom of religion. So that one big question was this private or was this public speech? And the second one was like, even if it's private speech, was it coercive or was it establishing a religion? And the court said, no. Private, no.
Right. Well, so maybe it's boring to talk about because I assume everyone here is on the same side.
Well,
I don't think this makes
I'll
it
say
clear,
this: I don't have the legal background, and I'm not religious. I'm a Dark Matter fan after all.
Yeah.
I did play high school football though, and I will say that it might not be coercive, strictly speaking, but when you're on the football team, the coach looms large. Like my coach inside the football game and outside of it, my football coach got me my first job. And I still have nightmares about that dude. Like 15 years later, like he's an important figure in your life when you're on the football team.
So are you basically saying like he's pressuring you to pray?
That's potentially
realistically,
or like if you want to get in good with him, you feel pressured to pray. I'm saying that's possible. I'm not saying I don't know where that stands legally, but
it's high school. Yeah, if that's what people are doing and you're not doing it, I mean, you're the nail that sticks out gets hammered down.
It's true, and it's already sort of like settled law that if a teacher like prays at the students on class time, that's got to be an establishment clause violation. Everyone kind of agrees on that. The question is, how far do you stretch it? No one thinks that if you're in your private home praying and not in front of any kids, not on school time, that is somehow establishing a religion just because you are employed when you're on duty as a public teacher. That's an establishment clause violation. So how close can you get? If a coach also happens to be a priest and also happens to like, you know, have kids who are in the football team go to the church, is that coercive just because they're happen to be a priest and happen to be the coach? Like there's some line drawing that has to be done. But given all the facts here, I think it's pretty clear. Like you're on school time, you're supposed to be there, you're getting paid by the school while you're doing it. You're in the middle of the field. The kids are all around you. You have this established tradition for eight years. Everyone knows what you're about. I think that that's like pretty clear.
Yeah. It all depends on what kind of imposition. Like if I'm not saying you can't pray, but it's like, if you're on the job and it's a secular job and you're not supposed to be involving your religion with the students and stuff. I mean, just, you know, why can't you just keep it to yourself? What is it about your religion that makes it impossible to practice your religion? What is it that requires you to get in, you know, to pray at that time in that place in front of those people? I mean, why can't you just do it quietly to yourself? Why do you have to get on a knee, make a big show about it? Even Jesus himself was against making a show of your prayer, because you're doing that not for God, but for other people to see you making this show.
What was the context of the prayer? Because was it like before a game or something where he's unifying the team to win? I feel like a prayer could be helpful there.
Well, we're not saying whether it's helpful or not. We're saying whether it's
Tim
legal or should be
Tebow
allowed.
never won that many games, so obviously prayer doesn't win football games.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not saying that the prayer wins the game. I'm saying that, you know, people might fight harder if they think God is on our side.
If you don't win this game, you're going to hell, Billy.
Yeah,
if
what were the prayers?
He's watching your punt.
What were the prayers like? Were they like that? That might have been kind of based. I don't know. Maybe I'm in favor of this guy. What's the what is your take, Sitch? Was this court case wrongly decided? And
I think it was 100% wrongly decided.
So this was a Supreme Court case?
This was my argument for why it was fine for them to ban CRT or even gender ideology from being taught. I don't think teachers have free speech rights under their purview as being a teacher and teaching.
Yeah.
They're actors of the state. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's the same thing with, what was her name? Kim Davis, right? The lady who didn't want to give out marriage certificates to gay people because she said it violated her religious principles. Like, well, then get a different fucking job. Sorry. Like, you work for the state. I don't know what to tell you. So yeah, I think it was I don't think there should be prayer in school. I don't think the coach should be doing what he's doing, and I think the whole thing's ridiculous.
So if everyone agrees on that, I'm assuming that everyone agrees on like not teaching gender ideology and CRT, like you mentioned, Sitch.
Yes.
Anyone who disagrees with that?
I think the solution to all of this is just to privatize education.
Yeah, true. But
there you go.
Pisco, to you.
Yeah, I think it depends on what you define as teach them it, right? If you mean teach them in a normative way that you ought to believe that gender includes whatever left-wing people say that it includes, I think of course not. Just like I think that teaching kids that socialism is the normatively right thing to do, I wouldn't be okay with that. Also, at young ages, I'm not so sure that gender-related and sexual-related topics are age appropriate for children at a very young age. But when you get into high school, to say something like, I'm not saying that Don't Say Gay law would necessarily apply to this activity, because as you know, it says reasonable state standards when it goes above third grade. And so I'm not saying that it would apply to that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But at 9th through 12th, I think you should be able to like learn about the issue of gender, right? And the different parts of the debate, right? And I just like I think that it would be worthwhile for you to like learn about religious stuff, not in the context of you should be a religious person, but come on, I think even Sitch agrees. I'm an edgy atheist, like I understand, but I think even Sitch agrees that in order to be a worldly person or to understand even like art in the modern world, you need to understand like biblical allusions. You need to understand this looms large in our culture, even if we don't believe it.
You said 9.
Look what you did, Pisco. You totally assumed Sitch's theism. Look at that.
I'm sorry, Sitch. I guess
as an edgy atheist, you must know that the intelligent design people say teach the controversy.
Oh wait, did you imply I'm an edgy atheist?
Yeah, he called you an edgy atheist.
I thought he meant himself.
Yeah, I thought Pisco was talking to himself.
Yeah, but he said
myself. It would kind of imply. Adam knew what I was getting.
Oh
but
no, I'm not
said,
atheist. Yeah, I'm like the only non-atheist here.
Okay, never mind.
I'm not an atheist.
Someone
based.
Oh,
look at that. Holy cow.
I just wanted to say that I'm sorry about the chat not triggering me with their prayers. I'm totally fine with you praying because this is
the chat's allowed to pray.
Time. Yeah, you guys are you can pray all you want. It's your time and your dime, as long as you're not getting into the government and making anyone else do it, or that's fine. You guys pray to your heart's content.
Good.
Pisco.
To respond to the ID. So someone said, isn't it true that intelligent design people, that's the same thing they say. They say, just teach the controversy.
Teach the controversy.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a difference here. I think that I would be okay if it was actually just teach them the controversy. I think that where everyone's okay with like historically saying, oh, and in the 1900s, there was this court case where people were at disagreements about what is and is not okay in school.
They just play Inherent the Wind, and that's what happens. They just watch They just watch Inherent the Wind.
That movie was very inaccurate.
It's a good movie. It doesn't matter if it's inaccurate. Okay.
Oh, shit, that's over my head. I don't understand what you're saying.
It's about the Scopes monkey trial. I thought that's what you were referencing.
Okay. Yeah. So you can teach them what Christianity like is. If someone asks you, what is Christianity or what is Islam or what are some tenets
it's
of
a
Islam?
delusion, right? That's what we teach them.
Well, no, dude. I think you would teach them like some people believe that
Some people believe a delusion.
Well, some people think that in school, I was taught about the 5 pillars of Islam, right? I was taught about different.
That explains a lot.
Different kinds of Christianity, right? You learn about theological beliefs of given religions. And so I think that we're okay with learning things in a way that makes you a more rounded individual. What we're not okay with is putting certain things on the same level or to put a normative bias on particularly controversial political or philosophical or ecclesiastical ideas.
So what do you pride flags? Do you think it's okay to have pride flags in classrooms or schools?
Pride flags for teachers?
Well, in public schools, just anywhere in public schools.
Oof.
Yeah, I'm joking about the delusion thing too. The reason why I think it's bad is because sooner or later that is the direction it's going to go for some teachers who feel like they're teaching something they feel is a delusion. They're going to start denigrating it, and it's just going to cause a bunch of chaos.
So listen, school in some ways you can't get around that there's a normative element to schooling. Even deciding what classes that you teach. Do you teach basketball?
But you can minimize it. You can strive to minimize it.
You can minimize some of the more controversial aspects to it.
You can make it not politically normalized.
Like even deciding that we're going to teach American history for like 2 courses and world history only 1 course. That's a normative decision about what we value. And just like if we're like teaching math and emphasizing algebra as opposed to stats or stats instead of calculus, that is a normative decision as well. And
right. But we all differentiate that from saying, whether they're teaching that Democrats or Republicans are good.
Right. And so how do you, it's a hard hypo. Michael gave a hard hypo and I appreciate it. What about if a school is taking an active position that we believe that, gender, at least with respect to homosexuals, that should be celebrated and it's okay to be gay? What if a school takes that position?
Yeah, I would say definitely one of the thresholds is going to be how controversial and divided the topic is. So right now we have like nearly half of the country, or maybe something approximating that, I'm guessing, that's that thinks that homosexuality is wrong or undesirable, or at the very least has these conservative views on gender, which the pride flag is associated with.
I'm not sure if it's half for gay people, but
probably not gay people. Maybe it's like 20 or 30%, I'm guessing, that are still against homosexuality. I don't know.
I like the way your brain is thinking.
You can teach things in a neutral way. Like I don't have any problem with like a religious history class where you learn about the history of Christianity and Islam and different religions. I don't think that's a violation of church-state separation. And I also think that there's topics that are necessary in regard to history that might be controversial, like including like the pride flag, including BLM. Like these are components of our history now. And
having a flag, I think that's that's celebration. Like having a swastika flag is not.
No. I'm not
advocacy,
saying. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if you're teaching the history or something, then that would be included. I'm not saying that you would advocate one way or another. That's the same thing I'm saying with the
flag.
religious
in some ways,
class.
what we're saying is the flag in some sense advocacy, right? If someone put up
for sure
a player banner, the reason why we don't like that is because we think that it's, you're advocating in some sense. Your displays show you what you value. And if someone put up a Confederate flag in the schools, I'm sure everyone here would be like, that's not okay, unless people think it is okay.
I want to answer the super chat. Yes, I used the meme. The person said that I can't believe dark matter, literally just used the meme about Jesus saying not to pray out loud. No, I don't believe in your backwards ideas. So this argument wouldn't work on me, but I'm hoping it'll convince you. That is absolutely, that meme is based and correct. It doesn't matter what I believe. If it's what you believe, I'm going to appeal to it because I want to convince you of certain things. And I think you're being a hypocrite and you're not adhering to your own belief system, and I'm going to point that out. And I know you don't like that. I know that hurts, that I know more about your religion than you do, but you're just going to have to suck it up because I'm correct and the meme is correct.
I just want to say bless you to whoever sneezed.
Oh, that's my wife.
Thank
Lisa.
you. Wait
Bless
a minute,
you, Lisa.
Well, okay,
Everyone's
I
blessing
think.
you.
Yeah, I don't think there should be any pride flags, any BLM flags, anything like that. Completely remove all that shit from public school. I don't think the intelligent design question, I don't think should be taught in school. And I think it's different because what they wanted was for that to be taught in science classes. They want it to be taught like, you have a biology class and they talked about evolution, and then they also talked about intelligent design.
Well, I mean,
it's not related to the subject matter.
That is having a normative. The school is getting involved and the government's getting involved in saying evolutionists are just right and this stuff is just religious.
Well, no, of course, I'm not going to. Everything is normative to some extent, obviously. But if our schools are supposed to be based on like empiricism and the scientific method and things of that nature, then obviously you can't be teaching intelligent design in schools. That would be preposterous. You could teach it in a religious class in a public school where a teacher just talks about it and explains what it is, or even if you have a current events class and you just talk about that that you could actually teach the controversy in a current events class while it's going on. I'm just saying that doesn't really make a one-for-one comparison because they wanted that subject taught in biology classes where it doesn't fit whatsoever. And I think this comes into play with the CRT gender stuff, which is that, like, I guess if in like high school there wanted to be an elective that was some weird gender shit, I mean, I would have my doubts that a teacher who would want to teach that subject would be neutral, but whatever. Maybe if there was an elective on gender crap in high school and people want to take it, fine, whatever.
I would.
But it seems like they want to shove that and CRT into like every other subject that has nothing to do with.
You'd be okay with it because just like you'd be okay with like a world religions class, because at a certain
if it was taught neutrally, sure.
But what does that mean?
Like it's not as you said, they're not advocating for a specific religion.
I think that's yeah. I mean, like I don't think that it's necessarily a good idea for our teachers to be like taking on normative questions with respect to deeply controversial and divisive issues. I don't know if that's the role, because I certainly don't like it when it's applied against norms that I that I enjoy, right? I don't like it when teachers are talking at like anti-vax stuff in science class. I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like it if they were talking about like that the South was in the right for the Civil War. I wouldn't like that kind of normative stuff. But I don't know what are the good sort of neutral principles to apply when every case comes before you, other than to say, I think Michael said, like, take a look at polling data to see how controversial it is. But is that even the best method? Because what's the denominator? Is the denominator the whole country, or is it local polling? Because if it's local polling, some things are not controversial at all in New York that are going to be super controversial in Texas and vice versa. And so I don't actually know what the best neutral principle is to apply. And I guess I'm open to hearing good thoughts.
Yeah, there isn't a universal, I don't think there is a universal neutral principle, and people are going to have to kind of do it case by case. But I guess my only concern would be that if there was a teacher who wanted to teach a gender-centric course in high school, I would be highly suspicious that I don't think that person is going to, like, give equal time to, I don't know, what's his name? Leonard Sax's, why gender matters and, gender in biology versus some, everything's a social construct crowd. Because the type of people that seem to be attracted to that subject seem to be very much in just one camp.
Yeah.
At least currently.
Yeah. What's up? We have a couple more guests. Become the Knight, who's been on the stream before, came on and argued with me about MMT. It was a lot of fun. And ContraPoints, who also is a YouTuber, and he's been on the show before too. You guys want to pitch your channel real quick, and then we'll get back to what we're talking about? Become the Knight? You want to go first?
Yeah. Hey, I'm Mike. I go by Mike the Music Snob. My channel's Become the Knight. That's Knight with a K. I bitch a lot about music and play it every once in a while. Congratulations on 200 streams, guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm honored.
Counterpoint.
Yeah, and yeah, my name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints. I do political debates. I do political essays, but I also break down Warhammer 40,000. That seems to be my most popular stuff. Hey, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? It's fucking base.
Warhammer's great. Like, Warhammer's
No, that was like,
awesome.
listen, I'm not, I feel your pain. Okay, Connor. I spent like a few years doing political content, and then I just piss out a Game of Thrones video in like 3 days, and it just blows away the views on anything else in the channel.
It's so
I feel
demotivating. It's so demoralizing.
Yes, it is.
Your most popular stuff is the stuff that you care the least about. Yeah, absolutely.
That I spent like 10 seconds on. Yeah, on top of
it. So, well, yeah. So I do want to shout out Mike Moreno real quick, because Mike was nice enough to respond to a DM 2 years ago when your shit like fucking exploded. So it's actually kind of a trip to be on the same panel as you, but it's awesome to be here. I do enjoy your philosophy stuff, and also kind of breaking down the situation a couple of years back. So
that's awesome. I'm stoked to hear that. Yeah, it's cool to be on a panel with you as well. Which incident was that? I'm forgetting. Was it the high school one or the college?
It was the original. It was, well, I actually forget what level of school it was, but it was basically like, I think it was a college professor.
Yeah.
It's like, I have a crazy ass debate college professor who's basically telling me to suspend reality for the sake of debate. And when I try to challenge him on a frame of reference that I've dealt with my entire life, he's basically telling me to shut up. And so that was kind of amazing to deal with. Literally, my mom right now is listening to Ibram X Kendi right now.
Oh God!
Yeah, and I was kind of warning her.
Is she learning something?
She's learning lots of things, but I was kind of like breaking it down for her because she's a conservative. I was like, hey, this isn't a liberal. This is a leftist. Like, just keep that in mind. And then I kind of had to explain like the 10,000 page backlog. But I also want to call you guys out. I know I might be walking into a 200 episode celebration or something, but Dylan Burns cancels panel shows and you guys steal his limelight 48 hours later. You know what's going on?
Did he? I had no idea it did. Dylan,
yeah, totally.
Dylan was going to come on the show. I don't know if he still wants to come on, he can, but
he's still doing political stuff. He's just he just canceled the hippy dippy, which is like it's a big deal in that circle.
So Kurt, I want to invite Kurt Metzger on as well. What's up, Kurt?
Hey,
Thank
Kyle's
you.
coming in a second, dude.
And Kyle Dunnigan has never been on the show before. This is the first time Kyle Dunnigan's on it. I
wanted him to come on as Biden. And
Kyle, if he wants to do his Biden, he can. Kyle Dunnigan's channel is fucking amazing, and Kyle and Kurt do a show that is just funny as hell. They do a live stream and they also do videos, and Man, their stuff is great. I'm pretty sure. I mean, how many views? Kyle did a video where he played Michael Jackson, and he was talking about how he totally did it. And I think that like everyone saw that video. I saw that video.
I think he took it down because he was at Largo, because we do pussy sometimes at Largo, the live show. But he was there, and what's Michael Jackson's daughter's name? Paris.
Oh no. No.
So he met Paris, and she was like real. First of all, she's hot as hell.
She was
really
upset about the video.
No. She was like, "Oh, you're so funny." He's telling me a story. So she hadn't seen the stuff. So I think he took down the Star Trek one where Michael Jackson's the space cloud that they encounter.
Yes.
I think he took it down in case she sees it because she was so late. She was like so nice. He didn't want her to see. I'm like, dude, she's hot. I would be like, I think Michael Jackson's innocent just because of that.
Well, I know a bunch of people saw that video, but he's got a bunch of viral videos as well. So
we're making a billionaire sex party one now with Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, Elon, and Jeff Bezos. And it's like you don't see the sex. It's just them chatting on the side and having little bickerings. But he does all of them. He does all his fucking Warren Buffett. I can't believe how much it makes me laugh.
So should we go back to prayer in public schools, or are we? Anyone?
Is Destiny still here? Because you guys, I was watching it coming off the plane, and you guys were arguing about Star Wars if they ruin Luke Skywalker.
Destiny is officially gone, so we can bring it back.
I was about to say we can relitigate that. My answer is fuck yeah, they ruined them.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. But before I leave, I wanted to just get a clarifying answer from Pisco with that last topic. So it sounded like you said yes, you do think prayer flags are fine, or did you mean yes?
Prayer flags, you mean LGBT flags?
Oh, sorry, yeah, LGBT like pride flags.
In public schools, is that right?
Yeah, in terms of being consistent on secularism, like, do you think that violates that, or what's your position on that?
Well, with respect to secularism, I think that there's no violation there, because I don't think any of us think, unless you're taking the position that gender theory is a religion, which some people have taken.
Yeah, I mean secularism more broadly to include politics, not just religion.
So sort of non-biased and controversial issues. I'm going to say, at least with respect to sexual orientation, that is gay, bisexual, LGB, right? That those issues, I think, nowadays, I think that should be fairly uncontroversial with respect to those. With respect to like affirming that it's okay to be trans, I think that even Trump has like hugged the LGBT flag, right?
Yeah,
so
sure.
I think that he came on it.
He'd want prayer in school though, like Trump isn't. But
no.
He's coming on a sign of respect or disrespect. I'm not sure.
I'm not using Trump to assess what is a good decision-making apparatus, but I'm using Trump to assess like where are the different sides.
I see.
Not to say that like there isn't a sizable amount of people in the United States that are against even the recognition that LGBT people are should be validated. But I think on that, you might think that like children shouldn't be allowed to have hormone therapy. You might think that transgenderism is a disease. You might think that there's a social contagion going on. But even notwithstanding all of that, I don't think it's at the level of controversy that I need it to be to just say that like you're a person that shouldn't be like treated as a second class.
If 80% of the population were theist or Christian, let's say, would you be fine with Christian flags?
No, I wouldn't be.
Okay, what's the symmetry breaker?
I think the symmetry breaker could be our determination about what is and what's not a religion. And I think that the First Amendment sort of stands at the crux of that, recognizing that notwithstanding the fact that vast majorities can believe that certain religious doctrines are good or ought to be taught, that the individual liberty in that case should matter. But the real question you should ask me is, what about if 80% of the country thought that Black people were fit for, that they should be enslaved or something?
Yeah, I think that secularism shouldn't just apply to religion. I think that's an arbitrary confinement. I think the idea behind secular.
I'm trying to get it to like a place where there really is no distinction that I can draw other than some horrible idea being very popularized. The question is, should they be allowed to do it? Not whether or not I would be like, should it be unlawful for them to do that? not whether or not I would be in support of it.
Yeah, and
I don't know if there's any other good symmetry breaker other than like controversy. What can you think of anything?
There's two, the two main ones, and I don't know if any of them stand. I think one of them doesn't stand on its own. So one is controversy. The other would be just the nature of the domain, like how difficult, how murky is it, how empirical is it not? So things like ethics and a lot of like philosophical issues, like even like determinism versus free will. Like, these are way too difficult. Like, it's not just science.
The problem there is I'm going to give you the hypothetical of race, and I don't know how you deal with that one. So should schools be banned from saying things like equality among the races? You know, they have that picture of all the kids in different colors like holding hands and stuff.
Yeah, there's not really any.
Why would that be? Can I ask you guys a question, Michael and Peace?
Well, let's get a proper hello from Kyle. Has never been on the show before. Welcome,
is he here?
Kyle. Yeah, he's finally here.
Where is he?
You can't see me?
No.
You can't. Yeah, Kurt.
There's like
come on.
3 panels worth you have to scroll through.
Oh, there's Kyle.
Do you know how to
There's
use your computer or what? Kyle, I'm a huge fan of your show. It's hilarious as hell. I love it. All your videos are just amazing. Yeah.
Thank you. I stumbled into this. Kurt said, come in, but
I know.
I really felt out of my depth when I was listening. I felt like I might have a lower IQ than.
No, don't worry about it.
Yeah, this is my house. I live in a Persian home.
Wait. Yeah,
there's a green screen.
Wait, can I ask Peace? What is it?
Yes,
Pisco?
go ahead, Kurt.
All that stuff you guys were just talking about, the philosophical stuff, and this might be a very stupid question, but like, what does that have to do with like a flag? Like, what is it? How does that connect to? Okay, you have a flag in there, and we're gonna salute or have a prayer. Isn't that all like the same as? You know, I was on a plane today in the exit row, and they're like, "Are you willing and able to help in the event?" And I went, "Yes," and I pledged to do that, and I won't. And it's not that I don't believe in help, but I just want to get on with the flight, or if I'm at school, I'm a kid at school. I don't really give a rat's ass about whatever thing that they're like.
I'm
ceremony
okay
we do in the beginning.
We're okay with the American flag. I think both of us are okay with the American flag. The question is like, are you okay with the school putting up like a Confederate flag or putting up like a swastika? And
well, no, I think a better.
That would be weird.
I think a better.
That would be pretty weird.
I think the kids at the exit.
If it was the
rows in
Azov
classes
Battalion, I support it.
Should be given. And the kids in the exit rows of classes should be given guns so that in the case of a school shooter, that they can defend the classroom.
Oh yeah, I like that idea.
Cops ain't gonna do
1,000%.
Exactly.
Like everyone here.
How about guns and armbands? Because those armbands look pretty cool.
The swastika armbands look pretty cool.
Well, they don't have to be swastika. Just armbands in general are cool.
Why is that flag, that awful looking new flag, I guess, if it's like, it's not just a gay flag, like then there's like a penetration of like things. And it, by the way, it looks like shit. The flag looks like shit. It's every
it's not a great look. It's not a great look. Yeah.
And that's not a nation. All those groups are not a group that's all together. It's like fake. I mean, it really is. It's like when they tried to, you know how they have POC and then BIPOC. So POC was like, oh yeah, the black people and Asians and Indians, we're all in this. Those are the
wait. Hold on. I came up with the counter to that, which is like whip fuck. It's white people and people of fair complexion.
Whip fuck.
So fair to say from that, all of us agree that there are flags we're okay with, and all of us agree that there are flags we're not okay with. And the question that we're trying to get is like, what kind of objective looking or seeming criteria can we come like to a resolution on would distinguish the flags we are okay with, like our kids seeing every day, and the ones that we're not okay with our kids seeing every day.
What if we didn't get hung up on symbolic horse shit like flags all the time?
Well, flags often embody an ideology.
They have put the Batman logo up. Who gives it?
Just saying it's not important.
They're going to be sexting each other anyway.
I was about to say, this is some libertarian shit from fucking 10 years ago.
Like you would care if they put the BIPOC flag up, right? Would you care?
Michael, are you still? No. Did you still want to duck out? You want to say goodbye, or I don't know?
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me. Happy congratulations on 200.
Thanks for coming on. Reach out because we'd like to have you on again on a Tuesday stream.
Michael. Yeah, great. I'd love to talk to you more about the Peterson stuff. That's
super smart. Yeah, let me. We'll do it.
Can I just say, Mike, real quick, just give you an answer? I think I owe you one. I think on controversy grounds on that one, I would be okay with at least not the new iteration, but the older iteration of the the game.
Pisco, we know you're a Dodger, okay? Don't try to fake it like you're actually answering questions. We know what's going on here, Pisco. We've already outed you, okay? Sure.
The kids can't read.
I'm joking with Pisco, okay, guys? Just it's okay.
Wait, can Sly weigh in on this? I like these important topics, Kyle. That's Sly.
Look at that.
All about this stuff. I'm not comfortable without my hat on. You know? Let me just see if I can find
Look at this. Sly Stallone has joined the stream.
Hey, I just wanted to congratulate you all. Where's my hat? Hold on.
Sly, what's happening?
I'll see you guys.
Take care,
Michael.
The guy leaves.
Good seeing the counterpoints.
The guy leaves right when Sly gets here. What's that?
He's scared. He doesn't want to mess with Rocky, man. He knows.
Why is that your hat?
Yeah, this is my new hat. This is my new look.
I like it. I like the long hair. That's very
right across.
It's a little effeminate, but okay.
No,
I'm not here to judge Sly. I'm not here to
sound a little judgy.
Guy's 76. He looks great.
Whatever you do not give
Fantastic.
Adam the face swap program for this. Otherwise, he'll just use it constantly.
What are you talking about, Sitch? What are you talking about?
AOC.
Please, Sitch.
Do you need my shoes, Adam?
Sitch, I would love your shoes. I have some running to do. There are some very dangerous people that are trying to break into the Capitol now.
God,
I'm afraid for my life.
Is that why you cut your hair short, AOC? Because you didn't want to be seen as a beautiful woman anymore?
Yeah, exactly. They may rape me. Don't laugh, Kurt. They may rape me.
Wait. Maybe he's getting his AOC wig.
He's got.
I'm about to blow your minds.
Look, I'm going to
Actually,
give up on my Sly hat.
Kyle did the AOC face on the app program. I was like, this is amazing.
For the
Adam, that was his real face. Adam's actual face.
Really?
What you're doing now is the
fake. The face swap. Yes.
The face swap.
I've been playing with you all this time, John. I really am AOC, and you didn't even know.
And that's why you're so attracted to her, because you're narcissistic. You're attracted to yourself.
I'm attracted. Yeah. You know when they say that you just mad you can't date her? Like, I'm not mad, but I am like.
I know.
You like the crazy eyes?
Listen,
I like the Latinx heat.
I see. She doesn't have nice limbo rings, Adam. Doesn't that kind of violate your standards?
Limbo rings, they're up there. They are important, but give and take.
Sly, you like AOC?
I like her look. It's my type.
Yeah.
But then when she starts talking, I don't like a mouthy lady.
You don't like a mouthy lady?
Yeah. So I go, from a full, stand and salute kind of guy to sort of that half chub thing you talk about.
What? So do you? I mean, I try to push back. A lot of people are trying to start this fake news narrative that AOC looks like a horse. Now I don't see this. Yeah, it's like.
Well, I find horses attractive.
Me too.
So
it's because she's a politician in the limelight. They take 1 million pictures of her. Naturally, they're going to have one with her big teeth out.
Look at that. Oh, yeah. Exactly.
By the standards of a politician, though, she's smoking hot.
Look,
it's a pretty low bar.
She's a Senate 10. That's all. Be honest.
Why you got to throw shade at AOC?
Look, she looks good in a certain light at a certain angle. Okay?
It's a low bar.
She looked
Across
good.
the table at dinner.
She looked good in that dress as a big booty Latino.
She's the hottest lady in that building. It's like going to an Arby's, It's like the hotness. There's the hottest lady. She ain't that hot when you put her out on the beach, But in the Arby's, she's number one.
We had a huge debate over whether or not Arby's was good on the stream.
No, it's based on the roast beef sandwich. It's nobody's favorite food. You can't base a restaurant on nobody's favorite food.
Of course.
It's good enough, though. It does the job.
Listen, Sitch
it's always empty.
simps so hard for Arby's.
What's it? Why you guys hate Arby's so much? They got good curly fries.
The curly fries is where it's at.
Have you ever had their cookies?
Their cookies are good.
Their cookies are legit.
The slogan is, "We got the meats." I mean, what kind? That was the best one. Like, what's that meeting? What was that meeting? That pitch meeting?
They should just have meat. I assume that's default.
Anybody got anything better? Yeah, Arby's when McDonald's is super far away. No, that's not as good. Arby's, we make the sandwiches, you make the diarrhea. No, that's closer.
It's accurate.
That's more Chipotle, let's be honest.
Sitch, you want to bring out some topics, or what do you want to do? Wait a second. I think, did you, Steve, I don't want to call you out here, but didn't you say you had some disagreement with Kurt over something? Kurt is a regular.
What's his problem? Let me know right now.
Kurt is like a regular on Jimmy Dore's show. So you dip into politics, right, Kurt? I mean, you can't
only because of Jimmy's show. Honestly, I hate having to look at new. But I got like gray lines for it, and I smoke a lot more pot than I ever did now. I'll tell you that.
Because of the insanity of it all. We had
stuff. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
We had Kurt on to argue about Ukraine. I think
why?
A bit. Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Why did we do that?
Because you're like, Jimmy would probably.
Well, no, I think Kurt instigated it because Kurt keeps hitting us in DMs, and he's still to this day rubbing it in on our Ukraine take.
This is your fault.
It's a lot of people's Ukraine.
You're the one that's not letting it go, Kurt. Come on, let's be honest here.
Well, once you hear the news that Russia's gas is cheaper and their money's stronger, it sounds like the plans didn't go very well.
Did you hear that from Jimmy, or who'd you hear that from?
I'll tell you what. You can take a Google, and it's real easy to find.
I
don't want you to look at it. I want you to hold on to your feelings of like, because
this is it. This is why it always comes up.
This war is going to go on until they build out a solid Act 3 for when Ben Stiller plays Zelensky in the movie.
Okay, I completely agree with that. That's actually true. Ben Stiller could end this war tomorrow. So what was the thing? What was the disagreement, Steve?
Kurt, you called me an incel like 9 months ago. Just out of nowhere.
I never said that.
Shit.
Yes, you did. It's on video.
Well, but what did I say exactly? That doesn't sound. I don't just throw out incel.
So I check my DMs, and somebody's like, "Dude, Kurt Metzger's talking shit about you." My reaction is, "Who the fuck is Kurt Metzger?" Now, it's weird because but you're way more famous than I am. So it's weird that you know who I am, but I had never.
Because I watched a video, but I don't remember saying incel or why.
Yes, you did. You called me an incel.
Okay, wait. I'm telling you, I don't remember why or how it got that. What I did, I do remember.
Guys, we have to squash this beef, though. This can't.
I'm trying, but you're interrupting.
Okay,
with your fucking timeless features.
Go ahead.
So I saw because I watched Scuba Steve video. Oh, that's Scuba Steve.
Yes.
Okay, so you had a video about. This is what I remember saying. You had a video about how all these poor people addicted to OxyContin, it's like their fault and nobody did this to them and they should just move if their town's bad. And you're like, I moved to do a job away from my family. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
So that's what I was taking exception to, but I don't remember being like, he's an incel. I don't remember saying that, but if I did, it was not, it was lighthearted if I did.
Wait, what? I don't understand. What was the
I support the video incels and all their violence, so there's no way I would have say that as an insult. Why did I say incel? Who remember?
I don't know.
What was, Steve, what was this video
Yeah, what's
about?
the context? We want to know the drama.
It's my video about breaking points. And of course, you know, they're a populist channel. They have the sob story about, the Rust Belt.
Hey, I like breaking points.
What's that?
I mean, that's literally what happened.
That's really not what happened. I'm from there.
They're just of low character, probably.
No, jobs came there because it's the belt around the Great Lakes. It was very expensive to ship, so they built industry around there. Things changed, the economy changed, and industry moved.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
That's what I'm referring to, the things change part, which is deliberate. We've been out, by the way, the problem of everything right now is outsourcing. I mean, right down to take your pick. Of course it is.
No, it's
That's how we get our COVIDs. We hire a guy to hire a guy to hire a guy to
give us COVID?
No, to do gain of function. Or remember when we did torture? We used to outsource it to like Syria. And then those maniacs are like, that should be an American job again. But that's the way you get around the laws of doing things. You just outsource it. That's why you have slave Nikes and iPhones and all that stuff. You outsource it. You don't have to think about it. And it's at every level of everything. And now it's all collapsing. Do you think it's not?
No.
Okay. Well, you're an incel. What can I say?
So I mean,
I don't remember dude. If I said incel, I swear to God, like I'm sure it was in a joking way, and that was not my beef.
It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal.
Well, you sounded hurt, and I feel bad that I did that, and
Okay.
Slide. Do you want to help me?
Should prove him wrong.
Sorry, I wasn't listening at all.
I thought I actually
incel means.
Steve, when I reached out to Steve, when I reached out to Steven to come on the show, he asked about coming on with Kurt, and I assumed that he was a fan of yours, Kurt, and I was like, "Oh, that's great." You should.
I wish we could get the context of the insult things. I don't remember it.
We can watch it if you want. You can get the clip and we can watch it together.
Why don't we just watch it?
Let's play the clip.
Do you really want to watch?
I kind of want to watch Kurt call Steve an incel.
Where's
I
the?
don't remember thinking he was an
about
incel.
it.
Like,
There's not enough information.
you don't know what an incel is, Sly? That's how much.
No, I mean, I can take a guess. I'm assuming it's about the cellular structure inside of it.
No, that's not explained.
Inside of,
exactly.
of a cell.
It's much worse than that.
Nucleus. You've got
you go to prison.
You got the
You're in the cell.
protons, electrons, all that.
Wait a minute. Pisco left.
Pisco did
secretly.
leave. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna ask him if he was going to randomly badmouth me on Twitter again. Before he left.
Was he doing that? Well, since he dipped out without saying goodbye, I would say probably he is going to badmouth you.
Okay, Pisco, try not to just randomly attack me on Twitter and assume horrible bad faith. Thank you.
We can have him back on again. I mean,
Why
he goes
does
on.
everyone hate each other on this show? That's what Stallone wants to know.
That's part of the fun, Stallone. Come on.
Who hates me? I want to talk to that person.
I want
nobody.
Let me get you guys' idea about this, because I'm every bit as guilty. But why are people always so much more aggressive on Twitter than anywhere else? You get the same person.
I think it's the same.
You gotta get all your hate in.
I think it's the same reason why people act differently on YouTube or they act differently on TikTok. It's just kind of the social structure that each one of these social media platforms kind of encourages, and the culture that kind of popped up there when they were first exploding.
Yeah,
I think Twitter,
and it's a public call out, obviously. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and like you would definitely know this too, Kurt. When stand-up comedians started making their bones on Twitter and just absolutely one-line replying, destroying people, that kind of became the cool thing to do too.
You can't read intent or someone. There's no a whole chunk of context is missing.
Totally.
So stuff. I'm a New Jersey like shore trash basically. So stuff that maybe wouldn't sound as bad said looks so bad in print. I don't go on it like that.
Yeah.
And I know like Andy Kindler's Andy Kindler, the comic.
No.
I don't. Sorry.
No, you have to apologize to me. He flipped out on me on Twitter. I know this guy for years, and he flipped out on me because I made a joke about they let Roe v. Wade get destroyed and then start asking for money the next day, and he's so there's all these people on Twitter, and there's like a package narrative they got to be part of. So it includes everything like vaccine and like Trump and whatever, and so they're not thinking about any individual topic. They're thinking about the overall narrative of the war to make sure the one thing they care about doesn't happen. So if you just point out a thing that's real, they get flipped out. Like, what are you trying to lose the war? Because you got to always be in, war propaganda for every aspect of your goddamn life now.
And you gotta ask yourself, like, how much shit do you want to take by having an opinion that's different than the rest of everybody else's narrative? Because all that happens is a fucking dog pile.
Oh, well, I can tell you personally, a lot. You can take a lot.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, should I even bother with this conversation because I know it's going to suck ass? And then alternatively, if like you do get like a banger, like, you know, shit talk or, you know, New Jersey quip or something like that, that shit can get you tens of thousands of views, you know, tens of thousands of retweets, quotes, all that kind of stuff. And then you got a shitload of new followers and then people like your shit. So
that was
you know,
my high school basketball team, the New Jersey Quips. We went,
yeah. So there's an incentive to fucking banter the way that you would in a fucking, you know,
well, yeah, I
banter
know
without
that now,
consequences.
hindsight being 2020, but back in 2011, when no one could imagine that you would have to conduct yourself like you're running for office at all moments of your life, I thought you could just talk. I was on Twitter like that. I was on Facebook, and I treated Facebook like it was because I don't have anything. I'm like, well, now I understand. Don't be honest about shit because they will be used against you in an election that you're not even running for. But at the time, I was like, it's like my diary. And I used to say on my Facebook, this sucks. Leave if you don't like it. Only 1 in 9 things will be worthwhile. It's just for me to work stuff out on here. And I'd say that's law, whatever, fine. So that's crazy to do that. Put your diary. Even Anne Frank, her dad had to edit out all the masturbation and N-words before you could see it in school. Do you know what I mean?
Did she use the N-word?
Yeah. Do you ever read the Uncut?
That is shocking.
Anne Frank used the N-word.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Isn't she like not American? Is what language was? Yep. They even have the N-word?
Well, I don't want to say what in their language a racist word, but
I see.
The point is it had to be edited. And this is a girl who died in the Holocaust and had to have her diary edited so people wouldn't judge her. Like that's how diaries were. So everybody got tricked into putting, it's not just your social, you know, your address and that kind of personal information, your thoughts and feelings. It's all a trick for you to put it out there. It's not just for a corporation to use. It's for like these maniacs that came up through the blog scene and got into real media. It's for them to capitalize on. And they all got promoted. Who's the one from Washington Post that got fired? Felicia Sonmez. Did you see that?
Yeah.
So she's another one of those kind of Amber Heard types. That's why they're constantly trying to like, this Johnny Depp trial cannot stand, because they're that type of chick and they got real far scaring people with those kind of like awful tactics. And it started around Gamergate.
Can I tell you why I'm still on Twitter though? Because so I saw this like 10 thread argument where somebody was arguing that Anne Frank wasn't murdered. And then it turns out that the person that was arguing that Anne Frank wasn't murdered in the Holocaust mixed it up with Helen Keller.
All right.
So they had they had like a 10 post thread like, she wasn't murdered. What the fuck are you talking about?
I like to have like 1,000 likes.
They're just going at each other. And turns out she was thinking of Helen Keller.
Honest mistake though.
Both broads.
Well, Sly, do you know who Helen Keller is, Sly?
Oh yeah. She's that hot chick who can't see or taste anything. Something like that.
She has long COVID.
Yeah, she has COVID. You could no longer taste or hear. I believe. I mean, don't quote me. I'm not a genius or nothing, but
it's kind of like if you remember before Trump became president, we were hearing nonstop stories from the media about how they were all going out of business because no one was reading the news anymore. And then, you know, obviously Trump becomes president, everyone's glued to the news 24/7. And even with Trump gone, it seems like what the media has taken, the lesson from that is that we just need to sell outrage all the time forever because that's what will draw attention. And this came up
Trump.
Yeah, and this came up recently with the, if you recall, the telescope, the James Webb telescope, that was taking all these cool pictures, you know, of new things of Jupiter that's never seen before, new galaxy never seen before, and then every major newspaper put out an article on like the same day saying, "Oh my God, people want to rename the James Webb telescope because apparently this guy from like 1950 didn't like gay people." And if you like read the article, it's one asshole professor, assistant professor from some college somewhere made a petition that had like 100 people signing on to it. And yet all the media is reporting this like it fucking matters.
It's like a fossil fuel. They got to keep digging for more of it. It's like running out because your
recreational outrage.
You should see what they said about the James Webb toilet cam, how controversial that was.
You're going to see. Is my mic working, by the way? Can you hear me?
What's up? Faraday Speaks has joined the stream. Also, so has DialogueAlways, who Sitch has had beef with for like 2 years now. So we're going to quash that beef here before he takes off.
What's the beef about?
I'm stoked.
Well, let Faraday.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me, guys. Congrats on your 200 stream. And just to comment on what you were saying, I think you guys were saying that, like, you know, the journalists are sort of going online on Twitter and like mining for these like bullshit things to make articles. You're gonna see more of that because they are kind of running out of things to write. And I mean, like, you will see journalists like crop up entire little cottage industries. Like, they will crop up entire subcultures like around a topic. So like the incel thing, they turned that into like a big giant subculture that it, in a way that it didn't exist before. They do this a lot. They've done this a lot with like Tumblr communities. You're gonna see more of that.
Hey, wait, Kyle or Sly? I'm sorry, was Sly here?
Yeah, who's Kyle?
Yeah, who are you talking about? Don't be so insulting.
I just realized that maybe Warren Buffett should weigh in on
Oh, sure, we can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about.
Oh, because you're not a big crypto guy, Warren, right?
No, it's going to zero. You can be guaranteed that cryptocurrencies will be going to zero. Now Coca-Cola, there's something to invest your money in. It's a product. You can open it up. You can drink it down. You can do a bunch of things with it. You could put a nail in a cup, and 2 days later it'll be gone. So.
What about the Dogecoin though? The Dogecoin's going to the moon, right? All crypto's going to zero. This sounds insane, Warren.
Look, it's not a real thing. Do you own cryptocurrency?
Oh yeah, all my money's in cryptocurrency. Obviously, that's the future.
No, I believe it's going to zero. That's my opinion, and I've rarely been wrong. But how much money do you have? Let's compare our bank accounts and see who's going to be right.
Warren, okay, so you're pulling I have a bigger bank account. Well, we'll see.
He just whipped his dick on the table.
I did, didn't he?
I pulled my dick out, and I put my ball sack out there too. It's all on the table there.
Considering your ball sack is a physical object, how much can we invest in that? Can we buy stocks in that?
Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, my ball sack is worth more than a cryptocurrency.
I just don't want any ball sack yields. All right, am I good there?
Well, you can loan against my ball sack, and you use a collateral for the taint is actually an option as well.
Look, I'm getting ahead of this. I'm going for a niche market. I'm going to be plucking his hairs, and so you can come to me and
No.
Let's not forget about the asshole. I mean, it's right there.
Ass hairs and ball hairs are two separate markets.
But I'll trade you a nutsack for a Dogecoin any day of the week.
All right. Well, that was great.
Steve, how could you have a feud with anyone involved?
Did we lose Kirk? Where'd Kirk go?
No, there's a huge number of guests in this show.
Okay.
You've got to cycle through them.
I'm on East Coast time. I'm gonna be bailing soon. But I just want to congratulate you guys on 200 streams.
Yeah, we'll have to have you back again when we don't have such a packed house.
Are you guys? Yeah.
Go ahead, Kyle. What were you gonna say?
No. Is this? Do you guys always do this time of day?
We do Sunday every Sunday, same time, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. So yeah,
if you 2 in the morning. Yes.
Yeah. So if you Kurt want to come on a show, or you just want to come on a show yourself, we don't. Kurt can come on himself. So you're welcome anytime.
I need my Kirby. I want to do things with
well,
Kirk.
yeah. If you guys want to come on together, we'd love to have you.
That's right. That's what we do.
We should have Michael and Michael come on.
We shower together.
Okay, perfect. That's a little much.
We did do some things. We did some shows, Michael and Michael, and it was like uncomfortable. Remember?
We did Friday Night Tights as Michael and Michael and called them out for their incel behavior.
Yeah, we made everybody uncomfortable.
That's cool. I haven't seen you guys were just on Friday Night Tights last Friday. I haven't seen it yet.
No.
It was a long time ago.
Oh, okay. Cool.
They've been banned since that appearance.
I'll tell you what's uncomfortable. You're tucking your nutsack down into your asshole. That'll wake you up in the morning.
Well, it's worth it. If you can stop these kids from buying this wretched cryptocurrency, it's worth it.
I sold out most of my cryptocurrency.
So you had crypto, really?
I had I had a full Bitcoin at one point, and then I
oh really? Wow.
A lot of it disappeared, and so I just was like, I don't know what this is. I have to just bail out.
Did it disappear out of your account like you got hacked, or did it?
No, it went down in price so much, and then I realized like I don't even understand this, and I think it's great. I mean, I do understand it to a certain degree, and I think it's sorry everybody.
That's okay.
I think it's a better way of
I had a friend of mine that got in early, and it went up to like 20 grand, and he sold and pocketed the 20 grand, and then he went, Adam, I would be a millionaire today if I had hung on to it. So he was very depressed.
Exactly the same thing. He got laid off when they were like 10 grand a pop. He had 5 of them, and then he just sold it. Yeah, when they were 10 grand, and then he got laid off from his job, so he sold them and just lived off them for a year. Yeah. And now they're like whatever they're at now.
Yeah,
they're at like 20,000 now, but they were like 65 at one point.
Yeah.
Do you know anybody who lost their pass key to get their?
No.
Yes.
Stories that they lost the password. And
I
got like $1 million.
I agree. I agree with Warren's nutsack though that crypto is going to zero. So.
Well, Adam,
absolutely headed to zero. You're the guy who. Sorry, go ahead.
I want to say, Adam, you had a friend that the exact opposite happened, right? Where he had all this. He made like up to $2 million, and then he wouldn't sell.
That was on stocks, though, not on. That was on stocks,
same
not
principle.
on crypto. Yeah.
Did you hear about the guy? He had like $400 million worth of crypto. He's one of the first miners, so he had a bunch. He just ran his computer all night and gathered all these. His girlfriend said it was too loud and made him turn it off, so he would have actually had more. But he then was moving and he grabbed the wrong hard drive, but he knew the dump where it was dumped.
Yeah.
And he collected, I think it was like $10 million from people to go dig it up, but the county wouldn't allow them. Like he knew the area, but he'd have to go down. It's $400 million. I mean, if there's a chest of gold of $400 million, they would dig, but they can't conceive of it.
Wait, Kyle, doesn't Bill Maher hate crypto?
Oh, I don't know. I meant to do Bill Maher.
Because it's not real.
Okay, people.
It's bad for the
environment. God, that's so good.
Oops. New rule. No more spending money on fake things. Okay. Spend it on something real, like a black hooker, like I do.
Do people not know Bill Maher's into black hookers?
No, but
I guess they do now, right?
I didn't know that. No.
That's like his thing. Yeah. I thought
that's his thing.
I thought that was like a well-known.
When are they going to bring that up at the January 6th hearings?
Probably doesn't
I wonder.
Nothing wrong with that.
He's copped to it. He's told stories about like he just hires escorts for fun.
Really?
Just for fun? What does that mean? Aren't they always for
Why
fun?
else would you hire them? What other are you going to hire them to teach you math? What the fuck?
Good point.
I'm paying them to leave, okay?
Well, yeah. So apparently he's copped to it, and then also like some of the ladies have talked about it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, he's a total gentleman. Come do our thing, and then dip out, get your money."
He's a gentleman.
They also say it doesn't hurt at all. His small hands. All right, listen, we don't have to pick. I pick on him probably too much.
That's okay.
We did a video, Kurt and I, where Bill Maher was gangbanged, and I think we went too far. And I think it's time we apologize for that.
Is that video still up? I think it is, actually.
It is. Yeah. It should be taken down.
That video's like a masterpiece. That video should remain for life.
But that's the first one that I made with Kyle. Kyle had a thing going before I started doing it with him, but he called because Bill Maher denied. I think Rogan was like, "Have you heard this impression?" Like,
that's the Make-A-Wish one, right? That's the one where it's like the Make-A-Wish thing.
Yeah. He went on Rogan and he brought me up out of nowhere just to bash my impression, and then he goes, and Joe's like, "Oh no, he does a good impression. Play it, to Jamie." And then Bill goes, "I'm leaving if you play that."
The comic rivalry.
He went out of his way to be like, he does a terrible impression of me. So you had some guy on here. I don't know who he is, but he does a terrible impression of me. Meanwhile, I went to Hawaii with him. He knows who I am. He knows he's been shown my videos. I know about
dude, that impression is spot on. He's totally he's full of shit.
I
He's like a
was
mirror of Trump. It's like the little hands and the you can't make fun of him. Wait, tell him that thing about what happened in the store, dude.
Yeah, people keep going up to him. I know AJ Benza like showed him this, and I was in Whole Foods. And this lady came up to me. She's like, "I just have to tell you, I was a stewardess on Bill Maher's private plane." And I went up to him. I said, "Have you seen Kyle Dunnigan's impression of you?" And he wouldn't look at me. He didn't answer me. And they told me to not speak to Mr. Maher again. And I just sit in the back of the plane, and I didn't get a tip.
Holy shit!
Wow! Make a joke, everyone.
Wow.
Oh yeah, did you see his monologue? Can you just take a joke, people? Is that so hard? He did a whole thing. But
I
doesn't
remember
like an
that.
impression and stuff. Even before we did the gangbang thing, my impression of him was like so innocuous. I just read to like it was Bill Maher reading to children. It was like, "Oh, you're gonna give people green eggs and ham." It was like a real, like a nothing. It wasn't even mean.
I have to say, your impression is perfect.
Yeah.
It
is.
It is.
It's beautiful.
Thank you, guys.
That's why he
Thank
doesn't
you.
like it.
Please tell
Well,
Bill
you'll be
Maher.
asked to sit in the back of the plane if you see Mr. Maher.
Yeah, if you're ever a stewardess.
It's too bad that Bill Maher is the one who's so mean to you, because Bill Maher is actually, I mean, he's fighting against woke cancel culture and stuff like that. I wish it was Jon Stewart that was such an asshole behind the scenes, because he's kind of a loser.
But nobody's allowed to make fun of Bill Maher.
It's like
what the hell, like
it's like Kurt says, like Trump and like Alec Baldwin, like these guys, they hate each other because they're similar. You hate someone who's similar to you.
Oh yeah,
you know the whole thing. Like
totally.
Yeah.
All
Bill
these
Maher-
people are Trump, just so you know. Every single last
they're
goddamn
all-
one of them, and they got a lot of nerve acting like they're appalled that Trump exists when he's their absolute reflection.
Yeah, exactly. They have different, ideas.
That's why
but
Kurt
they're
called
the
me an
same.
incel.
I still don't know that I
Reflection.
I see the evidence. I will. But
At one point, they all fucking loved him, and
I think if Trump fucked black
surprise, people in
hookers,
Hollywood are narcissists. People in business are narcissists. Or surprise, like.
well, to get to a certain level, you got to really go with it. Like you can get to certain spots, and then like we do our live show. Like there's all these like random like actors that you know from things who secretly like love it, and they're like pretty cool. They're like right into us, and they've all been keeping their heads down for I don't know the last 10 years.
Yeah,
Like, it's not all
there
of the
is.
people.
There's a. I get it, and I've actually asked some people to come on the show, and they've been very kind, but like they're like they cannot come on our show.
They won't come on your show because it's too.
They'll
it's-
lose they'll lose
Yeah.
money. They might. I mean, there's a chance, and I get it. They're
They'll
just
get
afraid of
canceled off the
getting-
next Marvel movie. They're worried they're going to lose their
Yeah.
spot. Yeah.
That's the whole
They're probably
scam
right.
of all that shit is like you never get to punch out. Your entire day, whatever you do in your free time reflects on the company who fucking now you're a brand. It's not that you have a brand. You're not even the cow. You're the
Yeah.
mark on the cow now.
What do you guys? What? Why won't people come on your show? What's the? I'm not too familiar with you.
We just do. I don't even think it's that edgy.
They make fun
but
of feminists and shit, though. Okay, come on.
We
It's
make fun
fucking
of it.
hilarious.
Trans Trump is a pretty
Yeah, we pick on. It's not political. We don't take a side. I mean, we pick on Biden. We pick on Trump. I mean, it's just like I don't understand what's happened. It's gotten where it's like teams, but
yeah, go ahead.
we also do. We also talk about like woke. We do these two guys pussies. But
That
it's
is
really
so funny. That is so funny.
Well, he made that up before I got there. Like Kyle doesn't
What
know all
what
this
is that? What is that one
terminology.
called? You did
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
Kurt-
Star. You did like a Star
I-
Wars review as like the two most effeminate men in the world.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Hold on. Where's my glasses?
What
Thank you.
what is that? What's that? What is it called? It's so funny. It's such.
Where's
a
the
funny.
Star Wars thing? I mean, that's like that one's like
it's easy to
sums it
find.
up.
Pussies review Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you guys like play that real quick? Or I don't want to force you to do that. But yeah, I did this thing, post his podcast, but then when Kurt came in, he has such like his range of knowledge of that whole group is immense. It's so funny. We were just working on another one today before this podcast, and I just die laughing at
Yeah, we got
Yeah, hopefully things break soon, because I mean I feel like we're close to the
Dude, the
tipping
Johnny Depp
point.
trial, I swear to God, the Johnny
Yeah.
Depp trial was where it should have fallen apart back when Biden got Me Too and they all ignored it, and then that proved it's absolute horseshit. But Depp was when the regular people that don't follow this nonsense were like, hey, what is this? Because if you watch the trial, if you're going to say you believe Amber Heard, you're just like an ideologue. Like there's no reasonable.
She's hot.
way.
Of course, I believe her, Kurt. What are you talking about?
Guys, I hate to break it to you. The polarization is going to get worse. It's not going away.
No, don't. No,
It's
do.
going to get
No, are we going
Faraday
to
with
a
the black
civil
belt.
war? Are we going to a civil war again?
No, Tim Pool's Civil War is never going to
Look,
happen.
we're here to have a good time. You can, if you want to hit me up, Kyle, and talk about things, but we're here to have a good time currently. But it's going to get worse.
Okay.
Well, that's an
that's
interesting
Obviously,
perspective.
I mean, it's a good time to become a Jehovah's Witness if anyone's interested.
We had a good run though. What a great run we had.
Well, I'm not saying it's the end of the country.
Kyle, it sounds like you disagree.
You
Is
got
that the case? I want to know.
Wait, disagree with what? Which thing?
The black pill
gonna get
sentiment
better.
that things are going to get so much worse. I feel like we're at a tipping point where, like, I'm seeing shows that are kind of mocking woke culture in a way that I feel like it's on the ropes.
What does it look like when it's no longer on the ropes? When the tipping point tips?
Hold
What
on,
does that look like?
did y'all see the Beavis and Butthead fucking sketch where they find out they have white privilege?
Yes, of course. That's a perfect example. That's a perfect
Adam,
example.
Adam, I think you're right, Adam, that there's going to be, but that's just like, you're going to see, more markets open up for like the anti-woke stuff. And like, to a certain degree, I can relate to that, but the polarization is not going to go away. It's going to get worse.
The political polarization?
Well, keep in mind, by the way, the real polarization is not any gender color thing. It's if you had a college degree or you didn't. And that stuff is more expensive.
True.
More expensive. So
True.
the amount of people that are going to adhere to it are like this much, or the people
but I don't think it's going to polarize. I think it's going to silo. So, for instance, like there will be 30 different markets. It'll kind of like balkanize, where like everybody is getting their own feedback loop.
It?
Yeah, I would say it is that you can basically pick your own adventure when it comes to like media consumption. On one hand, that's like incredibly freeing because you can do whatever you want with your consumptive habits. On the other hand, it can be really bad because people can create a narrative, put it in front of you constantly, day after day after day after day. And like we were just talking about, rage marketing sells. And we haven't figured out as a country yet that we're just being baited day after day after day after day. Like that Hubble shit, or the non-Hubble, the James Webb or whatever, that should have been like, you were talking about the depth thing. That should have been our bullshit meter, where it's like one dickhead professor talks shit about this thing with 100 people sign off on it, and every major news corporation is talking shit about this. That should have been like our bullshit test.
But that's how few people follow news at all. Like it's and telescopes.
The algorithm is a serious problem. Like, for example, I follow like some stocks, and like since I have like a Tesla stock, I like when people talk positively about Tesla. But I notice now the algorithm throws me all this positive shit, and I have to like aggressively go like, is there any? And then I have to like dig to find the negative stuff, and that happens. You watch things that you kind of agree with, and then you just keep getting fed that, and then you miss out on like a balanced.
But dude, also, remember when you got shadow banned on Instagram, and we had to get a consultant? You got the consultant who basically you can't, when you shadow banned, you're not allowed to know why. So you got to hire someone who does this for a living, who has contacts at like Meta, and then they tell you why you got shadow banned. Then they chain together a bunch of other accounts to wake up your. So there's so much going on behind the scenes where like that Hubble thing is so manufactured sounding, and the I'm sure a professor said that, but the idea of making it news, it's like Greta Thunberg was news. Like, did you hear a girl in Sweden won't go to school? They're like, oh, what a scoop! Like it's in real life.
How dare you?
Like, oh wait, she's 28.
Oh, I have a question, kind of for the older guys in the room. So Kyle, Kurt, you guys are what?
I'm like, what? Should I kick this guy or what?
I know none of us in here are like
I'm
more
younger than Adam.
but like, okay, if I point to Connor or Adam, we're all like within a very close range here. But like,
Adam is older than
how old? Adam, how old?
That's
are you?
hilarious. I'm probably the oldest one in here, but let's not talk.
Adam, how old are you?
Let's not talk about my age. Let's
Adam,
just
you look like
let's
you're like
move.
32.
Let's move
Adam
on.
is like 70 years old.
Let's move on.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask a question then. So like pre-internet and pre all this like algorithmic, attention, everybody goes on Twitter and gets their opinions. Like before that, so like growing up in the 90s, I wasn't old enough to be involved in conversations, right? Ever since like I've been involved in conversations, there's been some sort of internet. But it seems like now when you go and you talk to people, they all have like the same fucking opinions. They're like robots. Like you go to talk to somebody, like, what do you think about this? It's like, what do you think about this? And it's like they all have like it's not even the same opinions. They have the same lines that they're ready.
Yeah.
That's right, dude. That's the eerie
Weird.
shit, right?
It is
Like,
weird.
You see those news things where they're all saying
so what
the
I'm
child's
asking,
birthday is the most important thing.
Yeah.
You ever see that?
Yeah, exactly. And what I'm
You want to
kind
know
of
why?
What's up?
You want to know why that is? It's going to sound like I'm Alex Jones right now, but it's a real thing.
Uh-oh.
So,
wait, can you just clarify
Don't
what
get
you just
sued
said, just so
by
I'm
Sandy
clear?
Hook Behind, please.
What was the thing?
no, you
that
can look it
said,
up.
and then- No, can you just start from the beginning?
Okay,
of
well,
what you're
here's
talking
one
about?
thing what we learned from trying to consult to get his thing. So there's all these agents and stuff in Vegas. There's like another Hollywood of just YouTube people and Instagram people. And so one of the things they'll do is in comments on videos, when you hire these people, they start putting shitty comments in the thing to engage your fans so that they fight with those people. And then the algorithm.
Really?
Dude, that blew
Holy shit.
That's a minor thing that blew my mind because I would never even have thought
So
of
they'll
something
create
like
like
that.
fake conflict engagement.
And that's been going on forever, dude. But
Yeah,
here's
of
the
course.
All these people I'm
craziest-
arguing with are fake, Kurt? Is that what you're saying?
dude. And
Well, they
now-
might be the hub accounts that start the discourse, and then everybody else piles in, right? Like,
Yeah, okay. Now that's just the corporate end, and that's just one small part. Now on the government end, I never heard of this until recently, when I hate knowing. But we had this guy John Kirikow, who's a CIA agent. I think there's a good concrete interview with him. He's the guy that leaked that from the CIA. He caught. Remember the Ron Jeremy bomb maker from Al Qaeda that was like this when they caught him. He's the guy that caught that guy, and he revealed that we were torturing people. Never heard his name before. We had him on the show, and he did 4 years in prison as Sitch would say, revealing state secrets. And basically there was something called the Smith-Mundt Act of 1948 that said the U.S. government, because after World War II, is not allowed to propagandize American citizens. Like we send it to Cuba or other countries, and they made it illegal to do that here, to work with the media to do that. Then they passed, and by the way, Obama signed this, not some right-winger, the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act. You know what the modernization is? They're allowed to propagandize their own people. Now, when they did that, it was supposedly just so they could send baseball games to Cuba, because Cuba just likes the baseball. So technically it was illegal, and that's all it was for. But now, and you could find the recruiting video for it, they've got, and this is from an article in Newsweek in 2011 that I never saw, 60,000 like troops deployed online on social media that each will have like 10 fake accounts. So like now, and this is because of Jimmy blowback, because I'm in his, I get people like, oh, you used to have good politics, but you've lost it. And I'm like, I didn't have good politics. What are you talking about? And I'll look at their name, and they have no tweets of their own. And they have a name, I'd say photos of it. It's because I mentioned that liberal world order. I made like a fake pledge when that clip was out, but that's a keyword. So there's people deployed on social media, and there's more of them than there are CIA agents in operation around the world, just on Twitter with fake. Like, remember how Elon Musk's going to buy it, and they said like 7% is fake of his followers. A bunch of those are literally like a branch of the military that just do this all day since 2011. So now when you see stuff so bizarre, there's a recruiting video. I think a bunch of people from Anonymous, as they got caught, they started working doing that. But now it's so like when you read it, you're like, what the hell? Like what person says this? You never know if it's real or not. So even get in a fight, you have no idea if it's real or if it's, you happen to type.
And it's not just America, right? You got foreign agents doing this. You have clandestine.
Oh, I think the calls
groups
mostly
doing
coming
this.
from inside the house, but certainly TikTok, Discord, that's Chinese. If China passed a law that you have to, anybody, a Chinese company, they're obligated, if China asks them to give them all the stuff they have to do it. So Discord, if you're on Discord, China's been collecting all your thoughts and feelings on Discord and everything they can get, and they're legally obligated to give it to the CCP. So, dude, it's wild what's out there. And it's all stuff like I would have known nothing about that's been around since like 2013. And if in case you notice, that's around the time when the most crazy nonsense things, like the clown world stuff, started really coming out. So the people that you just described, that I just heard someone say that some guy got mad at my show at Magooby's Baltimore last night. I made this joke that my ex-girlfriend's Israeli. And I was like, I'm not Jewish. I don't know if you ever dated a Jewish girl for a long time, but here's how it was for me. It was like dating Greta Thunberg if she was just really upset about the climate of the room she's in currently. Okay. I don't think that's that offensive. This dude, like this nebbishy guy, stands up and he's like, "You're despicable and a bald person." And he storms out. But he was mad, and he said to the owners, like, "Why do you book these white males?" He actually said like Michael and Michael pussy shit. That's because he has a whole like load-bearing narrative, and like I pulled one Jenga piece with a mild joke, but that with the white male thing, he's spewing the lines they say.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and they say them word for word, like that Project Mockingbird video they have, where they go, "I'm worried about the future of our democracy," and all the news people are saying it. So those are people who are still watching whatever regular news, and they're getting. I tried watching MSNBC on the plane. I mean, I can't believe how much they say one minor thing 20 different ways for 4 hours. It's unbelievable. So now that's legal to propagandize your own people.
Well, I want to push back on this a little bit because I remember 2003, 2004 leading up to the Iraq war, where it's
that's
like
what kicked it
weapons
off.
of mass destruction, weapons of mass destruction, weapons of mass destruction, weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, that's always been around.
Well,
that's
look, it's not. Look, propaganda is not new. Repeating messages aren't. At some level, it's something that you should do if you are trying to promote a message.
Not on the news.
Well, okay, hold up. So I want to kind of highlight this real quick. So for me, like, I don't believe in the Walter Cronkite objective news history. Like,
It doesn't have to be that. I know what you're talking about. But this is different. This is why I wanted to get into the Luke Skywalker thing where they were arguing about making it political. Things are always political.
Bringing it back to
Sure.
Skywalker.
Yeah. But the thing that I wanted to say was like, so for instance, like we had the Gulf of Tonkin incident. We only had 3 major like broadcasting companies inside the United States. Basically, there was only like a dozen newspapers that everybody took seriously. So I'm pretty sure if I go back then, we're still going to find the State Department or the Department of Defense doing whatever the fuck they want to do.
But it's much worse now. But you're right about that.
Well, and then what I was going to say is what doesn't surprise me about what you're saying is they would just view this not as doing something different. They would just view this as doing something new.
That's
like
the
a new
scariest part
medium
of it, dude. Yep.
Where they're like, let's get 50,000 motherfuckers on Discord and Twitter and all that kind of stuff because we're going to push these narratives to put the cultural zeitgeist in these positions.
What's the big deal?
You guys all know the history of the internet. Like we all have like the fun history of the internet that we have. That's like, oh yeah, it was all these like hackers, these elite hackers, and they were like, trying to like put things together. And social media was these like scrappy guys with hoodies, and they were putting things together. And like on some level, that's true, but on another level, like there were ways in which the winners and losers were picked, right? And like if you go to the inception of Twitter,
now it's worse.
If you go to the inception of Twitter, Facebook, all these groups, like the DOD and CIA were involved at the beginning of all these things. Like, not in that they set them up. I'm not making like that conspiratorial argument, but like as soon as these things started to come up, they put their hands on them. Like, do you guys remember 2012 whenever all that Arab Spring shit was going on?
Yes,
and we were like,
I do.
oh wow, it's this organic, like, this organic uprising. It was not organic whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I know that. Tell Sitch. He thinks it was organic.
But not just that it
Hey guys, Samurai
organic.
Guitarist was cool enough to invite
there's
me.
organic nature to everything, right? Like you opportunize upon things.
But
right?
they fan the flames. They fan
I'm
the
not
flames
making it Illuminati like everything's like direct.
It's not Illuminati, dude. But what you're saying is the 100% real. Like they're called color revolutions, which sounds like a franchise.
Right.
And that's because when the Berlin Wall fell.
Are you saying the Arab Spring is fake? That's like so weird.
What do you mean? History
not
says
fake,
that. History says it's that.
It was
We fanned after the Berlin Wall fell.
We caused the Arab Spring. Is that what you're saying?
He's saying we assisted it
algorithmically. You'll hear what I'm saying.
I've definitely heard
social
that.
Didn't a street vendor set himself on fire, and that's what caused the Arab Spring? I mean,
yeah. And I heard when Saddam invaded Kuwait, they threw a baby on the floor. All kinds of things.
I'm not saying that there was no
This is such a matter of the public record.
I want to clarify. I'm not saying that there was like, oh, they positioned the board and every single chess piece. I'm saying that like you have to like take, if you were a country, you have to think. You're going to be looking at the world. Back me up on this, Connor. You're going to be looking at the world. You're going to be looking at every single opportunity, and you're going to think, well, how can we engineer that opportunity?
The Arab Spring was started by a lady cop. Okay.
No, I understand.
I think.
Hold on. Can I actually address this shit?
Connor, you need to like translate.
Yeah. I want to address this because Adam, like, I think you're.
Okay, Mohammed Bouzizi is the guy that she shook down for a permit. This lady cop basically took all his vending stuff. He got super pissed off. He went and doused himself. He went and doused himself with gasoline and lit himself on fire in front of the city hall. Yeah, but Kurt, are you saying that like the CIA bought the gas for him and prodded him to do it? Like, what happened?
Faraday, just let me go. Faraday, just let me go. And Kurt, please let me go.
Go ahead.
I'm in shock at Adam. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I would say is that there's things on the ground that happen in these countries all the time. Like, for instance, people get killed, people get shot. There's political assassinations. There's people who get taken out. All this kind of shit. And on top of that, there's probably real frustration with corruption within the government of Tunisia or Libya or Egypt or any of that kind of shit. But what happens is very likely certain stories, and I'm not saying this is for good or for ill, I'm saying this descriptively, okay? So what I'm saying is that certain stories will be selected and be promulgated as symbols for movements for people to rally behind. And on top of that, there are probably people who are making decisions about which communication software continue to operate and which ones shut down. So, for instance, we know for a fact that like USAID, they were trying to create like social media within Cuba. And the reason why they said they wanted to create a social media platform was so they could spread free thought and free speech and all that kind of stuff. Turns out USAID.
Yeah, I'm not very bright.
Yeah.
Counterpoints. You have to dumb this down for me.
Counterpoints.
Okay? How you're basically your argument is that a guy, a street vendor, dousing himself with gasoline and lighting him on fire wouldn't have gone viral unless a social media company basically promoted it. Because I kind of think a guy lighting himself on fire would go viral without any algorithm.
Every Friday after prayers.
Tunisia is a tiny country. Like, people wouldn't have heard about it were it not for Twitter. Is that what you're saying?
No, wait.
First of all, I just want to
how many street vendors light themselves on fire first?
I understand the disconnect here.
Okay.
Let me build the bridge between this. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think anyone's going to deny that there could be something that happens, some incident that happens, like a guy lighting himself on fire. It goes viral on Twitter for whatever reason, and then the government capitalizes on that and builds upon something that happened naturally. That's not what Adam is contesting. Adam is contesting a more insidious or intentional
and he's wrong.
Action here that either the guy who lit himself on fire didn't happen, or it did happen and no one cared about it, except that there was some hand at Twitter that looked at that incident and said, make this a big deal.
No one is saying that. No one is saying that.
Well, you are literally saying that, Kurt. When you're saying it happens 5 times a week, you're saying that nobody cares.
I'll clear it up.
Okay.
A thing like that happens, and a group like USAID, which is a CIA cutout, they're all over the world looking for an opportunity to get a color revolution going. It's like a franchise.
Yeah, I disagree. I fundamentally disagree.
Well, I'll tell you what this. Ever since the Berlin Wall fell, they got all excited that a domino of democracy is going to go around the world. And so we've got, the CIA doesn't do it. They outsource it to these groups who spend and they're openly doing it. It's not a conspiracy.
Yeah,
we promote democracy and regime change.
Honestly, Kurt's not even giving like I read
I'm underselling it.
I was reading in the chat. Someone in the chat was like, "Oh, Kurt's a bit of a conspiracy theorist," and like I don't know, maybe I could like if you and me sat down, maybe I'd push back because I'm skeptical of conspiracy theories. But honestly, Kurt's not saying anything.
This isn't
hold on.
You just
He's
don't
saying like this is very
like a conspiracy.
Okay, here's the thing.
Documented.
Yeah, let Steve step up.
Revolutions would spread like wildfire before the CIA, before the internet or anything like that. In 1814, there were like a dozen revolutions in Europe. Who caused that? Who was pulling the strings on that?
Yeah, where was Twitter then?
Ha! Was it
I don't
was the CIA to newspaper?
Town Square, Steve. He was an operative.
They're not making the claim that
every documents. This is stuff that they a little bit print here and there that nobody looks at, like the Smith-Mundt Act that I didn't look at. And when I see it, I go, "What the fuck?"
Let me clarify what you're saying.
No, Kurt's not
were
even
it not hold on, shut up.
Come on.
You are saying, were it not for these interventions from these malicious third parties, these revolutions wouldn't have happened.
Hell yeah, that's what he said.
You really think there's a worldwide organic franchise called Color Revolutions?
Let me ask
you. They actually marketed the name.
That's a dodge.
Kurt,
Who was pulling the strings
it's
in
not a dodge.
1814?
It's not a
Why
dodge.
were there over a dozen revolutions in Europe in 1814? Who was pulling the strings on that? How'd that happen? Who was branding that?
This is post World War II.
Hold on.
Global shit. There
Can I
wasn't a
ask a
World War
question?
II back then. I don't fucking know.
So
The
these
shit after
people-
World War
so
II
these people-
is the
SMD, the
CIA.
question you asked, the question you asked is completely.
No, it's not.
It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's totally pertinent.
Here's what I'm saying.
Kurt
People
isn't
who-
making the claim that every revolution has to have strings pulling behind it.
Yes, he's saying
No,
that
that isn't-
this
he's not
wouldn't have
saying-
happened in so many different countries at the same time were it not for some
didn't say
malicious
that.
third party pulling the strings.
He literally did say that.
That is exactly what he's saying. You put your head in your hands online.
Can I please
Which
talk?
he
Hold
did.
on.
Is there like a
relatable issue?
Hold on. Let Steve talk. Go ahead, Steven.
Here's the thing. So there are people who are not happy in these countries who probably didn't like their political leadership.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why don't we help them with a
Oh
color
my God.
revolution?
The idea popped into their head because Twitter told them to rise up against their
I
government.
didn't
Is
say
that
that.
what you're saying? That is
No.
exactly what you said.
You never saw that
The
CIA
USAID
handbook
put it in
of
their
how to
head.
foment revolution that sounds a lot like the classic Soviet guy teaching how to undermine a country.
1917. What happened that year? There were a bunch of revolutions. Who spread that?
So-
Was the CIA behind those?
Steve, it does sound that like you understand the problem with lady cops in Tunisia.
You don't,
The
but apparently
CIA
they
of,
do.
what year was this when there was no CIA? What are you talking about?
1814, there were a dozen revolutions, over a dozen in Europe.
Can I put a pin in this? Can I just okay, so first of all, Kurt's not saying that like the CIA and
Well, let Kurt can talk for himself here. You go ahead and talk for
I'm
you.
saying we
What
started
do you
a program.
What do you
It's
say?
well known. I don't know why you're acting like you never heard of
me
this.
and Kurt- I'm
After
saying-
World War
me and
II,
Kurt-
Gulf of Tonkin. Remember all this shit? We're going to do regime change. And
I'm
we've been
not-
doing it since World War II. It's open. It's not a conspiracy.
I
What does
wanna
this have
ask
do with the
Kyle a
century
question.
before?
Am I talking too much?
Kyle, no, Kyle, I have a question
much,
for you.
Kyle.
I'm assuming that I have never had the honor of hanging out with Kurt in private, and
Let's
talking
hang out,
to him
man.
privately off the record, not being recorded. I'm assuming you have. Am I right in
Yes.
that assumption?
Yes,
You've
you're-
talked
you
to
need-
him.
Where's this going? That is correct. That
Now,
is correct.
does Kurt tell us honestly now, okay? Does Kurt hate America? Does I want is this an act just for the camera?
Why do you
Does-
hate America, Kurt?
Does
Why?
Kurt really
I think Kurt loves America so much. He has passion. He has
Uh-huh.
passion for America. And he's very knowledgeable. He's much more knowledgeable than I am. This conversation, I think all of you are more knowledgeable. I'm sitting back here and I feel stupid. I feel like I can't contribute.
I think you're smarter for not engaging, honestly.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe.
Well, he pissed off Bill Maher, so it don't matter. He might as well.
By the way, I also someone explain this. I put a video up on TikTok. I'm completely banned from TikTok because I put a video up of Putin dancing. I mean, that's all it is. I didn't say any swear
What?
words.
That's it?
It's
Yeah,
really
you can't do that.
It's just
TikTok is heavy on the censor. It like TikTok and Instagram. Are
you
at
know,
the top.
but TikTok and like TikTok's run by China, and China and Putin
This
are
is
like
the video.
But
This- oh, wait,
the
you can't say
American,
it.
you got to remember that there's a difference between
Yeah.
the division that's run in America and
This
what's run in China.
This is the whole video. He's just dancing. There's no
Yeah,
swears.
you can't run. You can't
Sexy
run
dancing.
anything.
Gonna get us kicked off. What are you doing?
Don't you guys know that?
Can we just make final statements on this fucking topic and then move on from it? Because I feel bad for Kyle now.
Can anyone hear me?
No, we're not moving.
go
We're not
anyway.
moving on until we get a concession from Kurt. So, Kyle, you can
concession
you,
to what though?
You
I'll
can.
give it to you right now.
I just want to make a comment. So like, I won't speak for Kurt, Adam, but all I'm saying is I'm not saying that everything is it's all part of the plan. QAnon, let me like fucking draw lines on the wall. I'm just saying that like you have a government, you have a military, you have an intelligence agency connected to that military, and they work to make sure that things are moving favorably for America. I mean, that's not hard to believe. Every country is doing that. And to the point that SMD said, no, like revolutions existed in the past, but again, revolutions have to be aided in some way. The American Revolution was aided by the fact that the French were willing to submit some of their navy to the situation. There was all sorts of stuff there. If you look at the French Revolution, you have the capitalist class, which is pumping money and propaganda down into the lower classes, down into the peasant class, riling them up as like sort of like this, like what would have been 17th or 18th century fucking Steve Bannon, running printing presses, to rile people up so that they can, take the energy that's already there, pitch it up a notch, and then get their ends put forward. And that's how we got capitalism at the end of the
what do you think?
Oh no!
Hold on. Can I clarify my position?
I didn't make it. I'm not anti-capitalism, Adam. Don't throw a fit. But
can I clarify my position?
I know what you mean.
Addressed.
Clarify your position, Steve.
Hey, Kyle, if you're trying to get out of here,
I'm not saying I'm not.
You're not under no obligation to stick around. So just
okay. No, I am going to piece. I wish I pieced it a while ago, but it is very interesting.
Okay, well,
and
I don't want to chase you off, but
I think we're friends. I think we're good friends now.
I think we are too. Yeah.
You gotta change that
we just
background,
became
man.
best friends.
You're giving me weird vibes with that background.
I have a lot of money and I spend it on weird things. The bed. That's for the ladies.
That's great. Me. That right there, that would get women in Los Angeles would jump at the chance to get in that bed. We all know.
It's a panty dropper.
It is, of course. Yeah. That's like an aphrodisiac right there.
Yeah,
you're gonna get the next Amber Heard when she's coming up, I guarantee you.
I've been laid like 4 or 5 times this year.
Oh,
it's going good.
Nice.
All right, guys. Peace. I want you guys to get along. I know a lot of people are fighting.
We love to fight. We love
it's
to
a comedy
fight.
show. That's what we do here.
You know what?
I call this a comedy show.
Kyle, like I get what kind of person Kyle is. I like you, Kyle.
Kyle's great.
Faraday. I like
well, that's why it's good to do these political impressions with him, because he comes at it from like not having any
idea what's going on.
You know what
so it's like pure.
Wait. Can I get a question from Kyle? Specifically on the topic of pressure, because you're really good. I'm like it's weird when you put on the Warren face. I'm like, wait, where did Kyle go? Which is rare. A lot of people do impressions, and I feel like they hate the person too much. You have to like not hate the person, right, to do a good impression of them.
I do. I just think it's more fun. I feel like it's like a hatred thing. You're sort of like.
There's an agenda there.
Yeah, like you're putting your own thing on it as opposed to like they're putting out their thing.
You're
and
doing
everyone
like a
likes
mocking
themselves.
exaggeration.
Yeah, I think it's more fun to watch people that are. I didn't articulate that well, but yeah, when it's hateful, it doesn't seem as funny to me. So I think that's basically.
I mean, I think you can do a good impression and hate somebody. I don't think there's. I mean, I don't think Kyle likes Bill Maher much, and I feel like
I think it's out there that I hate him more than I actually don't even really hate him, but I don't want to spend any time with him, and I think I don't want to spend any time with the guy, but I think. If I got to know him and knew his life, I'd probably go, hey, he's a pretty good guy. But I just I think it's funnier when they're likable.
I love Bill Maher. It's just that Kyle, when I get together with him, it becomes like a school shooter thing, and so we just
what the fuck does that mean?
I don't know what that means.
Like Kyle will be like, I want to get Bill Maher, and then I'm like, all right, I'll do it with you, dear.
Are you guys saying that you're like the Columbine killers? Is that basically?
I would say
we not in any kind of murder way.
Just for that one sketch, which we went too far. We apologize. We should not have done it. We gangbanged.
You should not have apologized.
No, we should
never
apologize.
Can I say for the record, though?
Bill Maher should not have gotten gangbanged. That was not fair.
Okay, so Kyle.
Then why is the video still up, Kyle? You're such a liar.
I can't
the video's hilarious.
I can't. I don't know.
That video's art. It belongs in a museum.
I don't know how the internet works. Yeah, I can't get it down.
He didn't two-factor authenticate, and he lost.
Deep State has kept the video up, Adam.
We're gonna watch that video on Tuesday, Sitch.
Okay.
We might get our
bring the kids. It's really like the dirtiest thing.
It's the worst.
I've ever done.
Wait,
watch it with Sam Cedar.
It's so uncomfortable,
dude.
Sam
Cedar is the worst. Wait, can I tell you, Kyle? When the first video made, he called me up and he's like, "All right, I want to make this Bill." So Kyle, all of his anger or something, it comes out through song and dance and acting. So
tap and jazz, it all comes out.
Yeah, and so he's like, "Yeah, I have this idea where Bill Maher's just getting gangbanged." And I was like, "Well, don't just put that." And I was like, "Maybe make it like you had no choice; you had to do this because a sick kid." For Wish's sketch, it was his wish that you acted out his sketch.
I think that really takes a
little Caleb, and then Kyle cracked me up because there's one. I remember the line we go out on is I think Al Gore's taking a turn. And he goes, I think there's some shit in my dick hole. And it cuts back to Kyle like this. I'm saying, goes, I beg Caleb to cut that. It's my favorite thing is like somebody is not into this stuff, like pussies, for example. Kyle made that up before I got there because he just is around a lot of actors, and so he's just picked up how they are with no political implications, and he came up with pussies.
The guy I originally did it with, like, literally, like, we don't talk anymore because, you know, he's so sensitive about. It's part of the thing we were talking about before, where if you don't agree with everything they say, you think you're in a conversation, but you're really in this. You have to agree with everything I say, or we cannot be friends.
Yeah,
right. You're talking to a team player, not a person.
Yeah,
soldier.
Yeah,
soldier.
It's so bad.
Anyway.
Counterpoints jumped out. He just gave us a, what's it called, a French goodbye or something when they don't.
Irish goodbye.
There we go. Yeah.
I'm gonna give you guys an Italian goodbye.
All right. Take care, Kyle. Thanks for coming on.
All right, guys. Peace.
Peace out,
Thanks
man.
for coming. Kyle and Kurt have an actual comedy show, unlike our fake.
What do you mean?
I gotta go too. I didn't realize what time it was.
Kurt, do you really have to go? Okay.
Yeah, because I got somebody coming over.
Okay. Take care, man.
Kurt, hit me up, man.
I hope she's cute.
Let's talk.
No, it's not Amber Heard, is it?
Oh, still, when I said insult, like I really want to see it, but I wanted to get you on my show before. I didn't.
Have it.
I'm gonna add you on Twitter right now.
Have Stephen Michael Davis on. I want to see you guys fight for real.
I don't think it would. I don't like debates. I think they're horseshit. I like.
Oh, I hate. Yes. I hate debates.
Then why? Better point. I'll accept it.
Kurt,
Given a point,
Kurt,
it's better. I'll
Kurt,
take it.
you are too opinionated to say that. Like you can't say that.
You're fucking wrong.
I hate debates, but let me tell you, the CIA started everything. I mean, those are contradictory positions.
Like a woman right now. What are we? Have you been married for 15 years?
Look,
I have actually.
It was his anniversary a couple of days ago.
It's fun to argue, but debates are like this pretentious ass bullshit where we're gonna go down the fucking fact list.
Totally, totally. Kurt is great. Hey, Stephen is great, and Stephen Michael Davis has a great channel too as well. So stop calling him an incel, Kurt. Be cool.
I don't remember doing that. All right, I'm
gonna
sorry
dig
that
up
I
the
did,
clip.
but I don't remember.
I'm gonna dig up the clip.
Take care.
Take
care.
Take care.
Love you guys.
Yo,
John,
can I finish this point on revolutions?
Yes, please do. Do it after
Okay.
Kurt's gone though, because then it'd be easier for us.
All right. My point was, we have seen waves of revolution in the past. Now, do we know? Now, maybe I'm ignorant. I don't know. I don't think there were some secret society pulling the strings behind the scene on that. Faraday Speaks mentioned that the French offered their navy to the Americans. That didn't cause the American Revolution. I'm not sure what he was invoking there, but we have seen these revolutions, waves of revolution in the past. Now, so you mentioned the color revolutions. Does that prove that the color revolutions were not coordinated by USAID or CIA or the lizard people or whoever? No, but it does show that waves of revolution can happen without that.
Totally.
That's the principle.
Go
ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Kurt.
That's the principle. Revolutions happen, and then they talk about we're going to nudge people to go a certain way.
Yeah,
This isn't some. Now it was all secret back in like the 50s and 60s in like South America. That's when the CIA did. But then they came up with these USAID kind of cutout organizations, and they openly say we're trying to support regime change. And then they go to these countries and they look. Ooh, did somebody light himself on fire? This could be the thing. Let's help encourage that. Now, it doesn't sound so bad at first, but like so many other things, it then becomes like where you lose sight of the goal, and then it gets worse and worse and worse. Kind of like Disney Star Wars. Like it understand? Like I always like into this. There's like I was watching about how pigs are smarter than dogs, and they do this test where they could train a dog to knock a ball into a golf ball into a little putter hole with his nose for food. And the pig's much smarter, so he doesn't even understand that. He just picks it up in his mouth and drop because he's like food. Well, I don't care about the dog loves the game and so I'm like a dog. I'm like an idiot. The world's run by pigs. They're like, what? We're in the hospital business. No, we're in the money business. So before Adam goes that Hollywood's serving two masters, art and politics, he's way off. It only serves one master which is money, and wherever the money goes is where they go. And right now, thanks to that ESG horse shit, every like podcast channels and stuff, the one I'm on, and my buddy was when I hear that Tim Dillon was on, I was like, who's your competition? He goes, just the one you're on the East Coast, because all the other ones are private capital investment. So all this shit you see that no one seems to want, it's because it's not capitalism. It's not consumers paying for what they want. It's people that have so much money that they can't even spend it on NFTs, have the money to push their agenda down straight to those stupid people that Scuba Steve hates that didn't move to get a better job. They push it down on them. You're going to learn about your carbon footprint. like shit that BP makes up. So it's now so out of control. And that guy, Adam, you sent me that was talking about
Scuba Steve doesn't hate anyone, though. You can't, that's
I'm just trying to, come on.
So
that's where all this stuff comes from. It's not even a left or right. The very idea that's left or right is a puppet show for chumps. It's all the few people on top. They're not lizards. Lizards are nicer than these people. They can like Bill Gates can buy all the farms and he can push his stupid Common Core or whatever awful nonsense that's why one thing I'll say for China, which I don't want to be like China, but when the billionaires run their mouth there, they disappear.
Do you think that's good? Do you think that's a good thing?
Well, no, I think it's good that Bill Gates can impose a thing, and every other, like, you have to root for your side's billionaire now. Like, I hate Elon Musk. Like, well, I think he's fighting for freedom.
That's the problem. That's why maybe we should try to like start to, as a population, start to come to some solution. Because I don't want to be like China, but I also don't like the fact that Bill Gates or Peter Thiel or fucking Elon Musk have so much say in how certain sectors of our economy, our culture, our public health are, man. That's bullshit, man.
So, Kurt, I have a question for you.
You want a CEO? You want a king? You want a monarchy? Like, I don't.
Kurt, how many people do you know have CNN Plus?
I don't know anybody who even watches CNN personally, and the people that do probably wouldn't talk to me.
Warner Brothers spent $300 million on CNN Plus.
Sure.
That's a huge corporate investment. How come we're not all buying it? We're all just brainwashed anyways into getting
all they own all the other shit, so you're going to buy something from them. Don't worry. That's just one that didn't work out.
Nobody wants to watch.
They have so much money, they can fail at things.
Yeah, I agree. Not every investment pays off because people actually choose what they like.
Do you understand how much money they have? They can ruin an entire phase of the MCU, and they're going to be okay.
No, but I think what Steve is getting at is, why do businesses like CNN, if they have so much control over things, yet how do CNN Plus and
CNN doesn't have control over
things? Nobody has control over things. It's Kurt used the magic word, nudge. Nobody has control. All they can do is nudge.
They're just but they're throwing all this money at this media that we just have to buy.
Will throw money.
You don't think it's odd?
They will throw good money after bad to try to nudge people to go in the
direction. It feels like I feel like we're taking a step back now. It feels like in certain areas.
Do you not think it's crazy? It feels like controversy asking what a woman is and everyone's supposed to talk about.
Wait, Sitch has a talk. Sitch has a talking stick.
It feels like in certain areas that we're willing to say, hey, there's some nefarious factor that's really deeply controlling things. And then when we bring out a counterexample, it's kind of like a retreat to, well, they nudged it. Which, I mean, we all agree
the nefarious factor, by the way,
that was never up for contention.
The nefarious factor, here's what's so nefarious about it. It's really not. Like, ESG looks fine on paper. Why shouldn't, if I want to invest, know that a corporation has good environmental, social governance? On paper, it looks fine, but it always goes to the pig thing. It then becomes a stupid, fake, woke FICA for a despicable corporation to pretend they care about gays. It always degenerates into that because the private equity and all that nonsense at the top, they don't care about the actual thing they're making. Sure. They care about getting all they can. And everybody I know it's conservative or whatever notices it. You can't not notice it. So as sooner we get away from
they're not brainwashed. Right, they're not brainwashed. They notice it. They're not brainwashed.
Well, they're so
everyone notices
it. When I was a kid, I feel like I was lucky enough to grow up in the Matrix Part 1. Now the kids of today are growing up in that shitty new Matrix.
So everyone's fooled, but you.
Wait.
Okay.
I have a question.
Not everyone.
Dude, why?
Steve, are you hold on. I have a question. Steve, are you against all the woke shit?
I don't care for it. Why?
Okay, so isn't like one of the main points of and I heard you guys earlier talking about social contagions and all this shit. Isn't one of the whole main points about the woke shit is that this is being like forced down on people by these like elite academics and that nobody actually cares for this shit and everybody's being brainwashed into this shit? How's that different?
I think we also need to separate the word brain.
No. I want to hear from Steve. I want to hear from Steve or Adam. Okay. I want to hear from Steve or Adam.
Okay.
And then Become can have like I'll hear from you too. But they've been the ones like making this point. Like, how is it different whenever it's woke shit?
I just want to make a quick distinction, really quick. There's a difference between conditioning and what people interpret as brainwashing. You're not an automaton. You are made more likely to be open to suggestion. That's really what we're trying to discuss here. So I think brainwashing might be throwing us into muddy
why
waters
we've been
here.
using the word nudge. Like, I actually, when I came in here, I was expecting Kurt to be like a batshit conspiracy theorist, because that's how people were talking about him in the chat. And then I hear him talk. Well, that's how people were describing you.
And now you realize you're a batshit conspiracy theorist too. Holy shit!
These aren't conspiracies.
Amazing.
And then I hear him talk, and I'm like, well, Kurt's not really saying there's a master plan. He's just saying that there's special interests, and they nudge people towards those special interests.
You said yourself that the French Revolution created capitalism, right?
At the end of the French Revolution, we got capital.
Okay, so they're engineering the results they want anyways. So where's the distinction between brainwashing and nudge?
You know, here's a distinction that might make sense as an analogy.
I don't understand that.
The difference between saying 9/11 was an inside job and saying they took advantage of 9/11 to go into Iraq, because that's what they did.
Right there.
That's what
Is it possible that this can go, that we're only looking at one side of it? For example, like say, there are people that might not be billionaires or people in the government or anything else, but just regular everyday people motivating something that might not be that big of a deal. And since they're incorporating it too, we look so much at like the government and everybody else, and we're so focused on them, we don't realize that it's both ways that are.
No, dude, it is exactly that. I told you, there's a business model for stuff that's not political to put fake comments. It's been going on so long that now there's a complete industry of consult. That's why this stuff stays around. Like, the academics are not in power.
No. What dialogue?
A lot of money from this shit.
Kurt, hold on. What dialogue's saying is that yes, it's not all just elites putting this stuff down the tube, and that you're gonna like form the plan. That's the QAnon fucking bullshit shit. But that there are the people themselves. Yes, like like even the woke shit. This is what I try to tell to the reactionaries who are like, oh, it's all a conspiracy and it's all the Jews and we just need to get rid of it. And I'm like, there's a reason we're having all this woke shit. Like, it's hyperbolized to this point. It's because there are legitimately trans people, there's legitimately like gay people, there's legitimately women who had grievances. But then yes, other people then come in and then take advantage of those grievances. And like Kurt's saying, for the woke shit in particular, oh, you have a grievance about like they're calling you an F slur and all this, and they won't give you your rights. Well, come march in the Goldman Sachs Pride Parade, and we'll fucking give you a platform and all this.
And wear a pair of rainbow shoes.
Steven.
Well, I could say this. There's a good example of it going the other way. So, and I have to admit this. I'm a supporter of BLM, but even I had to admit, like, a lot of the stuff that was happening in like the riots and everything else was not a bunch of people outside controlling stuff. There are people on the ground level that decided, hey, let me give as much bad information as possible to get attention and fuel controversy that might have went a bit further than it was supposed to. But I can also admit that there were people on the higher up that were fueling flames, and even people on the ground, which we're starting to find out more and more that certain places burn their own places down in order to collect insurance money. But that's a different conversation.
Yep.
But
I'd love to talk to you about that dialogue. You make a good point.
Dialogue.
But,
you
but
understand?
Hold on. He was gonna finish up his point. What was the last part of that?
Sorry, but what I'm saying is, like, even BLM, you can kind of see how, yes, there was a high level of people up top trying to push it to cover up other issues. But there was like ground level on both sides diverting everyone's attention from almost every issue, or every issue that BLM was talking about, trying to either get more people to their side, as in like BLM is this terrorist organization trying to kill all white people, or on the other side, as in all white people are the problem. And neither of these people doing this were high, like Bill Gates type people. These were on the ground people with Twitter threads that you could definitely talk to that were just flat out insane, or tried to get or wanted some type of opportunity to gain from it. So I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
I'll tell you right now what it is.
I wait till I have a point to make, but I want to wait till you're at the end of your.
Oh, so I think too much of the conversation is focusing on like a dark underbelly of incredibly rich, powerful people. And too little of it is just the laziness of normal Americans of
That's part of
actually
it, dialogue,
taking on what the issues are and instead trying to find the most controversial issue to get riled up about. And
do you understand that's how they formed the new team?
Kurt, I'll be quick. I'll make my point quick. All right, so here's the thing. Me and Kurt are fucking bitter that there's a bunch of people that could be doing better, that have the power and influence to do better, and instead they're leading us down the primrose path to more fucking bullshit. Okay, so like, of course, like if it seems like we're overemphasizing the elites, of course there is a level of like just the average public contributing to this shit in a fucked up way. I just watched a video like today there was a recent shooting where some guy like held some woman hostage all night with a gun and was like shooting through the fucking walls and shit. I don't know. Adam and Sitch, they cover the news. They might know what I'm talking about. But this fucking woman who was like held hostage, she runs out and she's like arguing with these BLM, or I'm just gonna say BLM, but these protesters. And she's like, you shouldn't be celebrating this guy. Like the cops killed him, but he was a fucking psychopath. Like he tried to kill me. Like he had a gun and he tried to kill me with my kid. He's not like George Floyd. And the protesters are like, well, you're still alive, aren't you? Shut up, bitch. You're still alive. Like this is literally the woman who he was attacking. And like, yeah, people are selfish, but that's the perennial, the common issue that goes to the whole thing. People are fucking selfish. They're short-sighted, and they're going to do what is in their immediate material interest, and everybody else can go fuck themselves. And you're right.
So humans are human? Is what you're saying?
If humans you switch places with the rich people, you're going to be like them.
Humans that have more money and humans that have more position in life, they have an ability. Like Kurt, you've got like probably the most clout in the room here. You probably have experienced.
This is a sad room if that's true.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Adam's got more.
I bet
all these assumptions.
But no. I bring it up because as someone who's experienced clout, when you get a little bit more clout, you get a little bit more ability to be fucked up and do things that are fucked up and kind of.
Faraday, is there anything you want to tell us about?
You also get I've been through this.
Like Adam, you run a YouTube channel. You know this. You have an ability over your followers, right? You have a.
No, that's ridiculous. And we wouldn't want to. Yeah.
So listen,
a couple of your followers, you definitely have an ability.
Hold on. Obviously,
like hates us. I mean, I love you guys.
Hold on. No, because I'm gonna get slandered.
First of all, it's Sitch and Adam. Okay, it's not Adam.
Sitch and Adam.
No, you had it right, Faraday. That's the.
Okay, can I just tell you guys this before
yes,
I
Kurt,
go?
what do you want to say?
I've watched this. What you were talking about, dialogue. I've watched this process happen from back in the day before there was a stupid cancel culture. Because I had the entire media try to ruin my fucking life and I mean all of them. Okay, Charlie Rose tried to say I was a rape apologist before he got Me Too'd later. That piece of shit. But what it is I watch these people, these dipshit bloggers. They started on video games, comedy, the parts of the wall no one was watching, and they had all come out of school and they're going into business. It's almost like the mob, like, oh, you got a nice thing. Be ashamed if somebody said you're a racist or something. And that's the farm team. And they've moved up into the regular media. The one maniac that used to go after me, who was just a blogger, her name was Sadie Doyle, is now called Jude Doyle and is a major media person holding the rest of these people hostage with fear. Now, the people at the tippy top have been hiring these maniacs because they're useful. Their interests, one low-end crazy person and one high-end person, their interests happen to converge. And that person gets absorbed to be used by the rich person. And then they get mad when they find out the company didn't really care about their issue. So Me Too, that was some black lady made that up for inner city girls to not feel alone. It got taken by an aging actress and turned into a whole thing that has completely lost whatever good there was about it and is now just a kangaroo court online, which didn't come down until Amber Heard because regular people don't follow all this shit. But they understand that Jack Sparrow got fucked.
I'm sorry.
So I just want to get like Kurt's, Kurt, when you're in a higher social status or a higher financial status or a higher power status, it's not that the dynamics change of influence, but that you can amplify things more. You have more ability to amplify things, to move, to shift the board in your favor.
Well,
That's
I'm
all
kind of
saying.
dumb with that, but people that I know personally that I've watched, like I know,
Right.
I've been like a joke butler to like much more successful people for like 20 years.
You've been around people.
So I've seen people from the start of getting big to how they turned out, and it's amazing what it's like a concussion. Where friend Neil Brennan was saying, it's like a fame concussion, and so as you start to go up, you have I hate saying virtue signaling because it's a buzzword, but like in American History X, where he takes off his shirt to show he's got the brand, so the Nazis know he's their people. So what I'll see is like writers who are talented and they know like there's one girl I know who's Hispanic and she fully says Latinx because she knows the company's like, oh, she speaks corporate, so she's a person we can hire. So the people you're talking about on the bottom, they sense that's the herd. If you want to be at the good lunch table,
sure,
you need to fucking demonstrate, and then they forget what they even think themselves. They just know that that's the cool table, and I don't want to be over here at I guess the Tucker Carlson table or something. And so it's a little ecosystem. And then if you're really up top, you can put little nudges in. And by the way, when I say nudges, they studied all your information you've been putting up. It's like, oh, he's talking about buying a TV. They know when you're going to take a shit, dude. Like, it's so scary.
And not just like some cabal elite. Anybody with access to a Facebook account knows it.
Dude, the Dinesh D'Souza thing where they got everybody's phone information to like prove the amazing point that they found a hair in their shit sandwich, basically. Like, he could just buy everybody's cell phone information.
Yeah.
So it's not just intelligence agencies. Private companies have these intelligence agencies.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, like has separation of church and state. We need that with like corporation and state because they work together. And now that law means they've been doing it for a while. So that's why people you see on YouTube have almost a whole other language to beat the algorithm. Like people I know wouldn't say coronavirus. They call it the beer bug. Lest the algorithm here, they said that word and squelch them without having to tell them why. And everybody acts like it's like normal kind of. Like, what are you talking about? There's a nefarious. Dude, I mean, you look around, all the shit you see that's crazy. And when you talk to people normal, they never say this. Like no human ever brought up Greta Thunberg to me in life ever. But you would have thought that was the biggest thing that ever happened, that Pippi Longstocking wouldn't go to school. Why? Because some billionaire decided that's a thing. That's the biggest story ever. So it's not really what they report. It's all the shit they don't report. That I guess you could say a conspiracy. But I don't really believe in that. I'm shocked by the things that I just are public knowledge, but you just don't care about. Right? You don't remember them. You don't care, like stuff I don't care about, but I have to for work see them. So it traumatizes me.
So Faraday, you asked us a question earlier about.
I got to go, you guys. I'm sorry. Steve.
All right, I'm going to hit you up on Facebook or on Twitter, man. I'm going to send you a comment.
Faraday too. All right. Thanks, guys. Later.
Take care, man.
So Faraday, you asked a question earlier about the woke stuff and what that says about elites in society.
Yeah, woke versus CIA. Perfect. Thanks.
To my knowledge, there's a lot that gets thrown into that woke bin. To my knowledge, most of it does start at like universities like Dartmouth or Harvard or something like that, and then it does seep out to the general public. Is it fair to say that the Me Too movement is part of the woke agenda, if you will? That's part of it, right?
Definitely.
Okay, when we're talking about agendas, I don't again.
A yes or no would have done, but okay.
Yeah, don't dodge.
Yes.
I'm not going to dodge. I just want to clarify. I don't believe that there's like overarching.
I'm not saying you do.
Okay, I just want to clarify. Like, I don't believe there's overarching Illuminati agendas, and then those are just like that's what's going to happen. It's like deterministic. So
but you agree that the Me Too is can be classified as woke, right?
There's a part of it I agree with, but yeah, it goes too far. To me, like I have a different definition of the woke shit. To me, it's when this shit goes too far. It turns into like a cult.
Okay.
So to me, yes, like that is a part of it.
The Me Too movement became a big thing, and obviously there was cynical motives in some of it, but there were genuine grievances that women, and not just women, had. There with workplace treatment.
Grievances, right?
Yeah, exactly. So there was actual buy-in with the public in that. Meanwhile, you have Latinx, which is also being pushed by the university types, where which has zero buy-in. Like, if you look at the polling numbers, the vast majority of Latinos have never heard of it, and those who have hate it. So my point being, if something's being pushed by elites, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to catch on. It has to have actual buy-in organically in order to
or
get
a counter.
Yeah, that's a great point. Why isn't Latinx lighting on fire? Obviously, they want it to happen.
Well, because
there isn't a strong counter.
It's so abstract that, like, why would you care about it? But, like, you know, I think the thing that's bought on the most is specific narratives around what it means to be trans, right? I think there's reasons why that has become so common, but, like,
Well, you're dodging the main point, though. The main point
what am I
is,
dodging? I'm not trying to dodge. What am I dodging?
well, the main point is there are lots of things that the elites would want to brainwash people into doing, but
or
some
nudge
things,
people, if you insist.
Yeah, some things they can't do and some things that they can.
Well, wait, the reason why I asked my question was because if you notice, the things that usually fall in their face are the ones that don't have a really big counter to it, a huge immediate backlash.
What do you mean by counter?
So, like, with the Latinx thing, for the most part, they introduced it, and everyone pretty much, well, not everyone, granted there's a small minority, but way too small to even get any real traction onto it. But something like, I guess I got to go back to, like, BLM. There was a huge argument of not just the cops versus black people, but, like, what was the extent of the argument? And just that argument right there was what made it so massive that everyone had some sort of opinion. And
I don't necessarily know what so some things get public buy-in and some things don't.
He's saying that if something causes people to fight, that is what causes it to
the
actually
public buy-in?
create like a public buy-in, because then people have to choose a side, which I think that definitely happens. That didn't really happen with Latinx, because I think it's not. I mean, there is a fight; people don't like it. They still didn't have a buy-in. It seems like the conversation is just kind of looping because Kurt left, but I feel like Kurt had a far more extreme position than you did, Caleb, in that he seems to be insinuating that there's more of an intentional direction for certain movements rather than simply just nudging organic movements along.
And maybe Kurt. I think Kurt's position is a bit more sophisticated than your average conspiracy theorist. Maybe that's true.
It's not. Yeah, I don't want to. I'm not. I like Kurt.
Well, like, if you talk to your average conspiracy theorist, they literally just say that, like, it's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan.
Sure. I think what's activating.
So let's have a little bit of credit here. Like,
I think what's activating Steve and what's activating me to some extent is that I think generally the way these big social movements happen is that you have various forces that are always at the edges of society and issues that are always trying to pull things in certain directions. And it's just, they're always there and you just don't notice them because they're not successful. But then something organic does happen that tips the board in one direction or the other. And then suddenly people say, oh, see, this was the plan from the beginning. And it's like, well, no, not really.
But that's the definition of cherry picking, because you're ignoring all of the failures
exactly.
where society tried to nudge.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Like Latinx. Steve came up with
that's
a
why
perfect
Steve
example.
is trying to bring up examples where the nudges horribly failed.
Okay. Here's what I have to say. You think that the sort of elite control, if I can call it that, is a little more subtle than brainwashing. Knight made that distinction.
Brainwashing doesn't exist, by the way. You can't, like, brainwash somebody.
Right. I'm saying you don't believe that. Right. I don't
I
believe
think
either.
you can.
You can totally brainwash people.
You think that
we're using different definitions of brainwash, but it's fine.
Probably. You think that they're using a much softer touch to nudge people, but it seems like you think that the elites can contrive whatever results they want regardless. So at the end, it doesn't really matter the means.
I think that's the assumption. I think that's the assumption you're making, is that they can contrive any ends that they want through any means, and that I don't think anyone made that claim tonight.
Okay, well,
yeah, I don't believe that.
Glad for that distinction.
Okay.
All right, well. Maybe Kurt was, but he's not here anymore.
The claims were made vague enough to allow escapes.
Kurt also likes to exaggerate a bit every once in a while, and you kind of got to read through that too.
That's why we love him. Come on.
Oh, he's great. I think he's awesome. Yeah.
So I want to welcome V Radio to the stream. V, what's up?
Hey, V Radio.
Hey.
I think.
Thanks a lot.
I mean, we've come close to having I mean, we've had a lot of people on, which is great. But I think
on
V
that-
Radio is actually going to be. Well, I think Dylan Burns said he wanted to join, but I don't know if he's going to. So welcome, V, and go ahead. Sorry to cut you off, Knight. It's Mike, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mike. Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. The conversation was done anyway.
Oh, okay.
Did you give me an AOC face, Adam?
What?
If you guys
Why'd you
had
give me an
200
AOC face?
They chat
'Cause
wanted
you're
it.
fucking
so
hot, dude.
The chat was
If you-
begging
Thank you.
for
I am
it,
pretty
so.
hot. Yes. Okay.
If you guys had 200 shows and you probably had an average of 2 people on each show, have you had 400 people on today?
We haven't actually because usually it's just us.
Yeah, usually it's just the both of us. Yeah.
No, I mean today. Oh, usually it's just you guys. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
We
I
just
have
usually.
a question. I have a question. Do you think the Alex Stein shit was very disrespectful and kind of fucked up?
Alex Stein is an
Yeah.
American hero, and how dare you say that?
Oh, is he the guy that yelled at AOC?
Big
You know,
dude.
Alex
Latino,
Stein
yeah.
like plays into some of like the Jewish shit. Like I
Listen,
don't know, man.
I
That
don't
guy
like.
kinda-
I'm not a big Alex Stein fan, but I think him yelling at AOC is fine and funny, and she's drama queening about it.
Yeah,
I think that
and
AOC
she does have a big, delicious booty. So
AOC,
And she,
dude,
I mean,
yeah.
it's truth. Yeah.
yeah.
she's a big booty Latina, Latinx, big booty Latinx. She looked great in that dress. I think I'm gonna head out, guys. It's about my bedtime.
Thanks, Steve.
Steve, thanks for coming in, man.
Thanks for having me. Great discussion.
Thanks for
Congratulations
calling
again.
out Kurt. And I want to see the Kurt. I want you to go on his podcast. I'm like begging
That's
for
gonna be
it now.
great. Yes.
I'm gonna dig that clip up and I will put
Yes.
it on YouTube or
Well,
Twitter.
give it to us. We'll watch it on Tuesday.
Okay. All right.
All
Take
right.
care, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
Later.
So do you want to move on to burying the hatchet with Dialogue Always, or I mean, I feel like
Sure.
that's.
Yes.
I feel like
let's do
that's
that.
like the last
Sure.
hurrah for the stream as far
Who
as
is
conflict
Dialogue
goes.
Always?
Well, I'm annoyed that Pisco left because I was gonna yell at him before he left, but he snuck out. So
Pisco-
I guess I can. We can do
Pisco
this
will
with
come
that
back.
going.
Pisco will come back on.
I
We
don't
can
want
get him
Pisco
back
to
on.
come back. Okay.
I love
Is
that he
Pisco
immediately
banned?
came on.
Is Pisco banned from the show? Is that what's going on?
Well,
here?
he might have been, and then you invited him on, so I don't know how that works.
I love how he came on and then immediately started shitting hard on one of your guests for like,
On
no
Joe,
reason.
yeah, that was so
It was
rude.
so
It
bad.
was
It was
rude,
incredibly
yeah.
rude.
Pisco
Dial-
is definitely in the progressive bubble. I think we should have him on again because he thinks he's like a big brain, knows what's going on, and he's borderline NPC. He really is.
Is he
Listen,
a woke
all I asked for.
progressive?
Why do you
Listen,
say that?
all I
Why-
asked
why do
for.
you-
Okay, I have a very low bar here. I love arguing with people. I love having people on that we yell with. I just don't like someone who is going to behave one way on stream and then on Twitter.
Oh,
like,
I
lose
totally-
their
I
fucking
totally
mind,
agree.
Okay,
I totally agree.
Yeah, if Pisco can behave if he interacts with us, off YouTube, then I have no problem with that.
Right, he stabs you in the back. He's a backstabber.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Right.
backstabbers definitely shouldn't be allowed on the show.
But
So, I
Wokies
agree.
backstabbers? Fucking never.
I know.
Well,
the most
it
honest
is.
people of all.
It is like the signature move of the Wokey. I'm not going to disagree at all. The backstab is like
Well, but
their
this is the
go-to
problem.
thing.
Is that when he's on and he's saying a lot of stuff that I agree with, I'm like, oh, he seems reasonable.
Right.
So, and I agree with you. But then if you're like on Twitter and you're like fucking having a conniption fit and you're going the other direction, I'm like, oh, is he just lying to me on stream? I don't know what's going on here.
But Sitch, that's fucking Twitter. How many fucking arguments have like devolved into chaos when I should have just came on the stream?
Yeah,
and
but
talked to you?
there's a difference between like, I understand that you get into a back and forth with someone on Twitter, which is our beef with Dialogue Always, and my beef is us arguing on Twitter. But it's not like neither of us started at like 11. And that's what I'm talking about. Pisco started at like 20 with me for no fucking reason. And I'm like, where is this coming from?
I was watching the stream. I think that, I don't know. I have not watched him in the past, but I think that maybe he's a touchy dude because he was like ready to go to war.
He came at Joe like super fucking
like
crazy.
he was ready
hard.
to go to war.
Yeah, but to me, that's like, is this guy like fucking schizophrenic? What's happening here?
It's good
He just
content
changes on
though,
a dime.
Sitch. Come on.
I don't know, whatever. I don't want. He's not here anymore, so we cannot shit. Not shit on him too much. But okay.
Well, I called him an NPC, so I mean that's pretty shit talky, but whatever.
Did you guys say he's progressive and woke?
And an
Is that
NPC, yeah.
And
an NPC.
He hits all
NPC stands for non-player character. V, just so you know, it means that
Okay. Well,
he
I knew
doesn't
what
have
that
any
meant.
free
I knew
will.
what that.
It
was just,
that means he needs
if you're
to
going to bring a
super chat more,
progressive woke
Adam.
person on, let me
Let's-
know.
let's come on.
I frustrate them.
So dialogue always we fight with on Twitter quite regularly, and I mean, I disagree with him on a lot of stuff, but dialogue always has said that Sitch is dishonest, and I've tried my hardest.
How dare
I know
you make such a claim?
I have tried my hardest. I'm like, listen, Sitch is the most honest guy I know. It's just you can't. That claim makes no sense to me whatsoever. So
Defend yourself.
let's squash this
always.
beef.
Yes.
Every time, because again, you can go through any tweet I've had with them. Until the last back and forth I had with Sitch, I don't think I've ever really been like, I've shown aggression or anger or anything else like that. But the last few interactions, and every issue I ever had, when I ever posted it, I would say like, hey, this is what you said, and here's my disagreement. It was never just Sitch is dishonest. Like, here's where I see you as dishonest. And so it got to the last back and forth, which after he started saying like, oh, he's tweeting to me, I don't even say anything to him. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna leave him alone. I'm not even gonna say anything to him. And I think a guy that follows our show named Cheeseball just started like adding me into every one of their conversations.
Cheeseball, no.
And I'm like, bro, stop adding me into this. Like, obviously he's got an issue with me tweeting to him. So I tried to leave him alone, and it just kept going on. And then I got busy, but that's pretty much what it's been. But the only issue I had was with two things that I find dishonest from Sitch.
Give them to me.
One is he isn't really consistent on things that he would say would be like, this is the worst thing to do, this is the worst possible thing to do, and then seconds later he would do it. So for an example, I don't like labeling people. Don't label people. I hate people being falsely labeled. And then a second later, he's like, this person is a leftist, meaning he's a communist. And I don't have like a notebook with me to give the exact time, but I think I have a tweet literally pointing that out.
So
I'm like, okay.
But wait a minute. This isn't a dishonesty, okay? Because my position has been very consistent on this, is that I don't like people who will label someone up front in order to not actually address whatever their argument is. That's the issue. Obviously, you have to use labels to describe groups of things, otherwise we can't communicate.
Yeah, see, maybe it's just miscommunication.
No, I'm not talking about groups. I'm like, again, we had our conversation about left, but there were certain people that I would see on Twitter, and I think even Jeff Holiday called you out for one of them, where you directly labeled somebody as like, I think either socialist or something like that. And again, I don't have any of that with me. I was just going to come in and say congratulations to your 200 show, but you would say that about this one person, where it's like, okay, they've never said that they were that. Aren't you kind of breaking your own rules?
I'm pretty sure with the Jeff Holiday situation, I'll try to find it. I wasn't talking about anyone specific. I was literally just said like leftists. And then you and everyone jumped down my throat because I said leftist without describing a specific person.
All right. And again, I gotta find it.
So
I wasn't
Are
planning
you
on
dialogue always
and
on Twitter?
I was planning.
Yes.
Okay, I just followed you.
Are you anywhere else?
No. I literally can't do this. Like, the only thing I could do was tweet because I don't have enough time.
He's been on the show. He's been on the show before, though. I've had a couple talks with him, and he's done debates. He debated. Who'd you debate?
JF.
JF. Yeah.
You debated JF.
I thought,
you don't do content, and that's the person you decided.
Listen,
to
I
do?
thought you
wasn't-
did better than expected in that debate, but I still think you did like a terrible job. So, but it's like you let JF get away with a lot of shit that I was definitely uncomfortable with. But whatever, who cares?
Well, I'm not gonna go on modern day debates and start jumping down a guy's throat. I kind of see that as more
right,
like,
but you counter his arguments. That's all I'm saying.
well, I countered like the ones that I felt were more appropriate. I let him have the ones where it would just be going down a rabbit hole of emotion to even try to counter.
Like I said, I saw hope. Because when I argue with you on Twitter, I think this guy's terrible. Like he knows nothing. But then in that debate, you seemed like pretty smart. I was like, okay, maybe I'm wrong about this guy.
That's just Twitter, though, man.
Yeah, it is
Maybe
Twitter.
the problem is Twitter.
Adam, the reason you and me hate each other is because of Twitter.
Well, the reason we hate each other is because you hate me. And that is because of Twitter. Like I have nothing.
Wait, you
I
said
have
the
no
same thing to me too, though. Like
the
you
reason why
thought
we
that I
love you-
genuinely hated you, and I was just like, I disagree with you.
because you guys can't handle my funny tweets. That's a you problem. That's not a me problem.
The reason why we love you, Adam, is your consistent, amazingly good faith retorts.
Well,
They're fucking amazing.
I try to do that, but hold on.
Haven't you learned anything though, Adam? Because it doesn't matter what your intent was; it matters if they were offended.
Yeah, well, that is SJW 101. But
right.
Well, a couple of times, just to call this out, a couple of times after having 3 conversations with you, you were like, "DialogueAlways wants reparations, but he won't admit it." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
So, do you? I mean, it's unclear whether or not you do want. I mean, I'm unclear with your position, so I don't know.
Well, no, like I said to you before, the reparations argument has merit, but there's no way for reparations to actually happen.
But you're dodging the question. You're not answering the question. Whether or not you personally are in favor of reparations has nothing to do with whether or not it's potentially passable.
Then if we're talking about if it's passable, no, it's not. It's
See, okay, I won't press you on it. If you don't want to make your position clear, I'm not going to press you on it.
That is my position, though. No, it's absolutely like.
So you're not in favor of reparations. That's your position.
No, there's 2 arguments in the abstract. Yes, reparations.
Okay, so
has
you
a very
are
strong
in favor of
argument. In the
reparations,
abstract.
and Adam is correct when he says Dialogue always is in favor of reparations. He just doesn't want to say it.
because in reality, it's no. So in the abstract, yes, there's an argument in the abstract of you go throughout history.
I don't want to
find.
I don't want to get called dishonest. Okay, so let's just.
Okay. All right, and then I guess the second thing I have is we vehemently disagree on CRT.
Yes.
On a lot of the arguments of CRT, a lot of, I think a lot of the things you read, I feel like you've kind of either cut the quote off or taken the whole perspective out of it. Like, definitely you've gotten interest conversions wrong.
So, okay, well, before we get into CRT, I found the only 2 tweets I could find that were you, me, and Jeff Holiday. There were 2. One was
well,
Matt
that's why
Welch.
I said I think I might have been wrong on it, but let me.
Well, no,
because
I like vaguely remember what you're talking about. Was Matt Walsh saying, "My 7-year-old chastised me a couple days ago for assuming that various pigeons were male or female. Maybe they identify as they," she said. "I'm not making this up." And then Jeet here responded to that by saying, "The kids are all right." So he's endorsing this behavior. So then my response to that was when someone asked why we need the parental rights and education bill. And I followed it up by saying, watching liberals be baited into supporting the most anti-liberal ideas really hits home the idea that people don't have principles and are just driven around by their team narratives. Now, do you have a problem with anything that I just said there?
No, and that's what I'm trying to find, the one where I actually did go back and forth. I said I think, because I remember one where there was a big back and forth, but I don't know if that was the one where Jeff Holiday was in. That's why I said I think it was, but I'm not all the way sure. But I'll search for it and find it.
Hey, guys, before you guys get too deep into it, can I just say goodnight?
Yes,
thank you for coming, John.
Yeah, I'm sorry I was so quiet with the recent topics, but I just didn't have anything much to say. But I always enjoy fighting with your chat. And,
hey, we stream
good
on
times.
We stream on Tuesday too, John, and you're always welcome. So just reach out
I
if you ever want
appreciate
to.
it.
Yeah, love to have you on. Love to talk.
Yeah, it's always fun to engage with you guys. But yeah, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it, and good night to the chat too. Thanks for engaging with me. But
have a good night, dude.
Take care. Take care.
But with the CRT stuff, yeah, I mean, I've never intentionally taken anything out of context. I remember that I always bring up that one page, and then the Black nationalism, Black separatism page, and you said that the rest of the page somehow contradicts what my interpretation. And I've read that page like 1,000 times, and I have no clue what you're talking about. So,
okay, so let me see if I can find that one. You know, but the one I actually have in my mind that I can
tell me what the example
is the interest convergence one.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the one where you claim that Derek Bell was saying that Brown v. Board was a liberal failure. It was a failure because it was a liberal answer to a question that it just, I don't know, it made things worse or something like that.
Well,
and
like with interest convergence, my understanding and what with Brown versus Board of Education, and what Derek Bell's point was that the only reason that got passed wasn't because white people or America as a whole decided it was morally right to end segregation. It was because they had to fight, communist subversion happening in our country, and America didn't want to look bad on the world stage. So we had to just do this to kind of fight the commies, and the interests converged at this moment.
And at the time, and I think two of his books, he has like a whole bunch of sightings, and there's more sightings as more like top secret stuff documents are being released, that for the federal level, that was actually true.
Well, I've looked. I read one of his. I don't read the whole book. I read one of his chapters on one of these books about this, and all I could find was it all literally comes from one source, and it was just someone. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. It was one historian that made this claim and said that he had FBI documents that showed this, and I don't know. The whole thing seems very sketchy as fuck to me. That because it kind of goes into that conspiracy theory realm where, like, yeah, I can imagine that someone in the federal government, even the president, says, hey, now would be a good time to get rid of segregation because we could use, fighting communists as, to get people on board with it. But it's like you can't get everyone on board just because the government says so. Like, it has to have a grassroots origin.
Well, there was two truths to that. At the time, everyone wasn't on board. That's why it was a Supreme Court decision.
That's true.
But two, what he was saying was at the time, at like that period between like the early 1950s and mid 1950s, communism because how it was perceived, not the truth of it, but how it was perceived was actually doing a lot better when it came to interfering in other nations and everything and how those nations grew than capitalism in the very beginning. So what he was saying was, in order for the United States to expand honestly the capitalistic Americanism into the rest of the world, they had to get rid of some of the things that would have been questionable in the United States.
No, like I understand all that, and I understand his argument. I'm just saying, like, as you said, this is a Supreme Court case, okay? Like, so this would imply, like, his interest convergence is a conspiracy theory, because basically what he seems to be suggesting is that the president or somebody in power is telling the judges on the Supreme Court, hey, we need to fight I know you guys hate black people, but we need to fight the commies, so get rid of segregation. And to me, that's crazy.
I don't know if it's that. Again, when you get a chance to read his second book, the one he did with I can't remember the name now. It's so late. I'm so sorry. Okay. In his second book, he started releasing some of the information of like the correspondence with some of the federal judges. So it's one of those things that we won't completely know because we haven't seen every single conversation, and we probably never will see every single conversation. But he has shown enough to be, I would say, maybe move it a little bit out of the conspiracy theory, but it definitely wasn't Brown v. Board was actually a negative to the growth and development of black people. It definitely was not that argument.
Well, that's a different argument. But I thought his argument was that he either thought, I thought he did think that I thought he kind of bought into some of the actually the conservative argument to some extent that black people were doing better under segregation, and therefore he's kind of making a causation correlation argument that they should not have done Brown versus Board of Education.
He's saying they shouldn't have done Brown. I don't want to take over the whole conversation. I'm still sorry.
It's like 12 o'clock at night. It's totally fine.
I'll join in too. Don't worry. I'm just waiting.
They're not saying that. They're saying the way Brown v. Board was implemented and the timing of it created more issues, especially when you look at how there was a giant change to how federal housing programs went. There was a giant change to how the welfare policies went. There was a giant change to how there was a major shift in how everything was done between the late 1950s and the early 1970s, that passing Brown v. Board was either ineffective or negative, because then you don't have anything that you could look at as a studyable problem, if that makes any sense, to where everything is now individualistic. And it's not saying that individualism is negative. It's saying that you really cannot find where the issue is, because a lot of the things that were already done for groups before to develop were either shifted or taken away by the time African Americans were allowed to compete. So that's that was his full argument. It wasn't that it was wrong or evil. It was just the timing of it and the effectiveness was nowhere near what it was sold to be.
Right. No, I mean, it's definitely possible. I don't remember his exact, position on this. So it's definitely possible. It's far more nuanced than whatever take I gave, and it could be far more acceptable than whatever take I gave. I think my overall point about Bell basically being horribly pessimistic and not believing that liberalism, or really anything, it seems like, could produce a racially equal society is still stands. And the fact that CRT kind of uses that as a basis, I think, is the toxic seed that it grew from. And now we're kind of dealing with the poisonous fruit that's bearing from that seed.
Well, let me ask you this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in addition to labeling what is understood now to be, should be understood to be American values as white culture.
Right.
And as a consequence, trying to claim that it's somehow bad for Black people to assimilate and integrate, because that's somehow a cultural genocide of Black culture. And that basically just framing the entire thing as if, doing what every other immigrant has done in this country, is somehow a bad thing for Black people. And that's what puts us back in the situation when they start asking for things like, well, maybe we need to go back to segregation.
Well, are you talking about the Jamal and can't remember what his other name is, the comparisons they made of the one guy in the business suit, the one guy in the Kente cloth? Are you talking about?
Oh, you mean in the CRT book? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's definitely an example of that in the CRT literature. Yeah.
Again, though, a lot of them, now don't get me wrong, there are certain people that have used it absolutely horribly, but that argument was more an abstract type argument than a what should be argument. And what it's saying is, in the abstract of how things were working in, I think that was the early 80s when they wrote that, in the abstract of how things were going, it was more along the lines of work together within your community the same way other immigrant communities were doing before trying to individually assimilate to the rest of the country. Which, if you look at multiple immigrant groups, they actually did that. They worked within their communities and they slowly expanded as they were gaining a foothold. So that was more of the argument of what that was and how to do it, more than don't get me wrong, some people did take it way out of line, and I can't argue for them, but it was more along the lines of how will we assimilate into the rest of the world or in the rest of the United States when for centuries there's been a movement to exclude us.
I guess my question would be, go ahead, Sitch.
Well, I was just gonna say before you ask your question, I think you're far too charitable with your interpretation on these things. And I'll try to bring up the passage, because I believe the passage, and they put Derek Bell in the most extreme camp of the various positions you could take on the assimilation versus nationalism one. But what were you going to say?
I was going to
No, I
ask.
said yes.
Well, go ahead.
I have a question as well.
Well, no, but
okay. My question was, could you define what you believe Black culture is? The thing that they feel that they. No. I'm asking.
Dialogue always.
Yes, Sitch, tell us. Black culture. What is it?
The thing that they need to protect, like Black people from losing, so therefore they can't become Americans. So what is that? What is the thing that they think they're protecting?
Well, that's the thing. Black culture is that conversation because there really isn't a Black culture. It's an amalgamation of like 50 different cultures picked up over the years of whoever's interacting with at the time. That's why when you go to the inner city or Black neighborhoods, even though the Black neighborhood might be in the same type of condition, there's an incredibly different culture in each area because they just absorb the culture surrounding you. So
then where is the cultural genocide? That would be my question. What is it they're genociding if there isn't one?
Do you even take this position at all, or do you? I mean, I don't even know if this is your position.
The cultural genocide position?
Yeah.
No, I know what he's saying. There are certain people who are either connected or written for CRT that claims that there's a cultural genocide. But if you actually pull them aside and try to make them explain more, they become a lot more
magical.
I guess not as
nuanced.
hyperbolic. Well, no, they're not as hyperbolic as they are in their writings. I can't give a good answer as to why in a lot of them they're so hyperbolic. Some of it is just
a lot of the writings are virtue signaling to other people in their field.
Not all
of
the writings.
Right. I think when you write, things are going to tend to be a bit more hyperbolic.
Well, also, yeah, that's because they're alone talking to themselves
just
as
with
opposed to having
everybody.
to talk to another person. Yeah, sure.
But that's
That
like
is
in
true.
any text that you read of like anything. It's going to be like a bit.
Right, but then you get into this problem of what's the real opinion? Is it what you write to yourself, or is it what you'll say to someone else? And I generally think what people write is a truer showing of their beliefs than what they'll willing to debate in a conversation.
Oh, I
don't know if
disagree.
there's such a thing. I don't know.
Oh,
if there's
really?
Such a thing as
Okay.
like the true belief.
Yeah, I completely disagree because I honestly believe what you write down is based on, especially when you're talking about cultural issues. What you feel at the time definitely controls how you write. And that might not be your complete feeling because, again, every human being changes their feelings in a matter of seconds. So when a person is writing, there could be a situation, because, again, a lot of these writings were like the late 70s, early 80s, which if you remember that time, there was a huge cultural clash. There wasn't riots or anything. Well, there were riots, true, but not as severe. There was a huge culture clash and an identity crisis coming from the 60s as to what are we and what are things that are seen as progress and what are things that are covered up as progress but are actually not changing.
Yeah, but like if someone wrote, if Kimberly Crenshaw or Derek Bell or somebody wrote something that I thought was incendiary or very extreme, and I asked them about it, and they said, "Oh, well, that was my opinion then, but it's changed now," I would accept that if they said it's changed, but they don't ever say their opinion has changed. They'll say, "Oh, well, you didn't really understand me," or "That's not really what I said." Like, there's always like this weaselly kind of worm like dance that goes along with this.
Well, Adam,
exactly, it goes along with everyone.
Adam, do you remember? I think a couple months ago, I sent you a video of Kimberly Crenshaw giving an interview, or not an interview, giving a speech about not a speech, panel, sorry, about CRT to a bunch of people. Were you able to watch that video? Or not?
I don't recall watching it. I may have and just don't remember it, but
okay.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I'm like sad that if I didn't watch it, like it sounds interesting.
In that video, you'll start noticing that I don't think she's ever going to say like, I was absolutely wrong here, because at the time that a lot of the writings were being made, I'm not going to say that they're right, but I'm not going to say they're wrong. It was more like trying to figure out, especially on the legal side, how certain things were being converted to, I guess, avoid laws, but they didn't exactly fix the problem. So at that time, I can't say that she was 100% wrong, but I'm very sure that she has a different view on certain. Well, no, she even said it in the video I sent you.
If Kimberly Crenshaw comes out and says, I have a different view about something than I did whenever I wrote this thing, I'm fine accepting that. But you have to own up to that. And I'm not, especially not with her, willing to give her any charitability or assume some sort of like good faith way beyond like, oh, she probably changed her opinion. I'm not going to assume that, especially when, the example that we bring up like every day on the show is the Joy Reid interview where she, like, Joy Reid asked her as a joke. She's like, oh, is CRT socialism?
Marxist, yeah.
Or Marxist, yes. And Kimberly Crenshaw
dodges.
Dodges the fuck out of the question. It's like incredible.
Wait, did you see her conversation with Mark Lamont Hill where she kind of addressed that? Because Mark Lamont Hill also addressed that in this conversation with James Lindsay.
Can I make an observation real quick?
I'd actually like to see that comment.
It's just that what I noticed specifically, because I went ahead and even in my own school system now, people found out I was an activist. Now they're asking me to deal with CRT trying to come into our schools. So I had to read all these documents. Some of them are Kimberly Crenshaw's. But what I just keep noticing when you try to debate this thing is it's almost just like just how religion can be kept like intentionally vague so that you can always say, well, that's not the real thing. That's not what God meant. That's what CRT seems to be, because it's like, well, that's not really, well, that person doesn't know what they're talking about. You need to talk to these other CRT people. It's like, I got a video on my channel of this lady did a presentation on the root, and she's done TED Talks on CRT. I think her name is like Brittany Cooper or something. And she's a Rutgers professor. And one of the things that she stated was that CRT is an accurate depiction of history, including things along the lines of suggesting that people of color did not engage in any form of imperialism, in any warfare or violence between themselves, that they were peacefully sailing the oceans. Like, this is the real history that she's supposedly trying to teach everybody. And that's just obvious nonsense. Like, there's no truth to that.
I want to respond to that with, can you give me one social field that doesn't have that type of extreme somewhere in something that is actually still seen as mainstream somewhere in that field? Almost every social field is just an outlier.
I just want to back that comment up, and like, I think there's some stuff in CRT that I've heard that I think is extreme. But like, even the system, I'll just point fingers at Adam and Sitch, even the systems of liberalism that you guys accept and just sort of like, you are the fish in water. If you go and look at the readings of the guys who actually like developed this stuff, like it has all the same elements that you're currently criticizing. Like, all
it just
the things
comes out like they're making it up as they go along.
Well, okay, so
that's true of like every single economic system. It's true of every single philosophy. It's true of every single religion. When you go and you start like actually examining things, I just feel like you guys are just having a meta conversation on just human knowledge and conversation and sort of communication. But then CRT is like the new thing that is like, counter hegemonic and threatening. So we're going to like focus on that. But like the things that you're like deliberating upon are present in every single human belief.
So let me see if I understand what you're saying. Are you saying like, so we've been kind of getting to this series of debates with Sargon about the origin point of liberalism and the assumptions that the Enlightenment thinkers made. And so I've been, unfortunately, to my chagrin, been listening to an audiobook of John Locke's Second Treatise of Government, and he spends like the first 3 fucking hours of this audiobook are just him talking about like debating with monarchists and about whether Adam's existence in the Garden of Eden does that show that God wanted us to live through like a liberal society or a monarchical society? And so like John Locke, and I assume a lot of other Enlightenment thinkers, were basing the foundations of liberalism on God and on Adam in the Garden of Eden and all these like things that I don't think obviously really happened. And so, sure, I guess you could attack liberalism on that basis of what these academics believed, hundreds of years ago. But I think what Adam brought up in the conversation with Carl is that, well, we don't need that origin point anymore because we've had liberalism as a system has existed for hundreds of years, and it's based on, like, we can just say, like, this works. We're looking at this works, even if whatever the academic literature was based on hundreds of years ago is bullshit. With CRT, we don't have any experience to say, oh, we've had hundreds of years of CRT in practice, and it doesn't match up necessarily with what these academics are saying about it. We don't have any of that. So all we can rely on is, well, what did these academics say, and what kind of claims are they making?
We do have a little bit.
I guess that's why, like, I guess all I'm saying is, and some people, the chat predictably is going into the whataboutism, bringing up their NPC.
Well, you did do a whataboutism, but I just
no, it's not a whataboutism. He's trying to explain a concept by using something we've referenced in the past. So it's not whataboutism.
No, I'm just saying that, like, that's why, like, I get very bored, and I'm not trying to interrupt too much because it's the conversation between you guys, but I get very bored with these types of conversations because it seems like we're not actually discussing where there could be merit or not to these things. We're sort of just like, we're just nitpicking.
I understand what you're saying. Wait.
Can you get what I'm just trying to say? I'm not like trying to go real harsh.
Right.
Well, I'll back on that.
Go ahead.
Because almost every person that has a criticism of CRT and actually has read it, like 90% of it, you'll never hear somebody have a problem with about it. It's usually a collection of a certain number of quotes from the older works that have so many people angry. And unfortunately,
I completely
those quotes
disagree. But go ahead.
Modern CRT is by no means better. Not even close.
The quotes from the older works get adapted by certain people who are quote unquote CRT adjacent, and then that becomes, depending on who you are, CRT.
Right. So
because CRT itself, I haven't seen anybody argue the effectiveness of laws as pertaining to whether or not personal experiences should be included into certain aspects because the law has shifted away. Like, there hasn't been major conversations about that, but there has been tremendously big conversations on, like, Derek Bell's work from the late 70s.
Right. So let me see if I understand Faraday's point first, is that you're saying, why are we focusing on, like, this academic literature? Why don't we just point to things we like about it and things we don't like about it, right? That's what you're arguing?
Well, I think that the conversation, I mostly notice this with leftists. Whenever they want to, like, attack something, they'll start nitpicking.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just sort of like, I'm not trying to get too involved in, like, the depth of what you guys are talking about, but it just does seem like a lot of times we end up nitpicking the particulars of this and that. I don't know.
Right. Okay. I understand what you're saying. Really well, I'll explain to you where I'm coming from. So before I had before I started reading CRT and started to look into it, understanding CRT and reading it was, I think I had like that similar aha moment that I think people like Rufo and James Lindsay and other people claim to have had, which is that I'm just walking around here like a liberal saying, I don't understand this woke shit. Why the fuck are all these liberals walking around saying this horribly anti-liberal shit? It makes no sense to me. These people are fucking stupid. Why are they constantly making anti-liberal arguments? And then I read CRT and I go, oh, it all makes sense. It's because it is anti-liberal. And you have this contingency of leftist academics who don't like liberalism and are trying to do everything they can to fuck it over. And all this woke shit reflects that, whether the people who are promoting it or not are aware of what they're promoting. And so that's why I'm specifically diving into the origin points of CRT and what the founders wanted, because to me, even if you have people now who are kind of just repeating the CRT criticisms or repeating a lot of wokeness, they're unintentionally, what they're doing is, and this is the metaphor I used in the past, I said that with a lot of wokeness and with CRT especially, is that you had these leftist academics who created diagrams for bombs that would destroy liberal society. However, they ripped the little name off the top of the diagram that says this is a bomb that will destroy society, and they just passed these diagrams around to everyone. So now all these people on the left who are liberals are building these fucking liberal society destroying bombs, and they're making them and they're getting ready to blow them up, and they have no fucking clue what they're doing. So that's why I'm diving deep into the academics and saying, look, this is what you're doing. You just don't realize it.
There's another point.
I don't totally disagree with you. I mean, I think that, there is a sort of, I don't like the way that people commonly use this word, because I think that Jordan Peterson butchered this word, but there is a
postmodern neo-Marxist.
No, I was going to say the word postmodern. There is a sort of like postmodern bent that people take to these sorts of ideologies or ideas that I do find disturbing. The thing I was going to ask Dialogue is, do you think that there are areas in which, and not just like nitpicking the literature, but do you think there are areas like, a big criticism is that people have become very prone to just like hating whitey. Do you think that this shit can get a bit extreme at times? Because I personally do.
Definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
But like I'm with you that I see the value in it, and that's why it frustrates me when I see it turning into extremism.
What is the value? Tell me so I can know.
Well,
there's no value because it's a manipulated argument.
If we were going to talk about CRT, we could talk about like the origins of our culture and how that culture does like play out a particular hegemony, which does benefit a certain people. We could talk about like power dynamics. Foucault talked about that. But then there's a way in which you can read or there's a way in which you could read into Foucault and him talking about power relations and power dynamics and then just become a psychopath. And then to just say things like, everything is power dynamics, and so we need to siege the system, and we need to become cultural revolution. It's like, okay, slow the fuck.
So,
are you saying that an entire ideology revolving or centralized around power, and that's nothing else is moral except power, is going to attract sociopaths? Is that what you're saying, Faraday speaks?
No, I'm saying that yes, there are extremists that will like, and maybe even Foucault himself maybe felt that way, but there's something there that should be examined. But yeah, like extremists are going to latch on to things, and they're going to take things to the utmost. Can
I both address you and Sitch in one of the arguments that I think has been misunderstood?
Yeah.
And that is like, we'll go straight to whiteness. So and this might answer your question.
By the way, that's a concept that I think that there's merit in, but then people like become extremists.
Even before we talk about it,
whiteness is all the good stuff, though, right? I mean, whiteness is like punctuality.
Tell me about whiteness, DA.
Let's define it.
So whiteness in academic circles is pretty much the idea that I think like mid to late 17th or 18th century, there was a desire to not just make skin color white, because obviously you didn't want to bring in the Irish, the Italians, certain Germans. You didn't want to make it just skin color. You wanted to make it certain other aspects of society would be labeled as white. So it was moving away from just skin color. So that started catching on, and obviously the counter to that would be, okay, well, everything that we're trying to make white would stay white, so whatever's not white would instantly be black. And it did three things. One, it preserved a slave system to explain why slavery still existed in the United States, while most of the rest of the Western world was like, hey, slavery is wrong. It was no, we're not just enslaving people for our own profits. These people are not culturally white. They don't have the aspects of white.
What are the aspects of white? Let's get down to that.
I'm pretty sure every one of you have screeched and gotten angry at that one Smithsonian picture of it saying aspects and assumptions of whiteness, but everybody forgets the words aspects and assumptions and just sees the word whiteness. But what they mean by aspects and assumptions are things that people assume to be white. And everything not on that sheet are things that people don't assume to be white. And that was when white was created. I'm not talking about everybody now.
I understand using
white
that
people
language.
are
Wait,
punctual, white
wait.
people
Wait.
are-
I understand using that language. And you say, oh, it says aspects of assumptions. So I understand you're saying, oh, see, they're saying people assume that this is part of whiteness, and they're just saying that you should not.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, then what are you saying?
I'm not saying people assume that is whiteness. It's saying this is the assumption of whiteness, not just people assume it. This is the assumption. This is what.
Okay, so but the
Like
issue
the way the Virgin
created.
Mary was assumed into heaven, we assume whiteness into our beings. Is that the type of assumption we're referring to?
Whiteness is just cultural hegemony, dude. It's not.
Dialogue
it's not some
didn't
deeply...
even say punctuality. I'm very disappointed.
I wanted to make a point really quickly, just to point out that if something is so ethereal that like we can't make a good answer about, well, this CRT is the right CRT and that CRT is not the right CRT, maybe it shouldn't be taught in schools and it shouldn't be pumped into curriculums until it's actually been leveled off into something that can actually be defined. And if these people are just extremists, why isn't anybody policing them? Because they don't. The only reason anybody ever talks about them is, well, that's an extreme view, or we don't really agree with them. But nobody holds them accountable. They're just allowed to keep saying it. It's the same crap that feminists say. It's the same, all of them. Which CRT?
Which CRT are you talking about? Are you talking about the legal CRT that is pretty much, and this is why so many people hate leftists for saying this, but it's the absolute truth. Are you talking about the CRT that is in most college level courses for the legal area, which is what most people on the left are pointing to for CRT? Or are you talking about that thing that is starting to be revealed as an all-encompassing, whatever I hear that is race connected, I'm connecting to the word CRT? Because those are two completely different conversations. And
there's more than just that. There's different aggregate. You know.
What I've seen people do, because this is how they try to maneuver it into schools, is they'll suggest, well, we're not teaching CRT, because instead they're teaching anti-racism, which is just like Ibram X. Kendi and D'Angelo finding a way around saying CRT, even though everything they're saying basically echoes what most of the other people in academia say about CRT anyway. It's just it's a play on words at that point. I mean, if you're saying which CRT, well, that kind of only comes back to what I'm saying. It's like now we're like, well, are we talking about Lutherans? Are we talking about Catholics? Now we have denominations of the religion.
No. The reason why I'm asking you is because, and I gotta point it out, there is a section of the population that deliberately wants to encapsulate every negative thing they can think of into CRT.
So Dialogue, can I ask you? You brought up white privilege. Is white privilege CRT?
I don't think I said white privilege, but it.
Well, you brought up whiteness, which is the concept of whiteness has to do with white privilege. Yeah.
And I did
not exactly.
One final point about
whiteness. So whiteness is whiteness CRT.
Yeah.
Okay, so they do talk about whiteness in school and stuff like that. So isn't that CRT in school?
Wait, things can be adapted from something, but it doesn't mean that it is.
Well, that's why I asked you specifically. I asked you a question. I said, is whiteness CRT? You just said, yes, whiteness is CRT. I said they talk about whiteness in school, therefore CRT is in school. Okay. But now you're saying, no, that's not. Now it's not CRT?
I'm saying it in the sense of like, just because a certain aspect is adapted from CRT doesn't mean that the way that it's being
let me ask you again. Is whiteness CRT?
I genuinely don't know how to answer that question because you're giving a yes or no to something that has multiple variables.
That are you asking itself to me.
Are you asking if CRT created?
Do you mind if I step in for a second?
Sure.
So what he's saying is that, like, okay, he's giving you a very measured, like his very measured.
Don't make excuses for him, okay, Faraday. You give me your. You give me your opinion, okay? Look, I clearly asked him a question. He didn't answer the question. Okay, now you want to come in here. Now you want to come in here and answer the question for him. Faraday, don't do it, okay?
Then why do you have such a problem?
There's no way for me to point out how this is a wrong question without giving a whataboutery.
Why are you limiting?
But we're not allowed to give whataboutery, so I'm kind of cornered.
Well, this is a yes or no question. What aboutism is dodging the question?
Listen, I was looking up something for the previous white chart, which we're going to go back to. But before we do that, okay, Adam, I don't fully understand your question. Are you asking if the concept of whiteness is a core concept of CRT? Are you asking the core concept of whiteness arise out of CRT? What exactly are you asking?
Yes, yeah, all of the above.
Okay.
Is whiteness related to CRT?
Yes or no?
Well, okay, I'll answer for you. I can literally answer the question.
Okay,
Wait,
thank you,
hold
Sitch.
on,
This is why it's
Okay,
a Sitch and Adam show, because I get lots of good information out of Sitch. Here we go.
So the answer is CRT did not create the concept of whiteness. No. However, CRT does use the concept of whiteness constantly.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. That's the yes or no answer. Yes.
Very okay. Excellent.
Well, wait, that doesn't answer, because he asked, "Is whiteness in CRT?" and then said because whiteness is used in schools, that means CRT is in schools.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, right.
You see, like the flaw in that question.
Okay, so your answer we could say is, well, it's true that CRT uses whiteness, and this concept of whiteness is used in school. However, CRT didn't create the concept of whiteness. They're just using it from something else. So therefore, it wouldn't necessitate that whiteness being taught in schools is necessary.
Well, that's fine. Then we can completely do away with the argument of whether or not CRT is in school or we need CRT in school, because I think a lot of people are just offended by the concept of whiteness.
Yes,
being in school.
Exactly.
So
CRT has become a catch-all for a lot of woke race shit that people don't want to.
So we can have a conversation about whether or not it's good to have this idea of whiteness and create negative stereotypes of white people in schools. I don't think it's a good idea.
So no, I agree with you 100%.
Okay, wait, but he just wait. I gotta address.
Okay,
that.
you go.
Now, did you notice that he just said, we don't want this concept of whiteness or talking about white people in schools? Did you caught that?
No. He said creating negative white stereotypes.
I said creating negative stereotypes about white people in schools. That's the thing.
Now I just explained what the creation of the aspects and assumptions of whiteness was.
No, you didn't.
You're wrong,
you named none of them.
You're wrong. Wait, okay. This is what I looked up. So one of the oldest prints of the chart that I found, because I actually knew about this chart in my P plus P equals R video way before the Smithsonian ever pulled it up. And the original chart doesn't say aspects and assumptions of whiteness. The original chart says components of white culture, values, and beliefs. And this is the paragraph that precedes it. It says, it's by Judith Cates. And it says, our education system expresses what, and her interest is pedagogy. Pedagogy, yes.
Right.
She's a pedo. And she's all about trying to figure out how to teach people. And this paragraph says, our educational system expresses white cultural beliefs by valuing standard English and the written tradition. Rarely are students graded on their ability to use oral communication as a way of demonstrating their learning. White culture also emphasizes the scientific method, which focuses attention on quantitative research. White society's emphasis on credentials, titles, and professional positions as signs of status and power have led to a proliferation of bachelor's, master's, and doctorate degrees. University curricula determine that the history, music, art, and literature of Western civilization are the essential ingredients for being educated. In short, universities and other educational institutions are entirely based on white cultural norms and values. The demographics of students, professors, and administrators show that colleges and universities are predominantly white in population as well. More often than not, people of color who study or work there are seen as less qualified, labeled as high risk, and designated as requiring special attention.
Wow,
okay.
Whiteness sounds pretty fucking racist.
So wait, but wait a minute. Her point is, and then she has the chart. Okay. And what her point is, and what she goes on in the rest of the paper, is she's saying, and a lot of the other people like Patricia Biddle, who did the People's Equals R stuff, were saying, is that these are the aspects and assumptions of white culture that are believed to be normative and good for everyone. However, we shouldn't necessarily say that these things should apply to non-white people, and that there could be alternative ways of gaining knowledge or of seeking value that we should look into. That's what the point of the chart is. And to me, that's not only is that wrong, but it's fucking crazy in the modern day to associate these things with race.
With a race, yeah, it's totally
Exactly.
it's it's racist and it's bad for society.
It's not associating with a person. I literally said in my first.
It's literally says white culture.
We can even divorce it from the skin color. I think inherently it's going after Enlightenment era liberalism. I think
and labeling it and saying that there's a racial component to it. It's complete.
I think the whiteness thing is a secondary component that's really just there to be a motivator to get people racially charged in order to fight against the deeper problem they see, the liberalism, Enlightenment era liberalism.
I think you're entirely correct.
Yeah,
it is about liberalism, and she actually kind of brings up her whole the paragraph after this directly is her complaining about rugged individualism. So that definitely
it's challenging the idea that liberalism and individualism will solve every problem when dealing with race, especially problems that weren't created through liberalism.
But why do we have individualism to race?
Can I pause really quick?
Yes.
What DialogueAlways said, I think there's some merit to it, but I don't know that that's what the academics were actually saying or not. And I also, keeping in mind, I haven't read it myself. I'm getting all of this.
There's no benefit that is accrued to attaching these values, which are generally positive, normative values that everyone in America agrees with. Attaching that to white is so incredibly destructive. And then saying that, listen, we shouldn't hold non-white people up to these standards and values, or that we need to adopt or look into quote unquote non-white standards and values. To me, that's just so crazy.
No, a good. Okay,
that's insane.
I have a question for Sitch.
Yeah.
Okay, so I understand, and I do like I don't know if I could say I'm critical. It is problematic to call it whiteness, right? Because people have such an association with that, and I don't know how you solve that problem. But if there was a sort of cultural hegemony that emerged out of Europe during the colonial period and spread itself across the world, and it created certain negative aspects for other people in the world, especially people that it colonized and then enslaved. And then hundreds of years later, we still see the effects of that. How can we talk about that? What term instead of white or whiteness should we use?
Well, race consciousness race
so
consciousness
So we should just say it's America that's
black people can be American.
I was curious. If you reject the premise, then just say you reject the premise. If you don't reject the premise, then how would you describe?
They are starting to create their own words for it. So for the longest, if you read through a lot of the text CRT challenges the idea of colorblindness, but it completely points out the ideas of colorblindness and how it's used that they are against. Now, instead of saying, hey, okay, let's see what aspects of colorblindness are they talking about, there was this huge challenge against colorblindness until CRT, a lot of people in CRT started explaining what they were talking about. So instead of challenging that, because they knew at that point, like, you really can't challenge what they're talking about, it's the usage of colorblindness, not actual colorblindness, people started creating the words racism blindness. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, people started saying, well, why don't you say racism blindness, and applying it to text long before racism blindness.
You're adding things in the script. I'll come back to you in a second, Caleb.
Thank you.
But let me just address this first. You're adding things in the script that were not there, because when CRT literature comes out against colorblindness, they're not just coming out, and they're pretty explicit about this, so I don't know where you're getting this from. They're not just coming out saying color blindness is used by Republicans to attack affirmative action programs. I've read tons of literature, including Judith Cates and Patricia Biddle, who make this argument. This is all over my People's Prequels, our video. So I understand that argument. The CRT people explicitly don't think color blindness is as even possible or even desirable. And that's a completely different argument.
No, because there's two, and I think, oh my gosh, I'm really getting tired. I think one of them written on it, I got to remember the book, but he literally started pointing out, like, okay, we have to establish what we mean by colorblindness. So a lot of the texts before were saying colorblindness because the people reading it were in the courses already understanding what they meant by color blindness. A lot of them, many of them were saying like, of course, we're not talking about just not seeing skin color. We're talking about a very specific usage of that word that is becoming counterproductive, if not malicious.
Yeah, because Republicans were using it in the 80s to attack affirmative action.
It wasn't just Republicans.
It was
That's
primarily
why. That's why. If you know, no. If you notice, a lot of people started going after Bill Clinton for doing.
Well, that was years later, but
well, it wasn't just Bill Clinton, but like over the years, it wasn't just Republicans. Yes, Republicans took the ball and ran with it, and I think there's a pretty good argument of why Republicans took the brunt of that. But it started going more and more into how certain aspects of the law were used and how it was, I guess, using color blindness to ignore jarring problems that creates discrepancies in growth and development of different communities.
So I think the problem is that social science, particularly before it was polluted by all of this crap, already knew that it's actually proven that if you attack somebody's group frequently and often, you will get a retaliatory reaction in the same direction. In other words, racism begets racism, sexism begets sexism. It literally creates that problem. And the way that all of this is being executed is literally creating the opposite of the intended effect. The real solution was stop judging people by the color of their skin, stop judging people by their gender. And it was working. Okay. I remember. Yes, it was.
No, it was
working slower than people want.
It's not. I got to kill this right now. There was a lie about the 80s, 90s, early 2000s that we were in some sort of harmonious world where no one ever talked about the aspects of racism and everything else. No, what happened was, and what we can genuinely point to, was that African Americans were in very, very small, isolated communities to where they did not interact with most white America. That's why if you look at, if you look at many of the studies where they said, hey, where they talked to white people and black people and said, hey, white people, how many black friends do you have? And white people will say, almost like 50, I think it was like 90% of them said they had at least one black friend. But then they went to the black community and said, how many white friends do you have? And like 10% of them said they had a white friend. There was a serious segregation there that wasn't legal segregation, which is why they challenged the legality of many of, like, they're saying like laws aren't the reason why much of this is happening, but there were two completely isolated communities, so there wasn't too much. Well, a good example of this, there'll be a 90 or 99 or 98% white community saying I've never seen racism in our community, and that happened a lot.
Okay.
So now that we have social media, and everyone is speaking, a lot of issues that were contentious are being seen by more and more people.
I don't think that's it at all. I think that what they're doing is essentially people who buy into this, just like any other religious inquisition, if they haven't found the devil, it just means that they haven't looked hard enough. It means I need to, dig a little deeper, and then I'll find the evidence for the evil devil that I'm looking for, because I'm a professional witch hunter / grifter like Ibram X. Kendi. If you convince yourself that there's racism under every goddamn rock, you will find it. And that's why you end up with ridiculous things like, literally blogs being written about, reviewing Godzilla movies and finding ways to make them racist. It's silly. That's the reason why you think you're finding more. The truth is that it was on the decline. You can see that even just by watching the participation in the actual racist organizations. And the Ku Klux Klan and the neo-Nazis were regulated to being pathetic, stupid little organizations that they were. And then
because
the wokeness shows up, and then all of a sudden there's this surge in all of these problems.
We genuinely moved the goalpost of what racism is, made it so extreme it's almost a cartoon character, and then claim that because that cartoon character can't be seen everywhere, then the effects of racism
it's literally
is
the
almost
exact.
gone.
Wait a minute, it's literally the exact opposite of that. Okay, we lived in a country where racism was cartoonishly evil for hundreds of years, and then once society,
I would even say it appears to be cartoonish to us because of the era we
by
live
our
in.
standards. By our standards, okay.
Yeah.
So wait a minute, we lived in a society where we had this, by our standards today, cartoonishly evil racism via slavery, via segregation, via the KKK. And when our society does away with all that, it's the people still crying racism that move the goalpost now and say, wait a minute, we need to talk about systemic racism. We need to talk about implicit racism. And I think I think the issue with what V was saying and what you were saying, DialogueAlways, is that there could have, both these realities could be true. Society as a whole could become far less racist as a whole, and still there could be lots of problems with economic segregation and economic disparity among Black Americans. Those things can both be true. And so that's the problem, is that we don't need to throw out the color blindness just because we have economic issues.
And okay, so two things. One, you literally just explained how systemic racism works. You literally just explained it, because systemic racism, I'm not gonna just repeat what you said. That is systemic racism, and systemic racism
is a boogeyman.
I guess I think it's an oversimplification of a cause is what the CRT, systemic racism, is. Just because that does happen does not necessitate the cause is racism.
I think you maybe we can agree this. Systemic racism is one of the worst named terms in fucking English, because the problem is that it was basically designed from its origin point by, I think, Stokely Carmichael was the one who really pushed systemic racism, or institutional racism was called back then. Is just, if you look at any time there's a disparity, an economic disparity between white and Black people, and you say that's systemic racism, you gain no useful information by calling it that. That doesn't mean anything, because we don't know why the disparity occurs. But by calling systemic racism, it puts in everyone's mind, well, it must be because of racism. That's
no. I can give you an example. Can I give an example of systemic racism that explains how this works and why it's very different from I mean, it's evolved over the years because racism has evolved over the years. So Stokely Carmichael, yes, he did. I don't think it was Stokely. I think it was somebody right before him. But yes, he did really bring a lot of light to institutional racism. But if you believe that the person that, and I can't go through all of Twitter, so there's going to be people taking it to its extreme. I know this. But if you look at what the academic argument about systemic racism is versus what Stokely Carmichael is saying, there's an extra element added to today's version of systemic racism, which, for example, can be used in the sense of, yes, there's not a sign saying Blacks keep out anywhere in the United States. We've definitely removed any sign saying that. But that doesn't mean that multiple communities have overvalued or devalued certain neighborhoods in order to preserve something that was already created.
Preserve what? What you said something. Preserve what that was already created?
Segregation.
Right. So the example you've given shows why systemic racism is a terrible label, because what you described would fall under systemic racism. And that example you gave, especially if it was intentional, I would agree. That's a racist fucking act. But
no, not intent.
Well,
it's not intent.
How are they devaluing?
It's not intentional. It's literally cause and effect. The effect of something will continue.
You did say in order to preserve. So that implies intent.
Okay. When I say in order to preserve, I mean in the sense of like at the time of the changes in the values, there was an intent there.
Right.
But now today, there's not people sitting there and going, let me change the value of my house to keep Black people out. So if you, for example, and I said this before, if you wait till 4 years after the last state was ratified, chart grafted, and valued in order to implement a certain percentage of the population to compete, there's going to be a natural segregation that occurs, regardless of whether or not like there's a racist intent there. And the problem is that segregation is exacerbated by so many other different decisions, both recent and past.
Right.
So why is it then that the current activism instead, if there is any signs going up, they're actually the no whites allowed signs, and we should have segregated spaces free of white people on college campuses, and that somehow this is going to improve the situation?
But that's
No.
but part of the problem is that the idiots have taken over.
Because
the
there's
movement.
No, they haven't. No,
They very much have. I mean,
they have.
When it was the largest organization associated with BLM, which turned out to be a fucking scam by the people running it. The idiots have taken over.
Wait, hold on. Because and I think you already know this. This is why I don't know why you're making this argument. Almost everybody will tell you there's BLM the movement versus BLM the organization.
Even BLM the movement was fucking stupid. Who was the poster child of BLM? They had the perfect case. I was actually going to use this. I was actually going to bring this up in our conversation with Kurt about how this stuff is just organic and not planned. They had literally the perfect case. Tamir Rice, the perfect fucking case for the cops acting totally crazy and shooting a black kid because he had a toy gun in a fucking drive-by. The cops shoot the kid. But no, they all instead fixated for whatever reason. The media fixated on fucking Michael Brown, who turned out.
You said for whatever reason, and you answered what reason. You literally said for whatever reason, and then said the reason. The media focused on Mike Brown.
No, but
and where media
follows the crowd.
No,
the media was hyping the fuck up. When
this particular case,
when Michael Brown Ferguson was going on, that's when I was avidly watching MSNBC all day and was very much in the liberal bubble. And I thought, this is weird because Al Sharpton every fucking day would have on his show another instance of, a white cop shooting a black person. And I thought, it's really weird that they're fixating on Michael Brown of all things, because this seems like the flimsiest case. And yet that was the case that was getting all the attention. The media didn't create that out of the ether. That's what was drawing people in for whatever reason, and the media was following. And that's what BLM stood around. And that was one of the dumbest fucking cases for them to stand around.
Okay, I think they did jump the shark when they started walking around with signs of Joseph Rosenbaum over their heads.
Too, but
I gotta go soon. Can I get some last words before I go?
Yeah, sure. I gotta go in a minute too.
And then I didn't
realize how late it was.
And the end of this got heated, but I do appreciate you guys having me.
Fuck, I mean,
this is not heated. What? Come on, this is barely anything.
Not personal. Yeah. Well, I think that on certain topics like this, in my frustration is, I do think that there's merit to some of the arguments that I hear from CRT. I don't like the term whiteness per se, but I do think that when I hear that term and I hear that explained in a nuanced way, I'm like, yeah, that has some merit to it. I get where that's coming from. Do I think that the BLM movement and the organization, now, first of all, the organization was a fucking scam, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the movement, does it get crazy? Well, yeah. I was explaining earlier how this woman, in this recent shooting, was literally terrorized by this guy, but simply because the fact that he's a black man and he got shot by the cops, we're gonna lionize him and treat him like he's such a great person. And literally the woman is in the street with her kids, and she's like, no, he's a piece of shit and he tried to fucking kill me. You shouldn't be lionizing him. And they're like, well, you're not dead, so shut the fuck up, bitch. That's toxic as fuck. I agree. I also don't like academia. I don't like the Ibram X Kendi shit. I agree. But I just I get frustrated with these conversations because it's we just want to have the culture war and we just want to go back and forth. And we never want to look at well, what might actually be said here that's useful. And that's what I meant earlier about nitpicking. It's well, what's actually useful?
Well, we're not doing any of that, though. You're accusing us of doing something. We have nuanced conversations about this every week. You're acting like we're sitting here just fucking nitpicking.
Well, because it's just the entire conversation in general.
Yes, by other people. Yes, by other people. Yeah.
So anyway, Sitch, what other when you hear can you just answer before I go the question I asked earlier? So let's throw out the term whiteness, but how else can we talk about that phenomenon?
It depends
described?
What are you talking about, colonialism? I don't know what exactly
it basically kind of is colonialism, which sets up a sort of cultural hegemony. Oh, of course, Dylan comes on. Maybe I should just stay on. What the fuck?
Oh, look at this cloud chaser here. No, Faraday's on the way out.
I don't care about clout chasing, motherfucker. I barely put out videos. You think I care about clout chasing?
Oh, look, a celebrity showed up. I better stick around.
What the fuck? I don't care about that. I just like Dylan. I haven't talked to this motherfucker in a while. But
you're so starstruck you forgot what you were saying.
Adam, I've literally hung out with Dylan in person. Dylan ain't shit to me.
You were talking.
Wow,
you were talking
right to his face.
Beautiful shit to me. Damn. I just like Dylan. He's
you were talking about the nuances of CRT.
If I wanted a clout chase, man, I'd be trying to get on here every week. You guys are the big show.
Thank you.
But,
That's not true. But thank you.
Faraday had me blocked until 2 days ago. So just
you
everyone.
and I get on each other's nerves, okay? And then your producer.
I didn't block you.
You did block me.
I blocked you back after you blocked me.
Okay.
This is so
fucking
gay.
Adam, we'll have a conversation later. We should have a private
Well, he's spinning a yarn here. This
you know
just
what
like.
gets on my nerves about, you know what gets on my nerves about Adam is like me and Adam actually like have a lot of agreement, but we never get to that because we just fight.
It's more fun. It's a lot more fun.
It's way more interesting.
No, to answer your question, it should be called
like,
whatever.
Yeah.
Listen, it should be called whatever the specific concept that is being relayed to. It should not be associated to race. If someone has a problem with colonialism, fine. If someone has a problem with individualism, fine. Just call it that. Just don't call it whiteness.
But wait, then you would literally be targeting what it wasn't created to be. Like you're saying, like, okay, I'm bothered
racist.
by. Wait.
Hey, so
I'm sorry. Hold on, Adam.
can
No,
I
I have to ask. Adam, do you either?
Adam, are you racist?
No. Do you?
No.
Do you?
Not
do you
remotely. I don't like
do you
racism.
disagree with the idea that
that white people are a monolith and white culture, according to the chart, is correct? Yes, I do disagree. Wholeheartedly.
Get it out.
Yeah.
Get it out. Get it out. No, I'm just saying, just get it out.
How can
so I
you
ask
not
the
like this guy, Sitch? This guy's so.
So, do you not agree that there was a time period where they were where people were genuinely trying to connect actions, beliefs, actually even things to a white culture in early?
Of course.
Of
No one
course,
ever denied that.
And there
No.
there was a time when they were trying to create negative stereotypes to blacks and create a straw man of black culture too.
No. So my second question is this: do you think that those motivations could create both in and out of the idea consequences that would go further on than just when they were created?
I have no clue what you're asking.
Yeah, I don't. What are you talking about?
Do you think like the effects of labeling something as white as a positive would make something that is outside of the or something that is seen as outside of that?
You heard what Sitch read. He basically said that the concept of whiteness is that white people are racist as fuck. Like, do you want a negative stereotype of like black people are racist? Do you want that stereotype?
Hold on. Let me address what.
Wait, Sitch, you said that the concept of whiteness means
that's not quite what I said. But that's not quite what I said. But hold on. So addressing what you said, this is the issue with the whiteness chart and kind of the argument that you're putting forward. If in the 1700s, and this is the problem, if we took the whiteness chart that everyone freaks out about and you took it back in time to 1700s, white people look at that chart and say, that's true. Those are aspects of whiteness. Those black people can't appreciate, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's racist.
List, right? So that's the problem. Is like, yeah, that idea might have started in the 1700s. Why the fuck are we bringing it back today? And instead of saying, listen, anyone of any color can associate with any of these normative positive values. Why are we attaching it to whiteness like racist people did 200 years ago? And then just saying, I guess we have to do the opposite of this now because it's whiteness.
Because, and I can, okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
It's fine.
Is Faraday dipping? Faraday, are you dipping out? Just so I don't want to leave you hanging here.
No, I can hang on. My girlfriend, I can hang on a little bit longer.
Go ahead.
I remember specifically once.
After after V, Dylan, let's have an introduction. So
sure. I remember specifically watching, because this is back when we were bringing racists up on Oprah and stuff to make fun of them. Okay. The guy is asked, well, what are you? Are you Irish or German? And the guy literally says, well, I'm a white, red-blooded American. It's a racist construct to call people white in the first place. So perpetuating it is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah,
that's why when people say, okay, well, well, you're white. I'm like, I don't define myself by my skin color. I'm Irish. I've actually looked into my culture. It's like, that if I was going to look for anything like that, it would be like all of these other aspects of who I am. But instead, you're held to this monolithic concept, and they want you to accountable for things that you had nothing to do with. But it's entirely likely.
Really quick, in DialogueAlways' defense, that's the whole fish doesn't know they're swimming in water concept. I would never define myself that way because that's considered whiteness in quotes. The skin color is considered the norm. And by the way, I don't buy into this shit. I'm just trying to actually provide
For Black Americans though, that like
Can I answer Adam?
Let's pause.
Just wanna finish real
Dylan
quick.
Burns, you finally
ahead.
made it. You finally joined the stream. How's it going, man?
Yes. Sorry, I'm gonna be honest with you. I kept passing out. I was doing an interview very late at night, and the time over here is the time zones are crazy. I'm happy to be here though. Happy to finally be here.
No worries. I'm glad you could make it. So
By the way, this motherfucker's in Ukraine, like interviewing people. And
yeah, it's
shit.
daylight there, so that's pretty.
Yeah.
You're on the other side of the world. Do you want to?
8 a.m.
Do you just Counterpoints was in here earlier, and he said you dropped the Hippy Dippy podcast or something. So
Yep, I've canceled the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. It is after 2 years we shut it down. Yeah.
wow, okay, cool.
So if
good.
you
I don't
mind-
like hippies. I'm dead against hippies anyway. So I think it's. I think
the
it's.
guy like.
I think it's
just
a
the
move in.
mushroom eating fucking artist in LA.
I think it's
Okay.
a step in the right direction. But go ahead, dialogue. You wanted to say something.
Well, I can give you a way that whiteness directly affects the Black community in a negative way that I think you would agree with once I explain it.
Okay. God, this is sound okay.
Give it to us.
I picture like a 1950s guy telling me, I can tell you a way the Black community affects the white community in a negative way. You want to hear what I have to say?
Well,
I would say actually I don't want to hear what you
Give
have
me
to
the.
say.
I want to hear the example.
Go ahead.
Okay,
go
so
ahead.
so you know how we talked earlier and you said what about punctuality connected to whiteness?
Sure. Yeah.
And you know how there was a response to that,
Mhm.
as in like, okay, if punctuality is connected to whiteness, then that means non-whiteness would be not punctual.
Right.
That is actually adapted by a lot of people in the Black community, and is seen as a cultural thing to not be punctual.
Right.
That
Do you
is a
think that's good or
conversation that-
bad?
Can I finish?
Okay. Go ahead.
That
So
is-
I thought you were finished.
No. That is a conversation that is the other side of CRT that doesn't reach the mainstream. Of we have to eliminate that idea that just because something is viewed as white, it should not be followed or it's negative. So a lot of that's the part of the conversation of CRT that everyone.
It sounds like you just came on our side though.
Wait, there are two. Yeah, there's two.
no.
Wait, there's There's two things. First of all, you have to show me that literature because I've literally never seen CRT complain about that. But the second part of that is that that's our argument. That's why we don't like the whiteness chart because it literally reinforces what you're saying.
Yes.
Because they're saying, but wait. Every chart is not saying that whiteness is good. They're all saying this is why we should challenge.
What? Just
whiteness.
well, no, but you,
Why is it whiteness?
Don't associate
Yeah.
positive
I wanna-
traits with whiteness and then say, listen, we need to be more understanding of non-white people because they might not have these cultural traits. That's crazy.
But you're asking them to eliminate what was created out of because I guess it creates a negative response in order to argue something else.
I want to take Adam and Sitch's approach now. So because I do have criticisms of it as well. So the term whiteness itself is polarizing. Now, dialogue, you've heard me talking long enough that you know I understand the concept and why it's called that. But what the fuck do we do when even just rhetoric? I think this is just rhetorically, and people just get defensive when they hear that. What the fuck do we do rhetorically when the fact that you say that, people hear that, and they're like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do about it? I was born this way. Like, I didn't have any say in this. I didn't do any of that shit. And like, do you know what I mean? Like, how are we supposed to get over it whenever rhetorically it's like cryptic?
Well, I mean, rhetorically,
Now,
whiteness
I'm
is an
gonna give
awful word.
I'm going to give you an answer that I would say not a lot, or no, you know what? A significant number follow me, but not enough. Don't not get mad at that. Absolutely get mad at that because what the person has done is they've taken a concept that is supposed to be an overall view of how certain things in society works, and they're trying to take it to you, the individual, which almost every text is trying to say, hey, this is how a system functions to create positives and negatives in a social system, and they're trying to say you yourself fix this, where it's nearly impossible for one person to fix it or even one person to address it. And I think I answered this the first time I talked to Adam. It'll have to be something that will slowly fix itself over time, or it would have to be a dramatic systemic change. Now that is where what they're calling for revolution, but it would have to be, in order for it to happen in 40 years, it would have to be some sort of dramatic systemic change. So the only other alternative is to just, over time, it's going to slowly fix itself.
What about the term itself, though? So I get what you're saying. And by the way, the revolution thing won't work. It'll just end up in chaos.
Definitely. No, I'm just.
Yeah, no, and I know that you feel that way. I can tell by listening to you. But just to reiterate, but the term itself, how the fuck do we? How else do we talk about it? And that's kind of what I was asking to Sitch.
Yeah, how do we get rid of it?
I got a great idea.
Mm-hmm. What is
there's a thing that we're talking about here, right? There's a core that we're talking about here, right? The Marxists, the hardcore old head Marxists would call it imperialism. But how do we deal with that? Because the term whiteness, it doesn't work.
When you talk about imperialism, that's almost a different animal. When you talk about whiteness, the reason why it's not working is all the things I said earlier. Scientifically, if you do that, you're literally going to shut other people down. That's why Daryl Davis doesn't walk into a Klan rally and start screaming Black Lives Matter and telling everybody that they're white privileged. It doesn't work.
Work is based upon intention.
By the way, I don't know if you know that, but Daryl Davis
work is based upon intention. Maybe the intention isn't to fix the racial problems.
Maybe it's to blow up society.
Okay, so wait. Since we opened the door and we said that whiteness is contradictory or is not really working, I want to try to do a thought experiment.
Right.
Oh, nice.
Can each of you find a name that you think that would replace the concepts of what whiteness would say, and
Marxist.
American.
I'll try to explain to you how it will be manipulated back into this conversation again.
Well, first of all,
that's kind of nitpicking, though. Like,
I think you're denying, DA. I know you have the best of intentions at heart, but I really think you're denying the racist intentions of this entire critical race theory project. Like, it really is about. It really is about creating negative stereotypes about white people to get even for the negative stereotypes of black people that were created in the 50s and 60s. It's a revenge project. It's critical revenge theory.
We've established that you see that. What I want you to do right now is to give me a way or a word that will cover most of the arguments that you might have seen that you do agree with on CRT, that cannot end us back in this conversation. Because I feel like whatever word is used to replace whiteness or even racism blindness, I've seen it.
Tell me, what do you think the word whiteness is trying to achieve that we have to salvage before I come up with my alternative word for it?
Well, the only reason why I feel it should be salvaged is because it's connected to an actual historical motivation. So, like, look,
there's all kinds of things that are connected to a historical motivation that are awful,
let him finish.
Like the Holocaust. Okay, like a historical motivation means absolutely nothing.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him explain the reason why he believes that's the case.
Because he just said it was connected to a historical motivation. The end. I don't need more than that. That's ridiculous.
Okay, so
how is it not? Are you defending this?
I've answered. Okay,
Mike, are you defending it?
I'm not defending anything. I just want to give him the opportunity to explain why, out of a certain level of humility of wanting to understand. And
well, no,
a certain level of.
I gave him the answer. He didn't like. So now
you didn't give me an answer. You gave me a ridiculous answer.
Wait, didn't he? Wait. Okay, I need somebody else. Did he? Did I not give him an answer? Or am I missing?
Give me the importance of something being linked to a historical motivation that is useful in a term like whiteness.
We don't need to answer that question. Okay, because I'll play the game. Okay.
I got an answer.
Which is that you say, okay, America. If we want to talk about what whiteness is representing, okay, if we want to talk about it in a positive/neutral way, you could use a word like American culture. And if you want to use a negative term, you'd say something like American cultural hegemony, something like that. Those would be terms that would be more appropriate than using the term whiteness.
I would even say Protestant cultural hegemony. But
it's not just American.
There we go.
In terms of what DA is specifically talking about, it is American. He's not talking about European, whatever that is.
Okay, I withdraw.
And so And yeah, could someone twist that around? I guess, sure, of course they could, but they couldn't twist it around and make it horribly fucking racist and get a bunch of people to be racist.
But I they can conceivably imagine you and Adam getting upset about that, or the
and they can make it worse. They can make it anti-American.
Yeah, if they were going to say it was, if they were going to use it as only a negative thing, sure, of course they could. And I'd say, well, they're stupid.
What is the argument here, though?
But
it's so frustrating.
The argument is that he's saying that any term that is used will be deconstructed or warped in some way that is negative.
As an argument for maintaining whiteness, though. He's basically saying we can't get rid of whiteness because any term that we bring in will just be twisted away. So we're stuck with it.
I'm saying I'm more than like, okay, I'll toss it out. Let's just throw whiteness away. Now, I want to know how we have this conversation.
And that's my question. What is the conversation that you want to have?
I think what he's asking is, what term are we using instead of whiteness?
What is the conversation that you want to have?
American cultural hegemony would be the negative connotation.
It's not just American. What he wants to know is there has been a historical precedent since Europe exploded technologically and began to colonize the world.
Whiteness doesn't come out of Europe, Faraday.
It does.
Wait,
no, it doesn't. Europeans don't consider themselves as a monolith.
Yes. Of course, they've been at war with one another all over Europe for centuries.
That is an American concept that is regulated from slavery.
Sitch, let them finish though, because the whole American system is adapted from European ideals.
Exactly.
So what we're talking about is how America has adapted European ideals.
Okay, here I have the word then. Liberalism. Congratulations, we've come back to liberalism.
But that's the thing. But
fucking nailed it, Sitch.
Nailed it. So how do you reconcile with the fact that Ibram X. Kendi himself is a liberal and supports liberal values?
Weren't you just complaining about nitpicking earlier,
is he a liberal? I don't know if that's even true.
I want to say this sentence and I want to see if it's consistent.
You say the sentence.
So instead of saying whiteness created the idea that white people were allowed, or white people should hold on to slavery because whites were seen as I guess more pure or humanistic than blacks. Now we replace that with liberalism.
No, because look, listen again. But this is
the conversation that he wants to have, Sitch. This completely racist conversation.
Wait. You have the term whiteness is so fucking broad, okay, that you can just throw anything under it. Under the sense that you constructed, you just say racism did all that stuff because that's what the answer is.
Well, and that's exactly how they do it too.
Which ends up putting a certain class of people into a position. And by the way, certain white people aren't considered quite white in this situation because class comes into this as well. I'm from Appalachia. Okay,
I'm Eastern European Catholic and also Italian. I was all my past was all not white.
And again, that's why some people say it's white and not white.
Okay, you're Italian. I'm Appalachian, which means we come from like Irish, right? We're not the good white people. We're not considered white enough. We're the trashy. A WASP culture, Anglo-Saxon.
We're getting way off topic here. I mean, this is like
I am lost.
It is giantly off topic.
There's actually something to it. There's something to it.
Well, I understand there's a big, wide variety in white people. Our whole argument is that variety is being completely shit on by this term whiteness.
No, the idea being that those people weren't considered white.
I don't like the term either. I agree with you. I don't like the term. That's why I was asking Dialogue.
The game that's being played here, though, is whiteness is being used to create negative stereotypes about white people.
I agree. I agree.
And DialogueAlways has pretty much said this by the examples that he's chosen to use here.
The example,
Dialogue is not giving you the extremist anti-white position. He's trying
to
say,
is. The
example that DA gave us is perfect of why I hate the fucking term.
Yes.
Because if what I thought we were talking about when we were talking about whiteness was we were talking about, quote unquote, what are the things that are the aspects of white culture? But the example you gave, the word that should be put there instead of whiteness is just fucking racism.
Racism.
And that's the big problem with this term of whiteness. If we want to redefine the word racism to just be whiteness, that's totally fucked and obviously going to lead us to bad consequences down the road.
And that's the actual movement of the goalpost.
That is the point. The point is to say that all white people are racist. That's the exact point. It's to place a negative stereotype on all white people.
It's to say that their identity is based on race.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's dialogue. It is just as.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We didn't invent the term white. We didn't CRT didn't invent the term white.
Okay,
but it doesn't matter.
No, wait, that's the dodge. That's the dodge right there.
It's totally the dodge. Listen, none of us invented the racist black stereotypes either. None of us were born. But if we came in here and started using those negative black stereotypes, you would have every right to call us fucking racist, and you should. Okay? Who came up with the racist stereotypes doesn't fucking matter.
And in addition to the fact that the only counter effect of everything that's been going on is it's emboldening people of color to be as racist as they fucking want to be, because you're telling them you can't be racist. That's why I did the video about Asian, black versus Asian racism. You got a guy chasing a dude around, calling him the CH word over and over and over again. He gets called out for it. He defends himself by saying he can't be racist.
And the reason I am pissed is because you are here endorsing it. And you would be the first to point me out if I invited someone on my stream who is a white nationalist and was, tacitly throwing around negative black stereotypes and being racist as fuck. You would be down my throat if I didn't say something about it. But yet you're here doing the exact same thing, just completely endorsing these negative white stereotypes and trying to make some academic rigmarole about why it is okay. And I'm not supposed to say anything about it. Well, fuck you. I am going to say something about it.
The other thing that I would add to it is when you pointed out earlier that some of the aspects of CRT are trying to say that perhaps maybe we shouldn't be labeling things like being on time as whiteness because then black people can't do it. Well, the thing is in application, that's not what they're doing. They're not telling black kids to be on time. They're not telling black kids to read better or do better arithmetic. They're trying to change the rules so that those kids will pass even if they haven't learned those critical skills.
It's racism.
I went to school in one of those communities. The culture is totally screwed up. They don't have any activism geared towards getting those kids interested in staying in school. They don't have any activism, centered on changing the culture of those people so that they stop acting like that. And I do say culture because it also affects everybody else who lives in those damn neighborhoods. I grew up there.
It's bad for blacks. It's bad for whites, man. Racism is evil.
Dialogue, would you agree that there is a toxic element of these things that does perpetuate these sort of defeatist attitudes, but that you were trying to you're not trying to highlight those things, you were trying to address the things that are relevant? Am I correct in that statement? Do you agree with that statement?
You're a lot closer, yes. I mean, actually, you're. Oh my gosh!
Because I have a lot of issues with the way this shit gets talked about.
I don't know. Adam has said so many things that I didn't say. I don't even know if I'm actually having a conversation at this point because I don't know. You have said back to me so many things I genuinely did not say.
Okay,
I don't know what you're hearing when I speak. I genuinely
I am
the
hearing.
example you said was very triggering.
So yes, very telling. Yeah.
And this is what I was saying earlier.
Adam was
about
unloading,
the
and it wasn't
NPC
specifically
dialogue,
about you.
Where we just have a dumb fuck dialectics and we don't actually have a conversation with the people that are in the room. Dialogue's giving you a really nuanced perspective.
Don't
cut me off.
Stop making excuses.
Don't cut me off. Let me finish what I'm
I'll let
saying.
you
You can wait 5 seconds. Okay, you can wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dialogue's giving you a nuanced take on
He
this
is. Stop.
No,
Just
don't cut me off.
you're gonna get kicked off. I'm gonna kick you off so fucking fast if you call that. If you say nuance one more fucking time, you try me. You try me. Okay. Listen. The nuance. You want to hear the nuance You want to hear the nuance CRT take? Here's the unnuanced take. All white people are racist. Here's the nuance take. Most white people are racist, okay? There's nothing fucking nuanced here.
Wow. Literally never said
Okay. That was funny, but that's also not a good faith interpretation of DialogueAlways' point of view. I don't even want to say position, point of view.
Look,
that's funny as
he
fuck.
doesn't recognize it. I get that.
Goose
I
Brabant.
understand that. Okay, I can see that.
Is it really effective? Is it really effective to just like shit all over him?
Well,
is that going to help?
Listen. Racism. What am I supposed to do?
A said A, so let's go to C. Like, why not actually engage with him? You can actually engage with the nuances of this.
That's it. You're out of here, buddy. That's it.
You have a platform to do this.
There's nothing nuanced happening here. Please don't make me kick you off.
I don't
dialogue.
I think we're at an impasse. I really do. I think we're at an impasse. Because I don't even think you're even. I don't even think you can
dialogue. My position.
To what I said.
My position is crystal clear. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's definitely crystal clear.
Your position, not clear at all.
Let me explain, because DialogueAlways. This is the problem, and I guess you don't understand this. You, in a sentence, used whiteness as a synonym for racism.
For racism,
You
yes.
understand that's what got Adam triggered?
No.
If I used criminality in a sentence for blackness, how would that make you feel?
It wouldn't be good. Right?
Yes. And you would be right to call me a piece of fucking shit if I did that. But somehow you can sit here and do it. Somehow you can sit here and do it, and you got Faraday Speaks over here all up your ass telling you about how nuanced you are.
I want to hear DialogueAlways' response to using whiteness as a synonym for racism and the example he provided. But you understand that that's what happened, right?
No, it's not.
Well, how is it not?
How is it not? We're in a recorded call here.
I'll try this one more time. Yeah. I'll repeat what I said earlier in the beginning, and let's just see if I can even get you to repeat back to me what I just said. Whiteness was coined as pointing out the ways that early American culture, tried to dictate or tried to create ideas and perspectives and certain other things as racial. So the term whiteness is pointing out how that movement, how that idea was directly used in America to create many of the cultures and ideas we have today. It does not mean every aspect of it was racism. It means every aspect of it was trying to create a separate system.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be based on race.
Okay. Okay. This is why this term is dog shit. Okay. Under what you just said, because all you're saying is that that each country has a broader normative culture that they create, and that the culture enforces itself upon the people. And obviously, if we go back to America in that time period, a large part of the culture had racism or racist elements baked into it via slavery and then segregation. Okay, to use the term whiteness and to refer to every part of that culture is fucking stupid. And it's self-destructive.
because you're ignoring something that I said right after that. I said, which leads to the creation of blackness, which means the aspects that were not picked up by that idea of whiteness were picked up as an attempt to try to culturalize everything that wasn't in the term white.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Okay. Black people were not sitting around saying, what are the concepts of whiteness from my slave owner? I guess
why would they have to sit around and say that? Why wouldn't that just be a result of that?
No, what happened? No. First of all, because it's not even true, because a lot of time, like a big okay, hold on. You can say, and this is a big problem with any culture, it has nothing to do with race. Any culture, especially a poor culture, is going to be an inherently self-destructive culture, okay? Because all culture is self-perpetuating. So if you have a culture that's based around being poor and it's self-perpetuating, it's obviously going to be self-destructive. And very oftentimes, that means that the culture is going to be anti whatever the norms of the culture are. That's why people are not succeeding in the culture.
So you've never heard a black person say, like, if somebody's getting or somebody's doing good in school, you've never ever heard a black person look at that other. Why are you being so? Wait. So you acknowledge? Wait. Oh my gosh! And this is why
I acknowledge this happens. I'm saying, why are we?
No. You're not just. You're throwing that away. in order to say that I'm just saying white people are X. And no, I'm literally saying that there is a cause and effect to these decisions, and the cause and effect can be viewed from both sides of those decisions.
First of all, I don't agree. First of all, I don't agree with the cause that you're laying out, because I think a lot of the black, quote unquote, black culture turning into white culture was something that is relatively recent in American history that stems out of the 60s. Okay. I don't think it existed before then necessarily to the extent that you do. First of all. Secondly, even if what you're saying is true, that's completely fucking irrelevant to what we should be doing right now and what's better for American society to progress forward. Today. And my argument from the beginning of this conversation is that if we want to progress forward, we should do it under the banner of liberalism, which is that we throw out color being associated with this stuff, so you don't have the black kid who's doing well in school getting called white by his friends, because that's going to lead those people to self-destructing and not doing well in our society.
Okay? Yeah, sure. And that's exactly what happens.
I understand that's what you're saying, but I'm telling you directly that is going to not work. And the reason why it's not going to work is because if you're standing in the black community and you go, a black community that literally you can find out was a black community because of decisions made to place people in that community, and you say, oh, you know what? Don't point to the ideas and stuff that literally created this community. Call it liberalism.
Are you saying
wait.
You're not going to get the.
You're exactly pointing out my issue with this, because you're associating things that will help you move up in society, like studying, and you're associating that with racist shit that got societies or got black populations segregated. Yes, that got segregated cause and effect. Decades and decades ago. Okay, that's what I'm trying to disentangle. I'm saying no, don't associate these things as the same.
It's literally cause and effect, though.
It doesn't matter.
One doesn't.
I don't give a shit why it happens. Of course, it's a completely I'm not.
CRT is explaining why it happens. The entire
DialogueAlways.
Of CRT
I'm not a monster, and I'm not racist. I'm not stamping around saying fucking black people are stupid and that's why they adopted this. Of course, these things came out of reasons that were because of fucking racism in the past. Obviously, that doesn't matter in what we should do to be productive going forward. I'm not assigning blame here to why things are the way they are. I'm assigning blame to the people who want to change things for the worse going forward.
Yeah.
And also when you're, like I said, when you're in these communities, there's no evil white people that are reinforcing the culture to those kids that they shouldn't complete their education. There's no evil white people telling them to get pregnant before they're married. There was.
Never said there was.
Okay, well, that's the problem. And that's the thing that isn't getting addressed. But we're wasting all of this time telling kids in white neighborhoods that they have privilege or whatever. And we tell the single mom struggling with 5 kids in a trailer that she's the oppressor, when we should be spending some time talking to these kids and keeping them in jobs and keeping them in their education and getting them out of that situation, teaching them why the hip hop culture is actually destroying them. Like I said earlier, there's no activism about that. The only time anybody's interested in anything is when one of these kids finally gets shot by a police officer. That's the only time. This is why BLM is stupid.
It's not true. There's tons of activism within the black community about it.
Let's move. I feel like
the whole stop the violence movement is okay.
We're not going to get anywhere on this. The position.
The people that are most critical of negative, the people that are most critical of negative behavior within the black community, drugs, gangs, rap culture, the people that are most critical of that are people within the black community. They're the most critical of that.
But so why don't we listen? Any marches or any millions being donated to programs?
Yeah, you don't have marches or millions about it. You know what you have? You have every youth pastor on every single street corner trying to get the liquor store out of the community.
And hold up, V Radio, do you think those millions are coming from other black people? Like, do you think the majority of those millions are coming from other black people?
White people.
Is that the argument you're making? Is that that the black community is getting together and putting their money into one?
Who is directing the activism to tell people where to send their
white people? White people are making up those activist movements. White people are making up the majority of bodies.
So Patrisse Cullors is white?
No, I'm not. No, I'm just saying that when you look at the BLM, all the fervor and the weight behind it, and honestly, like, this is kind of a slight at black people in a sort of way. You could read it that way, but that the majority of the weight that is put behind those activist movements that you see on TV is white people, white liberals, white people from the suburbs. It is not black people. Black people are the slim margin at the front of the line.
So what you're
black
saying
people,
is
wait. Black people respond because, and I'm gonna fully admit this. A lot of black people in the black community only really respond to certain things. They don't, and I'm not saying everybody, and oh my gosh, this is probably gonna be clipped and turn me into a horrible person.
Yeah.
But a lot of black people in the black community only really respond when something is visually in front of them or affects them, because there are too many things that they are focused on in their own lives to really start focusing on things over.
I mean, that's true of everyone.
But
It's not a black issue.
But there are certain things that I can't say every single, that a large enough number of black people all experience at the same time, that those are things that they coalesce to say, hey, this is an issue. But that does not mean that thing is funded, motivated, organized, or controlled by the black community. A lot of it is outside, because we don't, like, blacks as a whole don't really have the organization to be able to do that.
So we're back to blaming it on white people then.
Well, no, wait. So I can agree.
I'm physically done.
I can agree. Stop.
V Radio is so bad faith, dude. You are such a bad faith piece of shit.
Stop.
No, I'm not. Live here, mother.
Caleb, stop.
Holy
shit.
It's 1:30, guys.
Yeah, let dialogue roll. Let dialogue roll.
No. I was done. But if that's what he got from what I said,
He's a scumbag.
I don't know what else to.
That's not fair, man. Don't say that.
It
okay,
is fair. He's acting like a scumbag.
I'm acting like a scumbag. How?
Listen,
you are a scumbag.
Why?
Because you are a piece of shit, bad
I'm a
faith
piece of
motherfucker.
shit because I'm a piece of shit.
You are a piece of shit.
Clarify why? Because you don't have a rational
will literally
reason.
bring up. Like, that will literally try to nitpick the entire situation into what he's trying to describe to you, and you're always going to put up the most hyperbolic, counterfactual that you can find from your depth.
You want some ranch for the
It's
word
not.
salad?
It's not.
Like,
you're a fucking NPC.
Well, no. Let me say it like this.
This is crazy.
You saw me. You literally just heard me try to explain why the black community really doesn't control certain things, and your best answer to that was blame white people again. You think that was you honestly think, and I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm not even trying to be mean.
This is
you honestly believe that was a good faith response to
this. This is so fucking irrelevant. This is what I was literally trying to say before every fucking person interrupted me. Okay, which is that yes, Caleb, and yes, Dialogue Always, I could literally agree with every single fucking thing you just laid out. Okay, that it is black voices in the black community that are trying to get people to not be fucking, to be successful in our society. Okay, I can agree that 100%. I hope that's the fucking case. I fucking pray that's the case. The problem is we're not talking about that. We're talking about all this woke, horrible shit that's being popularized. I don't care if it's by black people or white people. I don't give a fuck. Whoever is popularizing it is doing the exact opposite of everything you just said, Caleb.
Yeah.
They're destroying all the goodwill.
I agree with you. Dialogue
was a genuine question.
Stop.
This is a genuine question.
Finish.
Let him finish.
All the goodwill. They're destroying
there
all.
Is a negative.
Caleb, if you don't shut the fuck up and let me finish, you're getting kicked right now. Okay. This is like insane. I can't fucking, you guys have been going on. I can't get a fucking word in. Okay. The problem is, and I'm trying to fucking agree with you. I don't know why you're interrupting me, is that yes, all the shit that we're talking about with the whiteness going on right now is completely destroying all the black people in the black community that are trying to tell kids, hey, you should get a fucking education. Because now the kids can say, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm on Twitter, it says you're fucking white. And this is aspects of white culture. Okay, that's the problem.
It's a big problem too. Hey, Dialogue, do you want to? I don't know that we're going to make any progress on this. So you want to, go to bed, or do you want to keep fighting?
Yeah.
How late are you allowed to fight? Because we could go for another hour, I think.
Okay, can I even make another proposition?
30 minutes.
Can I make another proposition? If he's gonna hang longer, why don't we change the topic of conversation to something we can like somewhat
Dylan,
change
what do you
sides
want
on?
to talk about?
Yeah, fuck it, yeah.
What do I want to talk about?
Yeah.
Dylan, why are you racist?
Why am I racist? Well, ever since I met up with Azov, you know, my political beliefs have just been rapidly changing. You know, it's been developing very rapidly. Yeah, I don't know exactly what I want to talk about. I just jumped in here last second. I mean, I guess I can keep this train going if we needed to.
Can I toss a question at you, Dylan?
Sure, why not?
What were the thoughts going through your head when Discount William Shatner was debating Lauren Southern on mass graves? I'm really curious what was going through your head.
Oh, you're talking about the
Tale of Twin
debate
Rabbits.
I hosted, Tale of Twin Rabbits.
Yeah.
If you want my honest opinion about that debate,
it was hilarious. Not you.
I did everything I could. Okay, if you watch that debate, I did everything I could to give Lance and Tale of Twin Rabbits the opportunity to say their piece, and it just felt like anytime I like threw the mic over at them, anytime either Counterpoints or Lauren Southern would go into like a diatribe about what was going on, there would be like there'd be nearly no response. And I was doing everything I could, trying to pull in every trick out of the hat to try to like give them speaking time, because I wanted them to have a semi-equal speaking time since I was having the whole debate timed. But even with all of that, there was like nothing I could do. And I feel that a lot of faith was placed in this Tale of Twin Rabbits person to kind of be this unending like voice of
Because here I am
Native
standing
American
before you today.
of the Native community, and they just had no answers, and their like logic train of like, well, maybe all these churches are just burning down because of bad candles. Like it was bad, man. I don't know. I don't know why Lance trusted that person so much in that debate to take up so much time and be their partner. I would have assumed if Lance was going into a debate with somebody as notorious as Lauren Southern, that he would, you know, get somebody that was competent at debate or knew what they were doing. But I think
didn't we have something that wasn't settled last time, Sitch, about the Lauren Southern debate?
No, it was settled. What do you mean? We asked Lance. We didn't ask Dylan.
We didn't ask Dylan. Dylan was the one we had when Dylan was on. Yeah, I feel like we have unsettled business here.
The conspiracy was: did you know Lance was going to go on his Lauren Southern tirade at the end?
No, I did not. Okay. I think at the end I was I was trying to wrap it up, and I think he did that at the end because I think he was probably frustrated at like the performance, and he wanted to make sure that he got like an elbow in there, you know, on the way out.
Well, he obviously wrote that speech up before his performance was pathetic. So, I mean, it feels like he was going to get it in there regardless.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I wasn't informed beforehand that was going to happen. I didn't allocate speech time at the end of the debate. Right. So that was completely outside of like what I organized. Ultimately, I mean, that's up to him. But I even like said at the end, like, I'm no longer moderating this. This is not my thing, and I just left.
Right. Yeah.
Because it was out of my control at that point. They just started rioting.
What was your reason for dropping Hippy Dippy?
My reason for dropping Hippy Dippy, one reason is because my main booker, Danabo, who has like always made the gears turn, his mother's really sick right now, so it's really difficult for him to keep working with us. I'm in Ukraine and traveling around the country, going eastward and like going through the safety precautions, embedding with troops, all this stuff. It takes time and a huge investment of my attention. And so it's hard for me to book 8 people every single week, which is what we were doing for Hippy Dippy, booking 8 people, getting 3 topics and making sure that these 8 people are willing to get on screen with each other, because you know how like drama filled streamers are, and making sure that they are not all just 8 like people who just yell all the time. So we make sure that's actually a manageable panel, make sure they're willing to follow the rules, got to make sure none of them are banned on Twitch, you know, got to go through all these methods, got to go and look for new people if we want to get new blood in the chat. It was a huge time investment.
That sounds horrifying.
Yeah, and I did it for over 2 years, and that was with the help of Danabo. And so now I'm supposed to do it with somebody whose mom is sick and I'm in this in Ukraine. It wasn't manageable. There's other reasons as well, like there's enough people have gotten banned or quit political Twitch streaming that's hard to bring in a lot of people that we used to bring in to like rely on like consistent viewership, because what we built was we had this recruitment show, and what we would do is we would bring in new streamers, new up and coming streamers, and we would bring them on the recruitment show, which is like this very tiny show we have. We see how good they are, and maybe 10% of them will move on to the main show, and those 10% will be able to interact with bigger streamers who get bigger audiences and stuff like that. But we just had less bigger streamers to pull from, because either bigger streamers have gotten kind of tired of panels, or bigger streamers have gotten banned, or we're just unable to make headway with getting new people. Like for example, like the kerfuffle we had with Keffels when we were trying to get other big streamers involved, and like we were just like deciding, like with all these factors involved at the same time, we could deal with one of these issues at once. We can't deal with all these issues at the same time without seeing a huge drop in quality in the roundtables we were putting out, and I didn't want to see that, so I just ended it where it was.
What are your content aspirations in Ukraine? Like, what are you, and what are you just doing?
Are he like legit? He legit moved to Ukraine?
Well, I don't. Well, I put all my stuff in a storage unit in the United States, and I came over here, and I can stay here as long as necessary because I have a press card with the Ministry of Defense, which means that I don't have any like visa requirements, like you have to leave in these many days. As long as martial law is still active in Ukraine, I can stay. That's what the Zelensky's government decided, and so I want to stay here as long as I think is necessary to get all the stories I want to get. And
what's the plan? Because I haven't really heard much about you being out there.
What, like the plan moving forward, or like what have I already done?
Well, I didn't know that you were out there at all, and I guess maybe I don't pay attention to your channel. But what was the plan going there, and what's the plan moving forward?
Well, the original plan was I was going to go to Poland and possibly Lviv, but then I got more and more opportunities, and that eventually ended with me going to the frontline city of Zaporozhye, embedding with troops, embedding with ambulance crews and aid workers, and moving a lot more closer to where the war is than I originally anticipated. And due to the idea of what I was going to be doing here expanding, now I'm going to be staying here a lot longer, trying to get more footage. I got a lot of really good footage in Zaporozhye on the front line, and actually that footage should be uploaded, I think, and posted sometime this week if it's approved by people for security reasons, because all the footage needs to get like a thumbs up before we post it. Make sure we don't like post somebody's coordinates and get somebody killed.
I'm glad somebody's over there doing that, I guess, but like you just kind of pointed out why we can't have like streamers like we would for anything else, because it could endanger the people that you're filming live.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who expected me to go to Ukraine as a Twitch streamer, and then I just start Twitch streaming like the front line, or Twitch streaming like getting bombed or something. And there was a lot of people who had complaints about like, why hasn't your stream changed that much? And it's like, well, there's not really much I can change. I'm not gonna go outside and like be like, hey, here's my position and coordinates, and this is exactly where I was if you wanted to like hit the area I was, and oh look, there's a few soldiers over there, isn't that convenient? And then like somebody gets killed. I don't want to be involved in anything like that, definitely after we've seen so many high profile examples of people posting the wrong image on Reddit, and then it gets like 300 people killed.
Well, it'll be good though that at least you're there, because it's so frustrating right now trying to wade through the videos, seeing what actually is happening and what isn't, and people will post stuff from the previous conflict in Ukraine, and you're trying to just you can't tell because people are just trying to post something to get attention, so you don't know what's real and what isn't. It's like I did one stream on it and got hit for a week for quote unquote misinformation. All I did was like I did what was on Twitter. I was like, don't know if any of these are legit, guys. I made it clear. But there isn't any way to know. That's why I don't talk about it.
I follow the Syrian civil war a lot. It's a conflict I watched a lot, and I would see a lot of footage that I know is from the Syrian civil war popping up as frontline footage from the Donbass. I'm like, the Donbass isn't a desert. Who are you trying to pull with this? What is this footage? And so yeah, there's a lot of people trying to spread misinformation. One of the biggest frustrations I have currently with coverage on Ukraine is how like soundbitey it is. You know, you get like 5 minutes, you'll get like a talking point that they're trying to get across. You'll get like maybe like 2 moms wailing into the camera, a few blown up houses, maybe a corpse, and then boom, that's Ukraine. You don't really have an idea of like what soldiers are like living day to day, or what it's like to be there like from a first person perspective. And so what I'm hoping to do with my content is going to be 5 to 10 minutes of footage. It's going to be hopefully like an hour long each time I post a video of me on with troops along the front line, or looking through the wreckage of a city that's been bombarded by the Russians, or interviewing people who have been affected by the war, like displaced peoples. And that's what I'm hoping for, because I feel that since I'm on YouTube, I don't have to abide by these kind of like soundbite journalist like tactics. And so I can go as in depth as I want to and have the story be as long as I want it to be.
This makes me so happy, because to have an alternative to the mainstream media, it'll be more like the old school, like Vietnam style of journalism, which is something that I think this really needs. So thanks for doing what you're doing, man. This is great.
I appreciate it. I always one of the big inspirations, I guess, for me, for like from a journalistic perspective, and this is weird because he's never ever covered a war, was Gonzo. Not only because he was awesome, right, just like a cool guy, but when he covered like the Kentucky Derby, or he covered the Hells Angels from within the Hells Angels, the way he described everything from like a first person perspective, I think was very effective in dragging people into the story. And I think if something like that was used in, say, Vietnam, if he went and covered the war, I think he could have done amazing journalism. Sadly, he never did. And I think that just having a video camera and going along with troops is one of the most like ultimate forms of like that Gonzo style journalism, of that first person perspective, because it is literally first person as you go along with people.
Especially if you don't have MSNBC or Fox telling you what you are and are not allowed to say. That'll be fantastic.
Hey, Dialogue always dipped out, but he did send me thanks for having me on and congrats on 200 shows. So evidently we're on good terms and Hatchet is buried.
I don't think it is, but thank you.
You don't believe me, Sitch?
I mean, it is for me. I don't care, but
okay.
I've got to go too. I'm up way past my bedtime, but I wanted to hang on a bit. So Adam, Sitch, I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man.
Adam, have me on sometime. Talk about the meaning crisis.
Sure. Now that I'm unblocked, I guess I can communicate with you.
Let's agree on something for once, okay?
The meaning crisis, I actually have one of my questions is the meaning crisis real? Which I'm not convinced it is. So sure, we'll have you back on.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, that makes it interesting. All right. Well, all right. So, great seeing everybody else.
Take care.
Thanks for coming. So the real question, man. Dylan, is have you hung out with Coach Red Pill yet?
Yeah. You guys what's going on?
I have not, but if anybody wants to help me work with the SBU to help detain him again, I'd be happy to do so.
Actually, I guess if you strained with him, would you possibly endanger your press pass?
I maybe like I don't want to fuck with him. Like not only because the dude is completely psychotic, but it's also his coverage on the war is completely asinine. I saw this map he posted of like Ukraine. It's like, this is going to be Ukraine post-war. You fucking Zelensky cucks can deny it. And it's just like Hungary has annexed territory. Poland's annexed territory from Ukraine. It's just like half the country's just been cut in half. And like Zaporozhye was annexed. Odessa was annexed. Kharkiv was annexed. Like it got all the way up to Kiev, basically. It was just completely asinine. He can't. For somebody who like takes the time to come over to a foreign country, right, and put yourselves, I would assume, at considerable risk to do it, he just has no connection to reality.
Well, I think that's why I went there in the first place. But...
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, if you come to war zones, you probably are psychotic on some level.
Well, no, I thought he's been there for a while though, right? Like he didn't come because of the war, but
that is true. He has been here before, but he didn't. He's staying in the locations and like turning it into like a journalistic experience.
Right. Well, I guess he thought it'd be good for his channel, but do you have a greater sense? I mean, maybe you don't. Like how the war is going, because I always hear from like the pro-Ukrainian side that the Ukrainians are doing awesome, and I always hear from the pro-Russia side, Russia's doing awesome. So
it depends on what your metric is for like how it's going, right? Like if you measure the metric by Russia's original war goals, then Ukraine's like stopped them on every front, right? Because the original war goals was like, we want to demilitarize Ukraine.
Right, well, that's obviously off the table.
Obviously, demilitarization has failed because it's more militarized than ever. Okay, well, we want to stop NATO expansion. Well, Finland and Sweden are just, they're joining NATO, so NATO has expanded, right? So obviously NATO expansion, they weren't really able to stop that. When it comes to like denazification, now obviously I think that's more of a propaganda point, but if you look at it in the idea of replacing the Zelensky government, which I think was a clear goal because they marched towards Kiev, that obviously is not going to succeed either. When it comes to the protection of like the Russian speaking populations, now this is where it gets more complicated, because if you take that literally, then they failed, because more Russian speakers are dying in Ukraine than ever. They are the population in Ukraine that's getting killed the most, because the Donbass is getting hit very hard. Kharkiv, Odessa, Zaporozhye, all the locations that have high populations of Russian speakers are dying at the highest numbers. When I was in Zaporozhye with Ukrainian troops, they were all speaking Russian. I didn't hear tak, I only heard da, right, when I was there. So there's also Russian speakers fighting off the Russian speakers. So in a literal sense, he hasn't succeeded. Now, if you're looking at more in the kind of Russian chauvinistic type, well, we're annexing territory, so it's with Mother Russia, therefore it's protected, then they've had minimal success, but they have yet to take all of the Donbass. They're still going to have to take the fortress of Kramatorsk. They're still going to have to take other locations. They still haven't taken Odessa, even though I think that's a pretty clear goal. There's some reports that they actually still want to take Kharkiv, which I think would be so fucking retarded. That would be that word.
It's okay, you can say retarded on here.
Thank God I'm on
that
YouTube.
shit. Fuck it. Not a big deal.
Yeah, I understand.
But don't say fucking retarded. That's like a little bit too far.
Yeah, that's over the
You
line.
can't infer that retarded people have sex. That's too much.
So basically, I think on the original war goals, he's failed. Putin has failed on every level. Now, when it comes to what he can scrape out of the war, what he can get, I mean, if it is possible that he could actually take all of the Donbass, the odds are, I don't know if it's in favor against them. Personally, if you put a gun to my head, I'd say Kramatorsk is going to be a hard thing to get. Definitely, since they only took 10 days to rest because Ukrainians are blowing up all their ammo dumps with the HIMARS. But they're not going to take Odessa. They're not going to take Kharkiv. And so I guess like they could be able to like scrape out some territory they could annex, but can they even hold it? And so I would say that Ukraine relatively is in a better position. And I think they've but the biggest concern I have for Ukraine moving forward isn't Ukraine really. It's Germany, it's Italy, it's Spain, it's Europe. My biggest concern is going to be that the Europeans face Russian gas prices post Russia not selling their gas to the Europeans, and they're going to say, you know what, we like democracy in principle. When we said never again, we were more like never again unless it costs us a few extra euros, right? And then they're going to drop that principle tied to democracy. I don't have that fear for the United States, because the United States, a recent poll from the Brookings Institute shows that 62% of Americans are willing to deal with both higher gas, energy, and food prices to deal with the war in Ukraine. But it's not going to affect the United States in the same way it's going to affect Europe, especially places like Germany.
When you say drop democracy, do you mean that they're just going to drop support of Ukraine, or that they're going to like cease to be democracies?
I think they're going to stop support for Ukraine. They're going to stop supporting the struggle for democracy in Ukraine, which is really a success story of post-Soviet states. After the Orange Revolution and the Revolution of Dignity, there was a lot of concern about not only the patron-client state oligarch system that was forming, but there's a lot of concern that like people were going to use, like we saw in the 2004 Orange Revolution, people were going to use institutions in order to keep their hold on power and manipulate elections, like Belarus's Lukashenko has done, another post-Soviet state, which has gone in an extremely authoritarian direction. But we've seen this transition in Ukraine further away from that being a possibility and closer every year to respecting a peaceful transition of power, which I think is like the real telltale sign of a functioning democracy on the most basic of levels, not in all ways, because they still have some patron client based systems. Like Poroshenko, for example, was somebody who's still deeply entrenched in the oligarchy. That's part of the reason why he lost in 2019, but he didn't even attempt to use the system to steal from Zelensky. Zelensky actually had monitoring groups working on behalf of his campaign at these like voting booths to make sure that the votes that they saw on the ground were the same votes that were coming in officially, and they were. And so that was like a huge moment for Ukraine in 2019. And so just 3 years later, after that development, that huge development of like, holy shit, democracy's really getting its feet under itself. We're slowly seeing a move away from corruption. We're seeing the presence of civic societies and civil societies like working to monitor governments and keep them accountable. We have this invasion happen, which threatens to bring in the old guard of Lukashenko, who is deeply entrenched in all of the things we just talked about. They're trying to get rid of in Ukraine, which is terrifying.
Can I ask a journalism-based question, just to ask you about your situation specifically?
Sure.
Well, I before we move on, I mean, I'd like to know what kind of a level of corruption are you seeing there? I mean, you're in Ukraine, right? Are you like, are police shaking people down, or?
I haven't interacted with that. Mostly it's they'll kind of more just be confused by, like, it's me, Polish people and French people all in a Polish car in the middle of Eastern Ukraine. And they just look at us kind of confused at what this hodgepodge of different nationalities and foreigners are doing.
So
and then
not,
they'll like strip our car because they think we might be spies or something.
You're not
But that's not
interfacing with the
corruption.
public. Like, is the public complaining about, like, everyone we talk about on this subject is basically saying, Adam, Sitch, you guys need to forget about Ukraine. It's a total corrupt state. Like, it's a kleptocracy. I don't know what we're doing over there.
Because the problem is, like, it's a post-Soviet state.
Yes.
And you're complaining about corruption. Like, of course it's corrupt. What are you talking about? And like the idea that the Russians, what are the Russians going to do? Russia is going to invade to liberate them from corruption.
No,
they're
going
to.
Like, there's corruption in Russia.
To possibly greater extents. And so for me, I see Ukraine slowly moving in a direction away from that. And I would want them to continue that direction. And this war also isn't just about, this war really has nothing to do with corruption outside of Lukashenko and the progress Ukraine has made. So yeah, Ukraine still has a lot of corruption. Zelensky was obviously in the Panama Papers. He's not engaged in the same extent of patron client-based oligarchy that his predecessor Poroshenko was.
Right.
Or obviously
Poroshenko fled the country. Zelensky didn't. So that says a lot.
Well, Poroshenko fled the country also because he's seen court cases. I don't think it's because of physical safety. Unless you're thinking of Lukashenko, who left during the revolution.
Yeah, maybe I am. Yeah.
Too many Shankos.
A lot of Shankos. So yeah, I think like Ukraine's making progress, and I wanted to see it to continue to make progress. Obviously, there's corruption still in the country, and it still needs to be dealt with. I've been told that there's a lot of corruption still in the police force, even if it's made progress. And I want to do a video about policing in Ukraine. But yeah, it still exists.
There's a video I saw on YouTube. When this first broke, I started going to YouTube to watch videos that are out of Ukraine, people in Ukraine, and there was this one that is just. A guy tried to start a police force that didn't shake down people for bribes. And the problem was the police force, people could join the corrupt police force and make a lot more money. So he couldn't really keep it going, it's such a sad situation to be in.
Yeah, it's a lot of times what'll happen is, like, not only will it be that they'll get used to the corruption and that'll just be seeped into it and that it'll be profitable, but sometimes it becomes so bad that you literally cannot work in the industry without being corrupt. Because they might not even pay you enough anymore, because then the higher ups will learn that they're taking all these kickbacks, and so then we can pay them less if we have budget shortfalls, and therefore if you're like an uncorrupt cop in a police force, you literally can't even eat possibly, because that type of stuff gets seeped into systems.
You wanted to ask about journalism, V?
Well, it's just because I'm very hyped about you being in the situation, but then I have to ask, because one of the reasons
I'm not as hyped.
Why wars are always so messed up and trying to cover them is so hard is that I guess the easiest way to put it is this: are you in a position that if Ukrainian military, for example, did something bad, some kind of massacre or something, that you could report on that without consequences to you personally? Like that's what I'd be concerned about being in your situation. And I mean, obviously I think Ukrainians should be defending themselves. I'm not taking a side, but as a journalist, you really can't. So if inevitably during wars, both sides are going to end up doing something bad.
I've thought about this, and I don't want to disclose exactly. I don't want to disclose too much, but I've thought about if I get my hands on information that I think is vital for the public to know, that's outside of like things that can like endanger the Ukrainian military, say like their position or something that gets them killed, but say it's something of like importance, like a massacre or something. I've thought about this, and I do have things in place that I can quickly like give information to, if necessary, to make sure that this gets out. But I don't really want to talk about that too much.
Dylan's the next Julian Assange here. Look at this. He's like completely setting himself up.
Yeah, but like I'm like my main goal coming over here was because I want to bring more attention to Ukraine, because I think the West should support Ukraine. I'm very supportive of Ukraine. And so obviously this would be like a huge smack in the face to me, but also like as a journalist, if I'm calling myself that now, or if I'm doing this, that like I have a bigger responsibility to like the truth also. And so if I was to interact with that, I feel like not only would it be important for like just the truth and like humanitarian reasons to cover it, but I also think it's important for Ukraine, because when a military engages in massacres and slaughters and war crimes, ultimately, I think that will 100% benefit the opposing side, the Russians, and attacking Ukraine, because then they can use that to justify even larger brutality. It makes Ukraine lose support amongst the civilian population. And so I think it would be important to call it out and stop it wherever it happens.
One of the things I always get, people always tag me on Twitter to yell at me for some reason about Ukraine, is they always bring up the Zelensky outlawing certain political parties and going after certain media companies. What's going on with that?
I don't know. I've had this brought up to me a few times as well. I didn't look a ton into it, but from a cursory examination, what I found is a lot of the people who were getting banned were also people who immediately when the war started released certain statements about the war, kind of like, hey, you know, welcome to the country invade, or it's like stuff that's like very like, you know? And for me, I kind of view it a little bit like, I'm sure if I looked at the full list, I could find certain individual politicians who might have not been on there since it was like full party bans. But I also view it a little bit kind of like Abraham Lincoln, and when it came to suspending habeas corpus,
right?
That when a nation state is in survival mode, they're going to pull every lever they can while doing their best to stay within their like ethical guidelines to try to save their nation state. And if the nation state is not united on fighting the foreign invader, then it's going to be very difficult to like, you know, fight said foreign invader. All the Confederate sympathizers in the government in the United States were kicked out of the government of the United States. Confederate sympathizers were then arrested. Confederate sympathizers were then put in prison for trying to stop people from, you know, getting drafted or telling people not to join the military, right? So I view it a little bit like that I think a lot of what Zelensky's doing when it comes to things like that will be reflected upon negatively or positively depending on its success. Because I think we've largely forgiven Abraham Lincoln for what he did with habeas corpus. I think we've largely forgiven Abraham Lincoln for what he did to Confederate sympathizers because we see it as kind of like a necessary duty in order to protect the Union. And I think Ukrainians, when I talk to them, seem to view things like that in a very similar way. And it's also strange because you're seeing it in a similar way now during the war, which usually comes with more like historical, like afterthought. So I think a lot of that we'll just have to look at after the war, the same way we looked at Abraham Lincoln, and try to reflect on like, was that necessary at the time? So I think, yeah, I view it a little bit like that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, to me, like if you're in a country that's being invaded by another country and certain politicians or media outlets are either supporting the invading country or even in some cases getting funding from Russia. I mean, it makes to me, it'd be insane if you didn't shut down or arrest or kick out those politicians in those media countries. Because I mean, it's like it's really ridiculous to me for people to shout free speech in favor of the country that's invading you. Like it doesn't work that way.
You can't let the enemies of democracy use the tools of democracy against it. If you do, then ultimately what's going to happen is then democracy is going to crumble.
Right. Liberalism only works if the other person agrees to play by those rules. If you're being invaded violently by a military, they're not using the tools of liberalism. So
no, they're not. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I generally agree with that.
We might cover Dylan's Jordan Peterson video on Tuesday just to like trigger the shit out of everyone because it was actually really good. So
you like my video? Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Well, that video drove me insane too, and
it's
you
so
completely
Jordan
articulated.
Peterson.
Yeah,
angers me.
Really quick
so
for
much.
me.
Yeah,
and for all the other noobs, what video were you responding to, Dylan?
I was responding to Jordan Peterson's recent video, the war in Ukraine, civil war in the West.
Oh,
right?
okay.
And so
I haven't finished that yet myself.
In this video, he talks about like 4 different like reasons the war could have started, right? And he talks about people redirecting him towards Mearsheimer, everyone's favorite realist. And he talks about like, well, it could be a resource war. It could be that Putin's just evil. But then eventually he lands on this last thing. And it's this idea of like the civil war between the wokeness of the left and the wokeness of kind of like the modern America and its development down this strange light, and he starts talking. And he starts talking about contending. He starts talking about the Supreme Court nomination process and how they chose a black woman. And I'm sitting there and I'm confused why he's talking about the Supreme Court nomination in reference to Ukraine. And he compares that to Putin, who, even if he doesn't see any other Russian as him as subordinate to any other Russian, at least he's subordinate to God. You know, I take some solace in that. And it goes into it just felt pointless. There's none of this war has to do with like the crash of Christianity and wokeness. Like it's outside of just being like a very small propaganda point, something you maybe mention offhand. That isn't the case. I mean, Russia is really not a based country. It is not a red-pilled country even. No. When you think about Russia, it is a country with incredibly high domestic violence, incredibly high alcoholism. It originated crocodile, has very high injecting drug rates, even though it's taken this very hard stance of you must just go cold turkey. You will take no supplements to help you, yada, yada, yada. You go in prison if you take drugs. That hasn't worked at all.
Rates.
Very high abortion rates, crashing demographics. Not only that, I didn't even know but when it comes to their identification as Orthodox Christian, while it's gone through the roof, the amount of people who actually go to church every week is like 6%.
It's way less.
Wow. It's much higher in the United States.
Wow.
It's the same thing as like people who identify as being Christian or even for that matter Catholic in the United States. Like fucking like, okay, it's one thing to identify. Like, how do you actually practice?
Totally.
Yeah. I would say I'm a cultural Christian, but I also get plowed by guys. So it's like, how much is that like?
Well, let me put on my
Jordan Mr.
Peterson,
Babylon over here.
Let me put on my Jordan Peterson Internet Defense Force hat, even though I didn't like that video really at all. I think what he was trying to do in that video was and I think this was really in bad taste. I think he's trying to draw attention to the fact that there is this attempted destruction of a lot of liberal values that's happening in the West right now under the guise of wokeness. And that the fact that Russia can even use this as propaganda shows that there's some huge pressing issue that we're not dealing with. As opposed to saying that that's why Putin invaded Ukraine.
He spends half the video talking about wokeness in relation to the war. The amount that it was talked about in the war was unreasonable, almost like, in my opinion, like indefensible, and like
I'm trying to put the best spin on it I possibly.
You're doing great, Sitch.
May I pause really quick because I haven't finished it yet. He's putting wokeness on the side of the American government supporting Ukraine.
Yes,
it's like so clearly horrible. Like how, in what world? Like, okay. Now I'm very excited.
It's
for
worse
Sunday.
than that, because in the end he tries to call America like the authoritarians, and Russia is, I guess, not the authoritarian. I mean, I don't know how you square that.
I mean, two things can.
He concedes in the beginning that Russia and Putin are evil and authoritarian. Okay, he's not denying any of that stuff in the beginning of the video.
Right.
What I love is that the West is woke, SJW cuck, but then also fund neo-Nazi militia. It's like we all exist in like
That
this
was
perpetual
so
state
good.
of
Yeah.
like homo-fascism in the modern
Right.
America.
Well, I mean,
It's
to be
great.
fair, I don't remember. I mean, Jordan Peterson, has he made that argument about?
No, he
that
didn't
off
make
the
that
bat?
argument. I just love.
Yeah,
the
I
parallel.
know the broader argument. That's true, but I mean, I don't like. It did sound like if this is what he was doing. I disagree with it. It did sound like he was sort of giving credence to the idea that Russia is invading, in some respect. I don't think he says this was primarily, but in some respect, to try to stave off the cultural plague of wokeness that is kind of infesting the West, and that it's going to possibly infest Russia via Ukraine if Ukraine becomes further aligned with the EU or the West. And I mean, if to me, that I think that's preposterous. I mean, this is a war that's been brewing since 2012, 2014, even earlier than that, obviously. But I mean, it's rooted in a time before wokeness was really a thing anyone was talking about, so that doesn't really make any sense. But
I mean,
even
let's pretend for a second that that's actually what could happen. Let's pretend that this is actually a war on behalf of the trans kids, right? That we're giving them like every single artillery shell we give Ukraine has some estrogen in it, and we're making all the Russian soldiers and the women, right? So even if that was the case, honestly, is Russia as an entity right now, when it comes to its like race bet red pill like way of looking at the world, it couldn't be hurt by anything by wokeness. I don't think in any way, unironically. When you think about the domestic abuse rates, when you think about the way gay people are treated in that country, when you think about the way minorities historically have been treated in that country, well, I mean, even to Ukrainians, we don't even need to leave Ukraine to talk about the banning of the Ukrainian language or the Holodomor, which is still like whitewashed by a lot of people. If we talk about the drug rates or any or the income inequality, which is double that of the United States, right? I don't think, like, even if somebody was to make the argument to me, oh, what if it cracks the Christian foundations of modern Russia? What's the Christian foundation of 6% of your population actually reading the fucking book? Oh no, who cares? Like, unironically, because the foundation is already extremely faulty.
So I was gonna say, because I had to use this, I don't know if you saw it, but Putin was at some kind of conference where he specifically said, "We watch with bemusement as the United States attempts to," basically just then goes on to describe woke ideology, like saying that a boy can be a girl. And, he just laughs at us essentially and says that we tried all of this. It's nothing new. We tried all of this in Soviet Russia and it was wrong. Have you ever seen that? I can find the video for you if you want to look at it.
I have seen him bringing it up. When I see those videos, I see that less like, hello, I'm speaking to the domestic Russian audience. I see that more as I'm speaking to the American audience right now, and I'm trying to see how much I can appeal to certain movements that have existed within America to make them maybe turn against the war. Because you got to look at how Russian media talks about, you ever look at Al Jazeera Middle East compared to Al Jazeera America? And how the differences and how they talk about like gay people, or like the differences in how they talk about like other social issues. Do the same thing, but for Russian media, like RT America, what they're going to talk about, the issues that are important to them, and then look at what is talked about on actual like Russian state media in Russia. Like the narratives that they're selling to the domestic population are going to be vastly different than the narratives that they're pushing out to the West. And that's why every few weeks we're going to get this clip from like Russian state media of some wackadoodle talking about how New Mexico is going to be wiped off the face of the earth, right? In the coming war in jihad against the United States or whatever, right? And it's because like the domestic messaging is very different. And I think that was specifically messaging aimed at American conservatives, which RT America and Russia has generally been trying to court, whether that be with the Internet Research Agency or just like general like information you've been pumping out through like established media channels.
Okay. Yeah, and that was the only time I've ever heard him talk about wokeness, but mind you, I don't pay a ton of attention to him as much.
He did bring up J.K. Rowling, which I found hilarious. He did bring her up once.
It was some kind of forum, though. He was talking to other people, and someone actually subtitled it, like it wasn't originally available in English. So that's why I was like, that was what popped into my head when you brought that up, because I used it in one of my videos, and like that was starting to make some connections, because I don't study this as much as you do.
I think if people wanted to see Putin's personal ideological reasons for entering this war, He wrote essays on this. You can literally go just read his essay. And people who support him will suggest people do it. I unironically suggest you do it too, because it is one of the most crooked retellings of history. This idea that Ukraine is an artificial state, that the Soviet Union gave Ukraine everything it is, excluding its independence, that it just goes through all this historical revisionism, and I think people should go read it because
He
it
didn't say
doesn't
it was to
talk
stop
about
the trans kids.
He doesn't say it's to stop the trans kids. He doesn't say it's about the gays. It's about his chauvinistic view of Russian history.
His imperialistic view of history. I've heard a lot of people rag on America for being imperialistic too. Some of the same people that are making justifications for Putin.
Well, I think a lot of Americans, when you're in America, you're in the most powerful nation on the planet. It's very easy to kind of concentrate on that and not see what the other countries are doing. So when you look over at Russia, it's going to be easy to not know what a Chechnyan war was. What's a Chechnya, right? Or what did they do in Georgia? I'm not familiar. Or what did they do to Syrian hospitals? Please do tell. Right?
Putin is imperialistic to this day, though, correct? I mean, all this is imperialistic. Yeah.
Of course. This is cut and dry imperialism, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think I don't use the word imperialism that much because I just feel like it's become a buzzword. So I try to describe it outside those terms.
Well, I don't know if chauvinistic's a good one.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It makes me feel smart.
Well, it brings back me to thinking of Proud Boys like every time you say.
Sitch, we're coming up on hour 10 here, and we still have like super chats to read and stuff like that. So
we can wrap it up. Yeah, sure.
Do you want to throw everyone off?
I just assumed you guys are
gonna.
I just assumed you guys are gonna read them on Tuesday.
No, I think we should at least read. Like, come on.
We should read the big ones today.
Yeah. J-Mac gave us a $500 super chat, and it's just the
Thank you,
nicest.
J-Mac.
Oh shit!
Nicest message ever.
Our surrogate father. Yes.
But I don't want to. You guys don't need to stick around and hear us read super chats. So, Dylan, do you have any like closing remarks you want to make before we wrap up? Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, well, I just want to say that PSA Sitch and Adam were wrong about everything they said tonight.
I said your video was good. What are you talking about?
Well, I got to delete it now. It must have been terrible if Adam liked it. I appreciate you guys bringing me on. Congratulations on 200 episodes. You guys are a powerhouse. You guys are doing really well.
Yeah.
And I wish you guys nothing but more success.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And if anybody was at all interested in any of my stuff in Ukraine, again, it's going to be released. The footage on the ground is going to be released very soon. You can find it at Dylan Burns TV on YouTube. That's DYLAN BURNS TV. I'd appreciate anybody giving that a look-see. And if you like streaming, I stream on Twitch Mondays through Fridays from 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to midnight.
Coolio.
Awesome.
Keep
Good
seeking
luck.
the truth, man.
I will continue being the propaganda machine I will be the shill of Kiev. I'm the shill of Kiev. So
Nice.
Ghost of Kiev, I'm the shill of Kiev.
Get your Shill of Kiev action figure now being sold with the Ghost of Kiev action figure. And
Yes!
Jet.
Amen.
Nice.
Awesome.
V, you want to pitch your stuff?
Sure, man. Thank you guys for listening, checking me out, and the support in the chat room that I got today to get in here. I appreciate you guys for bringing me on today. My work is mostly about trying to discern truth versus lies. I don't really do a lot of right versus left stuff. I personally lean left, but that's not really what most of my content is about. So regardless of your political leanings, you'll probably find something you like on my channel. My probably biggest claim to fame was that I identified Joshua Zeminski as who he actually was and what his actual name was, and got him arrested. Woohoo. And I continue to do work along that lines, and thanks for having me on.
Yeah, sweet.
Well, your second biggest claim to fame is that you're a scumbag. So
Right, yeah. I still never got to finish that. I actually, that's one quick thing I want to say is just to clarify my point was that when I was saying to them
that you're not a scumbag,
why isn't there any activism to this degree? They then kind of said, well, it's because white people are directing activism, and I was like, that's why I said, so Patrice Cullors is white, and they didn't have an answer for that. That was what I was trying to clarify. I'd love to talk to that guy again sometime.
Classic scumbag move,
I understood your argument, V. You definitely had an argument. So, and it wasn't. It was very simple. So, Mike, you want to pitch your stuff before?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you guys so much for having me on, and also huge congratulations on 200 streams. I've caught at least a third of them, because I think that's about the time I came on. When you guys are bitching about Vosh is when I'm just like, oh, fucking I'm sucked in hard. I'm Become the Night with a K for Night on YouTube. My band Crusade just released a new single, and I just posted that link in chat, so you guys can go check that out for yourselves. I highly recommend it. It is very dark. It addresses the beast within all of us that we don't want to address, that I guess you could also associate Twitter attempting to coax out of everyone. But either way, the one thing I would want to address, since Feed Radio got one thing at the end, I think DialogueAlways honestly tried in his best effort to be good faith in coming here today. And I don't know if that's just his like leftism, like I'm going to backstab you after the fact, I'm just going to come here because I know I'm outnumbered, or if it's the fact that he I think we're playing different language games, and I think that the different language games also will teach different logic construction games. And I think he's taught a faulty circular logic construction game in order to be able to survive all of the hard questions. That's my guess. And I don't think that we should just shit on him hard for that sake, especially since he offered to come on here.
Right.
And
I was shitting more on Caleb for calling.
Yeah, totally.
I agree
without that.
I don't think DialogueAlways came into the conversation with bad faith. I agree with that.
No,
I would also like to credit him for being calm and polite and concise and trying to argue with us in a way that was way, way more civil than most of the CRT debates you're going to get.
And especially considering he was outnumbered and there were some heated moments, he kept it together really well. Like, I want to at least give him that credit, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. All right.
Well, thanks for coming on, guys. You guys are great. And you were thanks for staying till the end.
Absolutely.
You have a good one.
Take care.
Dylan, get some rest, man.
Nah, I already passed out, so
it's like day there. Get some work done,
It's a new day.
Dylan.
Yeah, he's just getting started.
All right. Peace, guys. Thank you.
All right.
Take care, man.
Now get out.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, no, you're welcome. I sounded too much like Quack. I take it back. Stay in.
Oh, you did? Oh,
no, I'm just going to get out of here. Radio. Get out of here. Okay. Anyway, let's go to the super chat. Sorry we couldn't get to super chats during the stream, but as you guys heard, when we have like 6 to 8 people on, it's very difficult. I can't really like interrupt the conversation to read super chats through that. So
I think first of all, Sitch did not want to do this. And
you're right. And you know what? I'm glad, Adam, that you said this is what we should do. Because I think this was great.
I was apprehensive myself. There was around Thursday evening, I started thinking, this is a fucking horrible idea. What the fuck was I thinking? What the fuck was I thinking?
Yeah.
But it came together in the end, and I mean, it was a great stream. So
yeah, no, it was great. I mean, we had a really strong start, which was very fantastic.
Yeah.
Big thanks to Carl and Destiny for coming on right in the beginning. So
yeah,
no, it's great.
Yes, yeah, very, very cool. I can't believe, and it's so valuable, guys. You gotta find yourself a Sitch, because I feel like I am completely, most of the time, people are confused by the arguments that I'm making. But Sitch, you seem to understand them perfectly. I don't like.
I'll be honest. It took me. I forget what the specific was. There's one argument that you were making that didn't know what the fuck you were talking about until the very last time you reiterated it, and then I said, "Oh." Okay.
Which was the immigration one? Because
it was the immigration one. That's
because I was like, listen, you're completely divorced. Like Pisco, at some level, at some time, your position becomes Lauren Southern's position, and unless you have that conversation,
but
you're not talking about anything.
Right, but that wasn't exactly what Pisco was trying to do. He was just trying to label Lauren a hypocrite. Which,
yes.
didn't track.
But
in my opinion.
the game that he is playing though, and they're doing this like we talk about it all the time. The game is hit the conservative with the racist stick.
Yeah, of course.
And that's the game he's playing. And it perfectly illustrated it when I said, listen, when does your position become Lauren's position? And he couldn't say that because then he would be hitting himself with the racist stick.
Right.
Yeah. He's
Unless
like,
they're cannibals.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's the way he tried to get out of it.
That's a pretty high bar.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta say before you forget, Dev was going to come on, but unfortunately, his girlfriend's his girlfriend's grandmother's memorial service today or something.
Yeah.
So, but he did want to give his love and thanks.
Same
and,
with Rags.
appreciation.
Yeah. Rags.
So thank you, Dev.
Rags had stuff come up. Rags had stuff come up. Lauren said she had stuff come up too. So I mean, nobody dissed us or anything.
Yeah, no, it was great. We had there's only I think a handful of people who said they would come that ended up not being able to make it. So I think we did pretty good.
And I put the only person, everyone that said maybe to me, I just wrote off. I didn't put them in the schedule or anything. And Sean is the only one that was like, hey, that maybe was a yes.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Was Sean the only maybe that showed up?
Yes. Yeah. I'm pretty
Okay,
sure.
okay.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. Okay. Let's get into super chats. Toff for $200. Thank you so much, Toff. This is incredibly generous. Toff says 200 for 200, boys. Thanks for making me look forward to Sunday and getting me through my weeks. I may not enjoy your Jordan Peterson take, Adam, but A-Team still makes me beam. Loyalty Foundation, am I right?
Yeah, I know. It is the Loyalty Foundation. You're exactly right. You're totally exactly
Listen,
right.
you guys, I think you guys are so willing. You're so too willing to throw Jordan Peterson under the bus. Okay.
We all see.
You guys got to chill.
We all see Sitch has the much higher Loyalty Foundation.
Yeah, I'm not so willing. Okay. I'm not so willing.
Okay, Peterson as a person, I have no problem with Peterson as a person.
No, but listen. People give bad takes, okay? And a lot of people in our audience think that we give bad takes on certain issues. I don't think that means that we should like turn on the person completely just because they gave one or two bad takes that you don't like.
You're right.
At the time.
You're right.
I think we should be far more charitable.
Yes, you're right. Jordan Peterson's great.
Okay.
I'm not.
Fair enough. Stigma of the Rose for $20 says, congrats on 200 episodes of the Adam and Sitch Show. The name of the show reminds me of the Family Guy joke about Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. Now it's time to argue over who is Michael Jordan in this scenario. There you go. Well, Michael Jordan was my favorite basketball player, so obviously I'm Michael Jordan.
We have to clip out the Destiny coming to the realization that this is a Sitch Adam
Yes,
show.
I thought he was just trolling. I thought he was just trolling.
That was so good. That was so good.
Well, see, I'm glad he admitted it should be the Sitch Adam Show. See, he knows what's up.
Yeah, but he admitted that when he thought it was the Adam and Sitch Show.
Yeah, but but it's funny because he said that because he agreed with what I was saying.
Yeah, you made a great
even
point.
He understood that there is like some question of importance in like the naming. Like,
Of course,
the name comes forward.
Everyone gets it. Everyone,
I know,
everyone understands.
But Mauler tries to make this bullshit argument. He's like, "No, Sitch, it just sounds better when you say Adam Sitch.
Yeah, you're
it
right.
just rolls off the tongue better, Sitch." That's all I'm saying.
Is Mauler making a style over substance argument? I
He
feel
is.
like he
He's
is.
100%
Isn't he?
making a style over substance. Yeah.
That's so anti-Mauler.
It is. It
yeah.
is.
That's
a good
off
point.
brand. Yeah, very off
It
brand.
is off-brand Mauler, yes. I'm glad we had Mauler come on so that we could have Sargon and Destiny and Aiden
that was
argue about
great.
Star Wars for 3 hours. So.
That was great.
That was great.
Yeah.
It's our favorite super chatter, the one who leaves us in constant suspense. Not Gay Ben.
Really?
Not Gay Ben. For $20 says 2,000 cents for the 200th show. Keep up the good work, boys, and as always, I'm not gay.
Nice.
Thank you, Ben.
We believe you.
We do. The Butter Anvil for $20 says, thanks for all the streams. I don't stay for supers usually, so you'll probably answer this, but would you consider having J-Reg or Mr. Girl on? Sorry for saying it so many times. Love you guys. Esclases!
I mean, of course, we'd consider. I mean, we can consider having people on all the time. We do consider having people all the time. Even both of those people we've considered having.
What a Weasley answer you're giving.
What is that, Weasley?
We can consider having them on.
J-Reg, I would love to have on, and I've DM'd him about coming on, and when I DM'd him, he said he didn't do live streams, but I've seen he's done live streams since. I've just never really reached out to him. And
does he do his live streams in character? I mean, I guess that's the question.
No.
Okay, right. Well, but see, I wonder. I don't know if he could do our live. If he's still doing it I don't know. I don't follow him, but if he's still trying to do a character thing, he couldn't do our stream because he'd come on and he would give his strong political take on something, which would kind of destroy, the Andy Kaufman-esque character.
I think he's already destroyed that though by doing live streams as himself. Yeah.
I see. Yeah, I mean, I would love to talk to J-Reg. Adam doesn't want to talk to Mr. Girl. That's the T here. So you can stop asking.
I don't want to.
He doesn't want to talk about pedo shit.
I don't want to endorse what he's doing, and he's got he really wants to make you feel uncomfortable, and I'm like, dude, I listen, I don't want to.
That's my job.
Yeah, I got a guy.
That's the animal's job.
There's enough people who make me feel uncomfortable already. Like that spot is filled. So
I don't know if,
but more no hate on Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl on his mission. Make content, do your thing. I'm not trying to censor anyone or anything, but it's just not for me.
I don't know if you saw this, Adam. It was Christian made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He made 15 deep fakes of you putting your face on people that were supposed to show up on stream today.
No way. Christian came on and he's such a nice guy. I never would have imagined that he's
okay. Here is this is insane. Wait a minute. You have to you have to post this. Okay, let me send it to you. I can't believe this turned out the way it did. I just sent it to you on Twitter.
Okay, I'll bring it up.
Okay. We have
I shouldn't say that before I see that, but
we have
you're evil.
We have a deep fake. This is why this is so weird. I'm assuming this is, or maybe I'm confused. Is this a deep fake, Christian? I don't know if Christian's there. Did he deep fake your face onto Ben Burgess?
I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Okay. So this is why this is crazy. Adam, he deep faked Adam's face on the Ben Burgess, and somehow this turned you into no bullshit.
Oh my God.
That's incredible. That's incredible. I can't believe that happened. That's amazing, Christian. There you go. If you take Adam and you take Ben Burgess and you combine them, you get no bullshit.
Don't encourage him, okay?
We'll show these. These are really good. We'll have to show these on Tuesday. We have Adam as white NuanceBro, which is very weird.
Oh my goodness.
Adam is actual Justice Warrior is a good one too. So we'll look through all these on Tuesday. They're pretty good.
Doomer dipped out without saying goodbye too. That's his calling card
Doomer
now.
Always does that because he's a little bitch. Okay, he just leaves, just sneaks out.
He does.
Yeah, he'll do. You can be in a private call with Doomer. He'll just sneak out.
You're talking on the phone. I was just making
it'll
a
be
good
a
point.
group of people, and then they're like, "Hey, wait a minute, we're doing." J-Mac, our surrogate father, J-Mac, thank you so much for the $500. Thank you, Jay. It's incredible. Jay says 200. The Sitch and Adam Show is honestly one of the most enjoyable podcasts out there. The community of diverse ideological positions, the immense creativity, and the absolute down-to-earth approach to some difficult topics has made politics on current year bearable. Thanks to everyone that has made this slice of the internet so great. Well, thank you, Jay.
Yeah, that's nice. That's super nice. Yeah.
That is incredible.
That's what we strive for. I feel like we're not total failures.
Yes, that's true. Thank you. We're not total failures. The Wooster for $20 says, "Congrats, guys! Glad to be a supporter since stream number 1." That's right,
Really?
Wooster's one of the original. Yes, yes. Thank you, Wooster. I remember seeing Wooster's name like fucking like just supporting my videos way before we ever streamed, just way back in the day.
Yeah.
So thank you, Wooster. Sam Bardens, thank you so much for the $20. Says happy 200. The Justice 35 for $20. Thank you so much. Says happy 200. I love the show and the host. I'll cut to the chase. S-Classies, best class. Because A-Team can't get over its reverse TDS and admit that Trump tried to steal Georgia in the call. Destiny debate when, Adam? Question mark. Well, I guess you got your wish because you kind of.
I mean, I did admit that basically on the stream. So
right.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I've left the video up, but I'm like, I'm
Right.
secretly hovering over the unlisted.
No.
The unlisted button. Like, do we really need this video on our channel? I'm not sure that we do.
Oh, we need it.
But anyway. Trump did nothing wrong in that call, okay? Everything was legal.
There you go.
Nick Ricada will back me up.
Yeah. I wish we could have got Nick on. Because I would have liked Nick and Joe to be sort of like defending together. Because I felt like we were kind of ganging up on Joe, which I didn't really. I wanted there to be more like. I really thought there were going to be more people in the call that were kind of defending Trump's position, but I guess not. So
I know. I thought so too. I was like, maybe I shouldn't have brought up.
You're right.
Because I ended up chasing Mauler off, but I really thought it would be more of a knockdown drag out. But
yeah, I guess not. Sketch for $20 says, happy 200, you brilliant, comedic, enlightened fence sitters. Thank you. So when can we expect the S-Class and A-Team manifestos? Cheers. I don't think we have not been involved in any
I know. What would
drama enough to create a manifesto in the first place. So.
I think the closest thing we had to a manifesto was just the conversation we had about Mr. Girl. I mean, that's about it.
It's not even like that. Like we've had some drama, with Quack and stuff, but like it's all been, pretty. We talk.
I mean,
about
that's
it pretty regularly.
like right in the open, though.
Yeah,
everything. Everyone knows everything already. What is there to manifest?
Right. Yeah. There isn't anything for us to manifesto. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It feels good. Right. Our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain, Crack Rock Steady, for $20 says, congrats on 200. You guys have an amazing cast of people joining in today. Keep up the extraordinary quote comedy show, and we've all come to love S-Class is best class.
I almost took the quotes out of the comedy show.
Long pause to tease Adam. A-Team reigns supreme.
Oh, okay. What the hell? Yeah, why do you do that? Just
it said long
out.
Pause to tease Adam. It said that in the super chat. Okay, I had to do it.
Fucking so long. I'm talking. I'm gonna start telling a different story.
I know.
Anyway, thank you for the A-Team reign supreme, and thank you for screwing with me at the same time.
You were gonna try to sneak out the comedy show quotes.
I was, yeah, just to catch you slipping.
Okay, but see, this is the thing. Like
we are. Look, we had Bill Maher on the show.
Oh my God!
Look, we were called out as a comedy show by a very famous comedian. We are legitimately a comedy show now.
Kurt and Kyle do a comedy show. Okay. That's the comparison.
Listen, according to Kurt, Jimmy Dore does a comedy show.
He didn't say that, did he? No, he didn't say that.
Jimmy Dore thinks
he didn't say Jimmy Dore does a comedy show. No, he didn't say that. No.
Jimmy Dore thinks his show is a comedy show. Okay? No. If Jimmy Dore shows a comedy show, how is ours is funnier than Jimmy Dore's? Definitely.
Are we calling into Sam Cedar show on Tuesday? Is that happening?
We have to. We can't call in at the normal. We haven't talked about it because we've been busy with this show. But
right, that's the problem because he wants to call in at like 1 Eastern. Which I'm like, we don't fucking stream at 1 Eastern.
Look, I'll look up the message right now.
Right.
He said the show ends at like 2:30 or something. So we have to powwow, and we have to do it. We have to do it early. So, but I mean.
Okay.
And we never powwowed on the call because we were gonna like.
Yeah.
We had other
Monday,
shit
I
going
guess.
on, so I don't think
tomorrow.
we're gonna do it this Tuesday.
Okay.
Well, but maybe next Tuesday because we have to like do it early, which is always a pain.
Yeah, but I kind of want to hold his feet to a fire, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm inclined to do it, even if, he's gonna be like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna come on your show. You have to come on my show." But
Well, no, it's great. I want to call in. I really do.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we'll definitely do it. It's a question of when. But I mean, if we don't do it on Tuesday, we could just do it any day of the week. It doesn't have. I mean, we can do it on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I want to do it on
whenever.
the show though. It'd be badass to be live.
It's not
going
to. But we can't. And it will never be. We can't do it live on the show. It's going to be before the show. Oh, were you saying?
Well, no,
that
we'll start the show
stream
early. Yeah.
Oh.
What the fuck? It's very.
I thought
simple.
you meant like we would just record it on our end and then we just play it.
No,
on stream.
first of all, everyone wants to be involved in the call. It'll be like
You're
we're
right. You're
all
so
calling in.
completely correct.
Yeah,
Yes, you're right.
We'll all call in. We'll all call into a show.
Yeah.
I'm the only one that you're going to see eye rolling, but it's going to be epic.
Okay, you're totally right.
So-
Christian.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you. Go.
Christian Baller, our deep faker. Thank you so much for the $20. Says stream 200. Wish I could say I was here from the beginning, but I'm a dirty bandwagoner. Here to 200 more episodes and deepfakes of Adam. Check your DMs, Sitch. Love you guys. CRT debate with Destiny when. I mean, the problem is, I'll say Destiny. Let's do a CRT debate, and then he'll actually have to go research it. So,
And then there won't be a debate.
there won't be a debate. So, but yeah. I mean, I guess I don't know. Part of the if it was still a hot topic, I would be more down to press him for it. I just feel like people don't care about CRT that much anymore.
And
if it comes back in the discourse, 100%.
I feel like Destiny officially is tipped into doing more good than harm. So, I mean, I like Destiny's direction. So.
There you go. But yeah. Potato. Thank you so much, Potato, for 50 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Potato. Potato just gave 50 memberships. Says nothing. They just gifted 50 Sitch and Adam show memberships. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Will Higdon for $20 says, fantastic. Happy to see all my favorite online influencers on one show. Congrats on 200 episodes, you guys. Here is my first ever super chat for such a great effort. Well, thank you, Will.
That's awesome.
The Hills for $20 says, there's something with the elephant and rider analogy I've been meaning to bring up. I was wondering if, quote, werewolf and warrior would work. They have a connection in Indo-European myth and history, and both are tied to men. Werewolf and warrior? Warrior? I'm not so sure about that. Is that like, is that a thing?
I've heard.
What do you mean by warrior?
I've heard. Is it warrior or worrier?
No, worrier, like you're worried.
Which one is the elephant?
Well, that werewolf would obviously be the elephant, I assume.
And the rider is the warrior?
The warrior, unless you misspelled warrior.
We have to cover the elephant. We have to redo a refresher on the.
I know we never we keep saying we're gonna do it, and then we forget.
We'll do it on Tuesday. Yeah.
No, I mean I don't think that works as well. Yeah, I don't think that works as well. I'll just leave it at that. Evan Samus, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says, welcome, my baby boy, Finnis, homies, future enlightened centrist, born July 14th. I was listening to y'all at the start of labor. Oh, Evan has a new child named Finnis.
Oh, wow.
And you were listening to our stream. You were listening to our stream when labor started. Well, there you go. I'm glad, Evan, that that you could listen to me and Adam's amazing insights and intake as your child was being born to the world. I hope you paused the stream when it started happening. There you go.
You'll have a great story for your kid.
Yes. Hassan's stepsister for $20 says, happy 200th episode. I would love to stay, but stepbro needs nuggies. And when I was pulling out his favorite plate, I got stuck in the dishwasher. He needs to help me, but he's crying about what Destiny did to his dog.
Oh, you're so cruel.
There you go. Thank you, Hassan's stepsister. Thank you. Mr. Dolphin, thank you so much for being 4 months free will seeker, says congrats on 200. Just a reminder that the Watchmen comic is better than the movie, especially the ending. True and based.
Disagree.
Potato, thank you so much. Potato gave another 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Potato. Limited time only for $27. Says, here's my $27 for my 27th birthday today. Happy 200th episode, guys. Keep up the great conversation. A-Team and S-Class cannot be surpassed. But Sargon's better. There you go.
What?
Thank you.
Oh,
Anyway.
but Sargon is better.
There you go. The Sargoninios. So there you go.
Stepping up.
Yep. Sargoninios stepping up. I like that. Kessel for 20 euros. Says, this is already the best stream ever. Please keep punching the value of philosophy into Adam for the next 10 hours. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, we had a good start.
Yeah.
We got
did.
going.
We did. Swimmy64 for $20 says, glad to see Sargon and Destiny talking again. Brings me back to my teenage years, first getting into political content on YouTube. That's right. Yeah, it was nice to see them again.
Yeah.
Anonymous Coward for $20 says, can we have Vosh come on stream to tell us again how agua isn't H2O and how shaking your coworker's hand is no different from your girlfriend sleeping with other guys?
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Right. There you go.
If any of your girlfriends try to pull that on you as an excuse why they fuck their coworker, don't fall for it, okay? It's not a good reason.
That's true. You know, someone brought up a good point about Evan's child, Finis. You know, instead of saying, may your child be a masculine one, we say, may your child be a centrist one.
Yeah, I like it.
We give it the centrist blessing, Evan.
At least out of the partisan bubble. I mean, I feel so sorry for these people.
Listen, that baby came out of its mom's bubble. So just keep him out of bubbles, all right?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to go back into the uterus, okay?
No bubble.
Get him out of there. Stay out of the uterus, guys. That's why people want to be in a bubbles. You understand that, right? They all just want to climb back into their mom's vagina.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is. That's why people want to be in a bubble.
They're like, here's my information silo. It's so warm and comfy.
I want to go back to the womb, okay? I just watched, I finished watching the first season of The Boys.
Oh, so you did watch it. You jumped in, huh?
I did watch, yes. And there's a whole, have you seen it?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of checked out halfway through, but I know how
Season
it
one?
ends. Yeah.
Yeah,
Season
like
one, yeah. The mommy
whole
stuff.
Weird, yeah, the whole weird thing, which is good for the character of, with Homelander, with, I forget the actress's name. Stillwell, whatever the lady is. Yeah, like he's wants to bang her and he kind of views her as his mom, and it's kind of interesting.
Very Oedipal.
Yeah. But I don't know, I'm conflicted on The Boys. I kind of like it, but there's too many people doing really stupid shit.
Yes.
And it's like annoying me because I'm like these characters should be really smart and devious, and they just very often do really dumb shit. And
That's
like,
what lost me interest in it. As soon as people start doing dumb things that you would never do in a million years, you're like, what the fuck? Really?
Well, and also Vought, which is the company that's kind of running everything with the superheroes, they kind of have Resident Evil syndrome, where it's like this $1 billion company that's making like the crazy fuck decisions like to just be evil, I guess. And you're like, wait a minute, why would anyone ever do, like, why would a company ever do this? It makes no fucking sense.
What is the motivation is completely missing.
They're so obsessed with getting superheroes into the military, and like just so they can get a military budget. Like, it doesn't even make any sense. It's a weird motivation that's never really fleshed out or sensible whatsoever. And then the government is completely fucking stupid, like bafflingly stupid in the show, which is like, oh, okay. their behavior makes no sense. But I don't know. I'm still involved enough to see where season 2 goes.
Is season 2 the one that's out now? Because everyone's saying
season 3 is the last one.
Okay, so season 3 people are saying is like woke preachy now.
Yeah, people are saying Homelander or someone becomes like Trump or something. So.
Oh my God. No, please make it stop.
Season 2 is worse. Skip to season 3. Can you just? I'm assuming you can't just do that, but
yeah, I don't know.
Did you see it as anti-right wing propaganda? The first season didn't seem very anti-right wing. I mean, the only thing is, it's very anti-corporate, and there's the whole thing with Starlight getting sexually assaulted in the beginning, and she kind of capitulated. It didn't really seem
Me Too at all.
She kind of does Me Too. Because she goes on stage at the Christian place, and she's like, right. "I was sexually assaulted." There's something that's so weird. Is that like when she says that she was sexually assaulted, and then
she doesn't out the assaulter though.
No, but in order to snake her, Vought has the Deep come out and admit to sexually assaulting her before she tells anyone that it was him.
Right.
Remember? And that's why they send him off to Ohio. That the best joke in that season, which is so fucking true, is that when they send the Deep off to live in Ohio, to be banished to Ohio, every time he talks to someone from Ohio, all they do is talk about how awesome Cedar Point is. And I was like, that's the fucking most true thing I've ever heard in my life. If you're not from Ohio and you ever talk to someone from Ohio, it's like the first thing they say is like, "Oh, let me tell you about Cedar Point."
I've never been to Ohio, so I don't know.
No, I mean, like, if you're not in Ohio, you just talk to someone from Ohio. Whenever we be like a Boy Scout summer camp, where there'd be people from all across the U.S. If there's anyone from Ohio, they'd always be like, "Oh, Cedar Point's so amazing!" Like that was the first thing they'd ever fucking say. But
that's so strange.
Yeah, I'm spoiled. Listen, this show's been out for 3 years. Okay, fuck you for spoiling it. But no, I was gonna say there's one weird thing with. After it comes out that the Deep was the one that sexually assaulted Stardust, which happens in the first fucking episode, okay? Or not Stardust, Starlight. There's like this super fucking weird scene that makes no sense where a girl is like having sex with the Deep, but like he takes his shirt off and apparently it's revealed that he has like weird gill things on his chest.
Oh, that scene is so random.
Yeah, and so if you touch them, it's like very painful to him. So while she's having sex with him, she starts fingering his gills, which causes him extreme pain. And it's supposed to be like she's doing this to show him what it's like to be raped. And I'm like, this is insane. Like this would never happen in reality. Like some girls like, "Oh, I heard this famous guy rape someone, so I'm gonna like rape him and know that he has gills that I can finger fuck." Like I don't know, the whole situation was just totally like bizarre and completely nonsensical. And I was like, okay, whatever. But
yeah,
but I didn't think it didn't come off as woke. It just came off as weird. But anyways, what a weird time to come into the show. That's true. Finger fucking the gills is weird.
Yeah. Gill rape.
Yeah. Where was I? Crack Rocksteady, our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain, for another $20. Says, "Love you, Adam, but Destiny destroyed you here. The guy with the girl's name. Take the L and let's move on. We have too much show to be bogged down the first 30 minutes. A-Team can reign supreme on another subject."
Destiny did not even come close to destroying me, so...
I think he sent that when Carl betrayed you.
Did you notice that? Carl totally backstabbed me, right? I was like, what? What?
He didn't betray you. Carl was allowed to speak his opinion. Okay.
Well, I mean, I was only playing it up because of what you said, but
I know. It was like an et tu moment when it happened. Adam sees his flank and he sees Sargon stabbing him.
I know. Jeez, what happened here?
Yes.
I might start clipping because Destiny does this a lot, and it's like, it completely It's just it's without the greater context. I have no idea what they're talking about.
I'm gonna be 100% real with you, Adam. I literally don't know what the fuck you're talking about in that conversation.
Yes, you for real? You don't even know that one?
No, like I understand what you're talking about. I don't think it applies to what Destiny was talking about when he brings it up.
Well, I mean, it does apply to just about like every sort of public policy decision you're going to make.
No, but I mean, like,
tell me this now that everyone's gone.
Okay.
Do you really think that there's a wide array of disagreement about the goals a society should have?
Of course.
Do you think
wait, what was it you said? Is there a wide disagreement about the goals society?
Yeah, the goals of society. Is there a wide array of disagreement about that?
There probably is on the internet, but I don't think in the mainstream. I don't think there is. No, not at all.
Yeah, I don't either. Everyone seems to be like, raise people's wealth, like lower baby death rate.
Right,
but
I'm so right. But since that's the case, when someone says like, "Oh, are we talking morally here?" Then, like, can't that just be assumed that's what people are talking about? Like, you don't need to be like ultra specific. You don't have to give your definition of morality every time we talk about it.
Yeah, but it irks me when they talk about, oh yeah, it's all subjective. Morality is all subjective, which is technically Destiny's position.
Yeah, but
Destiny's position is
wrong. You're talking about different things though. And this stems back to our frustrating objective morality conversation, which is that you finally admitted that you're using the term differently than like everyone else.
Well, I've admitted that a long time ago.
I know. But you're it was kind of the
they're
rehash
using
of
the
that
term differently.
Huh?
Well, they're talking about being universal.
I understand, but if everyone uses the term in one way and you're the odd one out, right? Like
there is a position though that's between objective and subjective. It's like emergent. Which morality is emergent?
Well, okay, but the problem is, the problem in that conversation is that you guys are talking about two different things. Is that you're talking about once a subjective axiom has been created or a subjective goal has been created, there's objective metrics that can presumably
measure,
be very
hone
difficult to
in
figure that
on,
out. Yeah, that can measure that and figure out how to get there.
And all of public policy is designed to that end.
Right. And they were talking about, but the axiom itself, the starting point, always has to be based on something subjective.
They keep changing the subject to do that, though.
No, but so I guess I don't understand what irks you then, because we all I feel like we all know what we're talking about intuitively when we talk about morality.
I don't feel like we do, because my whole thing is when you're asking somebody, when you're saying, is that a morally right behavior?
Mm-hmm.
You are implicitly asking, will this behavior increase our movement towards society's goal or away from society's goal? And you haven't stated what that goal is. Or like, there's all this other criteria that goes into that statement.
I see what you're saying. Well, I guess what you should say is, the better way to phrase this would be, before you ask someone about like morality, you have to first ask them what is their goal for society first and foremost, to even see if you guys have the same goal.
I mean, this is the Et tu moment with Carl even.
Yeah.
I'm like, Carl, we're talking to you about morality, and you've never explicitly laid out what you're talking about when you're saying things are moral or immoral. You're making the same implicit claim that society would be better if we moved away from degeneracy, right?
But I think if you had given them the sentence I just gave, the conversation would have been completely different.
Right.
Well, which is that,
this is why I need a Sitch.
Yeah. You need an Adam whisperer.
Well, obviously it is, this is a challenge. It really is difficult to to articulate things that people are going to understand. And I mean, it's hard to do, and it's really hard to do in a live stream with a bunch of people.
I agree.
So
I agree completely. Yeah. Okay.
there has to be some level of back and forth. Yeah.
Right. I understand exactly what you're saying.
But I mean, we'll have Destiny on again sometime, and we'll really hammer in on this because it's such an important point. Like, how do you have the whole trans? Like, how do you talk about the trans stuff without talking about?
I mean, it kind of is an important point, but I would assume that most people you have the conversation with, their goals are going, as you said, are going to be the same as your goals.
Right.
So
Lower the suicide rate.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Well,
they want to lower the suicide rate. They want, the most well-being for the most people.
But then, what irks me is that then when you say, okay, those are the goals, then they try to tell you, oh, well, those are subjective and science can't tell you anything about those goals, even though everybody accepts those goals.
Right.
And science can tell you a lot about why those are the goals.
Right.
Anyway,
okay.
Moving on.
Oh, I forgot to tell, so maybe not tonight, but tomorrow, I'll put a list of everyone that was here in the description with links to their channels, and we'll do we'll create chapters for the stream for like when, what the subjects were and all that stuff. So
it worked out pretty good having people come in on the hour. I mean, there was some hiccups because people had to leave early. So
yeah, no, I think it went mostly great. So
yeah.
Joe the Mig for $20 says, all this time spent watching Adam get wrecked over morality versus science when he could have spent all that time watching Sitch School Destiny on CRT. A-Team is now the short bus of the Thomas the Tank Engine expanded universe.
We couldn't have jumped in with CRT though. Come on.
Well, the thing is, I've asked Destiny about CRT, and he gives a very non-committal answer on it.
And he doesn't know anything about it. He talks about morality all the fucking time.
Right. I knew that DialogueAlways was going to come on, and I knew we were going to talk about CRT when that situation occurred. So it's kind of why I was saving it for them. But and also because V Radio is big into CRT too. So Nakra123 for €50. Thank you so much, Nakra. Says, I like you too. Have money. Well, thank you, Nakra.
Yeah, thanks.
We like you too. Dagon High Tide for $20 says, you could argue that drag is inherently transgressive, a female equivalent of blackface, and that children don't have the maturity and context to understand it. There's plenty of media that isn't sexual, but still not for kids. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I was kind of totally shocked.
Me too.
That Sargon was so permissive on the drag queen front. I really thought he was going to take a hardline stance. I mean, that's why I asked the question. I really thought he was going to give a hardline stance on no drag for kids whatsoever. But
yeah, that was interesting. Very interesting.
If we ever do get a chance to talk to Jordan Peterson, that's what I would like to talk to him about too. Is what exactly? Unfortunately, Destiny kind of, I think, brought the conversation into the incorrect area, because it's not really, and maybe this is my fault too for how I phrased it. I guess it doesn't really matter so much why a person does do drag. What really matters is why, like, what is the audience getting out of it? And what is the purpose that they're getting out of it? And I don't know, to me, it just seems that drag is inherently based and has some kind of inherent sexuality to it, or at least has some inherent gender ideology into it. I know CT vehemently
they were saying it was comedy, that it was like a comedy show.
I just don't see it. It can be. It definitely can be.
It's not just a guy dressing up in women's clothing, though. Is not inherently funny. I mean, I don't see how that is funny.
Well, that's generally, before a lot of drag queen acceptance came up, it was often used for comedy. Monty Python, the guys dressed up as drag, Bugs Bunny dressed up as drag. It's, it's like a ha 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 ha. It's a funny thing. But I think there's a difference between, like, a drag queen who's dressed in drag and they're telling jokes or they're singing songs or something, and like a lot of the videos we saw at Pride Month, there's no performance beyond dancing or just walking on like a stage or a parade. You know, they weren't telling jokes. They weren't doing bits. It was just, look at me. I'm a guy in a dress, or I'm a guy, you know, half naked.
I'm
as
so
a woman,
stunning and brave. Yeah.
Right. And so
celebrate our community.
Right. And it's just annoying because I feel like there's this sort of, and I think this is what Sargon was getting at when he was saying, show me the ones that are not sexual. It just seems like there's this constant like bait and switch. And this kind of happened in the Vosh conversation with whatever that guy's name is, the AOC ass guy. That's how I'll see him now forever.
Alex
with
Stein,
just this,
99. Come on.
Yeah.
He's based and cool. He's coming on the show.
So like, he's fucking crazy. But so where most of the time in like a debate, people will say, yes, we shouldn't have kids at sexual drag shows. But it's like, okay, but then what happens like in the discourse? We just see nothing but kids at sexual drag shows. I don't know. It just seems like we're seeing people defend it way too much. So just saying no. No.
Don't do
whatever.
That. I agree. Yeah. Tell them, listen,
whatever.
Once they're old enough, they can go to those shows. Get them a clown, okay? If they need to see somebody in makeup, there's plenty of clowns. They'll time a balloon or something.
There you go. Harian Gladiv. Hey, Harian. We had Hardin on. Though he dropped an F-bomb, so he got in trouble. But for $50 says, congratulations. Thanks so much for the $50. Says, congratulations on 200 episodes, my dudes. This show has kept me somewhat, I like that, somewhat sane for these past few years and hopefully many years to come. I tried to send this on YouTube, but it wouldn't let me for some reason. Any idea why? I think you got banned. I think Adam banned you from the chat.
I did. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's just a miscommunication, but I really felt like, you know, dropping F slurs on our show was like spitting in our faces. So you might think that it's funny and whatever. Maybe it's just like a miscommunication. Like you think it's cool and nice and stuff, but I just felt it was disrespectful.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we can unban.
Well, no hard feelings, man. Let's unban him, obviously.
We believe in forgiveness.
Yeah. A-Team is all about forgiveness.
That's right.
Yeah.
Stug for $20 says, happy 200th. Congratulations and thanks for the years of entertainment and discussion. Thank you, Stug. And J-Mac, our surrogate father, for another $200. Thank you so much, Daddy, J-Mac. Potato for $20. Thank you, Potato. Potato also gave a shit ton of memberships. Said, wasn't the entire point of the original trilogy that Luke left the old ways behind? Also, if Counterpoints ever comes on, tell him he is based for following me on Twitter, and I'm joining him team of CP enjoyers or whatever we call ourselves.
Oh no.
Can't stay for long. So good luck, have fun.
No.
Are we calling Counterpoints team the CP enjoyer?
No, that can't be. I forbid it. We don't want any CP enjoyers in our chat, okay?
Oh man, listen, Counterpoints is the cheese pizza team. Oh, listen, I like Counterpoints, so I don't want to saddle him with that.
Yeah, nobody deserves that.
I feel like we came up with a name for some. I always forget everyone else's name, basically. So
right.
Well,
the ContraPoints
track, but no, I mean like we came up with a team name for.
Yeah, the ContraPoints.
Was that it? I thought it was something different.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. Janos Kuhn, thank you so much for the $20. Says, hey now, happy 200th guys. Gonna sleep now.
Thanks.
Oh wait, to answer the question, wasn't the entire point of the original trilogy that Luke left the old ways behind? I wouldn't say so. No, I would say the point from that perspective, I'd say it's kind of the opposite. It's Luke rediscovering.
Yeah, the old ways.
The old ways. Yeah. The force. The old ways. I mean, there is that huge problem because of the prequels where, like in the original series, like people are like, "What's a Jedi?" Like it's like a mystery. Like Jedi, I've never heard this before. The Force, like space wizard. Like the whole thing seems like mysterious to people in the original trilogy. Like it's just some like myth, something that no one talks about or knows. And then kind of the prequels destroy all that because it's like these are the police force of the galaxy like 20 fucking years ago. How would anyone not know what a Jedi is?
They even like there is a line where somebody says that ancient religion, which I'm like, ancient? Well,
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
it's like just happens. Like
That guy, he's mouthing off to Darth Vader and he's like, you're adherent to that ancient religion. And then Darth Vader starts to choke him. And it's like that was like 20 years ago. What are you talking about? Like,
not so ancient, yeah.
well, and also I assume it would be public knowledge that both Vader and Sidious, who now controls the fucking Empire, like believe in the Force, and it'd be really stupid to mouth off to that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, but whatever.
Trouble.
I guess that's the sacrifice. The prequel.
It's not as bad as Metachlorians. Let's just put it that way.
No. Right. Potato for another $20. Thank you, Potato. Also says the sequels was when Star Wars got frame damage. Where were you? Where were you on January 6th? Well, I was looking at the frame damage from Star Wars. Also, good of you to have smaller channels like NuanceBro on.
Well, what? He's like
Nice
way bigger than
dig.
us.
One more 50 before I head to bed. Thank you, Potato. And Potato also said for another $1. Well, doesn't seem like members can be gifted on mobile. Maybe on Tuesday. Good night. Well, there you go.
Yeah, thanks
Thank you,
for
Potato.
gifting.
Thank you so much. Let me go back to YouTube. That was Streamlabs. Black Hole for $20 says, I've been watching since the first episode and continue to look forward to each and every one. Thank you, Black Hole. Wow. That's the first episode. Thank you guys for giving a voice to the rational centrists and us all. Happy 200 to both S-Class and A-Team.
Well, thank you.
I left for hours. They're still on Star Wars. That's right. We talked about nothing but Star Wars for the last 11 hours.
That was great.
That was great. That was our highest viewership was when we were talking about Star Wars.
I know.
People, listen, guys. I know a lot of people in our audience are like, don't talk about like not politics. But it's like, so most people are like, don't talk about politics. Talk about pop culture shit.
Yeah, notice how fast Mauler dipped out as soon as I started talking about January 6th.
I know.
Come on.
I know.
We should talk more. I guess our audience would hate our guts if we just stopped talking about politics. But
no, we can't. We can't just stop talking about politics. And I have no intention to. We're both way too animated by it. But.
If Trump announces he's going to run and he has a heart attack before Iowa, are you still going to make me give you $500?
We answered this question, but I guess you forgot.
Did we on the show?
This is how you know that PSA Sitch is the most honest person on the internet. Okay. Adam just granted me the golden opportunity to say, fuck you, Adam. If Donald Trump keels over, you pay me $500.
I still do. I still owe you. Yeah.
No, we talked about this, and I granted you when we talked about it. I said, no. If Trump dies or has health, even if he doesn't die, even if he just has a health reason that's real, not like some fake health reason. Like if he
really? Shit.
Yeah, like if he keels over, like if he's giving a speech and keels over and then quits, then that's fine.
The bet's off. All right.
But if it's kind of like, did he really have a health scare? It's kind of like an excuse. Then I don't know.
If he gets out, that's what he's going to claim anyway.
We'll
doing
have to rule.
If he's doing terrible, if he's doing shitty in the polls, he's going to concoct some health thing and get out.
Okay, if he's doing really bad in the polls and we think it seems like it was bullshit, then you have to pay me. How about that?
I mean, I kind of feel like I owe you. So, I mean, it is going to be difficult to tell unless there's like some kind of hearing, unless they do like a January 6th style hearing on why Trump got out of the race. We may never know.
Listen, how about this? We'll put up a poll.
We'll let the audience decide. The
chat will decide. Will Adam end up paying Sitch $500?
That's fair.
You think that's fair? I think they're obviously going to say yeah.
No, they might not.
Okay.
They might take pity on me. A-team is strong. I believe in A-team.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Saiyan Rogue for $30. Thank you. Says, hey, Sitch Adam, I recently discovered you guys have been binging your content at work. I was in a conservative bubble until you guys showed me the truth.
Nice.
That I was actually a liberal.
Oh, shit.
Well, there you go. By the way, S-Class is a Pisco. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah,
Thank you.
nice.
I'm assuming he means like liberal, like liberalism. But I don't know, maybe he means liberal like Democrat.
Somewhere Quack just shit his pants.
Right. Stephen Bananzak. Thank you, Stephen, for the $20. And shout out to Solodoge. I'm glad that you triggered Destiny enough into reading one of your super chats. Or no, that wasn't Destiny, it was Dark Matter, right? Thank you, Solodoge. That was pretty funny. Micro Omega, thank you so much for being a free will sticker for 4 months. Says, behold my awesome milestone. Behold. Thank you, Micro. Also, thank you for the Invader Zim reference. Always appreciate it. Steven Banazak for another $20. Thank you. Says, hey, Sitch, Adam, Destiny, Mauler, and the rest. Super happy to see you all together. When is the CRT debate between Sitch and Destiny? Accidentally sent an empty message earlier. Oh, well, $20 closer to that sweet ranch. Well, there you go, Steven. We already talked about that. But thank you. Listen, this is what you guys got to do. We got to get CRT back into the discourse. Okay.
Yeah.
You got to get back in the discourse. I forgot to bring up, I was going to tell Destiny if he knew that Sam Cedar lied to him about his Kyle Rittenhouse position.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just send Destiny I don't know if his DMs are open.
I'm sure he's probably seen it, but
I'll just send him the compilation I made. So
you can message him on Discord. That's where I always talk to him.
Okay,
so
yeah.
I'll give you his Discord.
You see this?
You can
You see this? Sam totally lied to you. Get angry. Krasin Manjack for $20 says that Prequels had the highest meme template per minute of runtime of any series ever. Their contribution to culture is order of magnitudes higher than the sequels.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're completely correct. And I think that's a good way of putting it. Memes.
They had Jar Jar
highest
Binks.
meme template per minute of runtime.
I mean, there's like 1 million memes just in the Jar Jar Binks department.
Right. Well, it's funny because, originally I never wanted to give a take about what was better, the prequels or the sequels, because I said they're both dog shit. They're just different flavors of dog shit. But because Mauler wouldn't stop whining about it, I came to the same conclusion you did, Kraz, which is that the prequels are better just because of the memes that have spawned from them. I don't think the sequels will spawn. I don't think 10 years from now we'll have a bunch of sequel memes. Okay. I think some assholes will try to start that, but I don't think it's going to be a thing.
Right. Yeah.
Cut to 10 years later where I'm totally wrong. But Bishop Cruz for $20. Thank you, Bishop. Says Maverick was Tom Cruise's first billion-dollar movie. Wow, I didn't know that. As for the prequels, the prequels are a good idea executed poorly. The sequels are a horrible idea with horrible executions. As a Cuban, I apologize for Destiny. Well, thank you, Bishop. But as good advocates of liberalism, you don't have to apologize for any fellow Cubans. So there you go. But I appreciate the sentiment. Are the prequels a good idea executed poorly? I'm not sure I agree with that. I don't know if the prequels were a good idea.
No, I think they're a terrible idea. I mean, yeah.
I mean, we have a war, a boring trade. I guess it depends what you mean the good idea. Like having Sidious try to create a fake war to give himself more power. I think that's a fine idea for a movie and for what they're trying to do. If that's what you mean is a good idea. Like the broad idea, sure, it's a good idea. And watching Anakin and Obi-Wan, watching Anakin kind of descend into being evil, like, yeah, that would have been a good idea. Sure. So, okay, if that's what you mean, then I will agree. But in terms of the specific plot points, they were, I think, terrible ideas.
It's a good idea to give Darth Vader's backstory too. I mean, yeah.
I mean, it can be a good idea. It's not necessary, but it can be a good idea. Sure. They needed to give. Well, I mean, part of the problem, yeah, obviously George Lucas.
It's just a terrible fucking backstory. I mean, they could have done so much better. It was like ridiculous.
You gotta have. I mean, this is the problem. What George Lucas wanted to do was above his grade, or his
Above
way
his
of thinking.
artistic ability. Yeah.
But even like, you can have. Like, it should have been Anakin and Obi-Wan are like really good friends.
Yeah,
and I guess they tried to do that, right? Tried to do that. That he couldn't materialize that on the screen, or have to be told that. But then part of the problem is that Anakin's turn away from the Force and deciding with Sidious should not have been. It should have been an ideological turn away that drove him. It should have been like Anakin saying, look at where I grew up. Why, this, like the shitty, I was a fucking slave. Why does the Republic allow this to happen? We're seeing the degradation of our Republic culture. We're letting the freedom is starting to allow people to do, horrible things. Like, it should have been the classic argument of order or security. And the Anakin, based on his upbringing, based on his mother dying, based on other ideological considerations, decides that we need to turn to stronger order in order to do something good. It shouldn't have just been, well, I'm evil to save Padme now, I'll kill children. Like, it was just so
ridiculous,
so childish, so cartoonish.
Lugging in of unearned emotion. I don't think George Lucas is big time in the progressive bubble. He really is. I don't think he could articulate that story. I don't even think
I
he
see.
could
You don't
see
think
it.
you think he's too much in the progressive bubble to articulate like how a order driven argument could have good points but then be taken to an extreme?
Yes, totally. Yeah.
Maybe
yeah.
that's definitely possible.
Well, that's I mean, all good movies are a debate over a point of view, but I don't think he has any respect for that point of view that you're articulating, that there is some merit to it.
Right. Well, I mean, but that was the problem. Like, if you remember in the original trilogy, Obi-Wan says Darth Vader was seduced to the dark side. And there's only, two ways to do that would be either Anakin's just an asshole who's seduced by power.
Right. Or fame or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Which you could do, but that would be far less interesting, I guess, for like 3 fucking movies. So
it's more,
and it wouldn't really fit with what the prequels were doing, but
it's more like coke. What was that movie with Johnny Depp where he just did drugs? All it's
you mean the movie, the Gonzo movie?
Did he do a movie called Cocaine or something like that?
I'm not sure.
Blow, I think, is the movie. Yeah.
Oh, I never saw
so
that.
That's kind of that would be more interesting. Darth Vader has his like Blow story where he's seduced by sex, money, power, and drugs.
Yeah, but you can't. That doesn't really make sense with the Jedi, right? Like,
why?
You'd be really seduced by sex, money, and power. Right?
I mean, the Jedi were super powerful, right? I'm sure that draws the.
Yeah, but they're so, unless it's like Anakin's running away. Like, he's being seduced because he wants to go do blow and have sex with people. And the Jedi is telling him, no, you must be a monk. You must be celibate. And that's realistic, but I think that would make for like a boring movie.
I'm trying to get laid. You don't understand.
Anakin, it's very realistic. Anakin becomes a teenager and he wants to bang. So he, disregards the Jedi teachings. But I think that would be kind of boring as a movie.
He's got women throwing themselves at him. He's got like 10 or 12 side girls. And Yoda's like, listen, this is not the way of the Force.
This is not the way. You must be monogamous.
Well, what if he's using his Force power to like make women, fall in love with him?
Right. Well, that would just be, exactly. Using Jedi mind trick to rape people.
Yeah. He's basically like, the Jedi rapist.
Well, they not the rape part, but that was what they did with Padme, where she's like, "Oh, I'm falling in love with Anakin," and then for no reason, Anakin can't be in a relationship with a woman. That doesn't really make any sense.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was ridiculous. Yeah. That was totally ridiculous.
Well, that was and that was a problem I think that Red Letter Media pointed out, which is very true. Was that it was like George Lucas was going for this weird Shakespearean, we can't be together, like it's so melodramatic, and it just doesn't really work or make sense in the context of Star Wars.
Well, he didn't set it up properly. I think it could work in some but you need a lot of setup to get there.
Right.
And also you avoid any kind of romantic relationships with anyone in the
or
process
maybe
of doing that setup.
They could have given like a good explanation for why they didn't want the Jedi to be in relationships or something. Like I don't know, maybe the end goal of being a Jedi is to completely detach from like the physical world and become like the Force ghosts. In order to do that, they feel like having earthly attachments will get in the way. I don't know. You're right. They could have set it up. They could have set it up, but they didn't. So Thogrim Hammerheart for 50 Aussies says to a 200th and to the 200th and 200 more. Thank you. Well done, guys. Honestly, it's always a pleasure and enlightening experience to see and hear you guys. Honestly, thank you for the service. Hit that like button. P.S. Long time no super chat. Sorry, guys. You deserve more. Hail. Well, thank you, Thogrim. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Matrix 07012 for 1,000 Kazarkazarks. I'm not sure what that translates to, but thank you so much. Says the prequels attempted to write a political tale of intrigue and build lore and failed spectacularly. Alex Jones sums it up perfectly. The sequels are a soulless deconstruction with a bland political agenda covering up with high quality audio visuals. They are worse. I mean, I agree with the first part. I think George Lucas wanted to make a political tale of intrigue and lore and failed. I agree that this is where I was weird because I was surprised by Carl's take on this. I think The Force Awakens and I think The Return of Skywalker are 100% soulless, devoid of artistic ideas movies. But I think Last Jedi, which is still terrible, was entirely the opposite of that. I think Brian Johnson had a very clear artistic idea he wanted to implement. I just think it was not the place to do it in Star Wars. And on top of that, his execution of it was totally dog shit. So
yeah, I agree.
But thank you, Matrix. Understate for 20 Canadian says happy 200th. Many happy returns. Thank you, Understate. Gavin McLean for $20 says, I like how the sheer power of the long men wrenched the conversation from drag shows firmly into Star Wars. That's true. That's true. Well, that was Mauler's goal. And listen, I'm always happy to talk about nerd shit. So
it was cool.
Hayden Tyford, thank you so much for the 20 Aussie bucks. Says, hey lads, won't be able to watch live, but happy 200th. Thank you, Hayden. Rico Zorro for $20 says, cheers to 200 shows. Thanks, Destiny, Sargon, Mauler, Aydin, and I guess Doomer for showing up and bringing us another banger. Thank you, Rico.
Yeah.
God's most evasive taxpayer for $20 says, happy 200, guys. Hope you guys don't mind. I've been using my donation to you guys as a tax deductible for supporting performance arts. Since this is a quote comedy and show all. Anyways, cheers, and there's hoping for another 200. Well, there you go. I don't mind. I don't know if that's allowed, but if
I'm going to start promoting the show as a tax deduction. I think it's a great idea.
I think we should make sure that we can do that before.
Why? Sitch, you got to live on the edge.
I don't want anyone to get in trouble on our account. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I was thinking, it's like when we were talking about Anita Sarkeesian on Tuesday.
Oh, I know.
And how no one gives a fuck about her, but she still runs a 501c3. I'm like, can we make our YouTube channel 501c3?
Why not? I think the same. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, why don't we have a 50? Wait, this is activism.
Right.
Why spread love and joy.
Well, we're trying to fight tribalism.
That's true. Yeah.
There you go. I wonder. I don't know. We'll have to look into that. Would there be any benefit for us to?
Hell yeah! I don't want to pay any taxes. Taxes suck.
No. I mean, you still have to pay taxes if you're a 501c. Like we would have to pay individual taxes.
Oh, that sucks.
But I'm saying I don't know if there's any benefit. I have no clue. I'll have to talk to like a tax attorney.
I don't know how taxes work. So
that's true. Thank you, Kubomi, right now. Kubomi just gifted another 20 memberships. Thank you so much, Kubomi.
Yeah.
So it's cool, too, when you gift the subs, you can see in the chat who gets them.
Everybody lights up.
Yeah.
The Green Army grows. That's right. That's right.
Be worthy. Remember, you guys have to renew. Otherwise, it's spitting in the face of Kabomi.
That's true. That's a good point. It's gonna be crazy. We're gonna have like the chat is just gonna be like mostly green and blue. Like events like in a couple of months. It's gonna be crazy.
It's great.
But thank you so much. Joe the Make for $20 says, "How dare anyone compare the flippant tossing of the lightsaber to Maverick accepting Goose's death and tossing the dog tags into the sea, a metaphorical burial at sea for a Navy aviator as a function of moving on." Did someone make that comparison? I missed that, if that happened in the conversation.
Destiny did somewhat, yeah, because Destiny was making all kinds of excuses for yes, shitting on the character of Luke Skywalker pisses people off. You could at least acknowledge that, right?
Yeah, well, and he can make the argument. I mean, he was being very Destiny-like.
Very evasive, I know.
Well, no, I mean like hyperbolic and intensely incendiary for comedic effect. But you can make the argument that, or you can acknowledge that, yes, having Luke Skywalker be like a fallen character is going to piss a lot of people off and a lot of fans off just from the forefront. And that's definitely an issue. But then there is also an issue of, was it done in a way that makes sense?
Yeah.
And it was weird because he was defending that, and he was defending Luke's decision to attack Kylo. And it was funny because when I made my point, everyone just moved on because I feel like I destroyed that argument.
That you did. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. If you wanted Luke to be a fallen character, he should have not attacked Kylo. He should have tried to bring him over the light side, and then that blows up in Luke's face, and then then it would make sense why Luke would then feel like so lost, because he's like, wow, I guess I don't understand anything about anything anymore.
He did the right thing and got fucked. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And we've all felt that. That would be so much more emotionally resonant. Like it would make a fucking million times better movie. But Rian Johnson is too busy doing fucking blow to even consider normal human interaction.
Well, and I think that actually would have, I mean, it won't save the movie. There's lots of problems in the movie beyond that, but it would have saved Luke's character in that movie.
This is the thing that pisses everyone off so much, though, is the Luke character like crapping upon.
Yeah, because if you have Rey shows up and Luke is just so curmudgeon, and then you find out like the reason he's like that is because he did the right thing and got punished for it.
Then you'd be sense.
Sympathetic to
yes.
You'd be sympathetic to him.
And we've all felt that. We have all felt the time when we were like, okay, it's going to be difficult, but I'm going to do the right thing. And you still get fucked. You're like, ah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense the way it is in the movie at all.
Yeah.
Whatsoever. And it just makes Luke more of an asshole. It's like, well, you just tried to fucking murder your nephew while he was sleeping.
More of a loser. And how can you be arguing for this character who, like I said, everyone grew up with, loving, wanting to be like, and now they're a giant loser. You feel like a loser. You're like, why did I ever look up to this person?
Sure. Well, yeah, people can feel that way. Definitely, yeah. They feel betrayed.
But Destiny was like, man, none of that matters. I mean, it does matter, right? I mean, it matters at some level.
Well, it matters to the audience. I mean, if you're trying to be like, it doesn't matter really on a story perspective, I guess it doesn't technically, but that's why I brought up, as I said, I literally made that video comparing Spider-Verse to Return of the Last Jedi.
Oh yeah. And that's that's insult to injury, is the false accusations of being labeled a racist just because you don't like the movie.
Right, or an anti-SJW.
Yeah,
not really racist, but because I mean, it's hilarious. I mean, Into the Spider-Verse is almost a mirror image of Last Jedi, and it's so beloved because it was done properly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and Peter, like, and this is another thing too. This is what's weird is like, even in Into the Spider-Verse, like Peter he's a fallen character.
Yeah.
But the thing that brings him out of it, and this is exactly what a competent writer and director would have done in The Force Awakens. This is what The Force Awakens should have been. Okay. It should have been Ray and Finn are completely antisocial fucked people. Okay. Ray has been living on a desert planet like almost as a slave for her entire life since she was a child. She should be incredibly mistrusting of everyone, borderline feral and broken. Yes. And then you have Finn, a kid who was kidnapped and brainwashed to be a stormtrooper. So he should be like very emotionless, very rigid, you know, having a lot of problems, not having like someone tell him what to do.
No empathy.
And you have these,
no,
they have very little empathy. Right. So you have these two characters who were basically suffered traumatic childhoods that have made them into antisocial people. And they guess who they hook up with? Han fucking Solo. Okay. The guy who ran away from his own son and raising his own child. And now Han Solo has to raise these two kids into people. That's what The Force Awakens should have been. It should have been Han Solo having to be dad to Rey and Finn and try to make them into like functioning human beings. And then it would make, like, when Kylo Ren decides to kill Han Solo, it would make that so much more interesting because his motivation would be completely different. It'd be, you fucking ran out on me and you're raising these two fucking strangers.
Yeah, it would have been so much more meaningful.
Yeah, exactly. But and why I'm bringing this up is because in the movie Into the Spider-Verse, which is a comedy, obviously, so it's not like traumatic, the main character, Miles, he's like a total fuck up. Like, he's so incompetent with his powers for like 95% of the movie. And so if Peter is like at a weakened, fallen state and he kind of has to find his, you know, he has to figure out how to be old Spider-Man again in order to teach Miles. Like, you go, oh, okay, this makes sense. And the problem was in Last Jedi, Luke is not only in a fallen state, but Rey is like perfect. She's a
she
Mary
doesn't
Sue
need any fucking help. Yeah.
Right. She should, if she was as fucked up as Luke was and they like together found the path forward, I think people would have been way more forgiving of the
My
movie.
God, that movie. I'm so sad that the universe never gave it to us. I mean, that's a super compelling movie. Not only that, everyone would have totally praised it for like giving the inside story on the brainwashing of the stormtrooper and all the fucked up shit they go through.
That's what was weird is that, like, I remember I never liked The Force Awakens. Even when it came out, I was like, oh, whatever. But I watched and I said, like, the setup to this is so good.
I know they had
such a good setup.
Opportunity.
Yes,
lost.
they just wasted it. So
yeah, the whole Finn character just, I mean, yeah, what the fuck.
Anyways. Blackout for $20 says, can't watch today, but we'll catch tomorrow. Happy 200th. Well, thank you, Blackout. Brian Alman for $50. Thank you, Brian. Says, ask Mauler about the guy who rode a jet ski from Scotland to the Isle of Man during COVID lockdown because he wanted to get laid.
Oh, man. That's a man after my own heart there.
Pretty based. A guy for $20 says, I have it on good authority, which I made up. That NuanceBro is Edgy Sphinx rebranded.
What? Oh, that's funny.
I knew it. I knew that was. I knew there was something off about NuanceBro. I knew you couldn't trust them. So
Edgy Sphinx was an alt-right creator, right? I believe he was.
Edgy Sphinx was what was his new channel?
I can't remember, but
yeah, I don't remember, but.
The Big Poof.
The Big Poop? What?
The Big Poof for $20. I finally found out where I finally caught up.
Says, first, cheers on the 200 show. Now, do you guys know why the term mail ballot, was it mail ballot or mail-in? Mail ballot was used. I'm not sure if they're the same as absentee legally or not, but I think there'd be less problems if absentee was used instead. Was there a difference between absentee ballots and mail-in ballots? I thought they were the same.
Well, they ended up
braving ruin. Thank you, Dr. Zayas. But anyway, continue.
In some places, they mailed out ballots to people whether or not they requested them. Normally, you have to ask for a mail-in ballot. Request it personally, Which I'm not in favor of any of those things that they did. So It doesn't change the fact that I don't think because of those shenanigans, it gives Trump the right to try to replace the head of the DOJ to send out this cockamamie letter.
Right. Well, something happened, and I would like to have maybe a one-on-one or
with
obviously
Joe.
you can be there with Joe or Nick. I don't know what Nick's position is on this stuff, because we have to separate when we talk about fraud in the January 6th thing. There's two completely different claims. There's the claims that the states wrongfully gave people, or the states had laws that violated their own state constitutions, or the states did things wrong in that they were giving people too many ballots or having too many drop-off locations, or whatever. That's very different than saying like someone created fake votes or dead people voted or something. These are two completely different issues, and we kind of have to separate them when we have this conversation. And they were getting conflated a lot when we were talking about this. So, because most of the court cases, it's actually why I don't think Destiny kept going back to the court cases. I don't think the court cases are that useful in the conversation I want to have, because most of the court cases were overwhelmingly about the procedural questions of, whether the states were allowed to do the things they did. There weren't that many court cases about like, were there illegal people voting, or dead people voting. So, Paul Deathlinger, thank you so much for being a 2-month free will seeker. Says, speaking as a conservative, any kind of critique on less behavior needs to come with the acceptance that Trump is morally responsible for January 6th. Oh, well, there you go.
I feel he is, just because I felt like he was gaslighting his supporters. I don't see any way around that.
Right. Akilan Naryanaswamy, thank you so much for the $286. Thank you so much. Says, here's an extra $200 extra to cover YouTube's cut for the 200th episode.
Wow.
Thank you, Akilan. That's very sweet. Of the best podcast on the interwebs. Can't wait for 200 more. Love you guys both. But S classes.
Cool. Yeah.
Thank you, Keelan.
I was wondering what that strange number was, but that's awesome. Thank you so much.
Right. And awesome for calculating that.
Paid the taxes for us. Look at that.
The YouTube tax. There you go. J-Mac. Oh my God. Thank you, J-Mac, for another $200. Holy shit. Thank you so much, J-Mac. Thank you. It's incredibly generous. Arithmus, thank you for the $100. Arithmus says, congratulations on 200 episodes. I've been watching the stream for almost 3 years, and it's been a blast. You guys really helped pull me out of the conservative bubble and helped me become more well-read and well-rounded. Looking forward to 200 more. Well, you're welcome. If only we could pull more people out of the leftist bubble too. But thank you.
There was I have one juicy bit of information that I had written down but didn't get to say in the stream. I reread Francis Fukuyama's Identity, and I think that book is like the best book written on identity politics. He really does just break it down. Yeah. I don't have my notes up, so I can't.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'll do it on Tuesday. Yeah.
Sammy G, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, Sammy. Says, using mRNA cancer research for a virus like COVID is apples to oranges. Those studies aren't applied to viruses. It's not the same. Understand that mRNA vaccines is an experiment and hope we don't see issues with spike proteins. Well, there you go.
I know Brett Weinstein has cited some studies where there is problems, but hopefully he's wrong. I mean,
right. I hope.
Yeah.
The new cooler Will Smith for $30. Thank you. It's a cooler Will Smith. Says, I don't understand why I keep coming back to this stream. It's not completely awful to listen to, despite the fact you guys are liberals and all your guests are dialectical wiener faces. Congrats on 200 shows.
Sometimes
There you
I feel you. I feel this super chat deep down because I do. Sometimes I just listen back, just to hear the show intro, and then I'm like halfway into it and I'm still listening to it. So I don't know. I do feel like we produce a good show.
There you go. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying you're trying to listen to something and then you just end up getting sucked in.
I do get hooked. Yeah. Cause
Right.
we do talk about interesting things, and I do feel like,
I guess that means we're succeeding.
when I look at other content, when I listen to other
Yes.
content, I get so bored because they're just talking about, the liberal talking points or the conservative talking points.
Right.
And I just heard them all a million times before.
That's true.
At
That's
least
true.
we try to. I've never heard anyone make the arguments that we make. Like, I don't hear these arguments. They're arguments we're putting together ourselves.
That's true. I have not heard anyone make I've heard a couple people occasionally make arguments somewhat similar, but yeah, generally I do not hear people make the arguments that we make about even the current events issue, because I feel like most people take very partisan, one-sided takes on a lot of current event issues. Not everyone. I like Sean very often does not, which I appreciate. So
Sean is great. Yeah.
Yeah, Sean's great.
Sean is fact driven, very much in my wheelhouse. Yeah.
Yeah, even when I disagree with him, I feel like he's at least coming from a place of facts.
Well, yeah, and he'll give you the argument specifically, not try to hide anything, just lay it out.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't have an argument, he drifts off into the background and just shuts up.
It's true. Mr. CPU, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Thank you, Mr. CPU. Joey Not Nice for $50 says, just jumping on to say congrats on 200, boys. Hell of an episode you put together here. Looking forward to watching later. Cheers to 200 more.
This episode was great. I can't.
It was great. Let's all listen. We all got to give a big round of applause, a big thanks to Adam, because this would not have occurred if it was not for Adam. Adam did all of the legwork on putting this together.
Yeah.
So everyone,
we're
big
20
ups
minutes.
for Adam.
I think we're 20 minutes away from the 12-hour mark where we get cut off. So.
Are you saying I should have waited till we got cut off for this? For me
no,
to,
I'm saying
to
I had no idea we were so close to getting cut off.
Are
we gonna make it? I don't know.
I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, no, Adam did all the legwork on this. This was
enough of the
compliments.
compliments.
Thanks to A-Team. I'm just giving you your dues, okay? Giving you big ups. Well, I'm trying to make you feel uncomfortable. Kyle Petty for $20. Thank you, Kyle. Says Hunter is 100% wrong. I bet the farm that the Canadian government recognizes all self-expressed identities, regardless of if they're diagnosed or not, which is what's in question here. Yeah, I mean, because he gave me something that was longer than just the bill, and I don't know, when I looked through it, it didn't make the distinction he thought it made. So
last time
I think he's just wrong. But
last time Hunter was here, he wouldn't even admit social contagion was a thing. So I feel like
he
made
has
some
evolved
progress.
his position.
Yeah,
That's true.
exactly. I was amazed. I was like, okay, we're making progress.
That's true. I mean, he called me bad faith, but then took it back. So I appreciate that.
Hilarious.
But see, that's why you should be careful not to call people bad faith, because for him, it seems so obvious that the law is interpreted one way, and I'm like, but it doesn't say that though.
Yeah,
that's not how these things play out in court.
That was so good. Totally fucking hit him with the reading the bill. I was in heaven.
Yep. I know you were. I could hear you're like, listen for the weaponized.
I know. My jokes were hitting too. I was like, oh, here it comes. He's gonna hit you in the face with it.
Well, I'm glad I did my control history, because I did not bookmark that page, and I just typed in Canada, just converted there. It came right up.
Awesome.
Soladoge donating to Sam Cedar's bucket for $20.
Oh shit.
Thank you, Soladoge. This was the super chat that Dark Matter responded to, saying, I can't believe Dark Matter literally just did the meme, quote, Jesus says not to pray out loud. No, I don't believe in your backwards ideas, so this argument wouldn't work on me, but I'm hoping I'll convince you. People watch that guy. But listen, I mean, I understand your point, Soladoge, but that's also an ad hom, isn't it? Isn't that an ad hom fallacy? I I mean, you do have to construct a counter argument
to
that claim.
You can't just say he's the meme and therefore he's wrong.
Right. Well, no, but I mean, like, they say, oh, you don't even believe Christianity, so fuck you. Like, why do I, you don't quote the Bible at me. And it's like, yeah, but he's doing it to try to say that you're being hypocritical.
Yeah, you're
right?
not following your...
Right. Like, this would be the equivalent of essentially someone on the left has some position, like, oh, they're racist against white people or something, they have some position that you don't agree with, but you're like, hey, this person's being a hypocrite. They're not even following their own leftist creed, right? So, I mean, I think the argument has merit. I don't think it's necessarily persuasive, but I think it does have some merit. And it's also true. So there you go, about the whole prayer in your closets. Jesus was like, hey, stop virtue signaling on the street corners. Ty Miller for $20 says, congratulations on 200 episodes by Supervillains Anonymous. Thank you, Ty Miller.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Alucard K, thank you for the $20, Alucard. Over the Moon, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Boba Peck, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Kanoje, yeah, I said it right, I think. I don't know if Sammy's around here to correct my Japanese how I pronounce Japanese. Kanoje for 2,000 yen. Says 2,000 yen for your 200 show. Sorry, my math is off. That's okay. That's okay. That was perfect. That was perfect, Kanoje. Angry Man, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Potato for another 200 knock-knocks. Thank you so much, Potato, for all the subs and for the super chat. Says, good morning. Just woke up and you're still going. Get to 200 for episode 200. Thank you. Thank you, Potato. Become the Knight. Thank you. Become the Knight gave us money.
I know, that's super generous.
While he was on. Thank you so much. Become the Knight for $50. Says, happy 200 dudes. Thanks so much for having me on. It was a great time. Well,
he was having second thoughts about coming on too, and I was like, just come on, man. So I'm glad he did.
Well, I'm glad he came on. Yeah, it was great. I'm glad everyone came on. There are a couple people I wish would have showed up that didn't, but that's okay. It was great. It was wonderful. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Orion 9191. Thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 3 months. Says, grats on number 200 to the next 1, 5, 50, and 100 plus more. Well, thank you, Orion.
That's awesome. I don't know. Hopefully. We'll see what happens.
Definitely. I mean, we have to make it at least another 100 more because we got to make it to the next election.
Oh, yeah, I know.
So. Punch Out 24 for $20. Thanks so much. Says, congratulations, Sitch and Adam. 200 dimes for 200 episodes. Aside from Hunter and Pisco, he wrote that, not me. The stream was great. Adam was too nice for them. S-Class reigns supreme. There you go. I thought I was fine with I liked Hunter on. I was totally liking that. And I don't have a problem with Pisco when Pisco is on, except when he was attacking Joe. I just don't know if I can trust him. But
yeah, I mean, he's a good. I just think he's completely in the bubble. But
well, he was doing. And I called this out. He was doing he keeps whenever he doesn't have an answer, he changes what the scope of the argument is. It's a very lawyery tactic. So,
and I don't. I was too nice to them. I kept accusing of Pisco of being a Dodger and like me.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't very nice, to be honest, but
there you go.
It was all in good fun. He seemed like a good sport about it, but he'll probably
until he's on Twitter.
I know. I was gonna say he's gonna remember. Oh, call me a Dodger. He's probably on Twitter right now, going,
right,
searching through my back tweets, trying to look for something racist he can point out.
Good Mitchie for $20. Thank you, Good Mitchie. Says, happy 200 guys. Behind Adam's raging elephant is his work wife writer, Sitch Jan. S-Class is the best class.
Sitch, be fair here though. Sitch got triggered too. He totally
This was
got
before
triggered.
I told Faraday to shut the fuck up. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
This is just fucking. I was like, people keep interrupting me. Okay.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
I don't.
It's ridiculous.
It's very easy to get on in a rhythm, but some people are like, no, I want to reply every single time after everybody speaks. It's like, come on.
Yeah. Right. I mean, yeah. Exactly. Nighthawk for $20 says the only thing I don't like with Pisco, was the fact he tried to get a very weak gotcha attempt by asking Sitch what more specific law he can make that has nothing to do with Sitch's criticism. Yeah, no. I mean, and I think that's why I said that. I said, I don't know. I'd have to really think about that.
Right.
But I mean, his argument to try to shift it to like, well, how much harm does this law create? Like, it's like
that was so weak.
Fucking irrelevant. Yeah. Like,
so weak.
I
mean, it really only kills like 10 or 20 people. Sitch isn't.
Yeah,
law is fine, right?
Right.
How about no?
Yeah. How about now? Equin Shedox for $20 says between big laughs and triggered moments, today had everything we could hope for. That's true. That so many politically, socially diverse guests showed up serves as a testament to the truly solid foundation you guys have built in this show. Well, thank you. That's very nice of you to say, Equin Shedox.
It was nice. Yeah.
Soul Odyssey for 26 Canadian says, just want to say I love you guys. Sitch, thank you for your charitable take on Jordan B. Peterson. Yes, his recent stuff is cringe, but I don't think it discredits the totality of his legacy. I hope Adam and JBP comes back around. Me too.
I love JBP.
Too. We got to talk to him. We got to get him on. We got to talk.
I mean, I guess you really want to. I will work on that.
Okay. I think he will talk to us. I mean, I would assume he'd remember that, oh, Sitch is that guy that made.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I have a pitch I can make to him and at least put a little bit of guilt into him.
We don't. I mean.
No, I'm going to guilt trip him.
I don't want you to guilt the guy.
No, I'm going to say, listen.
I don't want you to guilt.
I'm going to say, listen, Dr. Peterson, we were there in your time of need. And this,
no.
This is our time of need.
No. Don't do that. Don't do this. Don't do it.
Okay.
Be nice.
We'll work on something.
If he doesn't want to do it, it's fine. I don't care.
No, I'm going to tell him. I'm going to listen straight up. You're doing our show. We're going to get him.
Okay. JV Shota for 20 Canadian says, I would like $15 worth of free will points. There you go. He remembers it's in USD. To celebrate your 200th, you can keep the change.
Oh, sweet.
Well, there you go. Also, I didn't say this until just now.
Mm-hmm.
Today and Tuesday is double free will day, motherfuckers. Everyone
really
donated got double free will.
It's a celebration, of course.
Yes, 2 times for our 200th episode.
Yeah.
Okay. So there you go, JV. You actually got 40 free units of free will coming at you. Thank you. Lucimilio Lopez for, sorry, that was a $5 one, but I'll read it anyway because I started. Because we're going to read the rest on Tuesday. But sup, Sitch and Adam, been watching you guys for almost a year, and this is my first super chat. Well, thank you. Congratulations. I was S class, but Sitch badmouthed me, so I'm A team. Wait, when did I?
I'm so glad you read that.
When did I bat? What did I bat? Listen.
Stop bad-mouthing A team, okay?
Listen, Lewis, you probably deserved it. Let's be honest. Okay, you probably deserved
Listen, look, A team is about forgiveness. Look at this. Sitch is going for the
I'm
jugular.
not saying I don't forgive.
Not only did he badmouth you, now he's here to tell you it was your fault.
Hold on. I'm not saying I don't forgive you. I'm just saying it was your fault. Okay.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. And also, I don't think I didn't notice that, Adam. Adam put up, as hilarious, our most answered poll in Sitch and Adam history.
I know.
Not on a political question.
Did you
but
see
on
that?
On the elf
ear question. A team, you fucking let me down. Okay?
Wow. Wait a minute. What, you want people to answer according to what they believe or according to their tribal identity?
According to your ideological God, okay? I told you how to vote in that poll.
Okay.
No,
well, I
course,
appreciate that the elf ears won the vote.
Yeah.
So there you go. By like 20, 30 points. Too.
You can't stop. Yeah, you can't stop these people. They love the elf ears.
Chitachi, thank you so much, Chitachi, for 3 months. Discipline equals freedom.
Yes.
Says, happy 200th, guys. I love you both so much and appreciate all that you do for us. Here's to 200 more. Well, thank you, Chitachi. Thank you. Sand Rogue for $20 says, I just heard you read my chat and I want to clarify. Oh, my views haven't changed. I was always really a liberal. I just got so wrapped up in anti-woke stuff that it made me think leftist and liberals were the same. Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Glad to help, Sand. Yeah. I really think that what you just said is a lot of fucking people.
Yeah. Yes.
I think that's a lot of people. Yeah. So.
Yeah. That distinction needs to be made. Is there Stream Labs or Stream? It's Stream Labs. Yeah.
Unless there's a new one. No. So
okay, so we're all caught up. Holy cow!
Yeah. Kubomi, thank you so much, Kubomi, for $200. Thank you, Kubomi. Says thanks for the show. Well, you're welcome, and thank you for the donation.
Yeah.
Well, we did it. We did it under the 12-hour mark, guys. Did it just in time. I can't, it's annoying. I can't tell when Adam's playing the harmonica because it totally cuts out on my end on Zoom. So I just have to assume if Adam's silent that he's playing the harmonica.
You really can't hear that?
No.
No way.
Zoom totally cuts it out.
Why?
I don't know. I can hear it. I can hear like it start. Yeah. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations today. Thank you so much. And thank you, all the amazing, wonderful guests we had on. Oh my God. Destiny, Carl, Actual Justice Warrior. I've already forgot everyone else.
And the rest.
Good Logic. DA, Hunter Avallone, even Pisco, and everyone else who I'm already fucking, and NuanceBro, everyone else I'm already